"And there's Madame Stahl," said Kitty, pointing to a bath chair on which, under a sunshade, lay something supported by pillows wrapped up in grey and pale blue. It was Madame Stahl. Behind her was a sullen-looking, robust German workman who pushed her bath chair. At her side stood a fair-haired Swedish count whom Kitty knew by name. Several patients lingered nearby, gazing at this lady as at something out of the common. The prince approached her, and Kitty immediately noticed in his eyes that ironical spark which so disturbed her. He went up to Madame Stahl and spoke to her extremely politely and nicely in that excellent French which so very few people speak nowadays. "I do not know whether you will remember me, but I must recall myself to you in order to thank you for your kindness to my daughter," he said, raising his hat and not putting it on again. "Prince Alexander Scherbatsky," said Madame Stahl, lifting toward him her heavenly eyes, in which Kitty detected displeasure. "I am very pleased. I have grown very fond of your daughter." "Your health is still not good?" "No, but I am accustomed to it," said Madame Stahl, and introduced the Swedish count to the prince. "You are very little changed," said the prince. "I have not had the honour of seeing you for 10 or 11 years. Yes, God sends a cross and gives the strength to bear it. It often seems strange to think why this life should drag on." "On that side," she said irritably to Varenka, who was not wrapping the plaid round her feet the right way. "To do good, probably," said the prince, whose eyes were laughing. "That is not for us to judge," said Madame Stahl, detecting something hardly perceptible on the prince's face. "Then you will send me that book, dear Count? Thank you very much," she added, turning to the young Swede. "Ah!" exclaimed the prince, seeing the Moscow colonel standing nearby, and with a bow to Madame Stahl he moved away with his daughter and with the Moscow colonel who had joined them. "That is our aristocracy, Prince," remarked the colonel, wishing to appear sarcastic. He had a pique against Madame Stahl because she did not wish to be acquainted with him. "Always the same," answered the prince. "Did you know her before her illness, Prince? I mean, before she was laid up?" "Yes, I knew her when she first became an invalid. I hear she's not been up for 10 years. She does not get up because her legs are too short. She has a very bad figure." "Papa, impossible!" exclaimed Kitty. "Well, evil tongues say so, my love. But your Varenka does get it," he added. "Oh, those invalid ladies." "Oh, no, Papa," Kitty objected warmly. "Varenka adores her. And besides, she does so much good. Ask anyone you like. Everybody knows her and Arline Stahl." "Perhaps," he said, pressing her arm with his elbow. "But it is better to do good so that, ask whom you will, no one knows anything about it." Kitty was silent, not because she had nothing to say, but because she did not want to reveal her secret thoughts, even to her father. Yet, strange to say, though she had made up her mind not to submit to her father's opinion and not to let him enter her sanctuary, she felt that the divine image of Madame Stahl, which she had carried in her bosom for a whole month, had irrevocably vanished, as the figure formed by a cast-off garment vanishes when one realizes how the garment is lying. There remained only a short-legged woman who was always lying down because she had a bad figure, and who tormented poor, unresisting Varenka for not tucking her plaid the right way. And by no efforts of imagination could the former Madame Stahl be recalled. Chapter 35. The prince imparted his good spirits to his household, his friends, and even to his German landlord. On returning from the spring with Kitty, the prince, who had invited the colonel, Maria Yevgenyevna, and Varenka to come and take coffee, had a table and chairs brought out into the garden under a chestnut tree, and breakfast laid there. The landlord and the servants brightened up under his influence. They knew his generosity, and in a quarter of an hour the sick Hamburg doctor who lived upstairs was looking with envy from his window at the merry party of healthy Russians gathered under the chestnut tree. Beneath the trembling shadow circles of the leaves, around a table covered with a white cloth and set out with coffee pot, bread, butter, cheese, and cold game, sat the princess in a cap with lilac ribbons, handing out cups of coffee and sandwiches. At the other end sat the prince, making a substantial meal and talking loudly and merrily. He spread out his purchases before him: carved caskets, spillikins, and paper knives of all kinds, of which he had bought quantities at all the different watering places, and he gave them away to everybody, including Lishkin, the maid, and the landlord, with whom he joked in his funny, broken German, assuring him that not the waters had cured Kitty, but his excellent food, especially his plum soup. The princess laughed at her husband for his Russian ways, but was livelier and brighter than she had ever been during her stay at the watering place. The colonel smiled, as he always did at the prince's jokes, but with regard to Europe, which he thought he had carefully studied, he sided with the princess. The good-natured Maria Yevgenyevna shook with laughter at everything the amusing prince said, and even Varenka, in a way new to Kitty, succumbed to the feeble but infectious laughter inspired by the prince's jokes. All this cheered Kitty up, but she could not help being troubled. She could not solve the problem unconsciously set her by her father's jocular view of her friends and of the life she had begun to love so much. To this problem was added the change in her relations with the Petrovs, which had been so clearly and unpleasantly demonstrated that morning. Everybody was merry, but Kitty could not be merry, and this troubled her still more. She felt almost as she used to feel when, as a child, she was locked up in a room for punishment and heard her sister's merry laughter. "Now, why have you bought that mass of things?" asked the princess, smiling and passing her husband a cup of coffee. "One goes out walking, comes to a shop, and they ask one to buy something. It's erlaubt, Exzellenz, durchlaucht. Well, by the time they get to durchlaucht, I can't resist, and 10 thalers are gone." "That's all because you are bored," said the princess. "Bored? Of course I am. The time hangs so heavy, my dear, that one does not know what to do with oneself." "How can you be bored, Prince? There is so much that is interesting in Germany now," said Maria Yevgenyevna. "But I know all your interesting things. Plum soup and pea sausages. I know them. I know it all." "No, say what you please, Prince. Their institutions are interesting," said the colonel. "What is there interesting about them? They're as self-satisfied as brass farthings. They've conquered everybody. Now, tell me, what am I to be pleased about? I have not conquered anybody, but here I have to take off my own boots and even put them outside the door myself. In the morning I have to get up and dress at once and go down to the dining room to drink bad tea. Is it like that at home? There one wakes up without any hurry, gets a bit cross about something, grumbles a bit, comes well to one's senses, and thinks everything well over without hurrying." "But time is money, don't forget that," said the colonel. "It all depends on what time. There are times when one would give a whole month for a shilling, and there are times when you would not give half an hour at any price. It's not that so, Kitty? Why are you so glum?" "I'm all right." "Where are you off to? Stay a little longer," he said, turning to Varenka. "I must get home," said Varenka, rising and bursting into another fit of laughter. When she had recovered, she took leave and went into the house for her hat. Kitty followed her. Even Varenka seemed different now. She was not worse, but different from what Kitty previously had imagined her to be. "Oh dear, I have not laughed so much for a long time," said Varenka, collecting her sunshade and bag. "What a dear your papa is." Kitty remained silent. "When shall we meet?" asked Varenka. "Mamma was going to call on the Petrovs. Will you be there?" asked Kitty, trying to sound Varenka. "I will," answered Varenka. "They are preparing to leave, so I have promised to help them pack." "Then I'll come too." "No, why should you?" "Why not? Why not? Why not?" asked Kitty with wide-open eyes, and holding Varenka's sunshade to prevent her going. "No, wait a bit." "Tell me why not?" "Oh, nothing. Only your papa has returned, and they don't feel at ease with you." No, tell me why you do not wish me to be often at the Petrovs. You don't, do you? Why?" "I have not said so," replied Varenka quietly. "No, please tell me." "Shall I tell you everything?" said Varenka. Everything, said Kitty. "There is nothing special to tell, only Petrov used to want to leave sooner, but now does not want to go," said Varenka, smiling. "Well, go on," Kitty hurried her, looking at her with a frown. "Well, I don't know why, but Anna Pavlovna says he does not want to go because you are here. Of course that was tactless, but they quarrelled about you. And you know how excitable such invalids are." Kitty frowned yet more and remained silent, and only Varenka spoke, trying to soften and soothe Kitty, and foreseeing an approaching explosion of tears or words, she knew not which. "So it is better for you not to go. And, you understand, don't be hurt. It serves me right, Kitty began hurriedly, snatching Varenka's sunshade out of her hands and looking past her friend's eyes. Varenka felt like smiling at her friend's childish anger, but feared to offend her. "Why serves you right? I don't understand," she said. "It serves me right because it was all pretense, all invented and not heartfelt. What business had I with a stranger? So it comes about that I'm the cause of a quarrel and have been doing what nobody asked me to do, because it is all pretense, and pretense." "But what motive had you for pretending?" said Varenka softly. How stupid! There was no need at all. "But all pretense," Kitty said, opening and shutting the sunshade. "But with what object?" "To appear better than others to myself and to God. To deceive everybody. No, I shall not give in to that again. Let me be bad, but at any rate not false, not a humbug." "But who is a humbug?" asked Varenka reproachfully. "You speak as if—" But Kitty was in one of her fits of passion. She would not let Varenka finish. "I'm not talking about you, not about you at all. You are perfection. Yes, you are all perfection. But how can I help it if I'm bad? It would not have happened if I were not bad. So let me be what I am, but not pretend. Oh, what is Anna Pavlovna to me? Let them live as they like, and I will live as I like. I cannot be different. And it's all not the thing, not the thing." "But what is not the thing?" said Varenka, quite perplexed. "It's all not the thing. I can't live except by my own heart, but you live by principles. I have loved you quite simply, but you I expect only in order to save me, to teach me." "You are unjust," said Varenka. "But I'm not talking about others, only about myself." "Kitty," came her mother's voice, "come here and show Papa your corals." Kitty took from the table a little box which held the corals, and with a proud look, without having made it up with her friend, went to where her mother was. "What's the matter? Why are you so red?" asked both her mother and father together. "Nothing," she said. "I'll come back in a minute," and ran away. "She's still here," thought Kitty. "What shall I say to her? Lord, dear, what have I done? What I said? Why have I offended her? What am I to do? What shall I say to her?" thought Kitty, and stopped at the door. Varenka, with her hat on, sat at the table examining the spring of her sunshade which Kitty had broken. She looked up. "Varenka, forgive me. Forgive me," whispered Kitty, coming close to her. "I don't remember what I said." "Really, I did not wish to distress you," said Varenka with a smile. Peace was made. But with her father's return, the world in which she had been living completely changed for Kitty. She did not renounce all she had learned, but realized that she had deceived herself when thinking that she could be what she wished to be. It was as if she had recovered consciousness. She felt the difficulty of remaining without hypocrisy or boastfulness on the level to which she had wished to rise. Moreover, she felt the oppressiveness of that world of sorrow, sickness, and death in which she was living. The effort she had been making to love it now seemed tormenting, and she longed to get away quickly to the fresh air, back to Russia, to Arboshovo, where, as she knew from a letter, her sister Dolly had moved with the children. But her affection for Varenka was not weakened. When taking leave of her, Kitty tried to persuade her to come and stay with them in Russia. "I will come when you are married," said Varenka. "I shall never marry. Well then, I shall never come." "Then I will marry for that purpose only. Mind now, don't forget your promise," said Kitty. The doctor's prediction was justified. Kitty returned to Russia quite cured. She was not as careless and light-hearted as before, but she was at peace. Her old Moscow sorrows were no more than a memory. Part 3, Chapter 1. Sergei Ivanitch Koznishev, wishing to take a rest from mental work, went to stay with his brother in the country instead of going abroad as usual. According to his views, country life was preferable to any other, and he had now come to his brother's house to enjoy it. Konstantin Levin was very pleased, especially as he no longer expected his brother Nikolai to come that summer. But in spite of his affection and respect for Koznishev, Konstantin did not feel at ease with his stepbrother in the country. To Konstantin, the country was the place where one lived, that is to say, where one rejoiced, suffered, and laboured. But to Koznishev, the country was, on the one hand, a place of rest from work, and on the other, a useful antidote to depravity, an antidote to which he resorted with pleasure and with a consciousness of its utility. To Konstantin, the country seemed a good place because it was the scene of unquestionably useful labour. To Koznishev it seemed good because one could and should do nothing there. Besides this, Koznichev's attitude toward the peasants jarred on Konstantin. Koznishev was wont to say that he knew and loved the common people. He often conversed with peasants and was able to do it well, frankly, and without affectation, deducing from every such conversation data in the peasant's favour and proofs of his own knowledge of the people. Konstantin regarded the peasants as the chief partners in a common undertaking, and despite his respect and the feeling of a blood tie, probably, as he said, sucked in with the milk of his peasant nurse, he, as partner in their common undertaking, though often filled with admiration for the strength, meekness, and justice of these people, was very often, when the business required other qualities, exasperated with them for their carelessness, untidiness, drunkenness, and untruthfulness. Had Konstantin been asked whether he liked the peasants, he would not have known what to answer. He both liked and disliked them, just as he liked and disliked all human beings. With his natural kind heart, he of course liked human beings more than he disliked them, and naturally the peasants were included. But he could not like or dislike the people as if they were something apart, because he not only lived among them, his interests closely bound up with theirs, but he considered himself one of the people and could not find in himself any special qualities or defects which placed him in contrast with them. Moreover, though he had lived in very close relations with the peasants as their master, mediator, and above all as their adviser, The peasants trusted him and would often come 30 miles to consult him. He had no definite opinion concerning. Had he been asked whether he knew the people, he would have been just as much at a loss for a reply as he was for a reply to the question whether he liked them. To say that he knew the peasants was tantamount to saying that he knew human beings. He continually observed and learnt to know all sorts of human beings, among them human beings of the peasant class, whom he considered interesting, constantly discovering in them new traits and altering his opinions accordingly. Koznishev, on the other hand, just as he praised country life as a contrast to the life he disliked, liked the peasants as a contrast to the class he disliked, and regarded them as a contrast to humanity in general. His methodical mind had formed definite views on the life of the people, founded partly on that life itself, but chiefly on its contrast. He never altered his opinions about the people, nor his sympathetic attitude toward them. In the disputes which took place between the brothers when discussing the peasants, Koznishev was always victorious, just because he had definite views about them, their character, attributes, and tastes, while Konstantin had no definite and fixed views and was often guilty of self-contradiction when arguing on that subject. Koznishev thought his younger brother a splendid fellow, with his heart in the right place, but with a mind which, though rather quick, was swayed by the impression of the moment and was therefore full of contradictions. With an elder brother's condescension, he sometimes explained to him the meaning of things, but could find no pleasure in discussion because he could gain too easy a victory. Constantine considered his brother to be a man of great intellect, noble in the highest sense of the word, and gifted with the power of working for the general welfare. But the older he grew and the more intimately he came to know his brother, the oftener the thought occurred to him that the power of working for the general welfare, a power of which he felt himself entirely destitute, was not a virtue, but rather a lack of something, not a lack of kindly honesty and noble desires and tastes, but a lack of the power of living, of what is called heart, the aspiration which makes a man choose one out of all the innumerable paths of life that present themselves and desire that alone. The better he knew his brother, the more he noticed that Koznishev and many other social workers were not led to this love for the common good by their hearts, but because they had reasoned out in their minds that it was a good thing to do that kind of work and took to it accordingly. What further strengthened this conviction was noticing that his brother did not take the question of the general welfare or of the immortality of the soul any more to heart than a game of chess. Another thing which made Konstantin Lievin feel his brother's presence inconvenient was that in the country, especially during the summer, while Lievin was always busy with the farm and the long summer days were too short for doing all that had to be done, Koznishev was resting. But even though he was resting from mental labours and was not writing, he was so used to mental activity that he liked expressing his thoughts in an elegant, concise style and liked having a listener. His most usual and natural listener was his brother, and therefore, despite their friendly relations, Konstantin felt uncomfortable at leaving him alone. Koznishev loved to lie basking in the sunshine, talking lazily. "You can't imagine what a pleasure this complete laziness is to me. Not a thought in my brain. You might send a ball rolling through it." But it wearied Konstantin to sit listening to him, particularly because he knew that during his absence the manure was being carted into the field, and it was impossible to guess where they would throw it if he were not there to see. The ploughshares, too, would not be screwed up properly or taken out, and then he would be told that these ploughs were a silly invention. How can they be compared to our old Russian plough, and so on. "Haven't you walked about enough in this heat?" said Koznishev. "No, I must just look in at the counting-house for a moment," answered Lievin, and off he ran to the fields. Chapter 2. At the beginning of June, Lievin's old nurse and housekeeper, Agafya Mikhailovna, happened to slip as she was carrying to the cellar a jar of mushrooms which she had just pickled, and sprained her wrist. A talkative young medical man who had only just qualified and been appointed doctor for the Zemstvo district arrived, examined the hand, said it was not sprained, and enjoyed a talk with the celebrated Sergei Ivanitch Koznishev. He told him all the gossip of the district to show off his enlightened views and complained of the unsatisfactory conditions prevailing there. Koznishev listened attentively, asked questions, and enlivened by the presence of a new listener, became quite chatty, made some pointed and weighty remarks respectfully appreciated by the young doctor, and reached that state of animation his brother so well knew, which generally followed a brilliant and lively conversation. After the doctor's departure, Koznishev felt inclined to go to the river with his fishing rod. He was fond of angling, and seemed proud of being able to like such a stupid occupation. Constantine, who was obliged to go to the cornfields and meadows, offered to give his brother a lift in his trap. It was just the time of year, the turning point of summer, when the result of that year's harvest becomes assured, when the autumn sowings have to be considered, and when the hay harvest is close at hand, when the grey-green rye waves its formed but as yet not swollen ears lightly in the wind, when the green oats, with irregular clumps of yellow grass interspersed, stand unevenly on late-sown fields, when the early buckwheat spreads out and hides the ground, when the fallow land, trodden as hard as a stone by the cattle, is half-ploughed, with here and there long strips omitted as too hard for the plough, when the smell of dried heaps of manure in the fields mingles with the honeyed perfume of the grasses, and waiting for the scythe, the lowland meadows lie smooth as a lake by the river's banks, showing here and there black heaps of weeded sorrel stalks. It was the time of that short pause before the labour, yearly renewed, of getting in the harvest, which always demands all the peasant's strength for its accomplishment. The promise of the harvest was splendid, the weather clear and hot, and the short night dewy. The brothers had to pass through the forest on their way to the meadows. Koznishev was all the while filled with admiration for the beauty of the thickly-leaved forest, and kept pointing out to his brother the old lime trees, looking so dark on the shady side, covered with creamy buds all ready to burst into blossom, or the new shoots sparkling like emeralds on the trees. Konstantin Ilyevin did not like talking or hearing about the beauty of nature. Words seemed to detract from the beauty of what he was looking at. He assented to what his brother said, but could not help thinking of other things. When they emerged from the forest, his attention was arrested at the sight of a fallow field and a hillock, here and there yellow with grass or broken up and cut into squares, in some parts speckled with heaps of manure or even ploughed. A string of carts was moving over the field. Ilyevin counted the carts and was pleased to see that sufficient manure was being brought. At the sight of the meadows, his thoughts turned to the hay harvest. The thought of the hay harvest always touched him to the quick. When they reached the meadow, Ilyevin stopped. At the roots of the thick grass the morning dew still lingered, and Koznishev, afraid of wetting his feet, asked his brother to drive him across the meadow to the willow clump near which perch could be caught. Though Constantine was loath to crush his grass, he drove across the meadow. The tall grass twined softly about the wheels and the horse's legs, leaving seeds on the wet spokes and hubs. Koznishev sat down by the willows, while Ilyevin led away his horse, and having tethered it, stepped into the immense grey-green sea of grass, so dense that the wind could not ruffle it. In the meadow, which was flooded every spring, the silky grass, now scattering seeds, reached almost to his waist. When Konstantin Ilyevin had passed right across the meadow and reached the road, he met an old man with a swollen eye, carrying a swarm of bees in a skep. "Have you found it, Fomitch?" he asked. "Found it indeed, Konstantin Dmitritch. I only hope not to lose my own. This is the second time a swarm has got away, and it's only thanks to those lads there that I've got this one back. They were ploughing for you, and unharnessed a horse and galloped after it." "Well, Fomitch, what do you think? Shall we begin mowing or wait a little? Oh, well, our custom is to wait till St. Peter's Day, but you always mow earlier. Why not, God willing? The grass is fine. There'll be more room for the cattle. And what do you think of the weather? That's God's business. Perhaps the weather will keep fine, too. Levin went back to his brother. Though he had caught nothing, Koznishev did not feel bored and seemed in the best of spirits. Levin saw that he had been roused by his conversation with the doctor and wanted to have a talk. Levin, on the contrary, was impatient to get home in order to give orders about hiring the mowers on the morrow and to decide about the hay harvest, which greatly occupied his mind. "Well, let's go," said he. "Where's the hurry? Let's sit here a little. How wet you are. Though nothing bites, it's pleasant. Hunting and similar sports are good because they bring one in touch with nature." "How lovely this steel-coloured water is," said he. "And these grassy banks always remind me of that riddle. You know, the grass says to the water, 'We will shake, we will shake.'" "I don't know that riddle," replied Levin in a dull tone. Chapter 3. "Do you know, I've been thinking about you," said Koznishev. "From what the doctor told me, and he's by no means a stupid young fellow, the things going on in your district are simply disgraceful. I've already told you, and I say it again, it is not right to stop away from the Zemstvo meetings, and in general to take no part in its activities. If all the better sort stand aside, of course, heaven only knows what will happen. We expend money for salaries, but there are no schools, no medical assistants, no midwives, no chemists, no anything." "You know, I have tried," Levin replied slowly and reluctantly, "but I can't." "So what am I to do?" "Why can't you? I confess I don't understand. I can't admit it to be indifference or inaptitude. Is it possible that it is mere laziness?" "Neither the one nor the other, nor the last. I have tried and seen that I can do nothing," said Levin. He did not pay much attention to what his brother was saying. Peering into the distance across the river, he made out something black in the cornfield, and could not see whether it was only a horse or the steward on horseback. "Why can you do nothing? You have made an attempt, and because, according to your judgment, it was a failure, you gave it up. Fancy having so little ambition." "Ambition?" reiterated Levin, stung by his brother's words. "I do not understand it. If at college they had told me that others understood the integral calculus and I did not, that would have been a case for ambition. But in these matters the first requisite is a conviction that one has the necessary ability, and above all, that it is all very important." "Well, is it not very important?" said Koznishev, stirred by the perception that his occupations were regarded as unimportant, and especially by his brother's evident inattention to what he was saying. "They don't appear important to me. Do what you will, they don't grip me," replied Levin, having made out that what he saw was the steward, who was probably dismissing the peasants from their ploughing too soon, for they were turning the ploughs over. "Is it possible they have finished ploughing?" thought he. "Come now, after all," continued the elder brother with a frown on his handsome, intelligent face, "there are limits to everything. It is all very well to be a crank, to be sincere, and dislike hypocrisy. I know that very well. But what you are saying has either no meaning at all, or a very bad meaning. How can you consider it unimportant that the people whom you love, as you maintain, and never maintained it," thought Levin, "are dying without help? Ignorant midwives murder the babies, and the people remain steeped in ignorance at the mercy of every village clerk. While you have in your power the means of helping them, and yet you are not helping because you do not consider it important." And Koznishev confronted his brother with this dilemma. Either you are so undeveloped that you don't see all that you might do, or you don't want to sacrifice your peace of mind or your vanity, I don't know which, in order to do it. Constantine felt that there was nothing for him but to submit, or else to own to a lack of love for the common cause, and he felt wounded and grieved. Both the one and the other, said he resolutely. I can't see how it is to be done. What? Don't see how medical help can be given by distributing the money in a proper way? Well, it seems impossible to me. To give medical help over the whole 3,000 square miles of our district with our deep snow, impassable when it begins melting, our snow drifts, and the pressure of work at harvest time is impossible. Besides, I have no faith in medicine generally. Come now, that is unjust. I could cite thousands of cases to you. And how about schools? Schools? What for? What do you mean? Is it possible to doubt the utility of education? If it is good for you, why not for everybody? Constantine felt himself morally cornered, and in consequence became excited and involuntarily betrayed the chief cause of his indifference to social questions. All this may be very good, but why should I trouble about medical centres which I should never use, or schools to which I should never send my children, and to which the peasants would not wish to send theirs either, and to which I am not fully convinced they ought to send them, said he. This unexpected view of the question took Koznishev by surprise, but he immediately formed a new plan of attack. He remained silent a while, lifted his rod and threw the line again, and then turned to his brother with a smile. Now, let's see. There is need of a medical centre, after all. Did we not send for the district doctor for Agafya Mikhailovna? But I think her hand will remain crooked all the same. Well, that's very questionable. And then a peasant who can read and write is more useful to you and worth more. Oh, no. Ask anyone you like, said Constantine decidedly. A peasant who can read and write is far worse as a labourer. They can't mend the roads, and when they build a bridge, they steal. However, all that is not to the point, said Koznishev, frowning. He did not like to be contradicted, especially when he was met with arguments that incessantly shifted their ground, introducing new considerations without sequence, so that it was difficult to know which of them to answer first. Wait a bit. Do you admit that education is a good thing for the people? I do, replied Levin unguardedly, and at once realized that he had not said what he really thought. He felt that, since he admitted this much, it would be proved to him that he was talking meaningless twaddle. How it would be proved to him he did not know, but he knew that it certainly would be proved logically, and waited for that proof. The proof turned out to be far simpler than Constantine anticipated. If you admit it to be good, said Koznishev, then as an honest man you cannot help loving and sympathizing with such movements and wishing to work for them. But I am not yet prepared to say that such work is desirable, returned Levin. What? Why, you said just now, I consider it neither desirable nor possible. You can't tell without having tried it. Well, let's grant it is so, said Levin, though he did not grant it at all. Still, I don't see why I should be bothered with it. What do you mean? No. Oh, since we have started on the topic, perhaps you'd better explain it to me from a philosophical point of view, said Levin. I don't see what philosophy has to do with it, replied Koznishev, in a tone that made it seem, at least Levin thought so, that he did not consider his brother had a right to argue on philosophical questions. This irritated Levin. This is what it has to do with it, he said, getting heated. I believe that in any case the motive power of all our actions is our personal happiness. At present I, a nobleman, see nothing in our Zemstvo that could conduce to my welfare. The roads are not better and cannot be made better, and my horses do manage to pull me over the bad ones. I don't require doctors and medical centres. I don't need the magistrate. I never apply to him and never will. I not only do not require schools, but they would even do me harm, as I have already told you. To me, the Zemstvo means nothing but a tax of 2 kopecks per desyatina, my having to go to the town, sharing a bed with buds, and listening to all sorts of nonsense and nastiness, and my personal interests do not prompt me to do it. Come, smilingly interrupted Koznishev. It was not our personal interest which induced us to work for the emancipation of the serfs, and yet we did it. No, no, Constantine interrupted, growing more and more heated. The emancipation of the serfs was quite a different matter. There was a personal interest in that. We wanted to throw off a yoke that was oppressing us all good men. But to be a member of the council, to discuss how many scavengers are required and how the drains should be laid in a town in which I am not living, to be on the jury and try a peasant who's stolen a horse, to sit for 6 hours on end listening all sorts of rubbish jabbered by the counsel and prosecutor, and to the president asking our idiot Alyoshka, prisoner at the bar, do you plead guilty to the indictment of having stolen a horse? Eh? Konstantin Yevin was being carried away and was personating the judge and the idiot Alyoshka. It seemed to him that all this was relevant to the case in point. But Koznishev shrugged his shoulders. Well, what do you want to prove by that? I only want to prove that I will always stand up with all my power for the rights which touch me and my personal interests. When they searched us students and gendarmes read our letters, I was ready to defend with all my power my right to education and liberty. I understand conscription, which touches the fate of my children, of my brothers and myself, and I'm ready to discuss what concerns me. But how to dispose of 40,000 rubles of Sentsvo money, or how to try the idiot Alyoshka, I neither understand nor can take part in. Konstantin Yevin spoke as if the dam of his flood of words had been broken. Koznishev smiled. And tomorrow you may be going to law. Would you rather be tried in the old criminal court? I won't go to law. I'm not going to cut anybody's throat, so I shall never be in need of that sort of thing. All those Sentsvo institutions of ours, he said, again jumping off to a subject that had no bearing on the case in point, are like those little birches that are cut down for decorations at Whitsuntide, and we Russians stick them up to imitate the woods that have grown up naturally in Western Europe. I cannot water these birches or believe in them from my soul. Koznishev only shrugged his shoulders to express his wonder at this sudden introduction of little birches into their discussion, though he had at once grasped his brother's meaning. Wait a moment. One can't reason that way, you know, he remarked. But Constantine, wishing to justify the failing of which he was aware in himself, his indifference to the general welfare, continued, I think that no activity can endure if it is not based on personal interest. That is the common and philosophical truth, said he, emphasizing the word philosophical, as if he wanted to show that he might talk about philosophy as much as anyone else. Koznishev smiled again. He too has some philosophy or other to serve his inclinations, he thought. You'd better leave philosophy alone, said he. The principal task of philosophy has always, in all ages, been to find the necessary connection existing between personal and general interests. But that's not the point. I need only correct your illustration to get at the point. The birches are not stuck in. Some of them are planted, and others are sown and have to be tended carefully. Only those peoples have a future, only those peoples can be called historic, that have a sense of what is important and great in their institutions and value. And to prove the inaccuracy of Yevin's views, Koznishev carried the conversation into the realm of philosophy and history, which was beyond Konstantin's reach. As to your not liking it, pardon me, but that only comes of our Russian laziness and seigneurial habits, and I am sure that in your case it is a temporary error and will pass. Konstantin was silent. He felt himself beaten at every point, yet was sure that his brother had not understood what he had been trying to say, only he did not know why this was so, whether it was because he could not express himself clearly, or because his brother either could not or did not wish to understand it. But he did not go deeply into these questions, and without replying to his brother began reflecting on a totally different and personal matter. Koznishev wound up his last line, untied the horse, and they started on their homeward way. Chapter 4. The personal matter that occupied Levin while he was talking with his brother was this. The year before, when visiting a field that was being mown, he had lost his temper with his steward, and to calm himself had used a remedy of his own. He took a scythe from one of the peasants and himself began mowing. He liked this work so much that he went mowing several times. He mowed all the meadow in front of his house, and when spring came he planned to devote several whole days to mowing with the peasants. Since his brother's arrival, however, he was in doubt whether to go mowing or not. He did not feel comfortable at the thought of leaving his brother alone all day long, and he also feared that Koznishev might laugh at him. But while walking over the meadow, he recalled the impression mowing had made on him, and almost made up his mind to do it. After his irritating conversation with his brother, he again remembered his intention. "I need physical exercise. Without it my character gets quite spoiled," thought he, and determined to go and mow, however uncomfortable his brother and the peasants might make him feel. In the evening, Konstantin went to the office and gave orders about the work, sending round to the villages to tell the mowers to come next day to the Karenina meadow, the largest and finest he had. "And please send my scythe to Titus to be sharpened and have it taken to the meadow tomorrow. I may go mowing myself," he said, trying to overcome his confusion. The steward smiled and said, "All right, sir." That evening at tea, Levin said to his brother, "The weather looks settled. Tomorrow we begin mowing." "I like that work very much," said Koznishev. "I like it awfully, too. I have mown with the peasants now and then, and tomorrow I want to mow all day." Koznishev looked up at his brother in surprise. "How do you mean? All day? Just like the peasants?" "Yes, it is very pleasant," replied Levin. "Which is splendid physical exercise, but you'll hardly be able to hold out," remarked Koznishev without the least sarcasm. "I've tried it. At first it seems hard, but one gets drawn into it. I don't think I shall lag behind." "Dear me! But tell me, how did the peasants take it? I expect they laugh at their crank of a master." "No, I don't think so. But it is such pleasant work, and at the same time so hard, that one has no time for thinking." "But how can you dine with them? It would not be quite the thing to send you claret and roast turkey out there. No, I'll just come home at their dinner time." Next morning, Konstantin got up earlier than usual, but giving instructions about the farming delayed him, and when he came to the meadow, each man was already mowing his second swathe. From the hill, as he came to his first swathe, he could see in the shade at his feet a part of the meadow that was already mown, with the green heaps of grass and dark piles of coats thrown down by the mowers. As he drew nearer, the peasants, following each other in a long, straggling line, some with coats on, some in their shirts, each swinging his scythe in his own manner, gradually came into sight. He counted 42 of them. They moved slowly along the uneven bottom of the meadow where a weir had once been. Levin recognized some of his own men. Old Ermil, wearing a very long white shirt, was swinging his scythe with his back bent. Young Vaska, who had been in Levin's service as coachman, and who at each swing of his scythe cut the grass the whole width of his swathe, and Titus, Levin's mowing master, a thin little peasant who went along without stopping, mowing his wide swathe as if in play. Levin dismounted, and, tethering his horse by the roadside, went up to Titus, who fetched another scythe from behind a bush, and gave it to Levin. "It's ready, master. Like a razor it'll mow of itself," said Titus, taking off his cap and smiling as he handed the scythe. Levin took it and began to put himself in position. The peasants, perspiring and merry, who had finished their swathes, came out onto the road one after another and laughingly exchanged greetings with their master. They all looked at him, but no one made any remark until a tall old man with a shriveled, beardless face, wearing a sheepskin jacket, stepped out onto the road and addressed him. "Mind, master, having put your hand to the plough, don't look back." and Levin heard the sound of repressed laughter among the mowers. "I will try not to lag behind," he said, taking his place behind Titus and waiting his turn to fall in. "Mind," repeated the old man. Titus made room for Levin, and Levin followed him. By the roadside the grass was short and tough, and Levin, who had not done any mowing for a long time and was confused by so many eyes upon him, mowed badly for the first 10 minutes. Though he swung his scythe with much vigour, he heard voices behind him. "It's not properly adjusted, the grip is not right. Look, see how he has to stoop," said one. "Hold the heel lower," said another. "Never mind, it's all right. You'll get into it," said the old man. "There he goes." "You're taking too wide a swathe. You'll get knocked up." "He's the master. He must work. He's working for himself. But look how uneven. That's what the likes of us used to get a thump on the back for." They came to softer grass, and Levin, who was listening without replying, followed Titus and tried to mow as well as possible. When they had gone some 100 steps, Titus was still going on without pausing, showing no signs of fatigue, while Levin was already beginning to fear he would not be able to keep up, he felt so tired. He swung his scythe, feeling almost at the last gasp, and made up his mind to ask Titus to stop. But just at that moment Titus stopped of his own accord, stooped, took up some grass, and wiped his scythe with it. Levin straightened himself, sighed, and looked back. The peasant behind him was still mowing, but was obviously tired too, for he stopped without coming even with Levin and began whetting his scythe. Titus whetted his own and Levin's, and they began mowing again. The same thing happened at Levin's second attempt. Titus swung his scythe, swing after swing, without stopping and without getting tired. Levin followed, trying not to lag behind, but it became harder and harder, until at last the moment came when he felt he had no strength left, and then Titus again stopped and began whetting his scythe. In this way they finished the swathes. They were long, and to Levin seemed particularly difficult. But when it was done, and Titus, with his scythe over his shoulder, turned about and slowly retraced his steps, placing his feet on the marks left on the mown surface by the heels of his boots, and Levin went down his own swathe in the same way, then, in spite of the perspiration that ran down his face in streams and dripped from his nose, and though his back was as wet as if the shirt had been soaked in water, he felt very light-hearted. What gave him most pleasure was the knowledge that he would be able to keep up with the peasants. The only thing marring his joy was the fact that his swathe was not well mown. "I must swing the scythe less with my arms and more with the whole of my body," he thought, comparing Titus's swathe, cut straight as if by measure with his own, on which the grass lay scattered and uneven. As Levin was aware, Titus had been mowing this swathe with special rapidity, probably to put his master to the test, and it chanced to be a very long one. The next swathes were easier, but still Levin had to work with all his might to keep even with the peasants. He thought of nothing and desired nothing except not to lag behind and to do his work as well as possible. He heard only the swishing of the scythes, and saw only the receding figure of Titus, the convex half-circle of the mown piece before him, and the grasses and heads of flowers falling in waves about the blade of his scythe, and in the background, the end of the swathe where he would rest. Suddenly he was conscious of a pleasant coolness on his hot, perspiring shoulders, without knowing what it was or whence it came. He glanced up at the sky whilst whetting his scythe. A dark cloud was hanging low overhead, and large drops of rain were falling. Some of the peasants went to put on their coats. Others, as well as Levin, felt pleasure in the refreshing rain and merely moved their shoulders up and down. They came to the end of another swathe. They went on mowing long and short rows, good and poor grass. Levin had lost count of time and had really no idea whether it was late or early. His work was undergoing a change which gave him intense pleasure. While working, he sometimes forgot for some minutes what he was about and felt quite at ease. Then his mowing was nearly as even as that of Titus. But as soon as he began thinking about it and trying to work better, he at once felt how hard the task was and mowed badly. He finished a swathe and was about to start another when Titus paused and went up to the old man, and both looked at the sun. What are they talking about? And why don't they start another swathe? Thought Levin. It did not occur to him that the peasants who had been mowing unceasingly for 4 hours wanted their breakfast. "Breakfast time, master," said the old man. "Is it time? Well then, breakfast." Levin handed his scythe to Titus, and with the peasants who were going to fetch the bread that lay with their coats, went across the swathes of the long-mown portion of the meadow slightly sprinkled with rain. Only then he remembered that he had not been right about the weather, and that the rain was wetting the hay. "The hay will be spoiled," said he. "Won't hurt, master. Mow in the rain, rake when it's fine." Levin untied his horse and rode home to his coffee. By the time Levin had finished breakfast, Koznishev had only just got up, and Levin went back to the meadow before Koznishev had come to table. Chapter 5. After breakfast, Levin got placed between a humorous old man who invited him to be his neighbour, and a young peasant who had only got married last autumn and was now out for his first summer's mowing. The old man went along holding himself erect, moving with regular long steps, turning out his toes, and with a precise and even motion that seemed to cost him no more effort than swinging his arms when walking. He laid the grass in a level, high ridge, as if in play, or as if the sharp scythe of its own accord whizzed through the juicy grass. Young Mishka went behind Levin. His pleasant young face, with a wisp of grass tied round the forehead over his hair, worked all over with the effort. But whenever anyone glanced at him, he smiled. Evidently he would have died rather than confess that the work was trying. Between these two went Levin. Now, in the hottest part of the day, the work did not seem so hard to him. The perspiration in which he was bathed was cooling, and the sun, which burnt his back, his head and his arm, bare to the elbow, added to his strength and perseverance in his task, and those unconscious intervals when it became possible not to think of what he was doing recurred more and more often. The scythe seemed to mow of itself. Those were happy moments. Yet more joyous were the moments when, reaching the river at the lower end of the swathes, the old man would wipe his scythe with the wet grass, rinse its blade in the clear water, and dipping his wet stone box in the stream, would offer it to Levin. "A little of my kvass? It's good," said he with a wink. And really Levin thought he had never tasted any nicer drink than this lukewarm water with green stuff floating in it and a flavour of the rusty tin box. And then came the ecstasy of a slow walk, one hand resting on the scythe, when there was leisure to wipe away the streams of perspiration, to breathe deep, to watch the line of mowers, and to see what was going on around in forest and field. The longer Levin went on mowing, the oftener he experienced those moments of oblivion when his arms no longer seemed to swing the scythe, but the scythe itself, his whole body, so conscious and full of life. And as if by magic, regularly and definitely, without a thought being given to it, the work accomplished itself of its own accord. These were blessed moments. It was trying only when thought became necessary in order to mow around a molehill or a space where the hard sorrel stalks had not been weeded out. The old man accomplished this with ease. When he came to a molehill, he would change his action, and with a short jerk of the point and then of the heel of his scythe, he would mow all round the molehill. And while doing this, he noted everything he came to. Now he plucked the sorrel stalk and ate it, or offered it to Levin. Now he threw aside a branch with the point of his scythe, or examined a quail's nest from which the hen bird had flown up, almost under the scythe. Or he caught a beetle, lifting it with the scythe point as with a fork, and after showing it to Levin, threw it away. Levin and the young fellow on the other side of him found such changes of action difficult. Both of them, having got into one strained kind of movement, were in the grip of feverish labour and had not the power to change the motion of their bodies and at the same time to observe what lay before them. Levin did not notice how time passed. Had he been asked how long he had been mowing, he would have answered half an hour, although it was nearly noon. As they were about to begin another swathe, the old man drew Levin's attention to the little boys and girls approaching from all sides along the road and through the long grass hardly visible above it, carrying jugs of kvass stoppered with rags and bundles of bread which strained their little arms. "Little midges crawling along," he said, pointing to the children and glancing at the sun from under his lifted hand. They completed 2 more swathes, and then the old man stopped. "Come, master, it's dinner time," said he with decision. All the mowers on reaching the river went across the swathes to where their coats lay, and where the children who had brought their dinners sat waiting for them. The men who had driven from a distance gathered in the shadow of their carts. Those who lived nearer sheltered under the willow growth on which they hummed grass. Levin sat down beside them. He did not want to go away. All the peasants' restraint in the presence of the master had vanished. The men began preparing for dinner. Some had a wash. The young lads bathed in the river. Others arranged places for their after-dinner rest, unfastened their bags of bread, and unstoppered their jugs of kvass. The old man broke some rye bread into a bowl, mashed it with a spoon handle, poured over it some water from his tin, broke more bread into it and salted it, and then, turning to the east, said grace. "Come, master, have some of my dinner," said he, kneeling in front of his bowl. The bread and water was so nice that Levin gave up all intention of going home to lunch. He shared the old man's meal and got into conversation with him about his domestic affairs, taking a lively interest in them and telling him about his own, giving him all the particulars which would interest the old peasant. When the old man got up and, having said grace, lay down beneath the willows with an armful of grass under his head, Levin did the same, regardless of the flies, importunate and persistent in the sunshine, and of the crawling insects that tickled his perspiring face and body. He at once fell asleep, waking only when the sun touched the opposite side of the willows and reached him. The old man had already been long awake and sat setting the sides for the young men. Levin looked round and hardly recognized the place. Everything was so altered. A wide expanse of the meadow was already mown, and with its swathes of grass already giving off perfume, shone with a peculiar, fresh brilliance in the oblique rays of the descending sun. The bushes by the river where the grass had been cut, and the river itself with its curves, previously invisible, were now glittering like steel, and the people getting up and moving about, the steep wall of yet uncut grass, and the hawks soaring over the bare meadow, struck him as something quite new. When he was fully awake, Levin began to calculate how much had been done and how much could still be done that day. An extraordinary amount had been done by the 42 men. The larger meadow, which in the days of serfdom had taken 30 men 2 days to mow, was all finished except some short patches at the corners. But Levin wanted to get as much as possible done that day, and it was vexatious to see the sun already declining. He was not feeling at all tired, and was only longing to work again and to accomplish as much as he could. "What do you think? Could we manage to get Mushkin Heights mown today?" he asked the old man. "Well, God willing, we might. The sun is not very high, though. Perhaps, if the lads could have a little vodka." At half-time, when they sat down again and those who smoked were lighting their pipes, the old man informed the young fellows that if they mowed the Mushkin Heights there would be vodka. "But not mow that. Come along, Titus, we'll get it clear in no time. You can eat your fill at night. Let's begin," shouted different voices, and the mowers took their places, finishing their bread as they went. "Now then, lads, keep going," said Titus, starting off ahead almost at a trot. Go on, said the old man, hurrying after him and easily catching him up. Take care, I'll mow you down. And young and old vied with each other at mowing. But in spite of their haste, they did not spoil the grass, and the swathes fell just as evenly and exactly as before. The small patch that was left in the last corner was mown in 5 minutes, and whilst the last mowers were finishing their swathes, those in front, carrying their coats over their shoulders, were already crossing the road toward Mashkin Heights. The sun was already setting toward the trees when, with their tin boxes rattling, they entered the wooded ravine of the heights. The grass that in the middle of the ravine reached to their waists was delicate, soft, and broad-bladed, speckled here and there with cow wheat. After a short consultation as to whether they should mow the ravine across or lengthwise, Proctor, a gigantic, dark man and a famous mower, took the lead. He went in front, mowed a swathe, turned round and restarted. Following him, all the others took their places, going downhill along the creek and back up to the very skirts of the wood. The sun had set behind the wood, and now shone only on the mowers at the top of the hill, while in the valley, where the mists were rising, they were in cool, dewy shade. The work proceeded briskly. The scented grass, cut down with a sound that showed how juicy it was, fell in high ridges. On the short swathes, the mowers crowded together, their tin boxes clattering, their scythes ringing whenever they touched, the whetstones whistling upon the blades, and their merry voices resounding as they urged each other on. Levin was again mowing between the old man and the lad. The old man, who had put on his sheepskin jacket, was still as jolly, witty, and easy in his movements as before. In the wood their scythes continually cut down wood mushrooms grown plump amid the juicy grass. The old man stooped each time he came upon one, picked it up, and put it inside his jacket, saying, "Another treat for my old woman." It was easy to cut the wet, soft grass, but on the other hand it was very difficult to go up and down the steep slopes of the ravine. This, however, did not trouble the old man. Swinging his scythe just as usual, taking short steps with feet shod in large, bark-plaited shoes, he slowly climbed the slopes, and though his whole body and his loosely hanging trousers shook, he did not miss a single mushroom or a curious grass, and continued joking with the other peasants and with Levin. Levin followed, and often thought he would certainly fall when climbing a mound with his scythe in his hand, a mound so steep that it would have been hard to climb even unencumbered. Still he managed to climb it and to do all that had to be done, and he felt as if some external force were urging him on. Chapter 6. Mashkin Heights were mown, and the peasants, having completed their last swathes, put on their coats and went home in high spirits. Levin, having regretfully taken leave of them, mounted and rode home. He looked back from the top of the hill. He could not see the men, for the mist rising from the hollow hid them, but he heard their merry, rough voices, laughter, and the clanking of the scythes. Koznishev had long had his dinner, and was in his room drinking iced water with lemon while looking over the papers and magazines just arrived by post, when Levin rushed in, his tangled hair clinging to his moist brow, his shirt saturated back and front and dark with perspiration, and cried out joyfully, "We have finished the hoe of the meadow! How delightful it is! And how have you got on?" Levin had quite forgotten the unpleasant conversation of the previous day. "Dear me, what a sight you are," said Koznishev, turning to his brother with a momentary look of vexation. The door! Shut it!" he exclaimed. "You've certainly let in a whole dozen." Koznishev could not bear flies, and opened the windows in his room only at night, keeping the door carefully closed. "No, not one, I swear, and if I have, I'll catch it. You would not believe what enjoyment it was. And how have you spent the day?" "Quite well. But have you really been mowing all day? You must be as hungry as a wolf. The Kutzma has everything ready for you. Now I don't want to eat. I've had something there, but I'll go and wash." Yes, go, and I will come presently." Koznishev shook his head as he looked at his brother. "Go. Go and be quick," he added with a smile, as, gathering together his books, he prepared to go too. He also felt suddenly quite cheerful and did not wish to part from his brother. "And where were you when it rained?" "What rain was that?" "Only a few drops." "Well, then, I'll come back directly. So, you spent the day all right? That's good." And Levin went off to dress. 5 minutes later, the brothers met again in the dining room. Though Levin had imagined that he was not hungry and sat down to table only not to offend Kuzma, yet when he began eating he thought everything delicious. Koznishev smiled as he looked at him. "Oh, yes, there's a letter for you," said he. "Kuzma, please bring it. It's downstairs. And mind to shut the door." The letter was from Vronsky. Levin read it aloud. Vronsky wrote from Petersburg. "I have had a letter from Dolly. She is in Erbolshevo, and everything is out of gear there. Please go and see her and help her with your advice. You know all about everything. She's quite alone, poor thing. My mother-in-law is still abroad." "That's splendid. I will certainly go and see her," said Levin. "Or shall we both go? She's such a good woman. Don't you think so?" "Is it far from here?" "Well, a little over 25 miles, or maybe even 30, but the road is excellent. We'll have a fine drive." "I should be very glad," replied Koznishev, still smiling. The sight of his younger brother had a distinctly cheering influence on him. "I must say you have an appetite," he said, glancing at the sunburnt, ruddy face bent over the plate. "Fine. You would hardly believe what a remedy it is for every kind of folly. I'm thinking of enriching medicine with a new word, Arbeitskur. You would hardly require it, I should say. No, but those who suffer from their nerves do. Yes, it ought to be tested. You know, I thought of coming to the meadow to have a look at you, but it was so unbearably hot that I got only as far as the forest. I sat there a little and then went through the forest to the village where I met your old wet nurse and sounded her as to what the peasants think of you. From her I understand that they do not approve of your doing it. She said, 'It's not gentlefolk's work.' It seems to me that on the whole, in the people's opinion, a very decided demand for what they call gentlefolk's work exists, and they don't approve of the gentry going outside the bounds they set for them." "Possibly. But it is a pleasure such as I have never in my life experienced before, and there is nothing wrong in it." "Don't you think so too?" replied Levin. "If they don't like it, it can't be helped. Besides, I think it's all right, eh?" "I see that on the whole you are well satisfied with your day." "Very well indeed. We finished the meadow, and I chummed up with such a fine old man. You can't imagine what a charming fellow he is. Well then, you are satisfied with your day, and so am I. First of all, I solved 2 chess problems, one a very good one, beginning with a pawn move I'll show it you. And afterwards I thought over our yesterday's conversation." "What about yesterday's conversation?" asked Levin, who had finished dinner and sat blissfully blinking and puffing, quite unable to remember what yesterday's conversation had been about. "I think you are partly right. Our disagreement lies in the fact that you consider personal interests the motive power, while I think every man with a certain degree of education ought to be interested in the general welfare. You may be right in thinking that activity backed by material interest is best, but your nature is altogether prime sautier, as the French say. You want passionate, energetic activity or nothing at all." Levin listened to his brother, but understood absolutely nothing, and did not wish to understand. He was only afraid his brother might put some question which would elicit the fact that he was not paying attention. "That's what it is, old chap," said Koznishev, patting Konstantin's shoulder. "Yes, of course. But what matter? I don't insist on my view," replied Levin with a guilty, childlike smile. "What can I have been disputing about?" he thought. "Of course I was right, and he was right too, so it's all right. But I must go round to the office." He rose, stretching himself and smiling. Koznishev smiled too. "Shall we go for a stroll together?" he said, not wishing to part from his brother, who seemed to be exhaling freshness and vigour. Come along, we could call in at the office if you want to." "Oh, dear me," exclaimed Levin so loudly that he scared Koznishev. "What's the matter?" "How's Agafya Mikhailovna's arm?" asked Levin, slapping his head. "I'd forgotten all about it." "Much better. Well, I'll run and see her all the same. You want to got your hat before I'm back." And his heels clattered swiftly down the stairs, making a noise like a rattle. Chapter 7. Oblonsky had gone to Petersburg to fulfill a very necessary duty, which to officials seems most natural and familiar, though to laymen it is incomprehensible, that of reminding the ministry of his existence, without the performance of which right continuance in government service is impossible. Having taken away with him all the money there was in the house, he contrived while attending to duty to pass his time very pleasantly, going to races and visiting at country houses. Meanwhile, to curtail expenses, Dolly and her children moved to the country. She went to Erbolshevo, the estate which had formed part of her dowry, about 35 miles distant from Levin's Pokrovsk, and the very place where in spring the forest had been sold. The old mansion on the estate had been pulled down long ago, but there was a smaller house which had been enlarged and decorated by the prince. Some 20 years before, when Dolly was still a child, that house had seemed roomy and convenient, though in common with all houses of the kind it stood away from the drive and had not a south aspect. It was old and beginning to decay. In the spring, when Oblonsky went there to sell the forest, Dolly had asked him to look over the house and have all necessary repairs done. Like all guilty husbands, Oblonsky was very anxious about his wife's comfort, so he looked over the house himself and gave orders to have everything done that seemed to him necessary. According to him, it was necessary to reupholster the furniture with new cretonne, to put up curtains, make the garden tidy, plant flowers, and build a bridge by the lake. But he forgot many other things which were essential, and thus caused Dolly a great deal of trouble. Try as he would to be a considerate husband and father, Oblonsky never could remember that he had a wife and children. He had the tastes of a bachelor and understood no others. When he returned to Moscow, he informed his wife that all was being prepared, that the house would look like a new toy, and advised her to move thither. Her departure for the country suited Oblonsky in every way. It was good for the children, expenses would be cut down, and he would be freer. His wife, on the other hand, considered going to the country for the summer to be absolutely necessary for the children, especially for the little girl who had not recovered her health after the scarlet fever, and also in order to escape the humiliation of small debts for fuel, fish, boots, and so on, which tormented her. Besides this, she liked the idea of going to her house in the country because she intended to get her sister, Kitty, who was to return from abroad at midsummer, and who had been ordered bathing, to join her there. Kitty wrote from her watering place that nothing seemed so attractive as spending the summer with Dolly at Erbolshevo, which was full of childhood's memories for both of them. The first days in the country were very trying for Dolly. In her girlhood she had lived there, and it had left an impression on her mind as a place of refuge from all the unpleasantness of town. Life there, though very plain, Dolly was reconciled to that, was cheap and comfortable. Everything was cheap there and easy to get, and it would do the children good. But when she came there as mistress of the house, she saw that things were quite different from what she had expected. The day after her arrival it poured with rain, and in the night the rain came through into the passage and nursery, so that the children's beds had to be carried into the drawing-room. There was no scullery maid. Of the 9 cows, some, according to the dairymaids, were about to calve, others had calved for the first time, some were too old, and the rest were difficult to milk, so there was no butter and scarcely enough milk even for the children. There were no eggs. It was impossible to get a chicken, and they were obliged to boil and roast tough, old, purple-coloured roosters. No peasant women could be got to scrub the floors. They were all out planting potatoes. It was impossible to go for a drive because one of the horses was restive and would not run in harness. There was no place for bathing, the river banks being all trampled over by the cattle and exposed to the road. It was not even possible to walk in the garden because the fence was broken and the peasants' cattle could get in, and the herd included a terrible bull that was given to bellowing and would therefore probably toss. There was nowhere to hang dresses because what few wardrobes there were would not shut or else opened of themselves when anyone passed by. There was no mangle in the laundry, not even an ironing board, and no large pots or pans. Dolly, meeting with these difficulties, so terrible from her point of view, instead of finding peace and rest, was at first driven to despair. She bustled about and did her utmost, but feeling the hopelessness of her position, had to fight with the tears that rose every moment to her eyes. The steward, formerly a non-commissioned officer to whom Vronsky had taken a fancy and whom he had promoted from hall porter to steward because of the man's handsome and respectful appearance, took no interest in his mistress's troubles, only saying in a deferential tone, "Quite impossible. People are so abominable," and did nothing to help her. The position seemed irremediable. But just as in other households, there was here in the Vronsky's house one inconspicuous yet most important and useful person, Matryona Filimonovna. She consoled her mistress, assuring her that everything would shape itself. This phrase was her own, and Matvey had learnt it from her, and she went to work deliberately and without excitement. She at once made friends with the steward's wife, and on the very day of the removal drank tea with her and with the steward beneath the laburnums, discussing arrangements. A club was soon established beneath the laburnums, consisting of Matryona Filimonovna, the steward's wife, the village elder, and the office clerk, and by means of this club the troubles began gradually to subside, so that in a week's time everything had really shaped itself. The roof was mended, a scullery made, a relative of the elders was engaged, hens were bought, the cows gave enough milk, the garden was fenced in, a mangle was made by the carpenter, hooks were put into the wardrobes which no longer opened at their own sweet will, an ironing board covered with coarse cloth lay across the arm of a chair and a chest of drawers in the maid's room, and the smell of hot irons soon pervaded the room. "There, you see, and you were quite in despair," said Matryona Filimonovna, pointing to the board. Even a bathing-house was constructed out of straw-plaited screens. Lily started bathing, and at least part of Dolly's expectations were fulfilled, if not that of a quiet, at least that of a comfortable country life. Dolly could not be quiet with 6 children, of whom one would fall ill, another be in danger of falling ill, a third be in want of something, a fourth show symptoms of something bad in his disposition, etc., etc. Very, very rare were the short intervals of quiet. But these cares and anxieties were the only kind of happiness possible for Dolly. Had it not been for them, she would have been left to her thoughts about the husband who did not love her. Besides, painful as were for a mother the fear of illness and sorrow at the appearance of evil tendencies in her children, those children were already beginning to repay her care by affording her small joys. These joys were so trifling as to be as imperceptible as grains of gold among the sand, and in moments of depression she saw nothing but the sand. Yet there were brighter moments when she felt nothing but joy, saw nothing but the gold. Now in the country solitude she grew more often aware of these joys. Often when watching her children she made great efforts to convince herself that she was mistaken, that being their mother she was not impartial, and yet she could not help telling herself that they were charming children, all the 6, each in his or her own way, all of them such as are rarely to be met with, and she was happy in them and proud of them. Chapter 8. At the end of May, when the house was more or less in order, Dolly received from her husband an answer to her letter of complaint. He wrote asking her to forgive his not having seen to everything and saying that he would come as soon as possible. That possibility, however, had not been fulfilled, and up to the beginning of June Dolly was still living without him in the country. On the Sunday before St. Peter's Day, Dolly took all her children to communion. When talking intimately with her mother and sister, Dolly often astonished them by her freedom of thought on religious matters. She had a strange religion of her own, firmly believing in the transmigration of souls and not caring about church dogmas. But in her family she fulfilled, not merely to set an example, but with her whole heart, all that the church demanded, and was very uneasy because for about a year the children had not received communion. So now, with the entire approval of Matryona Filimonovna, she resolved that this ceremony should be performed. Several days previously she decided how all the children should be dressed. New frocks were made, old ones altered, hems and frills let down, buttons sewn on, and ribbons got ready. One of the frocks, which the English governess had undertaken to alter, was the cause of much bad blood. The governess put the bodice darts in the wrong places, cut out the armholes too big, and nearly spoilt the dress. It fitted so tight round Tanya's shoulders that it was painful to see her, but Matryona Filimonovna was inspired to insert wedge-shaped pieces and to make a fichu to cover the defect. The frock was put right, but it very nearly caused a quarrel with the governess. However, in the morning everything was right, and toward 9 o'clock, the hour till which the priest had been asked to defer Mass, the children, beaming with joy, stood in all their finery by the carriage at the porch, waiting for their mother. Instead of the restive raven, the steward's brownie had been harnessed to the carriage on Matryona Filimonovna's authority, and Dolly, who had been detained by the cares of her own toilette, came out in a white muslin dress and took her seat in the carriage. Dolly, somewhat excited, had dressed and done her hair with care. At one time she used to dress for her own sake in order to look well and be attractive. Later on, as she grew older, dressing became less and less agreeable to her because it made the loss of her good looks more apparent. But now it again gave her pleasure and excited her. She was not dressing for her own sake, not for her own beauty, but in order, as the mother of all those charming children, not to spoil the general effect. She gave her mirror a last glance and was satisfied with herself. She looked well, not in the way she had wished to look when going to a ball, but well for the object she had in view at present. There was no one in church except peasants, innkeepers, and their womenfolk, but Dolly saw, or thought she saw, the rapture produced in them by her children and herself. The children were not only beautiful in their fine clothes, but were also very sweet in their behaviour. It's true Alyosha did not stand very well. He kept turning round to see the back of his jacket, but nevertheless he was wonderfully sweet. Tanya stood like a grown-up person and looked after the little ones. Little Lily was charming in her naive wonder at everything around, and it was difficult to repress a smile when, having swallowed the bread and wine, she said in English, "More, please." On the way home, the children were very quiet, feeling that something solemn had taken place. At home also all went well, only at lunch Grisha began whistling and, what was still worse, would not obey the governess and had to go without his pudding. Dolly would not have sanctioned any punishment on such a day had she been present, but she was obliged to support the governess and so confirmed the sentence that Grisha was not to have pudding. This rather spoilt the general joyfulness. Grisha cried and said he was being punished, although it was Nikolenka that had whistled, and that he was not crying about the pudding, he didn't mind that, but because of the injustice. This was too sad, and Dolly decided to speak to the governess and get her to forgive Grisha, and went off to find her. But as she was passing through the dancing room, she saw a scene which filled her heart with such joy that tears came to her eyes, and she pardoned the little culprit herself. The little fellow was sitting on the ledge of the corner window of the dancing room, and beside him stood Tanya with a plate. On the plea of giving her dolls some dinner, she had obtained leave from the governess to take her plateful of pudding to the nursery, but had brought it to her brother instead. Still crying over the injustice done him, he ate the pudding, muttering between sobs, "Eat some yourself. Let us both eat together." Tanya, affected first by pity for Grisha and then by the consciousness of her own virtuous action, also had tears in her eyes, but did not decline to eat her share of the pudding. When they saw their mother, they were frightened, but glancing at her face, they knew they were acting rightly, and, with their mouths full of pudding, began to laugh and wipe their smiling lips with their hands, smearing their beaming faces with tears and jam. "Dear me, your nice white frock! Tartan her! Grease her!" cried their mother, trying to save the frock, but smiling a blissful, rapturous smile. The new clothes were taken off. The little girls had their overalls and the boys their old jackets, and orders were given to harness, to the steward's chagrin, his brownie again, to take the whole family mushroom hunting and later to the bathing house. The sound of rapturous squealing filled the nursery and did not cease till they started on their drive. They gathered a basket full of mushrooms. Even Lily found one. Previously, Miss Hull used to find one and point it out to her, but this time Lily herself found a fine big one, and there was a general shout of delight. "Lily's found a mushroom!" After that, they drove to the river, left the horses under the birch trees, and entered the bathing house. Terenti, the coachman, tied to a tree the horses that were swishing their tails to drive away the flies, stretched himself full length in the shade, pressing down the high grass, and smoked his pipe, while from the bathing house came the sound of the incessant, merry squealing of the children. Although it was troublesome to look after all the children and keep them out of mischief, and difficult to remember whose were all those little stockings and drawers, not to mix up the shoes of all those different feet, to untie, unbutton, and then fasten up again all the tapes and buttons, yet Dolly, who had always been fond of bathing and considered it good for the children, knew no greater pleasure than bathing them. To hold in her hands all those plump little legs, to draw on their stockings, to take the naked little bodies in her arms and dip them in the water, to hear them shrieking now with fear and now with delight, and to see her cherubs gasping and splashing with their frightened yet merry eyes, was a great joy. When half the children were dressed again, some smartly dressed peasant women who had been gathering herbs came up and halted shyly by the bathing house. Matryona Filimonovna called to one of these to ask her to dry a bath sheet and a chemise that had fallen into the water, and Dolly entered into conversation with them. The peasant women, who had begun by laughing behind their hands without comprehending her questions, soon became bolder and more talkative, and at once captivated Dolly by their frank admiration of her children. "Just look at the little beauty, as white as sugar," said one, gazing admiringly at Tanya and stroking her head. "But she's thin." "Yes, she's been ill." "Why, you seem to have been bathing that one too," said the other woman, looking at the baby. "No, she's only 3 months old," Dolly answered proudly. "Do you me?" "And have you any children?" "I had 4. 2 are left, a boy and a girl. I weaned her in the spring." "How old is she?" "In her 2nd year." "Why did you nurse her so long?" "Oh, it's our custom." And the conversation turned upon the topic that interested Dolly more than any other: confinements, children's illnesses, husbands' whereabouts, and whether they came home often. Dolly did not want to part from the peasant women. Their conversation pleased her so much because their interests were exactly similar to hers. What pleased Dolly most was the women's evident admiration for the great number of children she had and their loveliness. The women amused her and offended the English governess, who noticed that she was the object of their laughter, which she did not understand. One of the young women was watching the governess, who was dressing after all the others, and seeing her put on a 3rd petticoat, could not refrain from remarking, "Look at her! She's wrapping herself up and hasn't got enough round her yet." And all the women burst out laughing. Chapter 9. Surrounded by her children, all freshly bathed and with heads still damp, Dolly, with a kerchief tied round her own head, was nearing home when the coachman said, "There's a gentleman coming. I think it's the Pokrovsk squire." Dolly leant forward and was pleased to see the familiar figure of Yevin, who in a grey hat and coat was walking toward them. She was always glad to see him, but on this day was more pleased than ever because he would now see her in all her glory. No one could understand the dignity of her position better than Yevin. On seeing her, he found himself confronted by just such a picture of family life as his fancy painted. "You are like a hen with her chickens, Darya Alexandrovna." "Oh, I'm so glad," said she, holding out her hand. "You're glad, yet you never sent me word. My brother is staying with me. It was from Stepan I heard at last that you were here." "From Stepan?" asked Dolly in a surprised tone. "Yes, he wrote that you had moved here, and he thought I might be of some use to you," replied Yevin, and having said this, grew confused. Without finishing what he was going to say, he continued walking beside the trap, breaking off twigs from the lime trees and biting them. He was confused because he imagined that Dolly might not like to accept the help of a stranger in matters that ought to be attended to by her husband. She really did not like the way Vronsky had of forcing his family affairs upon strangers, and knew at once that Yevin understood this. It was for his quick perception and delicacy of feeling that Dolly liked him. "Of course, I understand that this only meant you wanted to see me and was very pleased. I can well imagine how strange everything here must seem to you, used as you are to managing a townhouse, and if you require anything, I'm quite at your disposal." "Oh, no," said Dolly. "At first it was inconvenient, but now everything is quite comfortable, thanks to my old nurse," she said, indicating the nurse who, aware that she was being mentioned, looked at Yevin with a bright and friendly smile. She knew him, knew that he would be a good match for the young lady, and hoped the affair would come off. "Won't you sit down, sir? We'll move closer together," she said to Yevin. "No, I will walk. Children, who will race the horses with me?" Though the children did not know Yevin well, and did not remember when they had last seen him, they did not feel toward him any of that strange shyness and antagonism so often felt by children toward grown-up people who pretend, which causes them to suffer so painfully. Pretense about anything sometimes deceives the wisest and shrewdest man, but however cunningly it is hidden, a child of the meanest capacity feels it and is repelled by it. Whatever Yevin's defects may have been, there was not a trace of pretense about him. Therefore the children evinced toward him the same friendliness that they saw in their mother's face. The two eldest, responding to his invitation, at once jumped out to him and ran with him as they would have done with their nurse, Miss Howell, or their mother. Lily wanted to go too, and her mother handed her to him. He put on his shoulder and ran on. Don't be afraid, Darya Alexandrovna. There's no fear of my hurting or dropping her," said he, smiling brightly at the mother. And as she looked at his easy, strong, considerate, careful, and ultra-cautious movements, the mother lost her fears and looked at them with a smile of approval. Here in the country, among the children, and in the company of Dolly, whom he found very congenial, Lievin's spirits rose to that childlike merriment Dolly liked so much in him. He ran about with the children, taught them gymnastics, amused Miss Howell by his broken English, and talked to Dolly about his rural occupations. After dinner, left alone with him on the veranda, Dolly alluded to Kitty. "Do you know Kitty is coming here to spend the summer with me?" "Really?" said he, flushing up. And to change the subject, he at once added, "Well then, shall I send you 2 cows? If you insist on squaring accounts, pay me 5 rubles a month if your conscience allows it." "No, thank you. We're getting on all right now." "Well then, I will just have a look at your cows, and with your permission will give directions about the feeding. Everything depends on the feeding." To change the conversation, Lievin went on to explain to Dolly a theory of dairy farming which maintained that a cow was only a machine for the transformation of fodder into milk, and so on. While saying all that, he was passionately longing and yet dreading to hear every particular concerning Kitty. He feared that the peace of mind he had acquired with so much effort might be destroyed. "Yes, but all that has to be looked after, and who is going to do it?" remarked Dolly unwillingly. Having, with Matryona Filimonovna's help, got her household into working order, she did not care to make any change. Besides, she had no confidence in Levin's knowledge of farming. Arguments about cows being milk-producing machines did not commend themselves to her, for she imagined that such arguments were calculated only to interfere with farming. All these matters appeared much simpler to her. All that was necessary, as Matryona Filimonovna said, was to give Spotty and White Flank more food and drink, and to see that the cook did not take the kitchen refuse to the laundress for her cow. That was clear. But arguments about cereal and grass-feeding were questionable and vague. And above all, she was anxious to talk about Kitty. Chapter 10. Kitty writes that she wishes for nothing so much as seclusion and quiet, said Dolly after a pause in the conversation. And her health? Is she better? Asked Levin anxiously. Yes, thank God, she has quite recovered. I never believed that she had lung trouble. Oh, I'm so glad, said Levin, and Dolly thought she saw something pathetic and helpless in his face as he said it, and then silently looked at her. Tell me, Konstantin Dmitrich, said Dolly with her kind, though slightly ironical smile. Why are you angry with Kitty? I? I'm not angry, said Levin. Yes, you are. Why did you not call either on us or on them when you were in Moscow? Darya Alexandrovna, said he, blushing to the roots of his hair, I'm surprised that one so kind as you are should not feel what the reason was. How is it that you have no pity for me, knowing, as you do— What do I know? You know I proposed and was rejected, muttered Levin, and the tenderness he had a moment ago felt for Kitty was changed into a feeling of anger at the insult. Why did you think I knew? Because everybody knows it. In that, at any rate, you are mistaken. I did not know it, though I had my suspicions. Well, anyhow, you know it now. All I knew was that something had happened that tormented her dreadfully, and she asked me never to speak about it. And since she had not told me, she won't have told anybody. Well, what did happen between you? Tell me. I've told you what happened. When was it? When I last visited you. Do you know, said Dolly, I am terribly, terribly sorry for her. You are suffering only through pride. That may be, said Levin, but, she interrupted him, but for her, poor child, I am terribly, terribly sorry. Now I understand everything. Well, Darya Alexandrovna, please excuse me, he said, rising. Goodbye, Darya Alexandrovna. Au revoir. No, wait a bit, she answered, holding him by the sleeve. Wait a bit. Sit down. Please, don't let us talk about it, said he, sitting down again, conscious as he did so that a hope which he had thought dead and buried was waking and stirring within him. If I did not care for you, Dolly went on, the tears rising to her eyes, if I did not know you as well as I do— The feeling that seemed dead was coming to life again, rising and taking possession of Levin's heart. Yes, now I understand it all, continued Dolly. You can't understand it, you men who are free and have the choice. You always know for certain whom you love. But a young girl in a state of suspense with her feminine, maidenly delicacy, a girl who only knows you men from a distance and is obliged to take everything on trust, such a girl may and does sometimes feel that she does not know what to say. Yes, if her heart does not tell her. Oh no, the heart does tell her. But just imagine. You men having views on a girl come to the house, get to know her, observe her, and bide your time, and when you are quite certain that you love her, you propose. Well, it's not quite like that. Never mind, you propose when your love is ripe or when the balance falls in favor of one of those between whom your choice lies. But a girl is not asked. She's expected to choose for herself, yet she has no choice. She can only say yes or no. Yes, a choice between me and Vronsky, thought Levin. And the dead hope that had begun to revive in his soul died again and only weighed painfully on his heart. "Darya Alexandrovna," said he, "in that way one may choose a dress or purchases, anything, but not love. The choice is made, and so much the better. A repetition is impossible." "Oh, that pride," said Dolly, speaking as if she despised him for the meanness of his feelings compared to those which only women know. "When you proposed to Kitty, she was just in that state when it was impossible for her to give an answer. She was undecided between you and Vronsky. She saw him every day. You she had not seen for a long time. I admit that had she been older, I, for instance, could not have been undecided in her place. To me he was always repulsive, and so he is proved in the end." Levin recalled Kitty's answer. She had said, "No, it cannot be." "Darya Alexandrovna," he replied dryly, "I value your confidence in me, but think you are mistaken. Whether I am right or wrong, that pride which you so despise makes any thought of your sister impossible for me. Do you understand me? Perfectly impossible. I will only add just this. You understand that I am speaking about my sister, whom I love as much as my own children. I do not say she loves you. I only wish to tell you that her refusal proves nothing." "I don't know," said Levin, jumping up. "If you know how you hurt me. It is just as if you'd lost a child, and they kept on telling you, now he would have been so-and-so, and might be living, and you rejoicing in him, but he is dead, dead, dead." "How funny you are," said Dolly, regarding Levin's agitation with a sad yet mocking smile. "Yes, I understand it more and more," she added, meditatively. "Then you won't come to see us while Kitty is here?" "No, I won't. Of course I will not avoid her, but whenever I can I will try to save her the unpleasantness of meeting me." "You are very, very funny," Dolly repeated, looking tenderly into his face. "All right, then. Let it be as if nothing had been said about it." "What have you come for, Tanya?" said Dolly in French to her little girl who had just come in. "Where is my spade, Mamma?" "I am speaking French, and you must answer in French." The little girl had forgotten the French for spade, so her mother told her, and went on to say, still in French, where she would find the spade. All this was disagreeable to Levin. Nothing in Dolly's house or about her children seemed half as charming as before. "Why does she talk French with the children?" he thought. "How unnatural and false it is, and the children feel it. Teach them French and deprive them of sincerity," thought he, not knowing that Dolly had considered the point over and over again, and had decided that even to the detriment of their sincerity the children had to be taught French. "Where are you hurrying to? Stay a little longer." So Levin stayed to tea, though his bright spirits had quite vanished and he felt ill at ease. After tea he went out to tell his coachman to harness, and when he returned he found Dolly excited, a worried look on her face and tears in her eyes. In Lievin's absence, an event took place which suddenly put an end to the joy and pride that Dolly had been feeling all day. Grisha and Tanya had a fight about a ball. Dolly, hearing their screams, ran up to the nursery and found them in a dreadful state. Tanya was holding Grisha by the hair, and he, his face distorted with anger, was hitting her at random with his fists. Dolly's heart sank when she saw this. A shadow seemed to have fallen on her life. She recognized that these children of whom she had been so proud were not only quite ordinary, but even bad and ill-bred children with coarse animal inclinations, in fact, vicious children. She could think and speak of nothing else, and yet could not tell Lievin her trouble. Lievin saw that she was unhappy, and tried to comfort her by saying that it did not prove that anything was wrong with them, that all children fought. But as he spoke, he thought to himself, "No, I'll not humbug my children, and won't speak French with them. But I shan't have children like these. All that is needed is not to spoil or pervert children, and then they will be splendid. No, my children will not be like these." He said goodbye and left, and she did not try to detain him any longer. Chapter 11. In the middle of July, the elder from the village belonging to Lievin's sister, which lay 15 miles from Pokrovsk, came to see Lievin and report on business matters and on the hay harvest. The chief income from his sister's estate was derived from the meadows, which were flooded every spring. In former years, the peasants used to buy the grass, paying 7 rubles per acre for it. When Lievin took over the management of the estate, he looked into the matter, and concluding that the grass was worth more, fixed the price at 8 rubles. The peasants would not pay so much, and Lievin suspected them of keeping other buyers off. Then he went there himself and arranged to have the harvest gathered in partly by hired labourers and partly by peasants paid in kind. The local men opposed this innovation by all the means in their power, but the plan succeeded, and in the first year the meadows brought in almost double. The next and third years the peasants still held out, and the harvest was got in by the same means. But this year the peasants had agreed to get the harvest in and take 1/3 of all the hay in payment. Now the elder had come to inform Lievin that the hay was all made, and that for fear of rain he had asked the steward to come, and in his presence had apportioned the hay and had already stacked 11 stacks of the landlord's share. From the elder's vague replies to Lievin's questions as to how much hay the largest meadow had yielded, from his haste to apportion the hay without waiting for permission, and from the general tone of the peasant, Lievin knew that there was something not quite square about the apportionment, and decided to go and investigate the matter himself. Lievin arrived at his sister's village at noon and left his horse with a friendly old peasant, the husband of his brother's nurse. Wishing to hear particulars of the hay harvest from this old man, Lievin went to speak to him in his apiary. Parmionich, a loquacious, handsome old man, welcomed Lievin joyfully, showed him over his homestead and told him all about the swarming of his bees that year. But to Lievin's questions about the hay harvest he gave vague and reluctant answers. This still further confirmed Lievin's suspicions. He went to inspect the hay, examined the stacks, and saw that there could not be 50 cartloads in each. To put the peasant to the proof, Lievin ordered the carts on which the hay was being moved to be fetched, and one of the stacks to be carried to the barn. There were only 32 loads in the stack. In spite of the elder's explanations that the hay had been loose but had settled down in the stacks, and his swearing that all had been done in a godly way, Lievin insisted that the hay had been apportioned without his order, and that he would not accept the stacks as containing 50 loads each. After lengthy disputes, it was settled that the peasants themselves should take those 11 stacks, counting them as 50 loads each, and that the owner's share should be measured afresh. These disputes and the apportioning of the haycocks went on till it was time for the evening meal. When the last of the hay had been apportioned, Lievin entrusted the rest of the supervision to the steward and seated himself on a haycock marked with a willow branch, looking with enjoyment at the meadow teeming with busy people. Before him, within the bend of the river, beyond a marsh, moved a line of gaily clad women, merrily chattering in their ringing voices, while the scattered hay was quickly forming into grey, waving ridges on the light green meadow. Men with hay forks followed the women, and the ridges grew into tall, wide and light haycocks. To the left, carts rattled along the bare meadow, and one after another the haycocks vanished, picked up in enormous forkfuls, and their places were taken by heavy carts, with their huge loads of scented hay overhanging the horses' backs. "Make hay while the sun shines, and you'll have plenty," remarked the old beekeeper, sitting down beside Levin. "More like tea than hay. See them picking it up like ducklings picking up the food you've thrown to them," he added, pointing to where the hay was being loaded on the carts. "They've carted a good half since dinner time. Is that the last?" he shouted to a lad who was driving past, standing on the front of a cart and flicking the ends of his hempen reins. "The last one, father," shouted the lad, reining in the horse and smilingly turning to a rosy young woman who, also smiling, sat inside the cart. Then he drove on again. "Who's that? Your son?" asked Levin. "My youngest," replied the old man with a smile of affection. "Fine fellow." "Not a bad lad. And already married?" "Yes, just over 2 years." "Have you any children?" "Children? All the first year he didn't understand anything, and we chaffed him," answered the old man. "Well, this is hay. Regular tea," said he again, in order to change the subject. Levin looked more attentively at Vanka Parmyonitch and his wife. They were loading their cart not far away. Vanka stood inside the cart, patting and stamping down evenly in the cart the enormous bales of hay which his young wife first passed to him in armfuls and then pitched up on the fork. The young woman was working with ease, cheerfulness and skill. The fork could not at once penetrate the broad-bladed, compressed hay, so she first loosened it with the prongs, then with a quick and springy movement, putting all the weight of her body on the fork, quickly straightened her red-girdled figure and stood erect, her full bosom thrown forward beneath the pinafore, and turning the fork dexterously, she pitched the hay high up into the cart. Vanka, with evident desire to save her every moment of unnecessary exertion, hurriedly caught the hay in his outspread arms and smoothed it evenly in the cart. When she had lifted the remaining hay to him with a rake, she shook the chaff from her neck, straightened the kerchief that had slipped from her forehead, which showed white where the sun had not reached it, and crawled under the cart to help rope up. Vanka showed her how to do this, and burst out laughing at something she said. Strong, young, newly awakened love shone in both their faces. Chapter 12. The hay was roped. Vanka jumped down and, taking the bridle, led away the good, well-fed horse. His wife threw her rake on top of the load, and swinging her arms went with vigorous steps to join the other women who had gathered in a circle. Having come out upon the road, Vanka took his place in the line of carts. The women, carrying their rakes over their shoulders, followed the carts, their coloured dresses gleaming brightly and their chatter ringing merrily. One of the women with a strange, gruff voice started a song and sang it to the end, when 50 powerful voices, some gruff and others shrill, all at once took it up with a will. The singing women were drawing nearer to Levin, and he felt as if a thundercloud of merriment were approaching. The cloud moved past, enveloping him and the haycock upon which he sat, and the other haycocks, the carts, the whole of the meadow, and the distant fields. They all seemed to vibrate and heave with the strains of that wild, madly merry song, interspersed with screams and whistling. Levin envied them their healthy gaiety and felt a wish to take part in that expression of the joy of living. But he could do nothing except lie and look and listen. When the company and their songs vanished out of sight and hearing, an oppressive feeling of discontent with his own lonely lot, his physical idleness and his hostility to the world overcame Levin. Some of those very peasants who had disputed with him about the hay, whom either he had wronged or who had tried to cheat him, those very peasants had bowed pleasantly to him, evidently not harbouring and unable to harbour any ill will toward him, being not only unrepentant, but even forgetful that they had been trying to cheat him. All had been drowned in the sea of their joyful common toil. God had given them the day and the strength, and both the day and the strength had been devoted to labour which had brought its own reward. For whom they had laboured and what the fruits of their labour would be was an extraneous and unimportant affair. Levin had often admired that kind of life, had often envied the folk who lived it. But that day, especially after what he had seen for the first time of the relations between Vanka Paramenyich and his young wife, it struck him that it depended on himself to change his wearisome, idle, and artificial personal life for that pure, delightful life of common toil. The old man who had been sitting beside him had long since gone home. The peasants who lived nearby had also gone home, and those from a distance had gathered together to have supper and spend the night in the meadow. Levin, unnoticed by them, still lay on the haycock, looking, listening and thinking. The peasants who were staying in the meadow kept awake almost all the short summer night. At first the sounds of merry general talk and shouts of laughter over their supper could be heard, then songs and more laughter. The whole long day of toil had left upon them no trace of anything but merriment. Just before dawn all became silent. The sounds of night, the ceaseless croaking of frogs, the snorting of horses through the morning mist over the meadow, could alone be heard. Awaking to reality, Levin rose from his haycock and, glancing up at the stars, realized that the night was nearly over. Well then, what shall I do? How shall I do it? He asked himself, trying to find expression for what he had been thinking and the feelings he had lived through in that short night. All his ideas and feelings separated themselves into three different lines of thought. The first was how to renounce his old life and discard his quite useless education. This renunciation would afford him pleasure and was quite easy and simple. The second was concerned with his notion of the life he now wished to lead. He was distinctly conscious of the simplicity, purity, and rightness of that life, and was convinced that in it he would find satisfaction, peace, and dignity, the absence of which was so painful to him. But the third thought was the question of how to make the change from his present life to that other one. And here no clear idea presented itself to his mind. Should he have a wife? Should he have work and the necessity to work? Should he leave Pokrovsk, buy land, join a peasant commune, marry a peasant girl? How am I to do it? He again asked himself, and could find no reply. However, I have not slept all night and can't render a clear account of myself now, he thought. But I'll clear it up later. One thing is certain. This night has decided my fate. All my former dreams of a family life were nonsense. Not the right thing. Everything is much simpler and better than that. How beautiful, he thought, looking up at a strange mother-of-pearl-coloured shell formed of fleecy clouds in the centre of the sky just over his head. How lovely everything is, this lovely night. And how did this shell get formed so quickly? A little while ago, when I looked at the sky, all was clear but for two white strips. My views of life have changed in just the same unnoticeable way. Leaving the meadow, he went down the high road toward the village. A slight breeze was blowing, and all looked grey and dull. There is generally a period of gloom just before daybreak and the complete triumph of light over darkness. Shivering with cold, Levin walked rapidly with his eyes fixed on the ground. "What's that? Who can it be coming?" thought he, hearing the tinkling of bells and raising his head. At a distance of 40 paces along the road on which he was walking, he saw a coach with 4 horses abreast and luggage on top approaching him. The horses were pressing close together away from the ruts, but the skillful driver, sitting sideways on the box, guided them so that the coach wheels ran smoothly in the ruts. That was all Levin noticed, and without wondering who might be inside, he glanced in at the window absent-mindedly. In one corner an elderly woman was dozing, and close to the window sat a young girl who had just wakened and was holding the ribbons of her white nightcap with both hands. Bright and thoughtful, full of that complicated refinement of a life to which Levin was a stranger, she looked across him at the glow of dawn. At the very moment when this vision was about to disappear, her candid eyes fell on him. She recognized him, and joyful surprise lit up her face. He could not be mistaken. There were no other eyes in the world like them. In the whole world there was only one being able to unite in itself the universe and the meaning of life for him. It was Kitty. He guessed that she was on her way from the station to her sister's house at Ereboshevo. All that had so disturbed Levin during the sleepless night and all his resolutions vanished suddenly. He recalled with disgust his thoughts of marrying a peasant girl. There, alone, inside that coach on the other side of the road, so rapidly receding from him, was the one possible solution of that riddle which had been weighing on him so painfully of late. She did not look out again. The sound of the wheels could no longer be heard. The tinkling of the bells grew fainter. The barking of dogs proved that the coach was passing through the village, and only the empty fields, the village before him, and he himself walking solitary on the deserted road, were left. He looked up at the sky, hoping to find there the shell he had been admiring, which had typified for him the reflections and feelings of the night. There, in the unfathomable height, a mystic change was going on, and he could see no sign of anything like a shell, but a large cover of gradually diminishing fleecy cloudlets was spreading over half the sky, which had turned blue and grown brighter. It answered his questioning look with the same tenderness and the same remoteness. "Now," said he to himself, "beautiful as is that life of simplicity and toil, I cannot turn to it. I love, Chapter 13. None but those who knew Karenin most intimately knew that this apparently cold and sober-minded man had one weakness quite inconsistent with the general trend of his character. Karenin could not with equanimity hear or see a child or a woman weeping. The sight of tears upset him and made him quite incapable of reasoning. The chief of his staff and his secretary knew this, and warned women who came with petitions that they should on no account give way to tears if they did not want to spoil their case. "He will get angry and won't listen to you," they said, and in such cases the mental perturbation which tears produced in Karenin really found expression in hurried bursts of anger. "I can do nothing for you. Kindly go away," he would shout on these occasions. When Anna, on their way home from the races, announced to him what her relations with Vronsky were, and immediately hid her face in her hands and began crying, Karenin, despite his indignation with her, was as usual overcome by that mental perturbation. Being aware of this and of the fact that any expression he could at that moment find for his feelings would be incompatible with the situation, he tried to conceal all signs of life within himself and neither moved nor looked at her. That was the cause of the strange, death-like look on his face which had so struck Anna. When they reached home, he helped her out of the carriage and took leave of her with his usual courtesy, uttering non-committal words. He said he would let her know his decision next day. His wife's words, confirming as they did his worst suspicions, had given Karenin a cruel pain in his heart. This pain was rendered more acute by physical pity for her, evoked by her tears. But when alone in the carriage, to his surprise and joy, he felt completely relieved of that pity and of the suspicions and jealousy that had lately so tormented him. He felt like a man who has just had a tooth drawn which has been hurting him a long time. After terrible pain and a sensation as if something enormous, bigger than his whole head, were being pulled out of his jaw, he feels, scarcely believing in his happiness, that the thing which has so long been poisoning his life and engrossing his attention no longer exists, and that it is possible again to live, think, and be interested in other things. What Karenin experienced was a feeling of this kind. It had been a strange and terrible pain, but it was past, and he felt he could again live and think of other things beside his wife. Without honor, without heart, without religion. A depraved woman. I knew it and could see it all along, though I tried out of pity for her to deceive myself, thought he. And it really seemed to him that he had always seen it. He recalled all the details of their past life, and details which he had not previously considered wrong now proved to him clearly that she had always been depraved. I made a mistake when I wound up my life with hers, but in my mistake there was nothing blameworthy. Therefore I ought not to be unhappy. It is not I who am guilty, he said to himself, but it is she. She does not concern me. She does not exist for me. What would happen to her and to her son, toward whom his feelings had changed as they had toward her, no longer occupied his mind. The one thing that preoccupied him was the question of how he could best divest himself of the mud with which she, in her fall, had bespattered him, of how to do it in the way which would be most decent, most convenient for him, and consequently fairest, and how he should continue his active, honest, and useful career. I ought not to be unhappy because a despicable woman has committed a crime, but I must find the best way out of this painful situation in which she has placed me. And find it I will, said he to himself, frowning more and more. And not the first, and shall not be the last. And without taking into account the historical instances of wives' unfaithfulness, beginning with Menelaus and La Madeleine, whose memory had just recently been fresh in everybody's mind, quite a number of cases of infidelity, the infidelity of modern wives, occurred to Karenin. Daryalov, Poltavsky, Prince Karibanov, Count Baskodin, Dram, yes, even Dram, that honest, business-like fellow. Semyonov, Chagin, Sigonin. He passed them in review. It's true a kind of unreasonable ridicule falls on these men, but I never could see it in any other light than as a misfortune, and felt nothing but sympathy, Karenin reflected, though it was not true. He had never felt any sympathy of the kind, and the more cases he had come across of husbands being betrayed by their wives, the better the opinion he had had of himself. It is a misfortune that may befall anyone, and it has befallen me. The only question is how best to face the situation. And he began mentally reviewing the courses pursued by other men in similar positions. Daryalov fought a duel. In his youth, Karenin had been particularly attracted by the idea of dueling, just because he was physically a timid man and was quite aware of it. He could not think without horror of a pistol being levelled at him, and had never used any kind of weapon. This horror had, in his youth, often induced him to take mental measure of his strength, in case he should ever be confronted by a situation in which it would be necessary to face danger. Since, however, he had achieved success and gained a firm position in the world, he had long forgotten that feeling. But the old habit now revived and claimed its own, and the fear of being a coward was again so strong that he considered this point a long time, and flattered his vanity with the idea of a duel, though he knew beforehand that he would on no account fight one. Of course, our society is still so uncivilized, not as in England. The very many, among the many were those whose opinion Karenin particularly valued, would regard a duel as the right thing. But what object would be gained? Supposing I challenged him, continued Karenin, and vividly picturing to himself the night he would spend after the challenge and the sensation of having a pistol pointed at him, he shuddered and realized he would never do it. Supposing, he went on, they showed me how to do it, placed me, and I pulled the trigger. He closed his eyes, and it turned out that I had killed him. And he shook his head to drive away the stupid thought. What sense is there in killing a man in order to define one's relations with a guilty wife and a son? Nevertheless, I shall have to decide what to do with her. But what is even more likely and sure to happen is that I should be killed or wounded. Then I, an innocent man, should be the victim. That would be still more senseless. And this is not all. A challenge from me would not be an honest action. Do I not know beforehand that my friends would never allow me to go so far as to fight a duel, would not allow a statesman whom Russia needs to expose himself to danger? What then would happen? This would happen. I, knowing beforehand that matters would never be allowed to reach a dangerous point, should have challenged a man in order to cover myself with false glamour. That would be dishonest, it would be false, it would be deceiving myself as well as others. No, a duel is unthinkable, and no one expects it of me. My aim is to safeguard my reputation, which I need for the uninterrupted pursuit of my career. His official pursuits, which had always appeared essential to Karenin, now assumed even greater importance. Having considered and rejected the idea of a duel, Karenin turned his thoughts to divorce, the next expedient of which some of the wronged husbands he remembered had availed themselves. Going over all the cases of divorce he knew, there were very many, and in the highest society with which he was well acquainted, Karenin could not recall one in which the purpose of the divorce was the one he had in view. In all these cases the husband had ceded or sold the unfaithful wife, and the very person who, according to law, had no right to remarry entered into fictitious, pseudo-legal relations with a pretended husband. Karenin saw that in his own case it would be impossible to obtain a legal divorce, that is, a divorce in which the guilty wife would be simply cast off. He knew that in their complex conditions of life it would not be possible to obtain those coarse proofs of a wife's infidelity which the law demanded. He knew that in that life there was a certain convention of refinement which would not allow him to bring forward such proofs had they existed, because such an action would make him sink even lower than she in public opinion. To attempt a divorce could only lead to a lawsuit and a scandal which would give his enemies great opportunity for calumny and would lower his high position in society. The chief object of his life, the settling of conditions with the least possible amount of disturbance, could not be furthered by divorce. Besides, it was evident that as a consequence of divorce, the wife would break off relations with her husband and unite with her lover. In Karenin's soul, however, despite the complete and contemptuous indifference he thought he felt for his wife, there was one feeling left with regard to her, an objection to her being in a position to unite unhindered with Vronsky, so making her crime advantageous to her. The very thought of it irritated him to such an extent that he groaned with inner pain, rose and changed his place in the carriage, and for a long while after that he sat wrapping his fluffy rug round his bony, easily chilled legs. Besides a formal divorce, it would be possible to act as Garibanov, Paskodin, and that good-natured Drown did, and just separate, he resumed when he had grown calm again. But this measure would have all the inconvenience of a divorce scandal and would throw his wife into Vronsky's arms just in the same way. "Oh, it is impossible, impossible," he said aloud, again wrapping the rug round his legs. "I cannot be unhappy, but she and he must not be happy." The jealousy that had tormented him during the period of uncertainty had left him when his wife's words had with great pain drawn that aching tooth. But another feeling had now taken the place of the jealousy. It was a wish that his wife's guilt should meet with retribution. He did not acknowledge it to himself, but in the depths of his soul he wished her to suffer for impairing his peace of mind and his honor. And having reviewed the possibilities of a duel, of divorce, and of separation, and having again rejected them, Karenin came to the conclusion that there was only one course to be followed: to keep her with him, hiding from the world what had happened, and taking all necessary steps to put a stop to her love affair, and above all, though he did not confess this to himself, to punish her. "I must inform her of my decision that after considering the painful situation in which she has placed her family, I think that an external status quo would be better for both parties than any other expedient, and that I am prepared to keep to that on the strict understanding on her part that she will obey my will and break off relations with her lover." In confirmation of this decision, after it had already been reached, another powerful argument occurred to Karenin. "It is only by this course that I can conform with religion," said he to himself. "It is the only way that makes it possible for me not to disown my guilty wife and to give her a chance of repenting, and even, painful as it will be, to devote part of my powers to her redemption." Though Karenin knew that he could have no moral influence on his wife, that all his attempts to redeem her would lead to nothing but lies, and although during the painful moments he had lived through he had not once thought of seeking guidance in religion, now that his decision was, as he imagined, in conformity with religion, its sanction afforded him great satisfaction and even some comfort. It was pleasant to think that no one would have a right to say that in such an important crisis in his life he had not acted in accordance with that religion whose banner he had always held aloft amid general coldness and indifference. Proceeding to consider further details, Karenin could not even see why his relations with his wife should not remain almost the same as before. He could, of course, never again revive his respect for her. But there was no occasion for him to spoil his own life and to suffer just because she had proved a bad and unfaithful wife. Yes, time goes on, and time, which cures everything, will restore the old conditions, said Karenin to himself. That is, it will restore them insofar that I shall not have this worry during the rest of my life. She must be unhappy. But I am not guilty, and therefore I cannot suffer. Chapter 14. By the time he reached Petersburg, Karenin had not only resolved to keep to his decision, but had mentally composed a letter to his wife. On entering the hall of his house, he glanced at the letters and papers which had been sent from the ministry and ordered them to be brought into his study. "Tell him to unharness, and no one is to be admitted," he said in answer to the hall porter's inquiry, accentuating with a certain pleasure the word admitted. It was a sign that he was in good spirits. He paced twice up and down his study and then halted at the gigantic writing table on which his valet had already lit 6 candles. Cracking his fingers, he sat down and arranged his writing materials. With his elbow on the table and his head bent to one side, he sat and thought for a minute, and then wrote without an instant's pause. He did not begin by addressing her, and wrote in French, using the plural pronoun you, which in French does not sound as cold and distant as it does in Russian. "During our last conversation, I expressed my intention of communicating my decision with reference to the subject of that conversation. Having carefully and fully considered everything, I now write to fulfill my promise. My decision is as follows. Whatever your actions may have been, I do not consider myself justified in severing the bonds with which a higher power has united us. A family must not be broken up through the caprice, perversity, or even crime of one of the married couple, and our life must go on as heretofore. This is unavoidable for my sake, for yours, and for that of our son. I am perfectly convinced that you have repented and are repenting of the action which has led to this letter, and will completely cooperate with me to eradicate the cause of our discord and to forget the past. If not, you can yourself foresee what awaits you and your son. I hope to talk all this over with you in more detail at a personal interview. As the summer season is drawing to a close, I would ask you to return to Petersburg as soon as possible, and not later than Tuesday. All necessary preparations shall be made for your return. I beg you to note that I attach importance to this request of mine. A. Karenin. P.S. I enclose some money which you may need for your expenses." He read the letter over and was satisfied with it, especially with having remembered to enclose the money. There was not a single cruel word or threat in it, yet it was not yielding in tone. Above all, it provided a golden bridge for her to return by. Having folded the letter, smoothed it out with a massive ivory paper knife and put it and the money in an envelope, with the pleasure that the use of his well-arranged writing appliances always caused him, he rang. "Give this to the messenger and tell him to take it to the country, to Anna Arkadyevna tomorrow," he said, and got up. "Yes, Your Excellency." "Shall tea be served in the study?" Karenin assented, and toying with his paper knife went to his armchair beside which a lamp was burning, and a French book about the Ugibin tables was lying ready. Above the armchair hung a beautifully painted portrait of Anna by a celebrated artist. To Karenin, the splendidly painted black lace on the head, the black hair, and the beautiful white hand with many rings on the 3rd finger suggested something intolerably bold and provocative. After looking at the portrait for about a minute, he shuddered, and his lips trembled and made a sound like "bleh" as he turned away. He sat down hurriedly and opened his book. He tried to read, but could not awaken in himself the lively interest he had felt for the Ugibin tables. His eyes were on the book, but he was thinking about something else. He was not thinking of his wife, but of a complication that had recently arisen in his official activity, and at present constituted the chief interest of his work. He felt that he now saw more deeply than ever into that complication, and that a capital idea, he might say that without flattering himself, had occurred to him which would disentangle the whole business, raise him in his official career, upset his enemies, and therefore be of the greatest value to the state. As soon as the footman who had brought in the tea had left the room, Karenin rose and went to the writing table. Drawing toward himself the portfolio of current affairs, With a scarcely perceptible smile of self-satisfaction, he took a pencil from the stand and became absorbed in reading some intricate papers he had sent for relating to the impending complication. The complication was this. Karenin's official peculiarity, his characteristic trait, every successful official has his special trait, which, together with his determined ambition, self-restraint, honesty, and self-confidence, had made him successful, consisted in a contempt for red tape, a curtailment of correspondence, economy, and, as far as possible, a direct relation with real facts. It so happened that the important committee of June the 2nd had brought before it the question of irrigation in the Zaraisk province, which belonged to Karenin's department, and presented a striking example of unproductive expenditure and useless red tape methods. Karenin knew that this was really so. The field irrigation of the Zaraisk province had been started by the predecessor of Karenin's predecessor. A great deal of money had been and was being spent quite unproductively on that business, and it was evident that the scheme would lead to nothing. When Karenin had first taken up his present post, he had at once realized this and had wished to stop it. But till he felt himself firmly seated, he knew that it would not be wise to do so, as too many interests were involved. Afterwards, being occupied with other matters, he had simply forgotten the business. Like all such matters, it went on of itself, by inertia. Many people lived by it, especially one very moral and musical family in which the daughters all played stringed instruments. Karenin was acquainted with that family and gave away one of the daughters at her marriage. The raising of this question by a hostile department was, in Karenin's opinion, dishonest, because in every ministry there were still graver matters which, out of recognized official decency, no one ever questioned. But since the gauntlet had been thrown down, he would take it up boldly and would demand the appointment of a special committee to investigate and report upon the work of the Committee of Irrigation in the Zaraisk province. But at the same time he would not yield an inch to those gentlemen who had raised the question. He would demand the appointment of a special committee to inquire into the case of the subject races in that province. The case of the subject races had been accidentally raised at the committee of 2nd of June, and had been energetically insisted on by Karenin as a matter of urgency in view of their wretched condition. At the committee, this question had caused conflict between several ministries. The ministry opposed to Karenin had argued that the condition of the subject races was most flourishing, and that the projected rearrangement might destroy their prosperity, while, if there was really anything unsatisfactory, it all resulted from the neglect by Karenin's department of the measures prescribed by the law. Now Karenin meant to demand, first, that a new commission should be formed to investigate locally the conditions of the subject races. Secondly, should those conditions prove to be such as they appeared to be from the official reports already received, that another scientific commission should be appointed to study the causes of this deplorable condition of the subject races in the following aspects: A. Political, B. Administrative, C. Economic, D. Ethnographic, E. Material, and F. Religious. Thirdly, that information should be demanded from the hostile department concerning the measures it had taken during the last 10 years to avert the unfavourable conditions to which the subject races were now exposed. And fourthly, that the department in question should be required to explain why it had acted in direct contradiction to the meaning of the fundamental and organic law, volume Article 18 and footnote to Article 36, as appeared from the statements submitted to the committee and numbered 17015 and 18308 of 5th of December 1863 and 7th of June 1864. A flush of animation suffused Karenin's face as he rapidly wrote out a summary of these ideas. Having covered a sheet of foolscap, he rose, rang, and sent off a note to his chief secretary, asking for some necessary references that had to be looked up. After walking up and down the room, he again looked at the portrait, frowned, and smiled contemptuously. He once more took up the book on the Ugibin tables, and having reawakened an interest in them, at 11 o'clock went to bed, and when, as he lay there, he remembered what had occurred with his wife, it no longer appeared to him in such gloomy colours. Chapter 15. Though Anna had angrily and obstinately contradicted Vronsky when he said that her position was an impossible one, in the depths of her soul she felt that the situation was a false one, and wished with all her heart to put an end to it. On her way back from the races, in a moment of excitement, in spite of the pain it caused her, she had told her husband everything, and she was glad she had done so. After he left her, she told herself that she was glad she had told him, that now everything would be definite. At any rate, the falsehood and deception would no longer exist. She thought it quite certain that her position would be cleared up for good. Her new position might be a bad one, but it would be definite, and there would be no vagueness or falsehood. The pain she had inflicted on herself and her husband would now, she thought, be compensated for by the fact that the matter would be settled. She saw Vronsky that same evening, but did not tell him what had passed between her and her husband, though he would have to be told before her position could be settled. When she woke up in the morning, the first thing that came into her mind was what she had said to her husband, and it now appeared so terrible that she could not understand how she had been able to utter such strange and coarse words, and could not imagine what result they would have. But the words had been spoken, and Karenin had gone away without saying anything. I saw Vronsky and did not tell him. Just as he was going away, I wished to call him back and tell him, but changed my mind, because my not having done so at first would have appeared strange. Why did I not tell him? And in answer to this question, a hot blush of shame spread all over her face. She knew what had stopped her, knew she had been ashamed. The situation which the night before had appeared to be clearing up now seemed quite hopeless. She dreaded the disgrace which she had not considered before. When she thought of what her husband would do, the most terrible fancies came into her head. She fancied that presently the steward would come and turn her out of the house, and that her disgrace would be proclaimed to all the world. She asked herself where she would go when turned out, and found no answer. When she thought about Vronsky, she imagined that he did not love her, that he was beginning to find her a burden, and that she could not offer herself to him, and in consequence she felt hostile toward him. She felt as if the words she had used to her husband, which she kept repeating in imagination, had been said by her to everyone, and that everyone had heard them. She had not the courage to look into the eyes of the people she lived with. She could not make up her mind to call her maid, and still less to go down and face her son and his governess. The maid, who had long been listening at the door, at last came in of her own accord. Anna looked inquiringly into her eyes and blushed with alarm. The maid begged pardon and said she thought she had heard the bell. She brought a dress and a note. The note was from Betsy, who reminded her that she, Betsy, was that day expecting Lisa Merkalova and the Baroness Stolz with their admirers Kalutsky and old Stremov to a game of croquet. "Do come, if only to study manners and customs. I expect you," she wrote in conclusion. Anna read the note and sighed deeply. "I don't want anything at all," she said to Anushka, who was moving the bottles and brushes on the dressing table. "I will get dressed and come down at once. I want nothing at all." Anushka went out, but Anna did not get dressed. She remained in the same position, with head and arms drooping. Every now and then her whole body shuddered as she tried to make some movement or to say something, and then became rigid again. "Oh, my God, she kept repeating, but neither the word God or my had any meaning for her. The thought of seeking comfort in religion, though she had never doubted the truth of the religion in which she had been brought up, was as foreign to her as asking Karenin for help would have been. She knew that she could find no help in religion unless she was prepared to give up that which alone gave a meaning to her life. She was not only disturbed, but was beginning to be afraid of a new mental condition such as she had never before experienced. She felt as if everything was being doubled in her soul, just as objects appear doubled to weary eyes. Sometimes she could not tell what she feared and what she desired. Whether she feared and desired what had been or what would be, and what it was she desired, she did not know. "Oh dear, what am I doing?" she said to herself suddenly, feeling pain in both sides of her head. When she came to her senses, she found that she was clutching her hair and pressing her temples with both hands. She jumped up and began pacing up and down the room. "Coffee is ready, and Mademoiselle and Tsaretsa are waiting," said Annushka, coming in again and finding Anna in the same position. "Tsaretsa? What of Tsaretsa?" Anna asked, reviving suddenly, as for the first time that morning she remembered the existence of her son. "It seems he's got into trouble," answered Annushka with a smile. "Into trouble? Ah. You had some peaches in the corner room. It seems he's eaten one of them on the quiet." The thought of her son at once took Anna out of the hopeless condition she had been in. She remembered that partly sincere but greatly exaggerated role of a mother living for her son, which she had assumed during the last 5 years, and felt with joy that in the position in which she found herself, she had still one stay independent of her relations with her husband and Vronsky. That stay was her son. Whatever position she might accept, she could not give up her son. Let her husband disgrace her, let Vronsky grow cold toward her and continue to live his own independent life. Again she thought of him with bitterness and reproach. She could not give up her son. She had an aim in life, and must act so as to ensure her position toward her son while they had not yet taken him from her. She must take him away. That was the only thing to do at present. She must be calm and escape from this terrible situation. The thought of decided action concerned with her son, of going away somewhere with him, made her feel calmer. She dressed quickly, and with determined steps entered the drawing-room, where Tsaretsa and his governess were waiting breakfast for her as usual. Tsaretsa, dressed all in white, was standing by a table under a looking-glass and arranging some flowers he had brought with bent head and back, showing that strained attention familiar to her in which he resembled his father. His governess was looking exceptionally stern. Tsaretsa exclaimed in a piercing voice, as he often did, "Ah, Mamma!" and stopped, hesitating whether to go and bid her good morning and leave the flowers, or to finish the crown he was making and take it to her. The governess began to give a long and detailed account of his misconduct, but Anna did not listen to her. She was wondering whether to take her also or not. "No, I won't," she decided. "I will go alone with my son." "Yes, that was very wrong," said Anna, and putting her hand on his shoulder she looked at him not with a severe, but with a timid expression which confused and gladdened the boy. She kissed him. "Leave him to me," she said to the astonished governess, and still holding his hand she sat down at the breakfast table. "Mamma, I," he said, trying to find out from her face what he was to expect for eating the peach. "Tsaretsa," she said as soon as the governess had gone away. "It was wrong. But you won't do it again? You love me?" She felt the tears coming into her eyes. "As if I could help loving him," she said to herself, looking into his frightened and yet happy face. "And is it possible that he would take sides with his father to torment me?" The tears were already streaming down her cheeks, and in order to hide them she jumped up abruptly and went out onto the veranda. After the thunderstorms of the last few days, the weather had grown clear and cold. She shivered with cold, and with the terror that seized her with new power out in the open air. "Go to Mariette," she said to Tsaretsa, who had come out after her, and she began pacing up and down the straw matting of the veranda. "Is it possible that they could not forgive me, or understand that it could not have been otherwise?" she asked herself. She stopped and looked at the crown of an aspen trembling in the wind, with its clean-washed leaves glistening brilliantly in the cold sunshine. And she felt that they would not forgive, that everybody would now be as pitiless toward her as the sky and the trees. And again she felt that duality in her soul. No, I must not think, she said to herself. I must get ready to go. Where? When? Whom shall I take with me? To Moscow? Yes, by the evening train, with Anushka and Seretsa, and with only the most necessary things. But first I must write to both of them. She quickly went to her sitting room and wrote to her husband. After what has happened, I can no longer remain in your house. I am going away and taking my son. I do not know the law, and therefore I do not know to which of his parents a son must be left. But I am taking him because I cannot live without him. Be generous and leave him to me. Up to that point she wrote quickly and naturally. But the appeal to his generosity, in which she did not believe, and the necessity of finishing the letter with something moving, stopped her. I cannot speak of my fault and my repentance because... She stopped again, unable to connect her thoughts. No, I will say nothing, she thought, tore out the letter, rewrote it, omitting the reference to his generosity, and sealed it. The other letter she meant to write was to Vronsky. I have informed my husband, she began, and was unable to write any more. It seemed so coarse and unwomanly. Besides, what can I write to him? She asked herself, and again she blushed with shame. She thought of his calmness, and a feeling of vexation with him made her tear the paper to pieces with the one sentence written on it. There is no need to write anything, she thought, closed her blotting book, went upstairs to tell the governess and the servant that she was going to Moscow that evening, and then began packing. Chapter 16. In all the rooms of the country house, porters, gardeners, and footmen went about carrying out the things. Cupboards and chests of drawers stood open. Twice the nearest shop had been sent to for balls of string. The floor was strewn with newspapers. 2 trunks, several bags, and some strapped-up rugs had been taken down to the hall. A closed carriage and 2 izvozchiks were waiting at the front porch. Anna, who had forgotten her agitation while she was working, stood at a table in the sitting-room packing her handbag when Anushka drew her attention to the noise of approaching carriage wheels. Anna looked out and saw Karenin's messenger in the porch, ringing the bell. "Go and see what it is," she said, and, calmly prepared for anything, sat down in an easy-chair and folded her hands on her knees. A footman brought her a thick envelope addressed in her husband's handwriting. "The messenger has been told to wait for an answer," he said. "All right," she replied, and as soon as he had gone, she tore open the envelope with trembling fingers. A packet of new, still unfolded notes in a paper band fell out. She unfolded the letter and read the end first. "All necessary preparations shall be made for your return. I beg you will note that I attach importance to this request of mine," she read. Having glanced through it, she went back and read it again from the beginning. When she had finished, she felt cold and knew that a more dreadful misfortune had befallen her than she had ever expected. She had that morning repented of having told her husband and wished it were possible to unsay her words. And here was a letter treating her words as unsaid and giving her what she had desired. But now the letter appeared more terrible than anything she could have imagined. "He's in the right. He's in the right," she muttered. "Of course he always is in the right. He is a Christian. He is magnanimous. Yes, a mean, horrid man. and no one but I understands or will understand it, and I cannot explain it. They say he's a religious, moral, honest, and wise man, but they do not see what I have seen. They do not know how for 8 years he has been smothering my life, smothering everything that was alive in me, that he never once thought I was a live woman in need of love. They do not know how at every step he hurt me and remained self-satisfied. I not tried with all my might to find a purpose in my life? Have I not tried to love him, tried to love my son when I could no longer love my husband? But the time came when I understood that I could no longer deceive myself, that I am alive and cannot be blamed, but because God made me so, that I want to love and to live. Now, if he killed me, if he had killed him, I would have borne anything, I would have forgiven anything, but no, he... How was it I did not guess what he would do? He will do what is consistent with his low nature. He will be in the right, but as for me, who am already disgraced, he will disgrace me more and more. You can yourself foresee what awaits you when your son, she repeated the words of the letter. That is a threat that he will take my son from me, and probably their stupid laws will permit it. But don't I know why he said it? He does not believe in my love for my son, or he despises it. He always did snigger at it. He despises that feeling of mine, but he knows that I will not give up my son, that I cannot give him up, that without my son I cannot live even with the man I love, that if I forsook my son I should act like a horrid, disreputable woman. He knows that, and knows that I have not the power to do it. Our life must go on as heretofore, she recalled another sentence of the letter. That life was painful before. Lately it had been dreadful. What will it be now? And he knows it all, knows that I cannot repent of breathing, of loving, knows that nothing but lies and deception can come of this arrangement, but he wants to continue to torture me. I know him. I know that he swims and delights in falsehood as a fish does in water. But no, I will not give him that pleasure. Come what will, I will break this web of lies in which he wishes to entangle me. Anything is better than lies and deception. But how? Oh, God! Was a woman ever as unhappy as I am? No, I shall break it off, she exclaimed, jumping up and forcing back her tears. And she went to the table to write him another note, though she knew in the depths of her soul that she would not have the strength to break anything off, nor to escape from her former position, however false and dishonest it might be. She sat down at her writing table, but instead of writing, she folded her arms on the table and put her head on them and began to cry, sobbing with her whole bosom heaving as a child cries. She wept because the hopes of clearing up and defining her position were destroyed forever. She knew beforehand that everything would remain as it was and would be even far worse than before. She felt that, insignificant as it had appeared that morning, the position she held in society was dear to her, and that she would not have the strength to change it for the degraded position of a woman who had forsaken husband and child and formed a union with her lover. That however much she tried, she could not become stronger than herself. She would never be able to feel the freedom of love, but would always be a guilty woman continually threatened with exposure, deceiving her husband for the sake of a shameful union with a man who was a stranger and independent of her, and with whom she could not live a united life. She knew that it would be so, and yet it was so terrible that she could not even imagine how it would end. And she cried, without restraint, like a punished child. The approaching step of the footman recalled her to herself, and hiding her face from him, she pretended to be writing. "The messenger is asking for the answer," he said. "The answer? Yes, Let him wait. I will ring, said Anna. What can I write? She thought. What can I decide alone? What do I know? What do I want? That I'm in love? And she felt again a schism in her soul, and again was frightened by the feeling. So she seized the first pretext for action that occurred to her to divert her thoughts from herself. I must see Alexei, as she called Vronsky in her thoughts. He alone can tell me what to do. I shall go to Betsy's and perhaps shall meet him there. Quite forgetting that the evening before, when she had told him that she was not going to the Princess Tverskaya's, he had replied that in that case he would not go either. She wrote to her husband, I have received your letter, A. Rang, and gave the note to the footman. We are not going, she said to Anushka, who had just come in. Not going at all? No, but don't unpack till tomorrow and let the carriage wait. I'm going to see the princess. What dress shall I put out? Chapter 17. The croquet match to which the Princess Tverskaya had invited Anna was to be played by two ladies and their admirers. The two ladies were the chief representatives of a choice New Petersburg circle called, in imitation of something, Les Sept Merveilles du Monde. These ladies belonged to a circle which, though higher, was entirely hostile to the set Anna frequented. Old Stremov, one of Petersburg's influential men and Lisa Merkalova's adorer, was also officially hostile to Karenin. These considerations had made Anna reluctant to come, and it was to her refusal that the hints in Princess Tverskaya's note had referred. But now the hope of seeing Vronsky had brought Anna. She arrived at the Princess Tverskaya's house before the other visitors. Just as she arrived, Vronsky's footman, who with his well-brushed whiskers looked like a gentleman of the bedchamber, also came up. He stopped at the door, took off his cap, and let her pass. Anna saw him, and only then remembered that the evening before Vronsky had said that he was not coming. Probably he had sent a note to say so. As she was taking off her outdoor things in the hall, she heard the footman, who even pronounced his R's like a gentleman of the bedchamber, say, "From the Count to the Princess," as he delivered the note. She felt inclined to ask where his master was. She wanted to go home and write to him to come to her house or to go to him herself. But none of these things could be done. She heard in front of her the bell that announced her arrival, and the Princess Tverskaya's footman was already standing half-turned toward her at an open door, waiting for her to enter the inner rooms. "The princess is in the garden. She will be informed in a minute. Will you not come into the garden?" said another footman in the next room. The feelings of irresolution and indefiniteness were just the same as at home, or even worse, because she could do nothing. She could not see Vronsky, but had to stay there in this company of strangers so out of sympathy with her present mood. But she wore a costume that she knew suited her. She was not alone, but surrounded by a ceremonious setting of idleness, and she felt easier than at home. She had no need to think of what to do. Everything did itself. When she met Betsy coming toward her in a white costume that struck Anna by its elegance, Anna smiled at her as usual. The Princess Tverskaya came accompanied by Tushkevich and a young girl, a relation who, to the great delight of her provincial parents, was spending the summer with the Grand Princess. There must have been something unusual about Anna's look, for Betsy noticed it at once. "I have slept badly," answered Anna, gazing at the footman, who she guessed was bringing Vronsky's note. "How glad I am that you have come," said Betsy. "I am tired, and am going to have a cup of tea before they arrive. Won't you and Masha go and look at the croquet lawn where the grass is cut?" she said to Tushkevich. "We can have a heart-to-heart talk over our tea. We'll have a cosy chat, won't we?" she added in English, pressing the hand with which Anna held her sunshade. "Yes, especially as I cannot stay long. "I must go to the old Countess Vrede. I promised to, ages ago," said Anna, to whom falsehood, so alien to her by nature, had now become so simple and natural in society that it even gave her pleasure. Why she had said something she had not even thought of a moment before, she could not have explained. Her only reason for saying it was that since Vronsky was not coming, she must secure her freedom and try to see him in some other way. But why she had mentioned the old lady-in-waiting Vrede, to whom, among many other people, she owed a visit, she could not have explained. And yet, as it happened, she could have thought of nothing better had she tried to invent the most cunning means of seeing Vronsky. "No, I won't let you go on any account," said Betsy, fixing her eyes intently on Anna. "I should be really hurt if I were not so fond of you. It's just as if you thought my company might compromise you. Please, bring us tea in the little drawing-room," she said to the footman, screwing up her eyes as she always did when speaking to a footman. She took the note from him and read it. "Alexei has failed us," she said in French. "He writes that he cannot come." She spoke in a natural and matter-of-fact tone, as if it never entered her head that Vronsky had any other interest for Anna than as a croquet player. Anna was aware that Betsy knew everything, but when she heard her talk about Vronsky, she always felt a momentary conviction that Betsy knew nothing about it. "Ah," said Anna in an indifferent tone, as if she cared very little about it, and went on with a smile, "How could your company compromise anyone?" This play of words, this concealment of a secret, had a great charm for Anna, as it has for all women. It was not the necessity for secrecy, not its purpose, but the process itself that was fascinating. "I cannot be more Catholic than the Pope," she said. "Stremov and Lisa Merkalova are the cream of society. They are received everywhere, and I," she put special stress on that "I," "never was severe or intolerant. I simply have not the time. No." "Perhaps you do not want to meet Stremov? Let him and Alexei Alexandrovitch break glances at their committee meetings. That has nothing to do with us. In society, he is the most amiable man I know, and a passionate croquet player. You'll see. And in spite of his ridiculous position as Lisa's old admirer, you should see how he carries it off. He's very charming. Sappho Stodz, you do not know? She is quite a new type." While Betsy was saying this, Anna saw by her bright, intelligent look that she partly understood Anna's position and was devising something. They were in a small sitting-room. "But I must write to Alexei," and Betsy sat down at the table, wrote a few words, and put the paper in an envelope. "I am writing to ask him to come to dinner. I have one lady too many. See if I have made it pressing enough. Excuse me, I must leave you for a minute. Please close the envelope and send it," she said from the doorway. "I have some orders to give." Without thinking for an instant, Anna sat down at the table with Betsy's note, and without reading it, added at the bottom, "I must see you. Come to Vrede's garden. I shall be there at 6. She closed it, and Betsy, returning, sent it off in her presence. Over their tea, which was brought them in the cool little drawing-room, the two women really had, before the arrival of the visitors, the cosy chat the Princess Tverskaya had promised Anna. They passed in review all who were expected to come, and their conversation dwelt at some length on Lisa Merkalova. "She is very nice and was always attractive to me," said Anna. "You must love her. She dotes on you. Yesterday she came to me at the races and was quite in despair that she had missed you. She said that you are a real heroine for a novel, and that were she a man, she would have committed 1,000 follies for your sake. Stremov tells her she is committing them as it is." "Yes, but do tell me." "I never can understand," said Anna, after a pause, in a tone that clearly proved she was not putting an idle question, and that what she was asking about was more important to her than it ought to be. "Do tell me, what are her relations with Prince Kalutsky, whom they call Mishka? I have not often met them. What are they?" Betsy looked at her with smiling eyes. "It is a new fashion," she replied. They have all adopted that fashion. They have kicked over the traces, but there are different ways of doing it. Yes, but what are her relations with Kaluchki? Betsy burst into an unexpected, merry and uncontrollable peal of laughter, a thing she rarely did. You are encroaching on the Princess Mayakaya's domain. That is a question an enfant terrible might put. And Betsy evidently tried to, but could not, control herself, and again burst out into the infectious kind of laughter peculiar to those who laugh seldom. You must ask them, she uttered, while tears of laughter choked her voice. It is all very well for you to laugh, said Anna, who could not help laughing too, but I never was able to understand it. I cannot understand the husband's position. The husband's? Lisa Merkalova's husband carries her rugs after her and is always at her service. But what there is behind it all, no one really cares to know. Don't you know that in good society no one talks or even thinks about certain details of the toilette? It is just the same in such cases. Will you be at Roland Arky's fete? Asked Anna, in order to change the subject. I don't think so, answered Betsy, and while looking at her friend she began filling the little translucent cup with aromatic tea. She moved one of the cups toward Anna, got out a paquitos, placed it in a silver holder, and lit it. You see, she said, I am in a lucky position. I understand you, and I understand Lisa. Lisa's is one of those naive natures who, like children, are unable to understand the difference between right and wrong. At least, she did not understand it when she was very young, and now she knows that the role of not understanding becomes her. Now perhaps she is purposely ingenuous. And Betsy smiled pointedly. But still, it becomes her. You see, a thing may be looked at tragically and turned to a torment, or looked at quite simply and even gaily. Perhaps you are inclined to take things too tragically. How I wish I knew others as I know myself, said Anna, seriously and thoughtfully. Am I worse than others, or better? Worse, I think. Enfant terrible. Enfant terrible, Betsy repeated. But here they come. Chapter 18. Sounds of footsteps and a man's voice, then that of a woman followed by laughter, reached them, and the expected visitors entered the room. Sappho Stoltz and a young man, shining with a superabundance of health, known as Vaska. It was evident that he flourished on underdone beef, truffles, and burgundy. Vaska bowed to the ladies, only glancing at them for a second. He came into the drawing-room behind Sappho and followed her across the room as if he were tied to her, with his glittering eye fixed on her as if he were ready to eat her. Sappho Stoltz had fair hair and black eyes. She entered with a short, brisk step in shoes with high French heels and shook hands with the ladies with a firm grip like a man. Anna had never met this celebrity before and was struck by her beauty, by the extravagant fashion of her costume, and by the boldness of her manners. On her head the delicate golden hair, her own and others, was built up into such an erection that her head was as large as her shapely, well-developed and much exposed bust. At each strenuous step as she advanced, the shape of her knees and thighs was distinctly visible under her dress, and one involuntarily wondered just where, behind, under her heaped and swaying bustle, the real, graceful little body ended, which was so exposed at the top and so hidden at the back and below. Betsy hastened to introduce her to Anna. Just fancy, we nearly ran over 2 soldiers, she began at once, winking and smiling as she threw back her train, which she had jerked too much to one side. I was with Vaska. Oh, but you are not acquainted. And she introduced the young man by his surname and burst into ringing laughter at her mistake in speaking of him as Vaska to a stranger. Vaska again bowed to Anna, but said nothing. He turned to Sappho. You have lost the bet. We have arrived first. Pay up, he said, smiling. Sappho laughed still more merrily. Surely not now, she said. Never mind, I will have it later. All right, all right. Oh, yes, she suddenly said, addressing her hostess. I'm a nice one, I quite forgot. I brought you a visitor. Here he is. The unexpected young visitor Sappho had brought with her and forgotten was nevertheless so important a personage that in spite of his youth, both ladies rose to greet him. He was Sappho's new admirer and followed at her heels just like Vaska. Then the Prince Kaluski arrived, and Lisa Merkalova with Stremov. Lisa Merkalova was a slight brunette with a lazy, oriental type of face and beautiful, everybody said unfathomable, eyes. The character of her dark costume, as Anna at once noticed and appreciated, was perfectly suited to her style of beauty. Just to the same extent as Sappho was compact and spruce, Lisa was limp and pliant. But to Anna, Lisa was by far the more attractive. When Betsy had spoken to Anna about her, she had said that Lisa was playing the role of an ingenuous child. But when Anna saw her, she knew that this was untrue. She was really ingenuous, and a perverted but a sweet and irresponsible woman. It is true she had adopted the same tone as Sappho, and as in Sappho's case, 2 admirers followed her as if tied to her and devoured her with their eyes, one a young and the other an old man. But in her there was something superior to her surroundings. She had the radiance of a real diamond among false stones. This radiance shone out of her beautiful and really unfathomable eyes. The weary yet passionate look of those eyes, with the dark circles beneath them, was striking in its perfect sincerity. Looking into those eyes, everyone felt as if they knew her perfectly, and knowing her could not help loving her. At the sight of Anna, her whole face lit up with a joyful smile. "Oh, I am pleased to see you," she said, walking up to Anna. "Yesterday at the races I was just trying to get near you when you went away. I was so anxious to see you, yesterday especially. Was it not dreadful?" And she gave Anna a look that seemed to reveal her whole soul. "Yes, I never thought it would be so exciting," replied Anna, blushing. The company rose to go into the garden. "I won't go," said Lisa, smiling and sitting down beside Anna. "You won't either? Who wants to play croquet?" "I like it," said Anna. "Tell me, how do you manage not to feel bored? It cheers me to look at you. You are full of life, but I am bored." "You? Bored? Why, yours is the gayest set in Petersburg," said Anna. "It may be that those who are not in our set are still more bored, but I, at any rate, do not feel merry, but terribly, terribly bored." Sappho lit a cigarette and went out into the garden with the 2 young men. Betsy and Stremov stayed at the tea-table. "Bored," said Betsy. "Sappho said that they had a very jolly time at your house yesterday." "Oh, dear, it was so dull," said Lisa Merkalova. "We went back to my place after the races. Always the same people, the very same, always the same goings-on, the very same. We spent the whole evening lolling about on sofas. What was there jolly about it?" "Do tell me how you manage not to get bored," said she again to Anna. "One has only to look at you to see that you are a woman who may be happy or unhappy, but who is not dull. Teach me how you do it." "I do not do anything," said Anna, blushing at these insistent questions. "That is the best way," Stremov joined in. Stremov was a man of about 50, getting grey, but still fresh-looking, with a very plain, though intelligent, face full of character. Lisa Merkalova was his wife's niece, and he spent all his spare time with her. On meeting Anna Karenina, he, like a clever man of the world, being Karenin's enemy in the service, tried to be specially amiable to her, the wife of his foe. "Don't do anything," he repeated with a smile. "That is the best way. I have always told you," he went on, turning to Lisa Merkalova, "that if one wishes not to be bored, one must not expect to be bored, just as one must not be afraid of not falling asleep if one wishes to avoid sleeplessness. That is what Anna Arkadyevna says." "I should have been pleased to have said it, for it is not only wise, but true," said Anna, smiling. "No, but tell me why one cannot fall asleep and cannot help being bored." "To fall asleep one must have worked, and also to amuse oneself one must have worked." "Why should I work when no one wants my work? And I can't and won't do it just for a pretence." "You are incorrigible," said Stremov, without looking at her, and again turned to Anna. As he rarely met Anna, he could not say anything to her except trivialities, but he said these trivialities about her return from the country to Petersburg, and of how fond the Countess Lydia Ivanovna was of her, in a way that expressed his whole-hearted desire to be agreeable to her, and to show her his respect, and even more. Tuskevich came in to say that everybody was waiting for the croquet players. "No, please don't go," begged Lisa Merkalova when she heard that Anna was leaving. Stremov joined her in the entreaty. "The contrast will be too great," he remarked, "if you go to see the old Countess Freda after leaving this company here. Besides, your visit will give her an opportunity to backbite, while here, on the contrary, you arouse the best feelings, quite opposed to backbiting." Anna hesitated for a moment. The flattering words of this clever man, the naive, childish sympathy which Lisa Merkalova expressed to her, all these familiar society surroundings made her feel so tranquil, while what was lying in wait for her was so hard, that for a moment she doubted whether to remain and put off the dread moment of explanation. But recalling what awaited her when alone at home if she took no decision, and remembering her action, the recollection of which was terrible, when she took hold of her hair with both hands, she took her leave and went away. Chapter 19. In spite of his apparently reckless existence, Vronsky was a man who hated disorder. While quite young and still in the cadet corps, he had experienced the humiliation of a refusal when, having got into debt, he had tried to borrow money, and since then he had never again allowed himself to get into such a position. To keep things straight, he was in the habit, some 5 or 6 times a year, according to circumstances, of secluding himself and clearing up all his affairs. He called it having a clean-up, or faire la lessive. The morning after the races, he woke late, and without having a bath or shaving, he put on a linen tunic, and, spreading out before him his money, his accounts, and his bills and letters, he set to work. When Petritsky, who knew that on such occasions Vronsky was often cross, on waking saw his friend at his writing table, he dressed quietly and went out without disturbing him. Everyone, knowing intimately all the complexities of his own circumstances, involuntarily assumes that these complexities and the difficulty of clearing them up are peculiar to his own personal condition, and never thinks that others are surrounded by similar complexities. And so thought Vronsky. And not without some inward pride, nor without some justification, he reflected that any other man would long ago have got embroiled and been obliged to act badly if placed in a situation as difficult as his. But Vronsky felt that it was necessary for him to investigate his affairs just at that time in order to keep out of trouble. He began by first attacking his money problems as the easiest to deal with. Having noted down in his small handwriting on a piece of notepaper all he owed, he made up the account and found that it came to 17,000 and a few hundred roubles. Having struck out the odd hundreds in order to have a round sum, counted his money and looked over his bank book, he found that he had 1,800 rubles, and there was no prospect of receiving any more before the new year. After reading over the list of his debts, he divided them into 3 classes, each of which he noted down separately. Under the first head came the debts that had to be paid at once, or the money for which had at any rate to be kept ready so that they could be paid on demand without any delay. These debts came to about 4,000 rubles, 1,500 for a horse, and 2,500 he had incurred by standing security for his young comrade Vronsky, who in Vronsky's presence had lost that sum to a card sharper. Vronsky had wished to pay at the time. He had the money with him, but Vronsky and Yashvin insisted that they would pay and would not permit Vronsky, who had not even been playing, to do so. This was all very fine, but Vronsky knew that in this dirty business, his share in which was simply a verbal guarantee for Vronsky, he must have the 2,500 rubles ready to throw to the sharper and then have no more to do with him. So that for the first part of his debt he must have 4,000 rubles ready. 8,000 rubles under the second heading were less important. They were owing chiefly for the use of the racecourse stables, to the oats and hay dealer, to the Englishman, to the saddler, and others. In respect of these debts, it was necessary to pay out 2,000 rubles in order to be quite secure. The remaining debts were owing to shops, hotels, and to his tailor, and there was no need to trouble about them. So he needed 6,000 rubles for immediate use and had only 1,800 rubles ready money. To a man with an income of 100,000 rubles a year, as everybody said Vronsky had, it would seem that such debts could not cause any difficulty. But the fact was that he was far from having the 100,000 rubles. His father's immense fortune, which alone brought in 200,000 a year, had not been divided between the brothers. When the elder brother, having a number of debts, married the Princess Varia Chirkova, the daughter of a penniless Decembrist, Alexei gave up to his brother the income from his father's fortune, stipulating for only 25,000 rubles a year for himself. At that time, Alexei told his brother that this would suffice for him till he married, which in all probability he never would do, and his brother, commanding one of the most expensive regiments and newly married, could not refuse this gift. Their mother, who had her own private fortune, allowed Alexei about 20,000 rubles a year in addition to the 25,000 agreed upon, and Alexei spent it all. Latterly, his mother, having quarrelled with him about his connection with Anna and his departure from Moscow, had stopped his allowance. Consequently, Vronsky, who was in the habit of spending 45,000 rubles a year, having this year received only 25,000, found himself in difficulties. He could not ask his mother to help him out of them. Her last letter, in particular, had irritated him, for it contained hints that she was willing to help him to gain success in society and in the service, but not to help him live in a manner that scandalized all good society. His mother's wish to bribe him offended him to the bottom of his soul and increased his coldness toward her. Yet he could not go back on his generous promise, although, dimly foreseeing some eventualities of his connection with Anna, he felt that it had been too lightly given, and that, even though unmarried, he might need the whole 100,000 a year. But it was impossible to go back on it. He had only to remember his brother's wife, and how that dear, excellent Varia at every opportunity showed him that she remembered his generosity and appreciated it, to realize the impossibility of withdrawing what he had given. It was as impossible as to beat a woman, to steal, or to tell a lie. There was only one possible and necessary way out of it, on which Vronsky decided without a moment's hesitation. To borrow 10,000 rubles from a moneylender, which he could easily do, to cut down his expenses and to sell his racehorses. Having decided on this, he at once wrote a note to Rolandaki, who had more than once offered to buy his horses. Then he sent for the moneylender and the Englishman, and allotted what money he had among the different bells. Having finished this business, he wrote a cold and abrupt reply to his mother. Then, taking from his pocket-book 3 notes from Anna, he reread them, burnt them, and recalling a conversation he had had with her the evening before, fell into a reverie. Chapter 20. Vronsky was particularly fortunate in that he had a code of rules which clearly defined what should and should not be done. This code covered a very small circle of conditions, but it was unquestionable, and Vronsky, never going beyond that circle, never for a moment hesitated to do what had to be done. The code categorically determined that though the card sharper must be paid, the tailor need not be, that one may not lie to a man, but might to a woman, that one must not deceive anyone except a husband, that one must not forgive an insult, but may insult others, and so on. These rules might be irrational and bad, but they were absolute, and in complying with them, Vronsky felt at ease and could carry his head high. Only quite lately, in reference to his relations with Anna, that he began to feel that his code did not quite meet all circumstances, and that the future presented doubts and difficulties for which he had no guiding principle. His present relations to her and her husband were clear and simple to him. They were very clearly and exactly defined in the code of rules by which he was guided. She was a respectable woman who had given him her love, and he loved her. Therefore she was for him a woman worthy of as much or even more respect than a legitimate wife. He would have let his hand be cut off before he would have allowed himself by word or hint to insult her, or fail to show her all the respect that a woman can possibly desire. His relations towards society were also clear. Everyone might know or suspect, but no one must dare to speak about the matter, or he was prepared to silence the speaker and make him respect the non-existent honor of the woman he loved. His relations to her husband were simplest of all. From the moment that Anna gave him her love, he considered his own right to her indefeasible. Her husband was only a superfluous person and a hindrance. No doubt he was in a pitiable position, but what was to be done? The only right the husband had was, weapon in hand, to demand satisfaction, and that Vronsky from the first was prepared to give him. But latterly new inner relations had sprung up between himself and her, which frightened him by their indefiniteness. Only yesterday she had told him that she was pregnant, and he felt that this news and what she expected of him called for something that was not fully defined by his code of rules. He was taken by surprise, and at the moment when she told him of her condition, his heart had suggested his proposal to her to leave her husband. He had made this proposal, but now, thinking it over, he saw clearly that it would be better to avoid that plan, and yet, while he told himself so, he feared that this might be wrong. When I told her to leave her husband, that meant that she should unite herself with me. Am I ready for that? How can I take her away now that I have no money? No doubt I could arrange that, but how could I go away with her while I'm in the army? Having proposed it, I must be ready to carry it out. That is to say, I must find the money and leave the army. He pondered. The question of whether to leave or not to leave the army led him to another private matter, almost the chief, though the secret, interest of his life. Ambition was the old motive of his childhood and youth, one which he did not acknowledge even to himself, but which was so strong a passion that it now struggled against his love. His first steps in society and in the service had been successful, but 2 years ago he had made a bad blunder. Wishing to show his independence and to get promotion, he had refused a post that was offered him, hoping that this refusal would enhance his value. But it turned out that he had been too bold, and he was passed over. Having then perforce to assume the role of an independent character, he played it very adroitly and cleverly, as though he had no grudge against anyone, did not feel himself at all offended, and only wished to be left in peace to enjoy himself. In reality, he had begun to feel dissatisfied about the time that he went to Moscow the year before. He felt that the role of the independent man who could have anything but wanted nothing was beginning to pall, and that many people were beginning to think he could never do anything more than be an honest, good-natured fellow. His intrigue with Anna Karenina, which had caused such a sensation and attracted so much notice in society, by investing him with fresh glamour, had for a while quieted the worm of ambition that gnawed him. But a week ago that worm had reawakened with fresh vigour. A playmate of his childhood and his fellow pupil at the cadet corps, Serpukhowsky, who belonged to the same social circle and who had finished the same year as himself and had been his rival in the classroom, at gymnastics, in mischief, and in ambitious dreams, had just returned from Central Asia, where he had gained 2 steps in official rank and had won a distinction rarely awarded to so young a general. As soon as he reached Petersburg, people began to talk about him as a rising star of the first magnitude. Of the same age as Vronsky and his messmate, Serpukhowsky was already a general expecting an appointment that might have an influence on state affairs, while Vronsky, though independent and brilliant and beloved by an enchanting woman, remained only a cavalry captain and was allowed to be as independent as he pleased. Of course I'm not jealous, and could not be jealous of Serpukhowsky. But his promotion shows me that if one bides one's time, the career of such a man as myself may be very quickly made. 3 years ago he and I were in the same position. If I retire, I burn my boats. By remaining in the service, I lose nothing. She herself said that she did not want to change her position, and I, having her love, cannot envy Serpukhowsky. And slowly twisting his moustache, he rose from the table and walked across the room. His eyes shone with peculiar brightness, and he felt that firm, calm, and joyful mood which always came when he had cleared up the situation. Everything was clear and distinct, as after his former periodical stock-takings. He shaved, had a cold bath, dressed, and went out. Chapter 21. "I have come for you. Your washing has taken a long time," said Petrinsky. "Well, is it done?" "Yes, it's done," said Vronsky, smiling with his eyes and twirling the ends of his moustache as carefully as if, after the order he had established in his affairs, any too vigorous or rapid movement might upset it. "After it, you always look as if you've come out of a Russian bath," said Petrinsky. "And I have come straight from Gritska," the name by which they called their commanding officer. "They're expecting you." Vronsky looked at his comrade without answering, thinking about something else. "Is that where the music is?" he said, listening to the familiar strains, now audible, of brass instruments playing polkas and waltzes. "What's up?" "Serpukhowsky has arrived." "Ah, I did not know," exclaimed Vronsky. His smiling eyes shone still more brightly. Having made up his mind that he was happy in his love, and having sacrificed his ambitions to it, or at any rate assumed that role, Vronsky could no longer feel envious of Serpukhowsky, nor vexed with him for not coming straight to see him on reaching the regiment. Serpukhowsky was a good friend, and he was glad that he would see him. "I am very glad." Demin, the CO, occupied a large country house, and a whole party were gathered together on the roomy veranda. In the grounds, what first met Vronsky's eyes were the soldier singers in their white linen uniforms standing beside a cask of vodka, then the jolly, healthy figure of the CO surrounded by his officers. Having come out on the top step of the veranda, he was gesticulating, and above the noise of the band, which was playing a quadrille of Offenbachs, was loudly giving orders to some soldiers who were standing somewhat apart. A group of soldiers, a sergeant major and some other non-commissioned officers, came up to the veranda at the same time as Vronsky. After returning to the table, the commander again came forward with a glass of champagne in his hand and announced a toast. "To the health of our late comrade, a gallant general, Prince Serpukhowsky! Hurrah!" Following the commander, champagne glass in hand, Serpukhowsky came down, smiling. "You are growing younger every day, Bondarenko," he remarked to the ruddy-faced, smart-looking sergeant major serving for a second term who stood just in front of him. Vronsky had not seen Serpukhowsky for 3 years. He had matured and had grown whiskers, but still had just as good a figure and was just as striking, not so much for his good looks as for the delicacy and nobility of his face and bearing. One change Vronsky noticed in him was that quiet and permanent radiance which comes upon the faces of people who have succeeded and feel assured that everybody recognizes their success. Vronsky knew that kind of radiance and noticed it at once on Serpukhowsky's face. As he was descending the steps, Serpukhowsky noticed Vronsky. A smile of joy lit up his face. He jerked his head backwards and raised his glass, welcoming Vronsky, and showing by this gesture that he must first go to the sergeant major, who was already stretching himself and puckering his lips for a kiss. "Ah, here he is," exclaimed the commander. "And Yashvin told me that you were in one of your dismal moods." Serpukhowsky kissed the smart-looking sergeant major on his moist, fresh lips, and wiping his mouth on his handkerchief, stepped up to Vronsky. "Well, I am glad," he said, taking him apart and pressing his hand. "You look after him," shouted the commander to Yashvin, and went out to the soldiers. "Why were you not at the races yesterday? I thought I should see you there," asked Vronsky, examining Serpukhowsky. "I did come, but late." "Excuse me," he added, and turned to his adjutant. "Please give order to distribute this money equally among the men." He hurriedly took 3 100-ruble notes out of his pocketbook and blushed. "Vronsky, will you eat something or have a drink?" said Yashvin. "Hey, bring the Count something to eat. Here, drink this." The carousing at the house of the CO continued long. They drank a great deal. Serpukhowsky was lifted and tossed by the officers. Then the CO was tossed. Then the CO danced with Petritsky in front of the singers. After that, feeling rather weak, he sat down on a bench in the yard and began demonstrating to Yashvin Russia's superiority to Prussia, especially in cavalry charges, and the carousal quieted down for a moment. Serpukhowsky went to the dressing-room to wash his hands and found Vronsky there. Vronsky had taken off his coat and was washing his hairy red neck under the washstand tap, rubbing it and his head with his hands. When he had finished his ablutions, Vronsky sat down beside Serpukhowsky on a little sofa in the dressing-room and began a conversation of great interest to both of them. "I used to hear all about you from my wife," said Serpukhowsky. "I am glad you saw a good deal of her." "She's friends with Varya, and they are the only women in Petersburg whom it is a pleasure for me to meet," said Vronsky with a smile. He smiled because he foresaw the turn their conversation would take, and was pleased. "The only ones?" asked Serpukhowsky, smiling. "Yes, and I used to hear about you, but not only from your wife," said Vronsky, checking the hint by a serious look. "I am very glad of your success, but not at all surprised. I expected even more." Serpukhowsky smiled. Vronsky's opinion of him evidently gave him pleasure, and he saw no reason to hide it. "I, on the contrary, I must frankly admit, expected less. But I am pleased, very pleased. I am ambitious. It is my weakness, and I acknowledge it." "Perhaps you would not if you were not successful," said Vronsky. "I do not think so." And Serpukhowsky smiled again. "I do not mean to say I could not live without it, but it would be a bore. Of course I may be making a mistake, but I believe I have some capacity for the career I have adopted, and that in my hands power of any kind, if I ever possess it, will be used in a better way than in the hands of many whom I know," said he with a radiant consciousness of success. "Therefore, the nearer I am to getting it, the more pleased I am." "It may be so for you, but not for everyone. I used to think the same, yet here I am living and find that it is not worthwhile living for that alone," said Vronsky. There you are, said Serpukhowsky, laughing. "I had begun by saying that I used to hear about you and your refusal. Of course I approved of it. But there is a way of doing a thing, and I think that, though your action was good in itself, you did not do it the right way. What is done, and you know that I never go back on what I have done. Besides, I'm quite all right. All right for time. But you will not remain satisfied for long. I should not say that your brother, he is a dear child, just like this host of ours. Hear him, he added, listening to the cries of hurrah. And he is happy. But that would not satisfy you. I do not say that it would. And that is not all. Men like you are wanted. By whom? By whom? By society. By Russia. Russia is in need of men, needs a party. Without it, everything is going and will go to the dogs. What do you mean? Berpenyev's party in opposition to the Russian communists? No, said Serpukhowskoy, frowning with vexation at being suspected of such nonsense. Tout ça est une blague. It always has existed and always will. There are no communists whatever. But scheming people always have invented and always will invent some harmful and dangerous party. That's an old trick. What is wanted is an influential party of independent men like you and me. But why, Vronsky named several influential men, why are not they independent men? Only because they have not or had not by birth an independent position, had no name, were not born as near the sun as we were. They could be bought by money or by affability and must invent a theory to keep their positions, and they bring forward some idea, some theory in which they themselves do not believe and which does harm, merely as a means of procuring government quarters and a salary. Cela n'est pas plus fin que ça, if you happen to see their cards. Maybe I am worse and more foolish than they, though I do not see why I am worse than they. Anyhow, you and I have one great advantage. We cannot be bought so easily. And such men are more needed than ever. Vronsky listened attentively. But it was not so much the meaning of Serpukhowskoy's words that interested him as his outlook on these questions. For Serpukhowskoy was already dreaming of a struggle with the powers that be, and already had sympathies and antipathies in that sphere, whereas Vronsky's interest in the service was limited to his own squadron. Vronsky realized, too, how powerful Serpukhowskoy might become by his undoubted capacity for reflection and comprehension, and by his intellect and gift of speech, so seldom met with in the society in which he lived. And, ashamed as he was of the fact, he felt jealous. All the same, I lack the most necessary thing, he replied. I lack the wish for power. I had it once, but it is gone. Pardon me, that is not true, said Serpukhowskoy with a smile. Yes, it is true, at present. To be quite frank, added Vronsky. Yes, it is true at present, that is another matter. But the present will not last forever. Perhaps, said Vronsky. You say perhaps, continued Serpukhowskoy as if he had guessed Vronsky's thoughts, but I say certainly. That is why I wanted to see you. You acted rightly. I quite understand it. But you must not persevere in it. I only ask you to give me carte blanche. I am not patronizing you, though why should I not patronize you? You have so often patronized me. I hope our friendship is above that sort of thing. Yes, he said with a smile tender as a woman's. Give me carte blanche, leave the regiment, and I will draw you on imperceptibly. But try to understand that I do want nothing except that everything should remain as it is, said Vronsky. Serpukhowsky rose and said as he stood before Vronsky, "You say that all should remain as it is? I know what you mean, but hear me. We are both of the same age. It may be that in number you have known more women than I have." The smile of Serpukhowsky's face and his gesture showed that Vronsky need have no fear and that he would touch the tender spot gently and carefully. "But I am married, and believe me that, knowing only your wife whom you love, as somebody once said, you can understand all women better than if you knew thousands." "We will come in a minute," Vronsky shouted to an officer who looked in, having been sent by the CO to call them. Vronsky was anxious now to hear the rest of what Serpukhowsky had to say. "Here is my opinion. Women are a chief stumbling block in a man's career. It is difficult to love a woman and do anything else. To achieve it and to love in comfort and unhampered, the only way is to marry. How am I to put to you what I think?" And Serpukhowsky, who was fond of similes, went on, Wait a bit. Yes, if you had to carry a load and use your hands at the same time, it would be possible only if the load was strapped on your back, and that is marriage. I found that out when I married. I suddenly had my hands free. But if you drag that load without marriage, your hands are so full that you can do nothing else. Look at Motsankov and Krupov. They have ruined their careers because of women." "But what women?" said Vronsky, recalling the Frenchwoman and the actress with whom these men were entangled. "So much the worse. The more assured the position of the woman in the world, the worse it is. That is not like merely dragging a load with one's hands. It is like wrenching it from someone else." "You have never loved," said Vronsky, softly, with his eyes looking straight before him and with Anna in his thoughts. "Perhaps not. But another point. Women are always more materialistic than men. Men make of love something enormous, but women are always terre-à-terre." Coming, he said, turning to a footman who had entered. But the footman had not come to call them, as Serpukhowsky thought. He brought Vronsky a note. "Your man brought this from the Princess Tverskaya." Vronsky opened the note, and his face flushed. "My head has begun aching," he said. "I shall go home." "Well then, goodbye. Do you give me carte blanche?" "We'll talk it over another time. I will look you up in Petersburg." Chapter 22. It was already past 5, and in order not to be late and not to use his own horses, which were known to everybody, Vronsky took Yashvin's hired carriage and told the coachman to drive as fast as possible. The old 4-seated hired vehicle was very roomy. He sat down in a corner, put his legs on the opposite seat, and began to think. A vague sense of the accomplished cleaning up of his affairs, a vague memory of Serpukhowsky's friendship for him, and the flattering thought that the latter considered him a necessary man, and above all the anticipation of the coming meeting, merged into one general feeling of joyful vitality. This feeling was so strong that he could not help smiling. He put down his legs, threw one of them over the other, and placing his arm across it, felt its firm calf where he had hurt it in the fall the day before, and then, throwing himself back, sighed deeply several times. "Delightful! Oh, delightful!" he thought. He had often before been joyfully conscious of his body, but had never loved himself, his own body, as he did now. It gave him pleasure to feel the slight pain in his strong leg, to be conscious of the muscles of his chest moving as he breathed. That clear, cool August day which made Anna feel so hopeless seemed exhilarating and invigorating to him, and refreshed his face and neck, which were glowing after their washing and rubbing. The scent of brilliantine given off by his moustache seemed peculiarly pleasant in the fresh air. All that he saw from the carriage window through the cold, pure air in the pale light of the evening sky seemed as fresh, bright and vigorous as he was himself. The roofs of the houses glittered in the evening sun, the sharp outlines of the fences and the corners of buildings, the figures of people and vehicles they occasionally met, the motionless verdure of the grass and trees, the fields of potatoes with their clear-cut ridges, the slanting shadows of the houses and trees, the bushes, and even the potato ridges. It was all pleasant and like a landscape newly painted and varnished. "Get on! Get on!" he shouted to the coachman, thrusting himself out of the window. And taking a 3-ruble note from his pocket, he put it into the man's hand as the latter turned round. The coachman felt something in his hand, the whip cracked, and the carriage rolled quickly along the smooth, macadamized high road. "I want nothing but that happiness," he thought, staring at the ivory knob of the bell between the front windows of the carriage, his mind full of Anna as he had last seen her. "The longer it continues, the more I love her. And here is the garden of Rada's country house. Where is she? Where? Why has she given me an appointment here in a letter from Betsy?" he thought. But there was no longer any time for thinking. Before reaching the avenue, he ordered the coachman to stop, opened the carriage door, jumped out while the carriage was still moving, and went up the avenue leading to the house. There was no one in the avenue, but turning to the right, he saw her. Her face was veiled, but his joyous glance took in that special manner of walking peculiar to her alone, the droop of her shoulders, the poise of her head, and immediately a thrill passed like an electric current through his body, and with renewed force he became conscious of himself, from the elastic movement of his firm legs to the motion of his lungs as he breathed, and of something tickling his lips. On reaching him, she clasped his hand firmly. "You're not angry that I told you to come? It was absolutely necessary for me to see you," she said. And at sight of the serious and severe expression of her mouth under her veil, his mood changed at once. "I angry? But how did you get here?" "Never mind," she said, putting her hand on his arm. "Come, I must speak to you." He felt that something had happened, and that this interview would not be a happy one. In her presence he had no will of his own. Without knowing the cause of her agitation, he became infected by it. "What is it?" "What?" he asked, pressing her hand against his side with his elbow, and tried to read her face. She took a few steps in silence to gather courage, and then suddenly stopped. "I did not tell you last night," she began, breathing quickly and heavily, "that on my way back with Alexei Alexandrovich, I told him everything. Said I could not be his wife, and I told him all." He listened, involuntarily leaning forward with his whole body as if trying to ease her burden. But as soon as she had spoken, he straightened himself, and his face assumed a proud and stern expression. Yes, that is better, 1,000 times better. I understand how hard it must have been for you," he said, but she was not listening to his words, only trying to read his thoughts from his face. She could not guess that it expressed the first idea that had entered Vronsky's mind, the thought of an inevitable duel. Therefore she explained that momentary look of severity in another way. After reading her husband's letter, she knew in the depths of her heart that all would remain as it was, that she would not have the courage to disregard her position and give up her son in order to be united with her lover. The afternoon spent at the Princess Tverskaya's house had confirmed that thought. Yet this interview was still of extreme importance to her. She hoped that the meeting might bring about a change in her position and save her. If at this news he would firmly, passionately, and without a moment's hesitation say to her, "Give up everything and fly with me," she would abandon her son and go with him. But the news had not the effect on him that she had desired. He only looked as if he had been offended by something. "It was not at all hard for me. It all came about of itself," she said irritably. "And here." She pulled her husband's note from under her glove. I understand," he interrupted, taking the note but not reading it and trying to soothe her. "I only want one thing, I only ask for one thing, to destroy this situation in order to devote my life to your happiness." "Why do you tell me this?" she said. "Do you think I could doubt it?" "If I doubted it, who's that coming?" said Vronsky, pointing to two ladies who were coming toward them. "They may know us." And he moved quickly in the direction of a sidewalk, drawing her along with him. "Oh, I don't care," she said. Her lips trembled, and her eyes seemed to him to be looking at him with strange malevolence from under the veil. "As I was saying, that's not the point. I cannot doubt that. But see what he writes to me. Read." She stopped again. Again, as at the first moment when he heard the news of her having spoken to her husband, Vronsky yielded to the natural feeling produced by the thoughts of his relation to the injured husband. Now that he held his letter, he could not help imagining to himself the challenge that he would no doubt find waiting for him that evening or next day, and the duel, when he would be standing with the same cold, proud look as his face bore that moment, and having fired into the air would be awaiting the shot from the injured husband. And at that instant the thought of what Serpukhowskoy had just been saying to him, and of what had occurred to him that morning, that it was better not to bind himself, flashed through his mind, and he knew that he could not pass on the thought to her. After he had read the letter, he looked up at her, but his look was not firm. She understood at once that he had already considered this by himself, knew that whatever he might say he would not tell her all that he was thinking, and knew that her last hopes had been deceived. This was not what she had expected. "You see what a man he is," she said in a trembling voice. "Forgive me, but I am glad of it," Vronsky interrupted. "For God's sake, hear me out," he added with an air of entreaty that she would let him explain his words. "I am glad because I know that it is impossible, quite impossible, for things to remain as they are, as he imagines." "Why impossible?" said Anna, forcing back her tears and clearly no longer attaching any importance to what he would say. She felt that her fate was decided. Vronsky wanted to say that after what he considered to be the inevitable duel, it could not continue. But he said something else. "It cannot continue. I hope that you will now leave him. I hope—" He became confused and blushed. "That you will allow me to arrange and to think out a life for ourselves. Tomorrow—" he began, but she did not let him finish. "And my son?" she exclaimed. "You see what he writes? I must leave him, and I cannot do that, and do not want to. But for heaven's sake, which is better, to leave your son or to continue in this degrading situation?" "Degrading for whom?" "For everybody, and especially for you." "You call it degrading? Do not call it that. Such words have no meaning for me," she replied tremulously. She did not wish him to tell untruths now. She had only his love left, and she wanted to love him. "Try to understand that since I loved you, everything has changed for me. There is only one single thing in the world for me, your love. If I have it, I feel so high and firm that nothing can be degrading for me. I am proud of my position because... proud of... She could not say what she was proud of. Tears of shame and despair choked her. She stopped and burst into sobs. He also felt something rising in his throat, and for the first time in his life he felt ready to cry. He could not explain what it was that had so moved him. He was sorry for her and felt that he could not help her, because he knew that he was the cause of her trouble, that he had done wrong. Would divorce be impossible? He asked weakly. She silently shook her head. Would it not be possible to take your son away with you and go away all the same? Yes, but all that depends on him. Now I go back to him, she said dryly. Her foreboding that everything would remain as it was had not deceived her. On Tuesday I shall go back to Petersburg and everything will be decided. Yes, she said. But don't let us talk about it. Anna's carriage, which she had sent away and ordered to return to the gate of the Vreda garden, drove up. Anna took leave of Vronsky and went home. Chapter 23. On Monday, the usual meeting of the committee of the 2nd of July took place. Karenin entered the council room, greeted the members and the president as usual, and took his seat, his hand lying ready on the papers before him. Among these papers were the statistics that he needed and a draft of the statement he was going to make. But he did not really require the figures. He remembered them all, and did not even consider it necessary to go over in his mind what he was going to say. He knew that when the time came, and he saw his opponent before him vainly trying to look indifferent, his speech would naturally be far more fluent and better than if he prepared it beforehand. He felt that the contents of his speech would be so important that every word would be significant. Yet, as he listened to the general reports, his face wore a most innocent and artless look. Looking at his white hands with the thick veins and the delicate long fingers toying with the two edges of a white sheet of paper before him, and at his head wearily bent to one side, no one would have expected that words would flow from his lips which would raise a terrible storm and make the members shout each other down, forcing the president to call them to order. When the reports had been heard, Karenin, in his quiet, thin voice, informed the meeting that he wished to bring to their notice some considerations of his own on the question of the settlement of the native races, and the attention of the meeting turned to him. Karenin cleared his throat, and, as was his wont when making a speech, without looking at his opponent, he fixed his eyes on the first man opposite him, a quiet little old man who never had any views in connection with the special committee, and began to explain his considerations. When he came to the fundamental and organic law, his opponent jumped up and began to raise objections. Stremov, who was also on the special committee, stung to the quick, began justifying himself, and the meeting became quite a stormy one. But Karenin triumphed, and his motion was carried. 3 new special committees were formed, and the next day nothing was talked about in a certain Petersburg set but that meeting. Karenin's success was even greater than he had expected. When he woke on the Tuesday morning, he recalled with pleasure his victory of the previous day, and could not help smiling, even while wishing to appear indifferent, when the secretary, with a desire to flatter him, reported the rumors that had reached him concerning what had happened at the meeting. Busy with the secretary, Karenin quite forgot that it was Tuesday, the day fixed for Anna's return, and was surprised and unpleasantly startled when the footman came in to inform him of her arrival. Anna returned to Petersburg early in the morning, and as she had wired that the carriage should be sent for her, he might have expected her. But he did not come out to meet her when she arrived. She was told that he had not yet come out of his study, where he was busy with his secretary. She sent word to her husband that she had arrived and went to her boudoir, where she set to work sorting her things, expecting that he would come in to see her. But an hour passed and he did not come. She went down into the dining room on a plea of giving orders, and purposely spoke in a loud voice, thinking that he would come. But although she heard him go out of the study door to take leave of the secretary, he did not come to her. She knew that according to his habit he would soon go away to his work, and she wished to see him first. She passed through the ballroom to his study and resolutely went in. When she entered, he was sitting in his official uniform, evidently ready to start, with his elbows on a little table, looking wearily in front of him. She saw him before he saw her, and knew that he was thinking about her. When he saw her, he was about to rise, but changed his mind as his face flushed, a thing Anna had never seen it do before. However, he quickly rose and came toward her, looking not at her eyes, but at her forehead and hair. He came up, took her hand, and asked her to sit down. "I am very glad you have come," he said, sitting down beside her. He evidently wished to say something, but faltered. Several times he tried to speak, but stopped. Although while preparing for this interview she had been teaching herself to despise and blame him, she did not know what to say, and pitied him. There was silence for some time. "Is Tseretsa well?" he asked, and without waiting for a reply he added, "I am not dining at home today, and must be going at once." "I meant to go away to Moscow," she said. "Oh no, you were quite right to come," he replied, and again became silent. Seeing that he had not the strength to begin, she began for him. "Alexei Alexandrovitch," she said, studying his face, and without dropping her eyes under his gaze fixed on her hair, "I am a guilty woman, and a bad one. But I am what I was before, as I then told you. I have come to tell you now I cannot make any change." "I am not questioning you about it," he replied suddenly in a firm tone and looking with hatred straight into her eyes. "I had expected it." Under the influence of anger he had evidently regained perfect self-possession. "But I repeat again what I then told you and subsequently wrote," he went on in a shrill, thin voice. "I again repeat that I will not know it. I ignore it as long as it is not known to the rest of the world, as long as my name is not dishonored. Therefore I warn you that our relations must remain what they have been, and that if you let yourself be compromised, I shall be obliged to take measures to safeguard my honor." "But our relations cannot be what they were before," Anna began in a timid voice, looking at him with frightened eyes. When she saw his quiet gestures, heard his shrill, childish and sarcastic voice, her repulsion toward him destroyed the pity she had felt for him, and she now experienced nothing but fear and anxiety to clear up the situation at any cost. "I cannot be your wife, since she began. He laughed in a cruel, cold manner. "I suppose the kind of life you have chosen has affected your principles. I respect or despise both so much. I respect your past and despise your present, that the interpretation you give to my words was far from my thoughts." Anna sighed and hung her head. "I cannot understand, however, that with your independent mind," he went on, getting heated, "informing your husband of your infidelity and appearing to see nothing unseemly in it, you should consider it unseemly to continue to fulfill a wife's duties to her husband." "Alexei Alexandrovitch, what do you want of me?" "What I want is not to meet that person here, and for you to behave in such a way that neither society nor the servants shall be able to accuse you. For you not to see that man." I think that is not much to ask. And in return you will enjoy all the advantages of a wife without fulfilling her duties. That is all I have to say. Now I must be going, and I shan't be back to dinner." He rose and went toward the door. Anna, too, rose. He stopped and let her pass first. Chapter 24. The night Lievin had spent on the haycock had not passed without leaving its mark. He became disgusted with the agricultural pursuits on which he was engaged and lost all interest in them. In spite of the splendid harvest, he had never, or thought he had never, encountered so many failures or so much hostility from the peasants as that year. And the cause of those failures and that hostility were now quite plain to him. The delight he had felt in the labour itself, occasioned by his having drawn nearer to the peasants, his jealousy of them, his envy of their life, his desire to adopt that kind of life, which had not been a mere desire that night but a real intention, the details of which he had considered. All these things together had so changed his outlook on the working of his estate that he could no longer feel his former interest in the work, or help noticing the unpleasant relation to the labourer on which it was all based. Herds of cattle of an improved breed like Parva, the tilled land ploughed with good ploughs, the 9 fields surrounded with willows, the hundreds of acres of deeply manured land, the seed drills and all such things were splendid if they could be worked by himself alone or with the help of friends and people in sympathy with him. But now he clearly saw, the book on agriculture which he was writing, in which the labourer was the chief factor in farming, helped much in this direction, that the agricultural work he was carrying on was founded on a bitter and obstinate struggle between himself and his labourers, in which, on the one side, there was a continual and strenuous attempt to bring everything into accord with what were considered the best morals, while on the other side there was the natural order of things. And he saw that in his struggle, in spite of extreme efforts on his part, and without any effort or even intention on the part of others, the only results achieved were that neither side was the winner, and that fine tools and splendid cattle and soil were quite uselessly damaged. But the chief point was that not only was the energy expended on the work wasted, but he could not help feeling now, when he saw the meaning of his pursuit laid bare before him, that the aim of his efforts was a most unworthy one. What was the essential cause of that hostility? He struggled to get every penny he could, and had to do so, or he would not have been able to pay his labourers their wages. And they struggled to be allowed to work quietly, pleasantly, and just as they were used to work. It was to his interest that every labourer should get through as much work as possible, and at the same time give his mind to it, not injuring the winnowing machine, the horse rake, or the threshing machine, but working intelligently. The labourer wished to work in the pleasantest way possible, with intervals of rest, and especially to think unconcernedly about other things, without having to reason. During that summer, Lievin noticed this continually. He gave orders to mow the clover for hay, choosing the inferior fields overgrown with grass and hemlock and not fit for seed. And they cut down all the best seed clover, defended themselves by saying that the foreman ordered them to do it, and comforted him with the assurance that he would get splendid hay, while he knew that they had done it simply because that clover was easiest to mow. He sent out the horse rake to turn the hay, and it got broken while tossing the first few rows, because the peasant found it dull to sit in the seat under the rotating wings. And Lievin was told, "Don't worry, sir, the women will toss it all in no time." The English ploughs turned out useless, because it never entered the peasant's head to lower the upturned ploughshare, and as he forced it through at the turning, he spoilt the ground and strained the horses. And Lievin was told not to worry. The horses were allowed to stray into the wheat field, because not one of the peasants wanted to be watchman, and in spite of its having been forbidden, the labourers took turns to watch the horses at night, So Vanka, who had been at work all day, fell asleep and confessed his guilt, saying, "I am in your hands, sir." 3 of the best calves had been overfed by being turned into the meadow where the clover had been cut without any water to drink, and the peasants would on no account admit that the clover had injured them. To comfort Lievin, he was told that his neighbour had lost 100 head of cattle in 3 days. All this happened not because anyone wished to harm Lievin or his farming. On the contrary, he well knew that they liked him and considered him a homely gentleman, high praise from a peasant. It was done simply because the labourers wished to work merrily and without care, while his interests were not only foreign and incomprehensible to them, but flatly opposed to their own just interests. Lievin had long felt dissatisfied with his relation to the work on his estate. He had seen that the boat was leaking, but had not found or looked for the leak, and perhaps had purposely deceived himself, for had he been disillusioned in that work, he would have had nothing left. But now he could deceive himself no longer. His agricultural pursuits had not only ceased to interest him, but had become repulsive, and he could no longer give his mind to them. Added to this, there was Kitty Sherbatskaya, not more than 20 miles away, and he wanted to meet her, yet could not. When he called on Dolly, she had asked him to come again, and come with the object of once more proposing to her sister, letting him feel that her sister would now accept him. Lievin himself, having seen Kitty Sherbatskaya, knew that he had not ceased to love her, yet he could not go to the Oblonskys' house while she was there. That he had proposed and she had refused him had put an impossible barrier between them. "I cannot ask her to be my wife just because she cannot be the wife of the man she wanted," he said to himself, and this thought rendered him cold and hostile toward her. "I shall not have the strength to speak to her without reproach, or to look at her without ill will, and she will only hate me all the more, as it is only right she should. Besides, how can I go there now after what Darya Alexandrovna told me? Can I help betraying what she told me? And I should come magnanimously to forgive her, to show mercy to her. I stand before her in the role of one who forgives her and honors her with his love. Why did Darya Alexandrovna tell me this? I might have met her accidentally, and then all would have come naturally. But now it is impossible." Dolly sent to him to ask for a side saddle for Kitty. "I have been told," she wrote, "that you have a side saddle. I hope you will bring it yourself." That was more than he could stand. How can an intelligent woman with any delicacy so humiliate a sister? He wrote 10 notes and tore them all up, sending the saddle at last without any reply. To say that he would come was impossible because he could not come. To say that something prevented him from coming or that he was leaving home was still worse. He sent the saddle without an answer, conscious of doing something shameful, and next day, putting the disagreeable management of the estate into the hands of the steward, he went away to a distant district to visit his friends Sviatsky, who had splendid shooting and had long been asking him to come and stay with him. The snipe marshes in the Surovsky district had for a long time appeared tempting to Lievin, but he had put off his visit because of his farm work. But now he was glad to go away from the proximity of Kitty and from his farm, and especially to go shooting, an occupation which served him as the best solace in all his troubles. Chapter 25. There was no railway or stagecoach to the Surovsky district, and Lievin went in his own tarantas. Halfway he stopped to feed his horses at a well-to-do peasant's house. The bald-headed, fresh-faced old man with a red beard which was growing grey round the cheeks opened the gates and pressed close to the post to let the 3-horsed vehicle enter. After showing the coachman to a place in a lean-to, in a large, clean, tidy, newly constructed yard where stood some charred wooden ploughs, the old man invited Lievin to enter the house. A cleanly dressed young woman with galoshes on her stockingless feet was washing the floor in the passage. The dog that followed Lievin frightened her, but when she was told that it would not hurt her, she at once began to laugh at her own alarm. After pointing to the door with her bare arm, she again stooped, hiding her handsome face, and went on scrubbing. "Want a samovar?" she asked. "Yes, please." The room Lievin entered was a large one with a tiled stove and a partition. Under the shelf with the icons stood a table decorated with a painted pattern, a bench, and 2 chairs. By the door stood a little cupboard with crockery. The shutters were closed, and there were not many flies in the room, which was so clean that Lievin took care to keep Laska, who had been bathing in the puddles on the way, from trampling on the floor, telling her to lie down in a corner by the door. Having looked round the room, he went out into the backyard. The good-looking woman in galoshes, with 2 empty pails swinging from a wooden yoke, ran down before him to fetch water from the well. "Look alive!" the old man called merrily after, and approached Lievin. "Is it to Nikolai Ivanitch Sviazhsky you are going, sir? He too stops at our place," he began garrulously, leaning on the banisters of the porch. In the midst of his conversation about his acquaintanceship with Sviazhsky, the gates creaked again, and the labourers returning from the fields came into the yard with their ploughs and harrows. The horses harnessed to the ploughs and harrows were big and well fed. The labourers evidently belonged to the household. 2 young fellows wore print shirts and peaked caps. 2 others were hired men and wore homespun shirts. One of these was old and the other young. The old master of the house left the porch and went to unharness the horses. "What have they been ploughing?" asked Lievin. "Between the potatoes. We too rent a little land. Don't let the gelding out, Fedot, lead 'em to the trough. We'll harness another." "I say, father, have those ploughshares I ordered been brought?" asked a tall, robust young fellow, evidently the old man's son. "There in the passage," answered the old man, winding the reins into a ring and throwing them on the ground. "Fix them in before we finish dinner." The good-looking woman returned, her shoulders pressed down by the weight of the full pails, and went into the house. Other women, young and handsome, middle-aged, old and plain, some with children, others without, appeared from somewhere. The chimney of the samovar began to hum. The labourers and the family, having attended to the horses, went in to dinner. Lievin took his provisions out of the tarantass and invited the old man to have tea with him. "Why, I don't know. We've had tea once today," said he, evidently pleased to accept the invitation. "Well, just for company." Over their tea, Lievin heard the whole history of the old man's farm. 10 years previously, he had rented about 400 acres from the landowner, and the year before he had bought them outright and rented another 900 from a neighbouring proprietor. A small part of the land, the worst, he let, and with the aid of his family and 2 hired men cultivated about 120 acres. The old man complained that his affairs were in a bad way, but Lievin knew that he only did so for propriety's sake, and that in reality his farm was flourishing. Had his affairs been in a bad way, he would not have bought land at 35 rubles an acre, would not have married 3 of his sons and a nephew, and would not have twice rebuilt his homestead after fires, nor rebuilt it better each time. In spite of the old peasant's grumbling, one could see that he was justly proud of his property, of his sons, his nephew, his daughters-in-law, his horses, his cows, and especially of the fact that his whole household and farm held together. From their conversation, Lievin gathered that he was not against new methods either. He had planted many potatoes which had already flowered and were forming fruit, as Lievin had noticed when passing the fields on the way, while Lievin's own potatoes were just beginning to flower. He ploughed the land for the potatoes with an English plough which he had borrowed from a landowner. He also sowed wheat. Lievin was struck especially by one little detail. The old peasant used the thinnings of the rye as fodder for the horses. Many a time when Levin had seen this valuable food wasted, he had wanted to have it gathered up, but had found this impossible. On this peasant's fields this was being done, and he could not find words enough to praise this fodder. What is there for the young women to do? They carry the heaps out onto the road, and a cart comes and fetches them. There now, we landlords don't get on well because of the labourers, said Levin, handing him a tumbler of tea. Thank you, said the old man as he took the tea, but he refused sugar, pointing to a bit he still had left. How can one rely on work with hired labourers, he said. It is ruination. Take Sviatsky now. We know what sort of soil his is, black as poppy seed, but he cannot boast of his harvest either. It's want of attention. And yet you too use hired labour on your farm. Ours is peasants' business. We look after everything ourselves. If a labourer is no good, let him go. We can manage for ourselves. Father, Finoghan wants some tar fetched, said the woman with the galoshes, coming in. That's how it is, sir, said the old man, rising. And after crossing himself several times, he thanked Levin and went out. When Levin went into the back room to call his coachman, he found the whole peasant family at dinner. The women served, standing. The vigorous young son with his mouth full of buckwheat porridge was saying something funny, and everybody laughed heartily. The woman with the galoshes laughing more merrily than anyone as she refilled the bowl with cabbage soup. The handsome face of this woman with the galoshes might very well have had something to do with the impression of welfare that this peasant household produced on Levin. That impression was anyhow so strong that he never lost it. And all the rest of the way to Sviatsky's he every now and then recalled that household, as if the impression it had left on him demanded special attention. Chapter 26. Sviatsky was marshal of the nobility in his district. He was 5 years older than Levin and had long been married. His young sister-in-law, whom Levin thought very pleasant, lived with them. He knew that both Sviatsky and his wife wanted to see her married to him, Levin. He knew this as certainly as all so-called eligible young men know these things, though he could never have said so to anyone. And he also knew that although he wanted to marry, and although this girl, to all appearance very fascinating, ought to make a splendid wife, he could as soon fly as marry her, even had he not been in love with Kitty. And this knowledge spoilt the pleasure which he hoped his visit to Sviatsky would give him. Levin had thought of this when he received Sviatsky's invitation, but in spite of it he made up his mind that this idea of Sviatsky's intentions was only an unfounded conjecture of his, and that he would go. Besides, at the bottom of his heart he wanted to put himself to the test, and again to estimate his feelings for the girl. Sviatsky's home life was extremely pleasant, and Sviatsky himself was the best type of social worker that Levin had ever known, and Levin always found him very interesting. Sviatsky was one of those people, they invariably amazed Levin, whose judgment was very logical, though never original, and was kept quite apart from their conduct, while their manner of life was very definite and stable, its tendency being quite independent of their judgment, and even clashing with it. Sviatsky was an extreme liberal. He despised the gentry and considered the majority of noblemen to be secretly in favour of serfdom, and only prevented by cowardice from expressing their views. He considered Russia to be a doomed country like Turkey, and the Russian government so bad that he did not think it worthwhile seriously to criticize its actions. Yet he had an official position, was a model marshal of the nobility, and when he travelled always wore a cockade and a red band to his cap. He imagined that to live as a human being was possible only in foreign countries where he went to stay at every opportunity. Yet he carried on very complicated and perfected agricultural pursuits in Russia, and carefully followed and knew what was being done there. He considered the Russian peasant to be 1 degree higher than the ape in development, yet at district elections no one shook hands with the peasants and listened to their opinions more willingly than he. He believed in neither God nor devil, yet he was much concerned by the question of improving the condition of the clergy and limiting parishes, and was at the same time particularly active in seeing that the church should be retained in his village. On the woman's question, he sided with the extreme advocates of woman's freedom and especially the right to work. Yet he lived with his wife in such a way that it gave everybody pleasure to see the friendly relationship in which they passed their childless life, and had so arranged that his wife did nothing and could do nothing except share her husband's efforts to spend their time as pleasantly and merrily as possible. Had Lievin not possessed the faculty of giving the best interpretation to people's characters, Sviazhsky's character would have presented no difficulty or problem to him. He would only have called him a fool or a good-for-nothing, and everything would have been clear. But he could not call him a fool, because Sviazhsky was not only very intelligent, but also a very well-educated man, who carried his education with extreme modesty. There was no subject with which he was not acquainted, but he only exhibited his knowledge when forced to do so. Still less could Lievin call him a good-for-nothing, because Sviazhsky was certainly an honest, kind-hearted and clever man, always joyfully and actively engaged on work highly prized by all around, and certainly a man who could never consciously do anything bad. Lievin tried but could not understand him, and regarded him and his life as animated riddles. The Sviazhskys were friendly with Lievin, and therefore he allowed himself to sound Sviazhsky and try to get to the very foundation of his philosophy of life. But it was all in vain. Each time that Lievin tried to penetrate deeper than the reception rooms of the other's mind, which were always open to anybody, he noticed Sviazhsky seemed a little confused. A just perceptible look of fear appeared on his face, as if he were afraid that he would be understood by Lievin, whom he met with good-natured, jocose resistance. Now, after his disillusion with the work on his estate, Lievin was especially pleased to stay a while with Sviazhsky. Not to mention the fact that the sight of the happy doves in their well-ordered nest, so content with themselves and everybody else, had a cheering effect on him. He now wanted, dissatisfied with life as he was, to get at the secret which gave Sviazhsky such clearness, definiteness, and cheerfulness. Lievin also knew that he would meet neighbouring landowners of the Sviazhskys, and it would be very interesting to talk and hear about farming, the harvest, the hire of labour, and all those questions which, though considered very low, seemed to him most important. These matters might not have been so important in the time of serfdom, and may be unimportant in England. In these cases the conditions were or are settled. But with us everything has only just been changed, and is only beginning to settle down. The question of how things will settle down is the only important question in the whole of Russia, thought Lievin. The shooting did not prove as good as he had expected. The marsh had dried up, and there were hardly any snipe. He went about all day and only brought back 3, but on the other hand he brought back, as he always did after a day's shooting, a splendid appetite, good spirits, and the stimulated mental condition which in his case always accompanied physical exertion. And when out shooting, while he did not seem to be thinking at all, he again and again thought about the old peasant and his family, and felt as if the impression made on him called not only for his attention, but for the solution of some problem related thereto. In the evening at tea, a very interesting conversation sprang up, just as Lievin had expected, in the company of 2 landlords who had come about some guardianship business. Lievin sat beside the hostess at the tea-table, and was obliged to converse with her and her sister, who was sitting opposite him. The hostess was a short, fair, round-faced woman, beaming with smiles and dimples. Lievin tried to find out through her the answer to the riddle so important to him presented by her husband, but he had not full freedom of thought, because he felt painfully uncomfortable. This painful discomfort was due to the fact that her sister sat opposite to him, in a dress that seemed to him to have been put on specially for his benefit, with a particularly low, square-cut décolletage showing her white bosom. Though her bosom was so white, or perhaps because it was so white, this square cut deprived Lievin of his freedom of thought. He imagined, probably quite mistakenly, that the bodice was cut like that on his account. He felt that he had no right to look at it, and tried not to do so, but felt guilty because it was cut so. Levin felt as if he were deceiving someone, as if he ought to offer some explanation which was impossible, and therefore he kept blushing and was restless and uncomfortable. His discomfort communicated itself to the pretty sister, but the hostess did not seem to notice anything and purposely drew her sister into the conversation. "You say," the hostess continued, "that my husband cannot feel an interest in anything Russian? On the contrary, though he is happy abroad, he is never so happy there as here. He feels in his own sphere. He's so busy, and he has a gift for taking an interest in everything. Oh, you've not been to see our school?" "I saw it. It is a little ivy-covered house?" "Yes, that is Nastya's business," she said, pointing to her sister. "You yourself teach?" asked Levin, trying to look beyond the bodice, but conscious that if he looked in her direction he must see it. "Yes, I have been and am still teaching, but we have a splendid master. And we have introduced gymnastics." "No thanks, no more tea," said Levin. And unable to continue the conversation, though he knew he was behaving rudely, he got up, blushing. "I hear a very interesting conversation there," he added, and went to the other end of the table where his host and the two landlords were sitting. Sviatsky sat sideways, leaning his elbow on the table and turning his cup round with one hand, while with the other he gathered his beard together, lifted it to his nose as if smelling it, and let it go again. He looked with his glittering black eyes straight at an excited landowner with a grey moustache whose words evidently amused him. The landowner was complaining about the peasants. Levin saw clearly that Sviatsky could have answered the landowner's complaint so that the meaning of the latter's words would have been destroyed at once, but owing to his position he could not give that answer, and listened not without pleasure to the landowner's funny speech. This landowner with the grey moustache was evidently an inveterate believer in serfdom and a passionate farmer who had lived long in the country. Levin saw signs of this in the way the man was dressed. He wore an old-fashioned shiny coat which he was evidently not used to, and in his intelligent, dismal eyes, his well-turned Russian, his authoritative tone, evidently acquired by long practice, and in the firm movement of his fine, large, sunburned hands, the right one having an old wedding ring on the third finger. Chapter 27. If it were not a pity to give up what has been set going, after spending so much toil, I would throw it all up, sell out, and, like Nikolai Ivanitch, go away, to hear La Belle Hélène, said the landowner, a pleasant smile lighting up his wise old face. We see you don't give it up, said Nikolai Ivanitch Sviatsky, so it seems it has its advantages. Just one advantage. I live in my own house, which is neither bought nor hired, and there is always the hope that the people will come to their senses. You would hardly believe what drunkenness and debauchery there is. The families have all separated. They have not a horse nor a cow left. They are starving, yet if you hire one of them as a labourer, he'll spoil and break things and will even lodge complaints with the magistrate. On the other hand, you too complain to the magistrate. I complain? Never. Nothing could induce me to. It would cause such gossip that one would be sorry one tried it. At the works now they took money in advance and went off. And what did the magistrate do? Why, acquitted them. Things are only kept going by the village tribunal and the village elder. He thrashes them in the old style. If it were not for that, one had better give up everything and flee to the ends of the earth. The landowner evidently meant to tease Sviatsky, but the latter did not take offence. On the contrary, he evidently enjoyed it. Well, you see, we carry on our work without such measures, I and Levin and he, Sviatsky said, smiling and pointing to the other landowner. Yes, Mikhail Pietrovitch gets on, but ask him how. Is his what you would call rational farming? Said the landowner, ostentatiously using the word rational. My farming is very simple, thank heaven, said Mikhail Pietrovitch. My farming is to have money ready for the autumn taxes. The peasants come along and say, "Be a father to us, help us." Well, of course, they're all our own people, our neighbours. One pities them and lends them what they want, enough to pay the 1/3 then due. But one says, "Remember, lads, I help you, and you must help me when necessary, at the oat sowing or haymaking, at harvest time." And one agrees for so much work from each family. But it is true there are some dishonest ones among them. Levin, who had long been acquainted with these patriarchal methods, exchanged a glance with Sviatsky, and, interrupting Mikhail Petrovitch, addressed the landowner with the grey moustache. "How, then, in your opinion, should one carry on at present?" "Why, carry on the way Mikhail Petrovitch does, either pay the peasants in kind or rent it to them. That is quite possible, but the wealth of the community as a whole is ruined by such methods. Where my land used to yield 9-fold under serfdom with good management, it only now yields 3-fold when the labourers are paid in kind. Russia has been ruined by the emancipation of the peasants." Sviatsky looked at Levin with smiling eyes and even made a just perceptible sarcastic sign to him, ridiculing the old man. But Levin did not consider the landowner's words ridiculous. He understood him better than he did Sviatsky. Much of what the landowner said subsequently to prove that Russia was ruined by the emancipation even appeared to him to be very true, new, and undeniable. The landowner was evidently expressing his own thoughts, which people rarely do, thoughts to which he had been led not by a desire to find some occupation for an idle mind, but by the conditions of his life, thoughts which he had hatched in his rural solitude and considered from every side. "The fact of the matter is, you see, that progress can only be achieved by authority," he said, evidently wishing to show that education was not foreign to him. "Take, for instance, the reforms of Peter the Great, Catherine, and Alexander. Take European history. In the realm of agriculture it is still more so. To name only potatoes, they even had to be introduced by force into this country. Our primitive ploughs, you know, have not always been used. They must have been introduced at the time of the Rurik princes, and doubtless by force. Now, in our case, we landlords under serfdom applied improved methods of agriculture. We introduced the winnowing machines and all sorts of tools, organized the carting of manure, all by our authority, and the peasants at first resisted and afterwards copied us. Now that serfdom has been abolished and the power taken out of our hands, our agriculture, where it has been brought to a high level, must descend to a savage and primitive condition. And that is how I look at the matter." "But why? If your farming is rational, you can carry it on with hired labour," said Sviatsky. "I have no power. By means of whose labour am I to carry it on?" Here we have it. The labour power is the chief element of agriculture, thought Levin. "Hired labourers," replied Sviatsky. "Hired labourers don't want to work well with good tools. Our labourers understand one thing only, to get drunk like swine, and when drunk, to spoil everything you put into their hands. They'll water the horses at the wrong time, tear good harness, change a wheel with an iron tire for one without, or drop a bolt into the threshing machine in order to break it. They hate to see anything that is beyond. That is why the level of agriculture has gone down. The land is neglected, overgrown with wormwood, or given to the peasants, and where 8 million bushels used to be produced, they now only produce 800,000. The wealth of the nation has decreased. If the same step had been taken with due consideration—" And he began to develop his plan of emancipation, which might have prevented this dislocation. But it did not interest Levin, and as soon as the landlord had finished, Levin returned to the first proposition, and, trying to get Sviatsky to express his views seriously, said to him, "The fact that our agriculture is sinking, that it is impossible, our relation to the peasants being what it is, to carry on our rational farming profitably, is quite true." "I don't think so," said Sviatsky, now quite serious. All I see is that we do not know how to farm, and that our farming in the days of serfdom was not at too high, but on the contrary, at too low a level. We have no machines, no good horses, no proper management, and we do not know how to keep accounts. Ask any farmer. He cannot tell you what is profitable for you and what is not. Italian bookkeeping, said the landowner scornfully. Keep your accounts as you will. If they spoil everything you have got, you won't have a profit. Why spoil everything? They will break your inferior Russian threshers, but they cannot break my steam threshing machine. The poor Russian hack, what do you call it, of the breed that you have to drag along by the tail can be spoiled, but if you keep Flemish drays or good Russo-Danish horses, they won't spoil them. And it's by such means that we must raise agriculture to a higher level. Yes, if one can afford it, Nikolai Ivanitch. It is all very well for you, but I have a son at the university to keep, and to pay for the little one's education to the secondary school, so that I cannot buy Flemish drays. We have got banks for such cases, yes, and finish by being sold up by auction, no thank you. I do not believe that it is either advisable or possible to raise the level of agriculture, said Lievin. I go in for it and have means, but I never could do anything. I do not know to whom banks are useful. I, at any rate, never spend money on improvements without loss. Expensive cattle bring me a loss, and machinery, too. Yes, that is quite true, said the landowner with the grey moustache, and he even laughed with pleasure. And I'm not the only one, continued Lievin. I can refer you to many farmers who carry on rational farming, and with rare exceptions they all make a loss on it. You just tell us, is your farming profitable? Said Lievin, and at once noticed a momentary expression of fright which he had observed before on Sviatsky's face when he tried to penetrate beyond the reception rooms of his mind. Besides, this question was not quite honest. His hostess had told him at tea that they had engaged that summer a German from Moscow, an expert bookkeeper, and paid him 500 rubles to audit their accounts, and he found that they lost 3,000 rubles odd a year on their farming. She did not remember the exact figure, though the German had calculated it down to a quarter of a kopeck. The landowner smiled when the profits of Sviatsky's farming were mentioned, evidently aware of the sort of profits that his neighbour, the marshal of the nobility, was able to make. It may be unprofitable, answered Sviatsky, but that only shows that I am either a bad farmer or that I spent capital to raise the rent. Oh dear, the rent! Exclaimed Lievin, quite horrified. There may be such a thing as rent in Europe, where the land has been improved by the labour put into it, but with us the land gets poorer by the labour put into it, that is, by being ploughed up. Therefore there can be no such thing as rent. No rent? Rent is a natural law. Then we are outside that law. Rent does not explain anything in our case, but on the contrary only causes confusion. But you had better tell us how the theory of rent can be. Would you like some curds and whey? Mary, send us some curds and whey. Or some raspberries here, said Sviatsky to his wife. This year the raspberries are lasting an extraordinarily long time. And Sviatsky got up cheerfully and moved away, evidently regarding the conversation as finished at the very point where, to Lievin, it seemed to be just beginning. Having lost his interlocutor, Lievin continued the conversation with the landowner, trying to prove to him that all our difficulties arise from the fact that we do not wish to understand the characteristics and habits of our labourers. But the landowner, like everybody who thinks individually and in solitude, was obtuse to other thoughts and tenacious of his own. He insisted that the Russian peasant was a pig and loved piggishness, and that, to lead him out of the pigsty, power was needed, but there was no such power. A stick was necessary, but we had exchanged the 1,000-year-old stick for some kind of lawyers and prisons, in which the good-for-nothing, stinking peasants were fed with good soup and provided with a given number of cubic feet of air. Why do you think, asked Lievin, trying to bring him back to the question, that we could not establish some relation with labour which would make it remunerative? It will never be done with Russians, "We have no power," answered the landowner. "What new conditions could be discovered?" said Sviatsky, who, having eaten his curds and whey and lit a cigarette, now returned to the disputants. "Every possible relation to the power of labour has been defined and investigated," he said. "The remnant of barbarism, the primitive commune with its reciprocal bonds, falls to pieces of itself when serfdom is abolished, and there is nothing left but free labour. Its forms are defined and ready, and we must accept them. The labourer, the hired man, the farmer. You cannot get away from them. But the rest of Europe is not satisfied with that system. No, it is dissatisfied, and it is seeking new methods. It will probably find them. All I wish to say is," said Lievin, "why should we not seek them for ourselves? Because it would be just the same as inventing new methods of building a railway. They are invented and ready, but if they don't suit us, if they are stupid," said Lievin. And again he noticed a look of fear in the eyes of Sviatsky. "Oh yes, it is all child's play for us. We have discovered what Europe is looking for. I know all that, but excuse me, do you know what has been accomplished in Europe with regard to the labour question?" "Not much." "The question is at present occupying the best brains in Europe. There is the Schultz-Delitzsch trend. Then there is a whole gigantic literature on the labour question with the most liberal Lassalle tendency. The Mulhausen system, that is already a fact. I expect you know about it." "I have some idea about it, but very vague." "Oh, you only say so. I'm sure you know about it just as well as I do. I am, of course, not a professor of sociology, but it interests me, and really, if it interests you, you had better study the matter." "But what have they arrived at?" "Excuse me." The landowners had risen, and Sviatsky, having again checked Lievin in his disagreeable habit of prying beyond the reception rooms of his mind, went to see his visitors off. Chapter 28. Lievin felt intolerably bored by the ladies that evening. He was more than ever excited by the thought that the dissatisfaction with work on the land which he now experienced was not an exceptional state of mind, but the result of the condition of agriculture in Russia generally, and that some arrangement that would make the labourers work as they did for the peasant at the halfway house was not an idle dream, but a problem it was necessary to solve. And he felt that it could be solved, and that he must try to do it. Having said good-night to the ladies and promised to stay a whole day longer in order to ride with them and see an interesting landslide in the state forest, Lievin, before going to bed, went to his host's study to borrow the books on the labour question which Sviatsky had offered him. Sviatsky's study was an enormous room lined with book cupboards. There were 2 tables in it, one a massive writing table, the other a round one on which lay a number of newspapers and journals in different languages, arranged as if they were mats round the lamp in the centre. Beside the writing table was a stand with gold-labelled drawers containing various business papers. Sviatsky got down the books and settled himself in a rocking chair. "What is it you're looking at?" he asked Lievin, who, having stopped at the round table, was looking at one of the journals. "Oh, there is a very interesting article there," he added, referring to the journal Lievin held in his hand. "It turns out that the chief agent in the partition of Poland was not Frederick at all," he added with gleeful animation. "It turns out," and with characteristic clearness he briefly recounted these new and very important and interesting discoveries. Though at present Lievin was more interested in agriculture than in anything else, he asked himself while listening to his host, what is there inside him? And why does the partition of Poland interest him? And when Sviatsky had finished, he could not help asking him, "Well, and what of it?" But Sviatsky had no answer to give. It was interesting that "it turns out," and he did not consider it necessary to explain why it interested him. "Yes, and I was greatly interested by that cross old landowner," said Lievin with a sigh. "He is intelligent and said much that is true." "Oh, pooh! He is secretly a rooted partisan of serfdom like all of them, said Sviatsky. Whose marshal you are? Yes, but I marshal them in the opposite direction, said Sviatsky, laughing. What interests me very much is this, said Lievin. He is right when he says that our rational farming is not a success and that only money-lending methods like that quiet fellow's or very elementary methods pay. Whose fault is it? Our own, of course. But it is not true that it does not pay. Vasil Chikov makes it pay. A factory. I still cannot understand what you are surprised at. The people are on so low a level both of material and moral development that they are certain to oppose what is good for them. In Europe, rational farming answers because the people are educated. Therefore, we must educate our people, that's all. But how is one to educate them? To educate the people, 3 things are necessary. Schools, schools, schools. But you yourself just said that the people are on a low level of material development. How will schools help that? Do you know, you remind me of the story of the advice given to a sick man. You should try an aperient. I have, and it made me worse. Try leeches. I have, and they made me worse. Well then, you'd better pray to God. I have, and that made me worse. It's just the same with us. I mention political economy, you say makes things worse. I mention socialism, you say still worse. Education, worse and worse. But how will schools help? By giving people other wants. Now that I never could understand, replied Lievin hotly. How will schools help the peasants to improve their material conditions? You say that schools and education will give them new wants? So much the worse, for they won't be able to satisfy them. And in what way knowing how to add and subtract and to say the catechism will help them to improve their material condition, I never could understand. In the other evening, I met a woman with an infant in her arms and asked her where she was going. She replied that she had been to see the wise woman because her boy was fractious, and she took him to be cured. I asked her what cure the wise woman had for fractiousness. She puts the baby on the perch among the fowls and says something. Well, there is your answer. Education will stop them from carrying their children to the roosts to cure them of fractiousness, said Sviatsky with a merry smile. Oh, not at all, said Lievin crossly. That treatment seems to me just a parallel to treating the peasants by means of schools. The people are poor and ignorant. This we know as surely as the woman knows that the child is fractious because it cries. But why schools should cure the ills of poverty and ignorance is just as incomprehensible as why hens on their perches should cure fractiousness. What needs to be cured is their party. Well, in this at least you agree with Spencer, whom you dislike so much. He too says that education may result from increased well-being and comfort, from frequent ablutions, as he expresses it, but not from the ability to read and reckon. Well, I'm very glad, or rather very sorry, that I coincide with Spencer, but it is a thing I have long known. Schools are no remedy, but the remedy would be an economic organization under which the people would be better off and have more leisure. Then schools would come. Yet all over Europe education is now compulsory. And how do you agree with Spencer yourself in this matter? A frightened look flashed up in Sviatsky's eyes, and he said with a smile, Yes, that cure for fractiousness is splendid. Do you really hear it yourself? Lievin saw that he would not succeed in finding a connection between this man's life and his thoughts. It was evidently all the same to him what conclusions his reasoning led to. He only needed the process itself, and he did not like it when the process of reasoning led him up a blind alley. That he disliked and evaded by turning the conversation to something pleasantly jocular. All the impressions of that day, beginning with the impression of the peasant at the halfway house, which seemed to serve as a foundation for all the other impressions and ideas, agitated Lievin greatly. There was this amiable Sviatsky who kept his opinions only for social use, and evidently had some other bases of life which Lievin could not discern, while with that crowd, whose name is Legion, he directed public opinion by means of thoughts foreign to himself. And that embittered landowner, with perfectly sound views he had wrung painfully from life, but wrong in his bitterness toward a whole class, and that the best class in Russia. And Lievin's own discontent with his own activity, and his vague hope of finding a remedy for all these things, all this merged into a feeling of restlessness and expectation of a speedy solution. Left alone in the room assigned to him, and lying on a spring mattress which bounced unexpectedly whenever he moved a leg or an arm, it was long before Lievin could sleep. Not one of the talks he had had with Sviatsky, though much that was clever had been said by the latter, interested him. But the landowner's arguments required consideration. Lievin involuntarily remembered all that the man had said, and corrected in imagination the answers he himself had given. I ought to have said to him, "You say that our farming is not a success because the peasants hate all improvements, and that these should be introduced by force. And if farming did not pay at all without these improvements, you would be right. But it succeeds where, and only where, as in the case of the man at the halfway house, the labourers act in conformity with their habits. Your and our common dissatisfaction with farming shows that we, and not the peasants, are at fault. We have long pushed on in our own way, the European way, without considering the nature of the labour force available. Let us consider the labourer not as an abstract labour force, but as a Russian peasant with his own instincts, and let us arrange our farming accordingly. Imagine, I ought to have said to him, that your farming is conducted like that old man's, that you have found means to interest the labourers in the results of their work, and have found improvements which they must recognise as such. Then, without impoverishing the soil, you will get double and treble the crops you get now. Divide equally and give half the produce to labour, and the share left for you will be larger, and the labour force will receive more. And to do this we must lower the level of cultivation and give the peasants an interest in its success. How this can be done is a question of details, but it is certainly possible." This thought strongly excited Lievin. He lay awake half the night considering the details necessary for carrying his thought into effect. He had not meant to leave next day, but now decided to go away early in the morning. Moreover, there was the sister-in-law with the square-cut bodice, who occasioned in him a feeling akin to shame and repentance caused by the commission of a bad action. Above all, he had to get away immediately to propose his new plan to the peasants before the winter corn was sown, so that the work might be done on the new conditions. He decided completely to reverse his former methods of farming. Chapter 29. The carrying out of Lievin's plans presented many difficulties, but he struggled with all his might to attain, if not all he desired, at any rate a possibility of believing without self-deception that the thing was worth doing. One of the chief difficulties was that the farming was actually going on, and it was impossible to stop it all and start afresh, so that the machine had to be altered while it was working. When, on the evening of his return, he informed the steward of his intentions, the steward, with evident pleasure, agreed with that part of the plan which showed that all that had been done up to then was foolish and unprofitable. He remarked that he had always said so, but had not been listened to. But to Lievin's proposal that he, like the peasants, should participate as a shareholder would in the farming, the steward only put on a look of great depression and expressed no definite opinion, but at once began to speak of the necessity of carting the last sheaves of rye next day and of starting the second ploughing, so that Lievin felt that it was not the time for his plans to be considered. When speaking of the matter to the peasants and offering them land on the new conditions, Lievin again met with the same difficulty. They too were so fully occupied with the labour of the day that they had no time to consider the advantages and disadvantages of the venture. The naive peasant, the cowman Ivan, quite understood Lievin's offer of letting him and his family have a share in the profits of the dairy farm, and quite sympathized with this undertaking. But when Lievin impressed upon him the benefit that would accrue to him in the future, a look of anxiety and regret that he could not stop to listen to it all appeared on Ivan's face, and he hurriedly remembered some task that could not be put off, seized a hay fork to remove the hay from the enclosure, fetched water, or cleared away the manure. Another stumbling block was the peasants' invincible mistrust of the possibility of a landlord having any other aim than that of robbing them as much as possible. They were firmly convinced that his real aim, whatever he might say, would always be hidden in what he did not tell them. And they themselves, when they talked, said much, but never said what they really wanted. Besides all this, Levin felt that the splenetic landowner was right. The peasants put as the first and unalterable condition in any agreement that they should not be obliged to use any new methods or new kinds of tools for their work. They agreed that an English plough ploughed better, that a scarifier worked quicker, but they found 1,000 reasons why they could not use either the one or the other. And though he was convinced that it would be necessary to lower his standards of farming, he disliked having to give up improvements the benefit of which was so clear. Yet in spite of all these difficulties, he got his way, and by autumn the scheme began to work, or at any rate it seemed so to him. At first, Levin thought of letting the whole of his farm as it stood to the peasants, to the labourers, and to his steward, on the new co-partnership lines. But he very soon saw that this was impossible and decided to divide up the different parts. The cattle yard, the fruit and vegetable gardens, the meadows and the cornfields, divided into several parts, should come under different sections. The naive Ivan, who, it seemed to Levin, best understood the plan, formed an artel, consisting chiefly of his own family, and became partner in the dairy section. The far field that had lain fallow for 8 years was, with the aid of the intelligent carpenter Fyodor Yetsunov, taken up by 6 peasants' families on the new cooperative lines, and the peasant Shorayev rented the vegetable gardens on similar terms. The rest remained as before, but these 3 sections were the beginning of a new order, and fully occupied Levin. It is true that the dairy farm did not as yet go on any better than before, and Ivan strongly opposed heating the cowsheds and making butter from fresh cream, maintaining that cows required less food when kept in the cold, and that butter made from sour cream went further, and that he expected his wages to be paid as before, not being at all interested to know that they were not wages but an advance on account of profits. It was true that Fyodor Yetsunov's group did not plough the cornland twice with the English plough as they had agreed to do, pleading lack of time. It was true that the peasants of that group, though they had agreed to farm the land on the new conditions, did not speak of it as cooperatively held land, but as land held for payment in kind, and that the members of that group and Ryazunov himself said to Levin, "If you would only accept money for the land, it would be less trouble for you and we should feel freer." Moreover, these peasants, on all sorts of pretexts, kept putting off the building of the cattle sheds and granary they had agreed to put up on this land, and dragged the matter on till winter. It was true that Shorayev had taken steps to sublet the kitchen garden in small lots to the other peasants. He evidently quite misunderstood, and apparently intentionally misunderstood, the conditions on which the land was let to him. It was true that often when talking to the peasants and explaining to them the advantages of the plan, Levin felt that they were only listening to the sound of his voice, and were quite determined, whatever he might say, not to let themselves be taken in. He felt this especially when talking to the most intelligent of them, Ryazunov, and noticing the play in his eyes, which clearly indicated his derision of Levin, and a firm resolve that if anyone was taken in, it should not be Ryazunov. But in spite of this, Levin thought matters were getting on, and that by keeping strict accounts and insisting on having his way, he would eventually be able to prove to the peasants the advantage of these new arrangements, and that things would then go on of themselves. These affairs, added to the rest of the farming which remained on his hands and the indoor work on his book, so filled Levin's whole summer that he hardly ever made time to go out shooting. At the end of August he heard from a servant who brought back the side-saddle that the Oblonskys had gone back to Moscow. He felt that by not having answered Dolly Oblonskaya's letter, a rudeness he could not remember without blushing, he had burnt his boats and could never visit there again. He had treated the Sviatskys just as badly, having left their house without saying goodbye. But neither would he ever visit them again. That made no difference to him now. The rearrangement of his farming interested him more than anything had ever done in his life. He read through the books lent him by Sviatsky, and having ordered various others that he required, he read books on political economy and socialistic books on the same subject. But, as he'd expected, he found nothing in them related to his undertaking. In the works on political economy, in Mill, for instance, which he studied first and with great ardour, hoping every moment to find a solution of the questions that occupied him, he found various laws deduced as governing the state of agriculture in Europe, but he could not see why these laws, inapplicable to Russia, should be considered universal. It was the same with the socialistic books. They were either beautiful but inapplicable fancies which had carried him away when he was still at the university, or they were improvements and patchings up of the order existing in Europe, with which agricultural affairs in Russia have nothing in common. Political economy maintained that the laws by which the wealth of Europe had developed and is developing are universal and unquestionable laws. The socialistic teaching declared that development on those lines leads to ruin. But neither the one set of books nor the other so much as hinted at explaining what Lievin and all the Russian peasants and landowners with their millions of hands and acres should do to make them as productive as possible for the general welfare. Having taken up this question, he conscientiously read everything relating to it, and he purposed going abroad in the autumn to study the question further there, so that what had often happened to him with other questions should not be repeated. Often, just as he was beginning to understand the idea in his interlocutor's mind and to explain his own, he would suddenly be asked, "And what about Kaufmann and Jones and Dubois and Micheli? Have you not read them? You should do so. They have elucidated the question." He now clearly saw that Kaufmann and Micheli had nothing to tell him. He knew what he wanted. He saw that Russia had splendid soil and splendid labourers, and that in some cases, such as that of the peasant at the halfway house, the labourers and land produced much, but that in the majority of cases, when capital was expended in the European way, they produced little, and that this happened simply because the labourers are only willing to work and work well in the way natural to them, and that their opposition was not accidental but permanent, being rooted in the spirit of the people. He thought that the Russian people, whose mission it is to occupy and cultivate enormous unoccupied tracts of land, deliberately, as long as any land remains unoccupied, kept to the methods necessary for that purpose, and that those methods are not at all as bad as is generally thought. This he wanted to prove theoretically in his book, and practically by his farming. Chapter 30. By the end of September, the timber for the buildings to be erected on the land let to the peasant group was carted, the butter was all sold, and the profits divided. Everything on the estate was going well, practically, at least Lievin thought so. To elucidate matters theoretically and to finish his book, which, according to his dreams, would not only revolutionize political economy, but completely abolish that science and lay the foundation of a new science, that of the relation of the people to the land, it was only necessary to go abroad and there study what had been done on the subject and find convincing proofs that what had been done there was not what was needed. Lievin was only waiting for the wheat to be delivered and to get paid for it before leaving for abroad. But rain set in, making it impossible to get in what remained of the corn and potatoes, stopped all the work, and even prevented the delivery of the wheat. The mud made the roads impassable. 2 mills had been carried away by floods, and the weather was getting worse and worse. On the 30th of September, the sun showed itself in the morning, and in hopes of fine weather, Lievin began seriously preparing for his departure. He gave orders that the grain was to be got ready for carting, and sent the steward to the merchant to collect the money for the wheat, while he himself went round to give final instructions before leaving. Having got through all his business, soaked by the streams of water that had run in at the neck of his leather coat and at the top of his high boots, but in the most buoyant and animated spirits, he returned home in the evening. The weather grew still worse toward evening, and the frozen sleet beat the whole body of his drenched horse so painfully that it shook its head and ears and went sideways. But Lievin, under his hood, felt comfortable. He looked cheerfully round, now at the turbid streams that ran down the ruts, now at the drops that hung from every bare twig, now at the white spots of unthawed sleet that lay on the planks of the bridge, or on the heaps of still juicy willow leaves lying in a thick layer round a denuded tree. Notwithstanding the gloomy aspect of nature around him, he felt peculiarly elated. His conversation with the peasants of the outlying village showed that they were beginning to get used to the new conditions. An old innkeeper, into whose house he had gone to dry himself, evidently approved of Lievin's plan and had offered to join a group to buy cattle. "I need only push on steadily toward my aim, and I shall achieve it," he thought. "And it is worth working and striving for. It is not a personal affair of my own, but one of public welfare. The whole system of farming, and above all the position of the people, must be completely altered. Instead of poverty, wealth and satisfaction for all. Instead of hostility, concord and a bond of common interest. In a word, a revolution, bloodless but immense. First in our own small district, then throughout the province, throughout Russia and the whole world, for a good thought must be fruitful. Yes, it is an aim worth working for. The fact that the author of it is myself, Konstantin Lievin, who once went to a ball in a black tie, whom Kitty Shtcherbatskaya refused, and who seems so pitiful and insignificant to himself, proves nothing. I feel sure that Franklin felt just as insignificant and distrusted himself just as I do when he remembered his past. All that does not matter. He too probably had an Agafya Mikhailovna to whom he confided his secrets. With such thoughts, Lievin reached home when it was already dark. The steward, having been to the merchant, had returned bringing an instalment of the money for the wheat. An arrangement had been made with the innkeeper, and the steward, while away, had learnt that the corn had nowhere been got in, so that Lievin's 160 stacks still in the fields were a trifle compared to what others were losing. Having dined, Lievin, as usual, sat down in his easy-chair with a book, and while reading continued to think about his impending journey in connection with the book he was writing. Today the importance of his work presented itself to him with especial clearness, and whole paragraphs of their own accord shaped themselves in his mind, expressing the gist of his thoughts. "I must write that down," thought he. "That must form a short preface such as I formerly considered unnecessary." He rose to go to his writing table, and Laska, who was lying at his feet, stretched herself, also got up, and looked round at him as if asking where she was to go to. But he had no time to write his thoughts down, for the labourers' foreman had come, and Lievin went into the hall to speak to them. After arranging about the next day's work by seeing the peasants who had come on business, Lievin went to his study and sat down to his work. Laska lay down under the table, and Agafya Mikhailovna, with her knitting, sat down in her usual place. Having written for some time, Lievin suddenly, with particular vividness, remembered Kitty, her refusal, and their last meeting. He rose and began to pace up and down the room. "What is the use of fretting?" said Agafya Mikhailovna. "Why do you always sit at home? You should go to a watering place now that you've got ready." "So I shall. I'm going the day after tomorrow, Agafya Mikhailovna, only I must finish my business." "Eh? What is your business? Have you not done enough for the peasants as it is? Why, they're saying your master will get a reward from the Tsar for it. And it is strange. Why should you bother about the peasants?" "I'm not bothering about them. I'm doing it for myself." Agafya Mikhailovna knew all the details of Lievin's farming plans. He often laid bare his thoughts before her in all their details, and frequently argued with her and disagreed with her explanations. But this time she quite misunderstood what he said. "Of course one must think of one's soul before everything else," she remarked with a sigh. There was Parfen Denisitch, who was no scholar at all, but may God grant everyone to die as he did, she said, referring to a servant who had died recently. He received Holy Communion and extreme unction. I'm not speaking about that, he said. I mean that I'm doing it for my own profit. My gains are bigger when the peasants work better. But whatever you do, an idler will always bungle. If he has a conscience, he will work. If not, you can do nothing with him. But you yourself say that Ivan looks after the cattle better now. I only say, answered Agafya Mikhailovna, evidently not speaking at random, but with strict sequence of thought, you must marry. That is all. Her mention of the very thing he was just thinking about grieved and hurt him. He frowned, and without replying again sat down to his work, repeating to himself all that he had been thinking about its importance. Only occasionally, in the stillness, he listened to the clicking of her needles and, remembering what he did not wish to remember, made a wry face. At 9 o'clock he heard the sound of a bell and the heavy lurching of a carriage through the mud. "There now, visitors have come to you," said Agafya Mikhailovna, rising and going toward the door. "Now you won't feel dull." But Levin overtook her. His work was not getting on now, and he was glad of a visitor, whoever it might be. Chapter 31. Halfway to the front door, Levin heard a familiar sound of coughing in the hall, but the noise of his own footsteps prevented his hearing it clearly, and he hoped he was mistaken. Then he saw the whole of his brother's long, bony, familiar figure, and it seemed that there could be no mistake, but he still hoped he was mistaken, and that this tall man who was taking off his overcoat and coughing was not his brother Nikolai. Levin was fond of his brother, but to be with him was always a torment. Under the sway of the thoughts that had come to him and of Agafya Mikhailovna's reminders, he was in an unsettled and confused state of mind, and the forthcoming meeting with his brother seemed particularly distressing. Instead of a cheerful, healthy stranger who he hoped would have diverted him from his mental perplexity, he had to meet his brother, who knew him through and through and would disturb his innermost thoughts and force him to make a clean breast of everything. And that was what he did not desire. Angry with himself for this bad feeling, Levin ran into the hall. And as soon as he had a near view of his brother, this feeling of disappointment vanished and was replaced by pity. Dreadful as his emaciation and illness had previously made Nikolai, he was now still thinner and weaker. He was a mere skeleton covered with skin. He stood in the hall, jerking his long, thin neck, drawing a scarf from it and smiling in a strangely piteous manner. When he saw this meek, submissive smile, Levin felt his throat contract convulsively. "I have come to see you," said Nikolai, in a hollow voice, without taking his eyes for an instant from his brother's face. "I have long wanted to, but did not feel well. Now I am much better." And he wiped his beard with the thin palms of his hands. Yes, answered Levin. He was still more terrified when, kissing his brother's face, his lips felt the dryness of the skin, and he saw his large, strangely brilliant eyes close at hand. Some weeks before this, Konstantin Levin had written to tell his brother that, after the sale of a few things which till then had remained undivided, Nikolai was entitled to his share, which came for about 2,000 rubles. Nikolai said that he had now come to fetch that money, but chiefly to visit his own nest and touch his native soil, in order, like the heroes of old, to gather strength from it for the work that lay before him. In spite of the fact that he was more round-shouldered than ever, and that, being so tall, his leanness was startling, his movements were quick and sudden as formerly. Levin took him to his room. Nikolai dressed carefully, a thing he never used to do, brushed his thin, straight hair, and went smiling upstairs. He was in a most affectionate and cheerful mood, such as Levin remembered his often being in as a child, and he even mentioned Sergei Ivanitch without irritation. When he met Agafya Mikhailovna, he joked with her and questioned her about the other old servants. The news of Parfen Denisitch's death affected him strangely. A look of fear appeared on his face, but he immediately recovered himself. After all, he was old, he remarked, and changed the subject. Well, I will spend a month or two with you, and then I will go to Moscow. You know, Myakov has promised me a post, and I am entering the civil service. I will now arrange my life quite differently, he continued. You know, I've got rid of that one. Maria Nikolaevna? Why? What for? Oh, she was a horrid woman. She's caused me a lot of unpleasantness. But he did not say in what the unpleasantness consisted. He could not explain that he had turned Maria Nikolaevna away because she made his tea too weak, and chiefly because she waited on him as on an invalid. Besides, I want to alter my life completely. Of course, like everybody else, I have done stupid things, but property is the least consideration, and I don't regret mine. Health is the great thing, and my health, thank God, has improved. Levin listened, trying but unable to think of what to say. Nikolai probably felt the same. He began questioning his brother about his affairs, and Levin was glad to talk about himself because he could do so without any pretense. He told Nikolai of his plans and activities. Nikolai listened, but evidently was not interested. These two men were so near akin and so intimate with one another that between them the least movement or intonation expressed more than could be said in words. At present the same thought filled both their minds and dominated all else: Nikolai's illness and approaching death. But neither of them dared speak of it, and not having expressed the one thing that occupied their thoughts, whatever they said rang false. Never before had Levin felt so glad when an evening was over and it was time to go to bed. Never had he been so unnatural and artificial, even with an outsider, or when making a formal call, as he was that day. And his consciousness of this artificiality and his repentance made him more unnatural. He wished to weep over his dear, dying brother, but had to listen and keep up a conversation about how Nikolai was going to live. The house being damp and only his bedroom heated, Levin put his brother to sleep behind a partition in that room. Nikolai went to bed, but, whether he slept or not, kept tossing and coughing like a sick man, and, when unable to clear his throat, muttering some complaint. Sometimes he sighed deeply and said, "Oh, my God." Sometimes, when the phlegm choked him, he muttered angrily, "Oh, come on." Levin long lay awake, listening to him. His thoughts were very various, but they all led up to death. Death, the inevitable end of everything, confronted him for the first time with irresistible force. And that death which was present in this dear brother, who, waking up, moaned and by habit called indiscriminately on God and on the devil, was not so far away as it had hitherto seemed to be. It was within himself, too. He felt it. If not today, then tomorrow or 30 years hence, was it not all the same? But what that inevitable death was, he not only did not know, not only had never considered, but could not and dared not consider. I am working, I want to do something, and I have forgotten that it will all end in death. He sat on his bed in the dark, doubled his arms round his knees and thought, scarcely breathing from the mental strain. But the more mental effort he made, the clearer he saw that it was undoubtedly so, that he had really forgotten and overlooked one little circumstance in life. That death would come and end everything, so that it was useless to begin anything and that there was no help for it. Yes, It was terrible, but true. But I am still alive. What am I to do now? What am I to do? He said, despairingly. He lit a candle, got up carefully, went to the looking-glass, and began examining his face and hair. Yes, there were grey hairs on his temples. He opened his mouth. His double teeth were beginning to decay. He bared his muscular arms. Yes, he was very strong. But Nikolai, who was breathing there with the remains of his lungs, had once had a healthy body too. And he suddenly remembered how as children they used to go to bed together and only waited till Theodor Bogdanitch had left the room to throw pillows at one another and to laugh and laugh so irrepressibly that even the fear of Theodor Bogdanitch could not stop that overflowing, bubbling consciousness of the joy of living. And now that sunken, hollow chest. And I, who do not know what will happen to me, or why. Oh, there, Wild. What are you fidgeting for? Oh, why don't you sleep? His brother's voice called to him. Oh, I don't know, just sleeplessness. And I have slept well. I don't perspire now, see. Feel my shirt. It's not damp. Levin felt it, returned behind the partition and put out the candle, but was long unable to sleep. Just when the question of how to live had become a little clearer to him, a new, insoluble problem presented itself. Death. Well, he's dying. He will die before spring. How can he be helped? What can I say to him? What do I know about it? I had forgotten there was such a thing. Chapter 32. Levin had long ago noticed that after people have made one uncomfortable by their pliancy and submissiveness, they soon become unbearably exacting and aggressive. He felt that this would happen with his brother. And really, Nikolai's meekness did not last long. The very next morning he grew irritable and cavilled at everything his brother said, touching his most sensitive spots. Levin felt guilty, but could do nothing. He felt that if they both spoke without dissimulation and straight from the heart, they would only look into one another's eyes, and Constantine would say nothing but, "You will die, you will die," and Nikolai would only say in reply, "I know I shall die, and I am afraid, afraid, afraid." That was all they would say if only they spoke straight from the heart. But that would make life impossible. Therefore Constantine tried to do what all his life he had tried and never known how to do, although he had often observed that many people were able to do it well, something without which life was impossible. He tried to say something different from what he thought, and he felt all the time that it sounded false and that his brother detected him and grew irritable. On the third day of his stay, Nikolai challenged his brother to explain his plans to him once more, and not only found fault with them, but purposely confused them with communism. "You have only taken an idea from others and distorted it, and you wish to apply it where it is inapplicable. But I tell you that the two things have nothing in common. Communists deny the justice of property, capital, or inheritance. Well, I do not deny that main stimulus." It was repulsive to Levin to find himself using such words, but since he had been engrossed in his work, he had involuntarily begun using more and more foreign words. "But want only to regulate labour, that is it. You have taken other people's idea, dropped all that gave it force, and wish to make one believe it is something new," said Nikolai, angrily jerking his neck. "But my idea has nothing in common." "That idea," said Nikolai Levin with a sarcastic smile and angrily glistening eyes, "that idea, at any rate, if one may say so, has a geometric charm of definiteness and certainty. It may be utopian, but granting the possibility of making a tabula rasa of the past and abolishing private property and families, then labour comes by its own. But you have nothing. Why do you muddle it? I never was a communist, but I have been, and now I think it is premature but reasonable, and that it has a future as Christianity had in the first centuries. I only think that the force of labour must be dealt with in a scientifically experimental manner. It must be studied, and its characteristics, but that is quite unnecessary. That force finds its own form of activity in accord with its degree of development. There used to be slaves everywhere, then villeins, and we have labour paid in kind, and leaseholders and hire-end labour. So what are you looking for? At these words, Levin suddenly grew warm, for at the bottom of his heart he felt that it was true that he wished to balance between communism and the existing forms of life, and that this was hardly possible. I am seeking for a way of making labour profitable for me and for the labourers, he answered hotly. I want to establish— You do not want to establish anything. You simply want to be original, as you always have done, and to show that you're not just exploiting the peasants, but have ideas. You think so? Well then, leave me alone, said Levin, and he felt that a muscle was uncontrollably quivering in his left cheek. You have no convictions and never had any. You only want to flatter your self-esteem. Well, all right, but leave me alone. I will, and high time, too. You can go to the devil, and a Messiah came. However much Levin tried afterwards to pacify his brother, Nikolai would not listen to it, but said that it was much better for them to part. And Levin saw that life had become simply intolerable for his brother. Nikolai had quite made up his mind to go. Constantine came to him again, and in an unnatural manner asked his forgiveness if he had offended him in any way. Ah, this is magnanimity, said Nikolai, and smiled. If you wish to be in the right, I can let you have that pleasure. You are in the right, but all the same I shall go away. Only just before he left, Nikolai kissed Constantine, and suddenly said with a strange and serious look at his brother, Not think too badly of me, Kostya. And his voice trembled. These were the only sincere words that had passed between them. Levin understood that they were meant to say, You see that I'm in a bad way, and perhaps we shall not meet again. He understood this, and tears trembled in his eyes. He again kissed his brother, but he did not know what to answer. 3 days after his brother's departure, Levin left for abroad. He surprised young Shtcherbatsky, Kitty's cousin, whom he happened to meet at a railway station, by his moroseness. What is the matter with you? Asked Shtcherbatsky. Nothing much, but there is little to be happy about in this world. Little? You'd better come to Paris with me instead of going to some Mulhausen or other. You'll see how jolly it'll be. No, I have done with that. It is time for me to die. That is a fine thing, said Shtcherbatsky, laughing. I am only preparing to begin to live. Yes, I thought so too till lately. But now I know that I shall soon die. Levin was saying what of late he had really been thinking. He saw death and the approach of death in everything. But the work he had begun interested him all the more. After all, he had to live his life somehow till death came. Everything for him was wrapped in darkness. But just because of the darkness, feeling his work to be the only thread to guide him through that darkness, he seized upon it and clung to it with all his might. Part 4. Chapter 1. The Karenins, husband and wife, continued to live in the same house and to meet daily, but they were wholly estranged. Karenin made it a rule to see his wife every day, so as not to give the servants any grounds for making conjectures, but he avoided dining at home. Vronsky never came to the Karenins' house, but Anna met him elsewhere, and her husband knew it. The situation was a torment to all three, and not one of them could have stood it for a single day but for the hope that it would change, and that the whole matter was only a temporary, though painful, trial. Karenin expected the passion to pass, as everything passes. All would be forgotten and his name not dishonoured. Anna, who was responsible for the situation, and for whom among the three it was most painful, bore it because she not only expected but felt sure that very soon everything would be settled and cleared up. She had not the least idea what would settle it, but was quite certain that it would now come very soon. Involuntarily submitting to her judgment, Vronsky too expected something not dependent on him to clear up all these difficulties. In the middle of the winter he spent a very dull week. He had been chosen to act as guide to a foreign prince and was obliged to show him the sights of Petersburg. Vronsky had a distinguished appearance, possessed the art of carrying himself with respectful dignity, and was in the habit of associating with people of that class. That was why he was chosen to attend the prince. But the task seemed a hard one to him. The prince did not want to miss seeing anything about which he might be questioned at home, and he also wanted to enjoy as many Russian amusements as possible, and Vronsky was obliged to accompany him in both cases. In the mornings they went sightseeing, and in the evenings took part in the national amusements. The prince enjoyed unusually good health, even for a prince, and by means of gymnastics and care of his body had developed his strength to such a degree that, in spite of the excess he indulged in when amusing himself, he looked as fresh as a big, green, shining cucumber. He had travelled a great deal, and considered that one of the chief advantages of the present convenient ways of communication was the easy access they afforded to national amusements. He had been to Spain, where he arranged serenades and became intimate with a Spanish woman who played the mandolin. In Switzerland he had shot a chamois. In England he had jumped hedges in a pink coat and shot 200 pheasants for a bet. He'd been in a harem in Turkey, ridden an elephant in India, and now in Russia he wanted a taste of distinctive Russian amusements. Vronsky, who was, so to say, the prince's chief master of ceremonies, had great difficulty in organizing all the Russian amusements offered to the prince by various people: trotting races, pancakes, bear hunting, and drives in three-horse sledges, gypsies and Russian sprees with smashing of crockery. And the prince imbibed the Russian spirit with the greatest ease, smashed trays full of crockery, made gypsy girls sit on his lap, and yet seemed to be always asking, "What next? Is this the whole of the Russian spirit?" But on the whole, of all the Russian amusements, the prince liked the French actresses, a ballet girl, and white seal champagne best. Vronsky was used to princes, but whether it was that he himself had lately changed, or whether his intimacy with this prince was too close, that week at any rate appeared very wearisome to him. All that week he felt like a man attending a lunatic, and afraid for his own reason too. He was obliged to be on his guard the whole time, not to deviate from the path of severe official respect for fear of being insulted. The prince's manner toward the very people who, to Vronsky's astonishment, were ready to go through fire and water to provide Russian amusements for him was contemptuous. His opinion of Russian women whom he wanted to study more than once made Vronsky flush with indignation. But the chief reason why the prince's presence oppressed Vronsky was that he saw himself reflected in the prince, and what he saw in that mirror was not flattering to his vanity. The prince was a very stupid, very healthy, and very cleanly man, and nothing more. He was a gentleman, it is true, and Vronsky could not deny it. He was quiet and not cringing with those above him, free and simple with his equals, and contemptuously good-natured with his inferiors. Vronsky was the same, and considered it very meritorious to be so, but in his relations with the prince he was the inferior, and felt indignant with that condescendingly good-natured treatment. Stupid ox! Can I really be like that myself? He thought. However this may have been, he parted from the prince, who went on to Moscow, and received his thanks. Vronsky was very pleased to be rid of the embarrassing situation and the unpleasant mirror. He took leave of him at the railway station on the 7th day, on returning from a bear hunt, after which there had been demonstrations of Russian prowess all night. Chapter 2. On returning home, Vronsky found a note from Anna awaiting him. She wrote, "I am ill and unhappy. I cannot go out, neither can I go on any longer without seeing you. Come this evening. Alexei Alexandrovich is going to the council and will remain there till 10. After wondering for a moment at the strangeness of her asking him straight out to come to her house in spite of her husband's injunctions, he decided to go. He had that winter been promoted to the rank of colonel, had left the regiment and was living alone. Immediately after lunch he lay down on the sofa. 5 minutes later the memory of the disreputable scenes at which he had been present during the last few days became jumbled and connected with pictures of Anna and a peasant who had played an important part as a beater at the bear hunting. And Vronsky fell asleep. He woke up in the dark, trembling with fear, and hurriedly lit a candle. What has happened? What horrors I dreamt! Yes, the peasant, the beater, I think he was small and dirty, with a tangled beard, was stooping down and doing something or other, and suddenly began to say strange words in French. That is all there was in that dream, he thought. Why did it seem so terrible? He vividly recalled the peasant and the incomprehensible words that the man had uttered, and a shudder of terror ran down his back. What nonsense, he thought, glancing at his watch. It was already 8:30. He rang for his valet, dressed hurriedly, and went out into the porch, having quite forgotten his dream and feeling worried only by the fact that he was late. As he drove up to the Karenins' porch, he again glanced at his watch and saw that it was 10 minutes to 9. A high, narrow brougham with a pair of grey horses stood before the front door. She was coming to me, thought Vronsky. That would have been better. It is unpleasant for me to enter this house. But no matter, I cannot hide, he thought. And with the manner habitual to him since childhood of one who has nothing to be ashamed of, Vronsky got out of his sledge and went to the door. The door opened, and the hall porter with a rug over his arm called to the coachman. Vronsky, though not in the habit of noticing details, noticed the look of surprise on the man's face. In the doorway, he nearly knocked up against Karenin. The gaslight lit up Karenin's worn, bloodless face beneath the black hat, and his white tie showing from beneath the beaver collar of his overcoat. His dull, expressionless eyes were fixed on Vronsky's face. Vronsky bowed, and Karenin silently moved his lips, lifted his hand to his hat, and went out. Vronsky saw him get into the carriage without looking round, take the rug and a pair of opera glasses through the carriage window. Then he disappeared in the darkness. Vronsky entered the hall. His brows were knit, and his eyes shone with a proud, angry light. That is a nice position, he thought. If he struggled, if he defended his honor, I could act and could express my feelings. But this weakness or meanness, he puts me in the position of an impostor, which I did not and do not mean to be. Since the explanation with Anna in the Vreda Gardens, Vronsky's ideas had changed. Involuntarily submitting to Anna's weakness, who, ready in advance to accept anything, gave herself up to him entirely and expected him to decide her fate, he had long ceased to imagine that their union could end in the way he had then expected. His ambitious plans had receded to the background, and feeling that he had come out of the range of activity in which everything was definite, he completely gave himself up to his passion, and that passion bound him closer and closer to her. While still in the hall, he heard her retreating footsteps, and knew that she had been waiting and listening for him, but had now gone back to the drawing-room. "No," she cried when she saw him, and at the first sound of her voice, tears filled her eyes. "No, if things go on like this for long, it will happen much, much sooner." What, my dear? What? I wait in torment 1 hour, 2 hours. No, I won't. I cannot quarrel with you. I expect you could not help it. No, I won't. She put both her hands on his shoulders and gazed at him long with a deep look of ecstasy, and yet searchingly. She scrutinized his face to make up for the time she had not seen him. She compared, as she did at every interview with him, the image her fancy painted of him, incomparably finer than and impossible in actual existence, with his real self. Chapter 3. You met him? She asked when they sat down at a table under the lamp. That is your punishment for being late. Yes, but how did it happen? He had to be at the council. He had been and had come back, and afterwards went somewhere else. But never mind. Don't speak about it. Where have you been? With the prince all the time? She knew all the details of his life. He wished to say that he'd been up all night and had fallen asleep, but seeing her excited and happy face, he felt ashamed. So he said that he had to go and report the prince's departure. But now that is all over? He is gone? Yes, thank heaven, that is all over. You would hardly believe how intolerable it was. Why? Is it not the kind of life all you young men lead? She said, frowning, and taking up her crochet work from the table began disentangling the hook without looking at Vronsky. I have long since abandoned that kind of life, he said, wondering at the change in her face and trying to penetrate its meaning. And I must own, he went on, smiling and showing his compact row of teeth, that I seem to have been looking in a mirror the whole of this week while watching that kind of life, and it was very unpleasant. She held her work in her hands without crocheting, gazing at him with a strange, glittering, unfriendly look. Lisa called on me this morning. They still visit me in spite of the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, she said, and she told me about your Athenian party. How disgusting. I was only going to say that, she interrupted him. It was Therese, whom you knew before. I was going to say how horrid you men are. How is it that you can forget that a woman cannot forget these things, she said, getting more and more heated, and thereby betraying the cause of her irritation. Especially a woman who cannot know your life. What do I know? What did I know? Only what you tell me. And what proof have I that you tell me the truth? Anna, you hurt me. Don't you believe me? Have I not told you that I have not a thought that I would hide from you? Yes, yes, she said, evidently trying to drive away her jealous thoughts. That if you only knew how hard it is for me. I believe you, I do believe you. Well, what were you going to say? But he could not at once remember what he had wished to say. These fits of jealousy, which had lately begun to repeat themselves more and more frequently, horrified him, and however much he tried to hide the fact, they made him feel colder toward her, although he knew that the jealousy was caused by love for him. How often he had told himself that to be loved by her was happiness, and now that she loved him as only a woman can for whom love outweighs all else that is good in life, he was much further from happiness than when he had followed her from Moscow. Then he thought himself unhappy, but happiness was all in the future. Now he felt that the best happiness was already in the past. She was not at all such as he had first seen her. Both morally and physically she had changed for the worse. She had broadened out, and as she spoke of the actress, there was a malevolent look on her face which distorted its expression. He looked at her as a man might look at a faded flower he had plucked, in which it was difficult for him to trace the beauty that had made him pick and so destroy it. Yet in spite of this, he felt that though at first, while his love was strong, he would have been able, had he earnestly desired it, to pull that love out of his heart, yet now, when he imagined, as he did at that moment, that he felt no love for her, he knew that the bond between them could not be broken. Well, what were you going to tell me about the prince? I have driven away the demon, she added. They spoke of jealousy as the demon. Yes, what had you begun telling me about the prince? What was it you found so hard to bear? Oh, it was intolerable, he said, trying to pick up the lost thread of what he had in his mind. He does not improve on nearer acquaintance. If I'm to describe him, he's a finely bred animal, like those that get prizes at cattle shows, and nothing more, he concluded in a tone of vexation which awoke her interest. Oh, but in what way? She rejoined. Anyhow, he must have seen much and is well educated. It is quite a different kind of education, that education of theirs. One can see that he's been educated only to have the right to despise education, as they despise everything except animal pleasures. But don't all of you like those animal pleasures? She remarked, and he again noticed on her face that dismal look which evaded his. Why do you take his part so? He said, smiling. I don't take his part, and it is a matter of complete indifference to me. But I should say that as you did not like these pleasures, you might have declined to go. But it gives you pleasure to see Thérèse dressed as Eve. Again the demon, said Vronsky, taking the hand which she had put on the table and kissing it. Yes, but I can't help it. You don't know how I've suffered while waiting for you. I don't think I have a jealous nature. I am not jealous. I trust you when you are here, near me. But when you are away, living your life, which I don't understand. She turned away from him, and managing at last to disentangle her hook with the aid of her forefinger, began to draw the stitches of white wool shining in the lamplight through each other, the delicate wrist moving rapidly and nervously within her embroidered cuff. Well, and what happened? Where did you meet Alexei Alexandrovitch? She suddenly asked, her voice ringing unnaturally. I knocked up against him in the doorway. And he bowed like this to you? She drew up her face, half closed her eyes, and quickly changed the expression of her face, folding her hands. And Vronsky saw at once upon her beautiful face the very look with which Karenin had bowed to him. He smiled, and she laughed merrily, with that delightful laughter from the chest which was one of her special charms. I can't at all understand him, said Vronsky. Had he, after your explanation in the country, broken with you, had he challenged me, yes. But this sort of thing I do not understand. How can he put up with such a position? He suffers, that is evident. He, she said sarcastically, he is perfectly contented. Why are we all tormenting each other when everything might be so comfortable? Oh, but not he. As if I did not know him and the falsehood with which he is saturated. As if it were possible for anyone to live as he is living with me. He understands and feels nothing. Could a man who has any feelings live in the same house with his guilty wife? Could he talk to her and call her by her Christian name? And without meaning to, she again mimicked him. Ma chère Anna, my dear. He is not a man, not a human being. He is a doll. No one else knows it, but I do. Oh, if I were he, I should long since have killed, have torn in pieces a wife such as I, and not have called her ma chère Anna. He is not a man, but an official machine. He does not understand that I am your wife, that he is a stranger who's superfluous. Oh, but don't let us talk about him. You are unjust, my dear, said Vronsky, trying to pacify her. But still, don't let us talk about him. Tell me what you've been doing. What is the matter with you? What is that illness of yours? What does the doctor say? She looked at him with quizzical joy. She had evidently remembered other comical and unpleasant sides of her husband's character and waited for an opportunity to mention them. He continued, I expect it is not illness at all, but only your condition. When is it to be? The mocking light in her eyes faded, but a smile of a different kind, the knowledge of something unknown to him and gentle sadness, replaced the former expression of her face. Soon. You were saying that our position was full of torment and should be put an end to. If you only knew how hard it is on me, what would I not give to be able to love you freely and boldly? I should not be tortured. I would not torment you with my jealousy. It will happen soon, but not in the way you think. And at the thought of how it was going to happen, she felt so sorry for herself that the tears came into her eyes and she could not continue. She laid her hand, sparkling with rings and the whiteness of the skin, on his sleeve. It will not happen as we think. I did not want to tell you, but you make me do it. Soon, very soon, everything will get disentangled and we shall be able to rest and not torment each other any more. I do not understand, he said, though he did understand. You are asking when? Soon, and I shall not survive it. Don't interrupt, she said hurriedly. I shall die, and I am very glad that I shall die. I shall find deliverance and deliver you. The tears ran down her cheeks. He stooped over her hand and began kissing it, trying to hide the emotion which he knew to be groundless but could not master. That is right. That is better, she said, firmly pressing his hand. This is all that remains to us. He recovered and lifted his head. What rubbish, what senseless rubbish you are talking. No, it is not. It is true. What is true? That I am going to die. I have had a dream. A dream? Vronsky instantly remembered the peasant of his dream. Yes, a dream, she said. I dreamt it a long time ago. I thought I had run into my bedroom, that I had to fetch or find out something there. You know how it happens in dreams. And her eyes dilated with horror. And in the bedroom, there was something standing in the corner. Oh, what nonsense! How can one believe? But she would not allow him to stop her. What she was saying was of too much importance to her. And that something turned round, and I saw it was a peasant, with a rough beard, small and dreadful. I wanted to run away, but he stooped over a sack and was fumbling about in it. She showed how he fumbled in the sack. Her face was full of horror, and Vronsky, remembering his dream, felt the same horror filling his soul. He fumbles about and mutters French words so quickly, and with a burr, you know, il faut le battre, le faire, le broyer, le pétrir. And in my horror I tried to wake, but I woke, still in a dream, and began asking myself what it could mean. And Corneille says to me, "You will die in childbed, ma'am." Then I woke. What nonsense. What nonsense, said Vronsky. But he felt that there was no conviction in his voice. Well, don't let us talk about it. Ring the bell, I will order tea. But wait, it won't be long, and I... But suddenly she stopped. The expression of her face changed instantaneously. The horror and agitation were replaced by an expression of quiet, serious, and blissful attention. He could not understand the meaning of this change. She had felt a new life quickening within her. Chapter 4. Karenin, after meeting Vronsky in his own porch, went on, as had been his intention, to the Italian opera. He sat through the first 2 acts and saw everybody that it was necessary for him to see. On his return home, he carefully looked at the coat stand, and noticing that no military coat hung there, he went to his study as usual. Contrary to his habit, however, he did not go to bed, but walked up and down the room till 3 in the morning. The feeling of anger with his wife, who would not observe the rules of propriety and fulfill the only condition he had insisted on, that is, that she should not see her lover in his house, gave him no rest. She had not fulfilled his condition, and he was obliged to punish her and carry out his threat, to divorce her and take away her son. He knew the difficulties connected with such a step, but he had said he would do it and was now obliged to do it. The Countess Lydia Ivanovna had hinted to him that that was the best way to get out of the situation, and he knew that of late the practice of divorce had been brought to such a state of perfection that he saw a possibility of overcoming the formal difficulties. Besides, misfortunes never come singly, and the affair of the subject races and the irrigation of the Zaraysk province had caused Karenin so much unpleasantness in his official capacity that he had of late felt extremely irritable. He did not sleep at all, and his wrath, increasing in a kind of gigantic progression, had reached its utmost limits by the morning. He dressed in haste, and as if he were carrying a cup brimful of wrath and were afraid of spilling any and of losing with his anger the energy he needed for an explanation with his wife, he went to her room as soon as he knew that she was up. Anna, who thought that she knew her husband so well, was struck by his appearance when he entered. His brow was knit, and his eyes, gloomily fixed before him, avoided looking at her. His lips were firmly and contemptuously closed. In his step, his movements, and the sound of his voice was such determination and firmness as his wife had never known in him. He entered her boudoir, and without saying good morning went straight to her writing table, took up her keys, and opened the drawer. "What do you want?" she exclaimed. "Your lover's letters." "They're not there," she said, closing the drawer. But this action proved to him that he had guessed rightly, and rudely pushing away her hand, he quickly drew out a letter-case in which he knew that she kept her most important papers. She wished to snatch away the letter-case, but he thrust her aside. "Sit down. I must speak to you," he said, taking the letter-case under his arm and pressing it so tight with his elbow that his shoulder went up. Astonished and abashed, she silently looked at him. "I told you that I would not allow you to see your lover here. I wanted to see him in order—" She paused, unable to invent a reason. "I do not go into particulars of why a woman wants to see her lover. I only wanted, she said, flushing. His coarseness irritated her and gave her boldness. "Is it possible you do not feel how easy it is for you to insult me?" she said. "It is possible to insult an honest man or an honest woman, but to tell a thief that he is a thief is only la constatation d'un fait. I have not seen this new trait of cruelty in you before. Call it cruelty when a husband gives his wife complete freedom while he affords her honourable shelter on the one condition that she should observe the laws of propriety? Is that cruelty? It is worse than cruelty. It is baseness, if you want to know," Anna exclaimed in a burst of anger, and rose to go. "No," he shouted in his sweety voice, which now rose to a higher note than usual, and seizing her so tightly by the wrists with his large fingers that the bracelet he pressed left red marks, he forced her back into her seat. "Baseness? Since you wish to use that word, it is baseness to abandon a husband and a son for a lover and to go on eating the husband's bread." Her head dropped. She did not say what she had said to her lover the day before, that Vronsky was her real husband and that he, Karenin, was superfluous. She did not even think it. She felt all the justice of his words and only said softly, "You cannot describe my position as being worse than I know it to be. But why do you tell me all this?" "Why do I tell you? Why?" he went on just as angrily. "That you should know that, as you have not fulfilled my wish that propriety should be observed, I shall take steps to put an end to this situation. Soon, very soon, it will come to an end of itself," she muttered. And at the thought of the nearness of death which she now desired, tears again filled her eyes. "It will end sooner than you and your lover imagine. You want to satisfy animal passions, Alexei Alexandrovich. This is not only ungenerous, but not even gentlemanly, to hit one who is dark. That's all very well, but you think only of yourself. The sufferings of the man who was your husband do not interest you. What do you care that his whole life is wrecked and how much he has suffered? Karenin was speaking so rapidly that he blundered and could not pronounce the word, and at last said "suffled." That struck her as funny, that immediately after she felt ashamed that anything could seem funny to her at such a moment. And for the first time she felt for him and put herself for an instant in his place and was sorry for him. But what could she say or do? She bowed her head in silence. He too was silent for a while, and then again began in a less sweety voice, coldly emphasizing certain chance words that had no special importance. "I came to tell you," said he. She looked up at him. No, it was an illusion, she thought, calling to mind the expression of his face when he blundered over the word "suffled." No, as if a man with those dull eyes and that self-satisfied immobility could feel. "I cannot change anything," she whispered. "I have come to tell you that I am going to Moscow tomorrow, and shall not return to this house again, and that you will hear my decision through the lawyer whom I shall employ in the divorce suit. My son will stay with my sister," said Karenin, making an effort to remember what he had wanted to say about his son. "You want Tsaretsa in order to hurt me," she said, looking at him from under her brows. "You do not care for him. Leave me, Tsaretsa." "Yes, I have even lost my affection for my son because he is connected with my repulsion for you, but all the same, I shall take him away. Goodbye." And he was about to go, but now she stopped him. "Alexei Alexandrovich, leave me, Tsaretsa," she whispered again. "That is all I have to say. Leave me, Tsaretsa, till I shall be confined. Leave him." Karenin flushed, and pulling away his hand, left the room. Chapter 5. The famous Petersburg lawyer's waiting room was full when Karenin entered it. 3 women, an old lady, a young lady, and a tradesman's wife, and 3 gentlemen, one a German banker with a ring on his finger, another a bearded merchant, and a third an irate official in uniform with an order hanging from his neck, had evidently long been waiting. 2 clerks sat at their tables writing, and the sound of their pens was audible. The writing-table accessories, of which Karenin was a connoisseur, were unusually good, as he could not help noticing. One of the clerks, without rising from his chair, screwed up his eyes and addressed Karenin ill-humouredly. "What do you want?" "I want to see the lawyer on business." "The lawyer is engaged," replied the assistant sternly, and indicated with his pen the persons who were waiting. "Can he not find time to see me?" said Karenin. He has no spare time. He is always busy. Be so kind as to wait, then I will trouble you to give him my card," said Karenin with dignity, seeing the impossibility of preserving his incognito. The assistant took the card, and though he evidently did not approve of what he read on it, went out of the room. Karenin approved in theory of public trial, but for certain high official reasons he did not quite sympathize with some aspects of its application in Russia, and he condemned these applications as far as he could condemn anything that had been confirmed by the emperor. His whole life had been spent in administrative activity, and therefore when he disapproved of anything, his disapproval was mitigated by a recognition of the inevitability of mistakes and the possibility of improvement in everything. In the new legal institutions, he disapproved of the position occupied by lawyers, but till now he had never had to deal with a lawyer, and so had disapproved only in theory. Now his disapproval was strengthened by the unpleasant impression he received in the lawyer's waiting room. "He will be here in a moment," said the assistant, and in fact a minute or two later in the doorway appeared the long figure of an elderly jurisconsult who had been conferring with the lawyer, followed by the lawyer himself. The lawyer was a short, thick-set, bald-headed man with a black beard tinged with red, long, light-coloured eyebrows, and a bulging forehead. He was as spruce as a bridegroom, from his white necktie and double watch chain to his patent leather boots. His face was intelligent and peasant-like, but his dress was dandified and in bad taste. "Come in, please," said the lawyer to Karenin, and gloomily ushering his client in before him, he closed the door. "Won't you take a seat?" He pointed to a chair beside a writing table covered with papers, and himself took the principal seat, rubbing his little hands with their short fingers covered with white hair and bending his head to one side. But hardly had he settled down when a moth flew across the table. The lawyer, with a rapidity one could not have expected of him, separated his hands, caught the moth, and resumed his former position. "Before I begin speaking of my case," said Karenin, who had followed the lawyer's movements with astonishment, "I must mention that the business about which I have to speak to you must be strictly private." A scarcely perceptible smile moved the lawyer's drooping, reddish moustache. "I should not be a lawyer if I could not keep the secrets entrusted to me. But if you would like a confirmation—" Karenin glanced at him and saw that his intelligent grey eyes were laughing, as if he knew everything in advance. "You know my name?" continued Karenin. "I know you, and, like every Russian, I know—" Here he again caught him off. "Your useful activity," said the lawyer, bowing. Karenin sighed, collecting his courage, but having once made up his mind, he went on in his squeaky voice without timidity or hesitation, emphasizing a word here and there. "I have the misfortune," began Karenin, "to be a deceived husband, and I wish legally to break off relations with my wife. That is, to be divorced, but in such a way that my son should not remain with his mother." The lawyer's grey eyes tried not to laugh, but they danced with irrepressible glee, and Karenin saw that it was not only the glee of a man getting profitable business, there was triumph and delight, and a gleam resembling the evil, boding gleam he had seen in his wife's eyes. "You want my assistance to obtain a divorce?" "Just so. But I must warn you that there is a risk that I may be wasting your time. I have come only for a preliminary consultation. I wish for a divorce, but the form in which it can be obtained is of importance to me. It is quite possible that if the forms do not coincide with my requirements, I shall forego my legitimate desire." "Oh, that is always so," said the lawyer. "That is always open to you." The lawyer looked down at Karenin's feet, feeling that the sight of his irrepressible joy might offend his client. He glanced at a moth that flew past his nose, and his hand moved, but did not catch it, out of respect for Karenin's situation. Although the general outline of our laws relating to this matter is known to me, continued Karenin, I should like to know the forms in which such cases are conducted in practice. You wish me to state, the lawyer said, still not raising his eyes and adopting with a certain pleasure his client's manner of speech, the various methods by which your desire can be carried out? And on Karenin's nodding affirmatively, the lawyer continued, only occasionally casting a glance at Karenin's face, which had grown red in patches. Divorce under our laws, he said with a slight shade of disapproval of the laws, as you are aware, may be granted in the following cases. You must wait, he exclaimed, addressing his assistant who had looked in at the door, but he rose all the same, spoke a few words to his assistant and sat down again. In the following cases, physical defect in husband or wife, 5 years absence without news, and he bent one of his short, hairy fingers, and in cases of adultery. He uttered the word with evident pleasure. These are subdivided as follows. And he went on, bending down his thick fingers, though the cases and the subdivisions evidently could not be classed together. Physical defects in husband or in wife, and adultery of husband or of wife. As all his fingers had been used, he straightened them all out, and continued, That is the theoretical view, but I suppose you've done me the honour of applying to me in order to learn the practical application of the law. Therefore, guided by the precedents, I have to inform you that cases of divorce all come to the following. There is, I suppose, no physical defect or absence without news. Karenin nodded affirmatively. Come to the following. Adultery of husband or wife, and the detection of the guilty party by mutual consent, or involuntary detection without such consent. I must add that the latter case is seldom met with in practice. And with a momentary glance at Karenin, the lawyer became suddenly silent, like a man who, when selling pistols, has described the advantages of the different kinds and waits for his customer's decision. But Karenin remained silent, and so he began again. The most usual, simple, and reasonable way I consider to be adultery by mutual consent. I should not venture so to express myself were I talking to a man of undeveloped mind, said the lawyer, but I expect it is comprehensible to you. Karenin was, however, so much upset that he did not at once understand the reasonableness of adultery by mutual consent, and his perplexity was expressed in his looks. But the lawyer immediately helped him. Two people can no longer live together. There is the fact. And if both agree about that, the details and formalities become unimportant, and at the same time it is the simplest and surest method. Karenin quite understood now. But he had religious requirements which hindered his acceptance of this method. It is out of the question in the present case, said he. Only one measure is possible. Involuntary detection confirmed by letters, which I have. At the mention of letters, the lawyer pressed his lips together and gave vent to a high-pitched sound of pity and contempt. Please remember that cases of this kind, as you know, were decided by the ecclesiastical department, and the Reverend Fathers in such cases are keenly interested in the minutest details, he said with a smile that showed his fellow feeling with the Reverend Father's taste. Letters may certainly serve as a partial confirmation, but direct evidence from witnesses must be produced. In general, if you do me the honour to entrust the case to me, leave me to choose the means which should be used. He who desires a result accepts the means of obtaining it. If it is so, Karenin began, growing suddenly pale. But at that moment the other suddenly rose and went to the door to speak to his assistant, who had again come to interrupt him. "Tell her we have not got a cheap sale on here," he said, and came back again. As he was returning, he furtively caught another "Mine state my furniture will be in when summer comes," he thought, and frowned. "Yes, you were saying?" he began. "I will write and let you know what I decide," said Karenin, rising and holding on by the table. After a short pause, he said, "I may conclude from your words that a divorce could be obtained. I would also ask you to let me know your terms." "It is quite possible, if you allow me full liberty of action," said the lawyer, without taking any notice of the last question. "When may I expect to hear from you?" he added, moving toward the door, his eyes and patent leather boots shining. "In a week's time. And you will be so good as to let me know whether you are willing to undertake the case, and on what terms?" "Very well." The lawyer bowed deferentially, let his client pass out, and being left alone, abandoned himself to his happy mood. He felt so cheerful that, contrary to his custom, he allowed a reduction to the bargaining lady, and gave up catching moths, having made up his mind to have his furniture recovered next winter with velvet, like Sigonin's. Chapter 6. Karenin had gained a brilliant victory at the committee meeting of the 17th of August, but the consequence of that victory undermined his power. The new committee for investigating the conditions of the subject races from every point of view had been formed and sent to its field of action with unusual promptitude and energy, stirred up by Karenin. 3 months later, the committee sent in its report. The subject race's conditions have been investigated from the political, administrative, economic, ethnographical, material, and religious points of view. All the questions had received splendidly drafted answers not open to doubt, since they were not the result of human thoughts, always liable to error, but were the outcome of official labours. All the answers were based on official data, reports from governors and bishops based on reports from district authorities and ecclesiastical superintendents, based in their turn on reports from rural administrative officers and parish priests. Therefore, these answers could not admit of any doubt. All the questions as to why they had bad harvests, for instance, or why the natives kept to their own creeds and so on, questions which, without the convenience of the official machine, don't get solved and can't get solved for centuries, had received clear and certain solutions. And the solutions arrived at were in accord with Karenin's opinions. But Stremov, who had been touched to the quick at the last meeting, made use of tactics for which Karenin was not prepared. Stremov suddenly changed over to Karenin's side, bringing several other members in his train, and not only warmly supported the measures advocated by Karenin, but proposed other, more extreme measures of the same nature. These measures, going beyond Karenin's original idea, were accepted, and then Stremov's tactics became manifest. The measures, carried to extremes, proved so stupid that persons in office, public opinion, intellectual women, and the press, all at the same moment, fell upon them, expressing indignation at the measures themselves and at Karenin, their acknowledged originator. Stremov stood aside, pretending to have blindly followed Karenin's plans, and to be himself indignant now at what had been done, thus undermining Karenin. But in spite of failing health and family troubles, Karenin did not give in. There was a split in the committee. Some of the members, with Stremov at their head, excused their mistake by maintaining that they had put their faith in the report presented by the revisory committee directed by Karenin, and said that that committee's report was nonsense and nothing but waste paper. Karenin and a number of others saw danger in so revolutionary an attitude toward official documents, and continued to support the data presented by the committee. In consequence, the higher circles and even society became quite confused, and, though everybody was deeply interested in the question, no one could make out whether the subject races were really suffering and perishing or were flourishing. Karenin's position, partly in consequence of this, and partly from the contempt that fell on him as a result of his wife's infidelity, became very shaky. In these circumstances he took an important resolution. He announced, to the surprise of the committee, that he would ask to be allowed to go and investigate the matter himself, and having received permission, he started for the distant provinces. Karenin's departure was much talked about, especially because just before starting he formally returned the post fare sufficient to pay for 12 horses all the way to his destination, which had been advanced to him. "I consider it very fine of him," the Princess Betsy said, referring to it in a conversation with Princess Myakaya. "Why should they pay for post horses when everybody knows that we now have railways everywhere?" But the Princess Myakaya did not agree, and was even irritated by Princess Tverskaya's views. "It is all very well for you to talk, who possess I don't know how many millions," she said, "but I am very glad when my husband goes on inspection tours in summer. It is very good for his health and pleasant for him, and we have an arrangement by which this allowance goes for the hire of a carriage and coachman for me." On his way to the distant province, Karenin stopped 3 days in Moscow. On the day after his arrival, he went to call on the Governor-General. At the crossing of Gazetny Street, where there is always a crowd of carriages and izvozchiks, he suddenly heard someone calling out his name in such a loud and cheerful voice that he could not help looking round. On the pavement at the corner of the street, in a short, fashionable overcoat and a small, fashionable hat, his teeth gleaming between his smiling red lips, young, gay, and beaming, stood Vronsky, determinedly and insistently shouting and demanding that Karenin should stop. He was holding with one hand the window of a carriage, from which the head of a lady in a velvet bonnet and 2 little children's heads were leaning out, and was smilingly beckoning with his other hand to his brother-in-law. The lady, too, with a kind smile, waved her hand to Karenin. The lady with the children was Dolly. Karenin did not wish to see anyone in Moscow, and certainly not his wife's brother. He raised his hat and was going on, but Vronsky told the coachman to stop and ran across the snow. "What a shame not to have sent word! Been here long? And I went to Dusho's hotel yesterday and saw Karenin on the board, and it never entered my head that it could be you," said Vronsky, thrusting his head in at the carriage window. "Else I should have looked you up. I am glad to see you." And he kicked his feet together to knock off the snow. "What a shame not to send word!" "I could not find time. I am very busy," Karenin answered dryly. "Come and speak to my wife. She is so anxious to see you." Karenin unfolded the rug he had wrapped round his legs, which were so sensitive to the cold, got out of the carriage, and making his way through the snow, approached Dolly. "What is the matter, Alexei Alexandrovitch? Why do you avoid us in this way?" Dolly smilingly asked. "I was exceedingly busy. Very pleased to see you," he said in a tone that expressed clearly that he was very sorry. "How are you? And how's my dear Anna?" Karenin muttered something and was about to go when Vronsky stopped him. "Do you know what we'll do tomorrow? Dolly, ask him to come and dine with us. We shall invite Koznishev and Pestsov so as to let him taste the Moscow intellectuals." "Yes, do come," said Dolly. "We shall expect you at 5 or 6, just as you like. But how is my dear Anna? It is so long—" "She is well," replied Karenin, frowning. "I shall be very pleased." And he went back to his carriage. "Then you will come?" cried Dolly. Karenin muttered something which Dolly could not catch amid the noise of passing vehicles. "I shall call tomorrow," shouted Vronsky to him. Karenin got into his carriage and sat far back so as neither to see nor to be seen. "Queer chap," said Vronsky to his wife, and after glancing at his watch, waved his hand in front of his face as a sign of endearment to his wife and children, and walked jauntily away along the pavement. "Stiva! Stiva!" Dolly called and blushed. He turned round. "You know that I must buy coats for Grisha and Tanya. Give me some money." "Oh, never mind. Tell them I will pay." And nodding his head to an acquaintance who was driving past, he disappeared round the corner. Chapter 7. The next day was Sunday. Oblonsky went to the rehearsal of a ballet at the Imperial Theatre and gave to Masha Chubisova, a pretty dancer who, through his patronage, had just obtained an engagement, a coral necklace he had promised her the evening before, and behind the scene, in the midday darkness of the theatre, contrived to kiss her pretty face, which was brightened by his present. Besides giving her the necklace, he wished to make an appointment to meet her after the ballet. Having explained that he could not be there at the beginning of the performance, he promised to come for the last act and take her to supper. From the theatre, Oblonsky went to the market and himself selected the fish and asparagus for dinner, and at noon he was already at Dussault's hotel, where he had to call on 3 people who, fortunately for him, had all put up at the same place. These were Lievin, who had only just returned from abroad, a newly appointed superior official who was making a tour of inspection in Moscow, and Karenin, his brother-in-law, whom he wanted to secure for dinner. Oblonsky liked a good dinner, but liked still more giving a dinner party. Not a big affair, but one select in food, drink, and guests. With the programme for that day's dinner he was very satisfied. There would be perch, brought alive to the kitchen, and asparagus. The pièce de résistance was to consist of a splendid but quite plain joint of roast beef, and the wines would be well chosen. So much for the food and drink. As for the guests, there would be Kitty and Lievin, and, in order that they should not be too conspicuous, a girl cousin and young Sherbatsky. Here the pièce de résistance was to consist of Sergei Ivanitch Koznishev and Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin. Sergei Ivanitch, a Muscovite and a philosopher, and Alexei Alexandrovich, a Petersburger and a practical politician. Besides these, he meant to ask the well-known crank and enthusiast Pestsov, a liberal and a great talker, a musician and historian, and the dearest of 50-year-old boys, who would serve as sauce or condiment to Koznishev and Karenin, while he himself, Oblonsky, would stir them all up and set them by the ears. The second instalment of the forest money had been paid and was not yet all spent. Dolly had been very nice and kind of late, and the thought of his dinner party pleased Oblonsky in every respect. He was in very high spirits. Just 2 circumstances were not quite satisfactory, but they were drowned in the ocean of kind-hearted joviality which overflowed his heart. These 2 circumstances were as follows. From the fact that when he had met Karenin in the street the previous day, the latter had treated him with cold stiffness and had not called or even informed them of his arrival, from this, added to the rumour about Anna and Vronsky that had reached him, Oblonsky concluded that all was not as it should be between the husband and wife. This was one of the unpleasant things, while the other was the fact that his new superior, like all new superiors, had the reputation of being a dreadful man who got up at 6 in the morning, worked like a horse, and expected his subordinates to do the same. This superior also had the reputation of having the manners of a bear, and he was reported to hold views diametrically opposed to those of his predecessor, and, till now, of Oblonsky also. On the previous day, Oblonsky had appeared on service business in uniform. The new superior was very pleasant and chatted with him as with an old acquaintance. Therefore Oblonsky now considered it his duty to call on him in a morning coat. The thought that the new superior might not take this in good part was the second unpleasant circumstance, but Oblonsky felt instinctively that everything would turn out splendidly. After all, they're all human beings, all men, just like us poor sinners, he thought as he entered the hotel. What is there to be angry and quarrel about? Walking down the corridor with his hat tilted on one side, he said, "How d'ye do, Vasily?" to a servant he knew. "You've grown whiskers. Lievin, number 7, eh? Will you show me the way? And please find out whether Count Anichkin, the new superior, will receive me." "Yes, sir," replied Vasily with a smile. "It's a long time since you've been here." "I was here yesterday, but came by the other entrance. Is this number 7? Lievin was standing in the middle of the room beside a peasant from Tver, measuring a fresh bearskin with a yard measure, when Oblonsky entered. "Ah, killed it?" cried Oblonsky. Fine thing. A she-bear? How do you do, Arkip? He shook hands with the peasant and sat down without taking off his overcoat or hat. Do take your things off and stay, said Yevin, removing the hat. No, I have no time. I've only come in for a moment, replied Vronsky, throwing open his coat. Later on he took it off and stayed for an hour, talking to Yevin about bear hunting and also about personal matters. Now, please tell me what you did abroad and where you've been, said Vronsky when the peasant had left. Well, I stayed in Germany, in Prussia, in France, and in England. Not in the capitals, but in manufacturing centres. I've seen many new things, and I'm glad I went. Yes, I know your idea of settling the working class problem. Not at all. In Russia, there cannot be a working class problem. In Russia, the question turns on the relation between the labourers and the land. They have the same problems there, but with them it is a case of patching up what has already been spoiled. While here... Oblonsky listened to Yevin with attention. Yes, he said. Very likely you're right. But I'm glad you're in good spirits and go bear hunting and work and are full of enthusiasms, because Shtcherbatsky told me he met you and you were down in the mouth and kept talking about death. Well, what of that? I never stop thinking of death, said Yevin. It really is time for me to die. All those things are mere nonsense. I will tell you frankly, I value my idea and my work immensely, but really, just think, this whole world of ours is only a speck of mildew sprung up on a tiny planet, yet we think we can have something great, thoughts, actions. They are all but grains of sand. But, my dear fellow, all that is as old as the hills. It is old. But you know, when you have once grasped it clearly, everything becomes so insignificant. If you once realize that tomorrow, if not today, you will die and nothing will be left of you, everything becomes insignificant. I consider my ideas very important, yet they too turn out to be insignificant, and would be even if it were as possible to carry them out as it was to surround this bear. And so one passes one's life, finding distraction in hunting or in work, merely not to think of death. Oblonsky listened to Yevin with an affectionate and subtle smile. Well, of course. So now you've come round to my notion. Do you remember how you used to fly at me for seeking enjoyment in life? Do not be so severe, O moralist. But, of course, the good in life is... Yevin became confused. Oh, I don't know. All I know is that we shall all die soon. Why soon? And you know, life has less charm when one thinks of death, but it is more peaceful. On the contrary, it is even brighter toward the end. However, I must be going, returned Oblonsky, rising for the 10th time. Don't go yet, said Yevin, trying to detain him. When shall we meet again? I am leaving tomorrow. Oh, well, I'm a good one. Why, I came on purpose. You must come and dine with us today. Your brother is coming, and my brother-in-law, Karenin. Is he here? Asked Yevin, and was going to inquire about Kitty. He had heard that she went to Petersburg at the beginning of the winter to visit her sister, who had married a diplomatist. He did not know whether she had returned, but changed his mind and thought, whether she comes or not will make no difference. Then you will come? Yes, of course. Well then, at 5, and in morning dress. And Oblonsky got up and went downstairs to call on the new superior. His instinct had not deceived him. The dreadful new superior turned out to be a most affable man. Oblonsky had lunch with him, and sat talking so long that it was going on for 4 when he arrived at Karenin's. Chapter 8. Karenin, after returning from church, spent the rest of the morning in the hotel. That day he had 2 matters to see to. to interview a deputation from a subject race which was in Moscow at that time and give them instructions, and to write to the lawyer as he had promised. The interview, though the deputation had been summoned on his initiative, was an affair that presented many difficulties and even dangers, and Karenin was very glad that it chanced to be in Moscow when he was there. The members of the deputation had not the least comprehension of their role or of their duties. They were naively convinced that their business consisted in explaining their needs and the existing state of affairs, and of asking for help from the government. They could decidedly not understand that some of their statements and demands would play into the hands of the hostile party and thereby ruin their case. Karenin had a prolonged tussle with them and wrote out for them a program which they were not to overstep, and having dismissed them, he wrote 2 letters to Petersburg. One of them contained instructions regarding this deputation. In this matter, his chief helper was the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, who was a specialist in deputations. No one else could so well pilot a deputation or give it a good start. When he had finished with the deputation, Karenin wrote to the lawyer, without the least hesitation, giving him permission to act at his own discretion, and enclosing 3 notes from Vronsky to Anna which he had found in the writing case he had taken possession of. Having left his home with the intention of never returning to his family, and having seen the lawyer and communicated, though only to that one person, this intention, and particularly after converting this matter of life into an affair of ink and paper, Karenin had grown more and more used to the notion, so that carrying it into effect now seemed to him possible. He was just closing his letter to the lawyer when he heard Oblonsky's voice. Oblonsky was disputing with Karenin's servant and insisting that he should be announced. No matter, thought Karenin, it is even better so. I will tell him about my position with regard to his sister at once, and will explain why I cannot dine at his house. Ask the gentleman in, he said in a loud voice, collecting his papers and placing them inside a blotter. There, you see, you were lying to me. He is at home, came the voice of Oblonsky in answer to the man who had been trying to stop him as he entered the room, taking off his overcoat as he came. I'm awfully glad I found you in. Well, I hope, began Oblonsky cheerfully. I can't come. Karenin, who was standing, said coldly, without offering his visitor a seat. Karenin had expected to enter at once upon the cold relation in which he would henceforth stand toward the brother of the wife against whom he was beginning divorce proceedings. But he had not counted upon the flood of kindliness which overflowed the banks of Oblonsky's soul. Oblonsky opened his clear and shining eyes wide. "Why can't you? What do you mean?" he demanded in French, quite taken aback. "Oh, no, you have promised, and we are reckoning on you." "I must tell you that I can't come because the family connection hitherto subsisting between us must now be severed." "What? I mean, how? Why?" said Oblonsky, smiling. "Because I am about to take proceedings to divorce your sister, my wife. I was obliged to—" But before Karenin could finish what he was about to say, Oblonsky did something quite unexpected. He uttered an exclamation of dismay and sat down in an easy-chair. "Dear me! Alexei Alexandrovitch! What are you talking about?" he cried, a look of pain appearing on his face. "It is true. Oh, forgive me, but I can't believe it." Karenin sat down, conscious that his words had not the effect he had anticipated, that he would be obliged to give an explanation, and that whatever that explanation might be, it would not alter his relation to his brother-in-law. "Yes, I am under the painful necessity of applying for a divorce," he continued. "I will tell you just one thing, Alexei Alexandrovitch. I know you to be a first-rate and a just man. I know Anna to be, excuse me, I cannot change my opinion of her, a fine, a splendid woman, and therefore forgive me, but I cannot believe this. There must be some misunderstanding," said Oblonsky. "Ah, if it were only a misunderstanding." "Wait a moment." "I understand," Oblonsky interrupted him. "But of course, Only this. One should not be in a hurry. No, one shouldn't be in a hurry." "I was not in a hurry," replied Karenin coldly. "In a case like this it was impossible to consult anyone. I have quite made up my mind." "But it is awful," said Vronsky, sighing deeply. "One thing I would do, Alexei Alexandrovich, if I were you. I entreat you to do it. You have not yet commenced proceedings, as I understand. Well, before doing so, see my wife and talk it over with her. She cares for Anna as for a sister. She is fond of you, and she is a wonderful woman. For heaven's sake, talk it over with her. Do me this favour, I entreat you." Karenin considered, and for a while Vronsky gazed at him full of sympathy without breaking the silence. "You will come and see her?" "I hardly know. The reason I did not call on you is that I think our relationship must be altered." "Why? I don't see it." "Allow me to believe that beside our family relationship you share at least to some extent the friendly feeling I have always had for you, and sincere respect," added Vronsky, pressing the other's hand. "Even if your worst suspicions proved correct, I never took upon myself, and never will, to judge either side, and I see no reason why our relations should change. But do come and see my wife." "Ah, we look at the matter differently," said Karenin coldly. "However, don't let us talk about it." "But why won't you come? Supposing you came to dinner today, my wife expects you. Do come, and above all, do talk it over with her. She is a wonderful woman. For heaven's sake, I implore you on my bended knees." "If you wish it so much, I will come," said Karenin with a sigh, and anxious to change the subject, he inquired about a matter interesting them both. Vronsky's new superior, a man who, though still young, had suddenly been given so important a post. Karenin had never liked Count Anichkin. Their opinions had always been at variance, and now he could not repress a feeling of spite, quite comprehensible to anyone in an official position, toward a more successful man. "Well, and have you seen him?" said Karenin with a venomous smile. "Oh, yes, he came to the council yesterday. He seems to know his business perfectly, and is very active." "Yes, but in what direction?" asked Karenin. "Toward getting things done, or toward changing what has been done already?" "The curse of our state is its red-tape administration, of which he is a worthy representative. I really don't know what his tendencies are, but I do know that he's a first-rate fellow," replied Vronsky. "I've just been to see him, and he really is a first-rate chap. We had lunch, and I showed him how to make that stuff, wine with oranges. It's very refreshing, and it is amazing that he did not know of it. He liked it very much. Oh, yes, he certainly is a first-rate chap." Vronsky looked at his watch. "Dear me, it is getting on for 5, and I have still to call on Dolgorukhin. Well then, do please come to dinner. You have no idea how grieved I and my wife will be if you don't." Karenin parted from his brother-in-law in a very different manner to that in which he had met him. "I have promised, and I will come," he answered in a dejected tone. "Believe me, I appreciate it, and hope that you will not repent it," Vronsky replied, smiling. As he put on his overcoat while walking away, his arm struck the servant's head. He laughed and went out. "5 o'clock, and morning dress, if you please," he sang out, returning to the door. Chapter 9. It was past 5, and some of the visitors had already arrived when the master of the house came home. He entered together with Sergei Ivanitch Koznishev and Pestsov, who had met on the doorstep. These two were the chief representatives of the Moscow intellectuals, as Vronsky called them. Both were men respected for their characters and abilities. They respected one another, but in almost everything they were completely and hopelessly at variance, not because they belonged to different schools of thought, but just because they belonged to one camp. Their enemies confused them one with the other. and in that camp each of them had his own shade. And as there is nothing less amenable to agreement than disagreement on semi-abstract themes, they not only disagreed in their opinions, but had long been accustomed without anger to ridicule each other's incorrigible delusions. They were entering when Oblonsky overtook them and were talking about the weather. Prince Alexander Dmitrich Shtcherbatsky and young Shtcherbatsky, Turovtsin, Kitty and Karenin were already in the drawing-room. Oblonsky noticed at once that without him things were going badly in the drawing-room. His wife, in her gala dress, a grey silk, evidently worried both about the children who would have to dine alone in the nursery and about her husband who had not returned, had not managed in his absence to mix the guests properly. They all sat like her parish priest's wife visiting, as the old Prince Shtcherbatsky expressed it, evidently puzzled as to why they were all assembled there and forcing out words in order not to remain silent. The good-natured Turovtsin clearly felt quite out of it, and the smile on his thick lips with which he met Oblonsky said as clearly as words, "Well, my friend, you have planted me among the clever ones. To have a drink at the Chateau des Fleurs would be more in my line." The old prince sat silent, his shining eyes looking askance at Karenin, and Oblonsky saw that he had already prepared some remark wherewith to polish off that dignitary of state whom people were invited to as to a dish of sturgeon. Kitty kept looking toward the door, gathering courage not to blush when Konstantin Yevin should enter. Young Shtcherbatsky, who had not been introduced to Karenin, tried to look as if this did not make him feel at all awkward. Karenin himself, as the Petersburg way is when one dines with ladies, was in evening dress with a white tie, and Oblonsky saw by his face that he had come only to keep his promise, and by being in that company was fulfilling an unpleasant duty. He was the chief cause of the iciness which had frozen all the visitors till Oblonsky's arrival. On entering the drawing-room, Oblonsky made his excuses, explaining that he had been kept by the particular prince who was his usual scapegoat whenever he was late or absent, and in a moment he had reintroduced everybody, and having brought Karenin and Koznishev together, he started them off on the subject of the Russification of Poland, and they immediately caught on, Pestsov joining them. Having patted Turovtsin on the shoulder, he whispered something funny in his ear and got him to sit down next to Dolly and the old prince. Then he told Kitty that she was looking very nice and introduced young Shtcherbatsky to Karenin. In a moment he had kneaded all that society dough in such a way that the drawing-room was in first-rate form and was filled with animated voices. Only Konstantin Lyevin had not arrived. However, that was all for the best, for Oblonsky, on looking in at the dining-room, saw to his horror that the port wine and sherry were from Desprez and not from Levet, and having given orders to send the coachman as quickly as possible to Levet, he turned to go back to the drawing-room. But he met Lyevin at the door. "I'm not late." "As if you could ever help being late," said Oblonsky, taking his hand. "Are there many people here?" "Whom have you got?" asked Lyevin with a blush, knocking the snow off his cap with his glove. "All our own people. Oh, Kitty is here. Come, I will introduce you to Karenin." Oblonsky, in spite of being liberal, knew that to be acquainted with Karenin could not but be an honour, and therefore treated his best friends to that honour. But at that moment Konstantin Yevin was not in a state fully to appreciate the pleasure of such an acquaintance. He had not seen Kitty since the memorable evening when he had met Vronsky, excepting for that one moment when he had caught sight of her on the high road. In the depths of his soul he had felt sure that he should meet her that evening, but to maintain his freedom of thought he had tried to assure himself that he did not know it. Now, when he heard that she was here, he was suddenly filled with such joy, and at the same time with such fear, that it took away his breath and he could not utter what he wished to say. What was she like? The same as before? Or as she was that morning in the carriage? What if Darya Alexandrovna had spoken the truth? Why should it not be true? He thought. "Oh, do introduce me to Karenin," he brought out with difficulty, and with despairing determination he entered the drawing-room and saw her. She was not as she had been before, nor as he had seen her in the carriage. She was quite different. She was frightened, shy, shamefaced, and therefore even more charming. She saw him as soon as he entered. She had been waiting for him. She was filled with joy, and that joy made her feel so confused that for a moment when, as he was approaching the hostess, he again glanced at her, Kitty herself, he and Dolly, all thought she would not be able to control herself but would burst into tears. She blushed again, and quite rigid, with only her lips quivering slightly, sat waiting for him. He came up, bowed and silently held out his hand. Had it not been for the light quivering of her lips and the moisture that made her eyes brighter, her smile would have appeared almost calm when she said, "What a long time it is since we saw one another," while with a desperate resolve her cold hand pressed his. "You have not seen me, but I saw you," said Lievin with a beaming smile of joy. "I saw you on your way to Ergoshevo from the station." "When?" she asked him with surprise. "You were driving to Ergoshevo," said Lievin, feeling that the happiness with which his heart was overflowing was taking his breath away. How did I dare to connect anything that was not innocent with this pathetic being? Yes, what Darya Alexandrovna told me seems to be true, he thought. Oblonsky took his arm and led him up to Karenin. "Let me introduce you," and he gave their names. "Very pleased to meet you again," said Karenin coldly as he shook hands with Lievin. "Are you acquainted?" asked Oblonsky with surprise. "We spent 3 hours together in a railway carriage," said Lievin with a smile. "But we parted filled with curiosity, as people do after a masquerade. At any rate, I did." "Dear me, if you please," said Oblonsky, motioning them toward the dining room. The men went to the side table in the dining room, on which stood bottles with 6 kinds of vodka, and plates with as many sorts of cheese, with and without silver cheese knives, caviar, herrings, different kinds of tinned delicacies, and slices of French rolls. They stood round the scented vodka and the delicacies, and the conversation about the Russification of Poland between Koznishev, Karenin and Pestsov gradually slackened in the expectation of dinner. Koznishev, who knew better than anyone how at the end of a most abstract and serious dispute unexpectedly to administer a grain of Attic salt, and thereby to change his interlocutor's frame of mind, did so now. Karenin was arguing that the Russification of Poland could only be accomplished by high principles which the Russian administration must introduce. Pestsov insisted that one nation can assimilate another only when the former is more densely populated. Koznishev agreed with both, but with limitations. When they had left the drawing-room, Koznishev, to finish the conversation, remarked with a smile, "Consequently, for the Russification of the alien nationalities, there is but one means, to breed as many children as possible. So my brother and I are acting worst of all, and you married gentlemen, and especially Stepan Arkadyevitch, are acting most patriotically. How many have you got?" he asked, turning to the host with a kindly smile and holding out a tiny wine-glass to be filled. Everybody laughed, and Oblonsky most merrily of all. "Yes, that is the very best way," he said, chewing some cheese and filling the glass with a special kind of vodka. And the conversation was really ended by the joke. "This cheese is not bad. May I help you to some?" asked the host. "Have you really been doing gymnastics again?" he went on, turning to Lievin, and with his left hand he felt Lievin's muscles. Lievin smiled, tightening his arm, and under Oblonsky's fingers a lump like a Dutch cheese and hard as steel bulged out beneath the fine cloth of Lievin's coat. "Here's a biceps, a real Samson." "I expect great strength is needed for bear hunting," said Karenin, who had the vaguest notions about sport, as he helped himself to cheese and broke his slice of bread cut as fine as a cobweb. Lievin smiled. "None at all. On the contrary, a child can kill a bear," he said, making room with a slight bow for the ladies who were coming up to the side table with the hostess. "You have killed a bear, I hear," said Kitty, vainly trying to catch a wayward, slippery, pickled mushroom with her fork, and so shaking the lace of her sleeve through which her arm gleamed white. "Have you any bears near your estate?" she added, turning her lovely little head toward him and smiling. There was, it would seem, nothing unusual in what she had said. But for him, what a meaning there was, inexpressible in words, in every sound and every movement of her lips, her eyes, and her hands as she said it. There was a prayer for forgiveness and trust in him, and a caress, a tender, timid caress, and a promise, and hope, and love for him in which he could not but believe and which suffocated him with joy. "Now, we went to the Tver province. On my return journey, I met your brother-in-law, or rather your brother-in-law's brother-in-law, on the train," he said, smiling. "It was a funny meeting." And gaily and amusingly he told how, after not sleeping all night, he, in his sheepskin coat, had rushed into Karenin's compartment. "The guard, regardless of the proverb, judged me by my clothes and wished to turn me out, but I began to use long words, and you too," he went on, turning to Karenin, whose Christian name and patronymic he had forgotten, "judging me by my peasant coat, were going to turn me out, but afterwards you took my part, for which I am very grateful." The rights of passengers to a choice of seats are very ill-defined, said Karenin, wiping the tips of his fingers on his handkerchief. "I noticed that you were not quite sure what to make of me," said Levin with a good-natured smile, "so I hastened to start an intellectual conversation to expiate my sheepskin." Koznishev, while continuing his conversation with the hostess, listened with one ear to his brother, turning his eyes toward him, and thought, "What has happened to him today? He behaves like a conqueror." He did not know that Levin felt as if he had grown a pair of wings. Levin knew that she was listening to his words and liked hearing him, and that was the only thing he cared about. Not only in that room, but in the whole world, there existed for him nothing but Kitty and himself, and he had now acquired a great significance and importance. He felt himself at a height that made him giddy, and there, somewhere far below, were all these good, excellent Karenins, Oblonskys, and the rest of the world. Quite casually, without looking at them, and just as if there was no other place to put them, Oblonsky placed Levin and Kitty side by side. "Well, you might sit here," he said to Levin. The dinner was as good as the dinner service, a thing of which Oblonsky was a connoisseur. The soup, Marie-Louise, had succeeded to perfection. The tiny pasties melted in one's mouth and were flawless. 2 footmen and Matvey, wearing white ties, manipulated the food and the wines unostentatiously, quietly, and quickly. The dinner was a success on the material side, and no less so on the non-material side. The conversation, sometimes general and sometimes tête-à-tête, never ceased, and toward the end became so animated that the men left the table without ceasing to talk, and even Karenin was infected. Chapter 10. Pestsov liked to bring his discussions to a finish, and had not been satisfied with Koznichev's remark, especially as he felt the fallacy of his own opinion. "I did not mean," he began over his soup, addressing Karenin, "the density of population alone, but that combined with firm foundations. It is not principles that count." "It seems to me," replied Karenin deliberately and languidly, "that it is one and the same thing. In my opinion, only that nation which is more highly developed can influence another. Only that—" "But the question is," interrupted Pestsov in his deep voice. He was always in a hurry to speak and always seemed to stake his whole soul on what he was talking about. "What does higher development consist of? The English, the French, or the Germans? Which of them is more highly developed? Which will nationalize the other? We see that the Rhine has become Frenchified, yet the Germans do not stand on a lower level," he shouted. "There is some other law." "I think that the influence will always be on the side of the truly educated," said Karenin, slightly raising his eyebrows. "But what should we consider to be the signs of true education?" said Pestsov. "I fancy that those signs are well known," replied Karenin. "Are they fully known?" intervened Koznishev with a subtle smile. "At present, a purely classical education is regarded as the only real education, but we hear lively discussions from both sides and cannot deny that the opposite view has many arguments in its favor." "You are a classic, Sergei Ivanitch. Have a glass of claret," said Vronsky. "I am not expressing my opinion of either kind of education," replied Koznishev, smiling at him condescendingly as at a child and holding out his glass. "All I say is that both sides have weighty arguments in their favor," he continued, addressing himself to Karenin. "I have had a classical education, but can personally find no place in that controversy. I see no clear proofs that a classical education should be preferred to a modern education. Natural science has just as great an educational and mind-developing influence," Pestsov joined in. "Take astronomy, or take botany, or zoology with its system of general laws." "I can't quite agree with you," answered Karenin. "It seems to me that we must admit that the process of studying the forms of a language has in itself a beneficial effect on spiritual development. Besides, it is impossible to deny that the influence of the classics is in the highest degree a moral one, whereas unfortunately with instruction in natural science are connected those dangerous and false teachings which are the bane of the present times." Koznishev was going to say something, but Pestsov's deep bass interrupted him. He began with great warmth to prove the falseness of this opinion. Koznishev quietly waited to put in his word, evidently ready with a triumphant retort. "But one cannot help admitting," he said with his subtle smile, turning to Karenin, "one cannot help admitting that it is difficult to weigh exactly all the pros and cons of the different studies, and that the question which kind of education should be preferred would not have been so easily decided had there not been on the side of classical education that advantage which you have just mentioned, the moral advantage, disons le mot, the anti-nihilistic influence." "Exactly. Were it not for the advantage of this anti-nihilistic influence on the side of classical education, we should have considered the question longer and should have weighed the arguments on both sides," said Koznishev, subtly smiling. "We should have given a free field to both systems. But now we know that those classical education pills contain the salutary virtue of anti-nihilism, and we offer them boldly to our patients." "But supposing it has not that salutary virtue after all," he concluded, adding the grain of Attic salt. Everybody laughed at Koznichev's pills, and Turovtsin, who had at last heard the something funny for which he had been waiting as he listened to the conversation, laughed particularly loudly and merrily. Oblonsky had made no mistake in inviting Pestsov. With Pestsov there, intellectual conversation could not stop for a moment. Hardly had Koznishev with his joke put an end to the discussion of one question before Pestsov immediately raised another. "One cannot even admit that the government had that aim in view," he said. "The government is evidently guided by general considerations, and is indifferent to the influence its measures may have. For instance, it ought to consider the education of women injurious, yet it established courses of lectures and universities for women." And the conversation at once veered to a new subject, the education of women. Karenin expressed the view that the higher education of women is generally confounded with the question of women's emancipation, and that was the only reason for considering it injurious. "I, on the contrary, think that these two questions are firmly bound together," said Pestsov. "It is a vicious circle. Women are deprived of rights because of their lack of education, and their lack of education results from their lack of rights. We must not forget that the subjection of women is so widespread and so old that we often refuse to recognize the abyss that separates them from us." "You said rights," remarked Koznishev, who had been waiting for Pestsov to stop. The right of serving on a jury, on town councils, of being presidents of local government boards, civil servants, members of parliament, undoubtedly. But if women, in some rare, exceptional cases, can fill these posts, it seems to me that you should not speak of rights. It would be more correct to say duties. Everybody will agree that when we fill the office of juryman, town councillor, or telegraph clerk, we feel that we are fulfilling a duty. So it would be more correct to say that women are seeking for duties, and quite rightly. And we must sympathize with this desire of others to help in man's work for the community. You are quite right, said Karenin. I think the only question is whether they are capable of fulfilling these duties. In all probability, they will be extremely capable, interjected Vronsky, when education is more widely diffused among them. We see this. And how about the old proverb, remarked the old prince, who had long been listening to the conversation with a humorous twinkle in his small, glittering eyes. My daughters won't mind my mentioning it. Women's hair is long, but their wits— They thought the same of the Negroes before their emancipation, said Pestsov angrily. The thing that seems strange to me is that women should look for new duties, said Koznishev, while, as we see, men, unfortunately, generally avoid theirs. Duties are connected with rights, power, money, honours. That is what women are seeking, said Pestsov. It is just as if I were to strive for the right of being a wet nurse and were offended because they pay women for it and won't pay me, said the old prince. Turovtsin burst into loud laughter, and Koznishev felt sorry he had not made that remark himself. Even Karenin smiled. Yes, but a man can't be a wet nurse, said Pestsov, while a woman— Oh yes, an Englishman on board ship did once nurse his baby, said the old prince, allowing himself this indelicacy in his daughter's presence. There will be about as many women officials as there are of such Englishmen, said Koznishev. Yes, but what is a girl to do if she has no home, said Vronsky, agreeing with Pestsov and supporting him, and thinking of the dancer Chibisova, whom he had in his mind all the time. If you looked carefully into that girl's story, you would find that she had left her family or her sister's family where she might have done woman's work, said Dolly irritably, and unexpectedly intervening in the conversation. She probably guessed what girl her husband had in his mind. But we are defending a principle, an ideal, said Pestsov in his sonorous bass. Women wish to have the right to be independent and educated. They are hampered and oppressed by the consciousness that this is impossible for them. And I am hampered and oppressed by the knowledge that they won't take me as a wet nurse in the Foundlings' Hospital, repeated the old prince, to the great joy of Turovtsin, who laughed till he dropped the thick end of a piece of asparagus into the sauce. Chapter 11. Everybody took part in the general conversation except Kitty and Lievin. At first, when the influence of one nation on another was being talked about, thoughts of what he had to say on the subject involuntarily came into Lievin's mind. But these thoughts, formerly so important to him, now only flickered through his mind as in a dream and were not of the slightest interest. It even struck him as strange that they should care to talk about things that could make no difference to anyone. In the same way, what was being said about the rights and the education of women should have interested Kitty. How often she had thought about that question when she remembered her friend abroad and the irksome state of dependence in which Varenka lived. How often she had wondered what would be her own fate if she did not get married, and how many times she had argued about it with her sister. But now it did not interest her at all. She and Lievin were carrying on their own separate conversation, and it was not even a conversation, but a kind of mystic intercourse, which every moment bound them closer and closer, and created in both a feeling of joyful fear before the unknown upon which they were entering. They began by Lievin's telling Kitty, in answer to her question of how he could have seen her in the carriage in the summer, how he was going back from the hayfields along the high road and met her. It was early in the morning. I expect you had only just woken up. Your mother was asleep in her corner. It was a lovely morning. I was going along and wondering who that could be in a four-horsed coach, a splendid team with bells. And for an instant, you appeared, and I saw you at the window sitting like this, holding the strings of your cap with both hands and thinking very deeply about something, he said, and smiled. Oh, I wish I knew what you were thinking about. Something important? Was I not very untidy? She thought. But seeing the rapturous smile which the recollection of these details evoked, she felt that the impression she had produced was a very pleasing one. She blushed and laughed joyously. I really don't remember. How pleasantly Turovtsin laughs, said Levin, looking with pleasure at his moist eyes and shaking body. Have you known him long? Asked Kitty. Who does not know him? I see you think he is a bad man. Not bad, but a mere cipher. He is not. Change your opinion quickly, said Kitty. I too did not think much of him, but he's a dear fellow and wonderfully kind-hearted. He has a heart of gold. How did you manage to find out his heart? He and I are great friends. I know him very well. Last winter, soon after you came to us, she said with a penitent and at the same time a trustful smile. Dolly's children all had scarlet fever, and he happened to call. And fancy, she went on in a whisper, he was so sorry for her that he stopped and helped her to nurse the children. Really, he stayed 3 weeks in the house and looked after the children like a nurse. I'm telling Konstantin Dmitrich about Turovtsin and the scarlet fever, she said, leaning over toward her sister. Yes? Oh, it was wonderful. He is splendid, said Dolly, looking toward Turovtsin, who felt that he was being talked about, and giving him a gentle smile. Yevin looked at Turovtsin again and wondered how it was he had failed to realize what a charming man he was. I am sorry. Very sorry. I shall never again think ill of anyone, he said, merrily, expressing what he sincerely felt at the moment. Chapter 12. In the conversation which had been begun on the rights of women, there were raised some questions not freely to be discussed in the presence of ladies concerning the inequalities of marriage relations. Pestsov more than once during dinner-time flew at these questions, but Koznishev and Oblonsky carefully diverted him from them. When they rose from table and the ladies had left the room, Pestsov did not follow them, but turned to Karenin and began to state the chief cause of inequality. The inequality between husband and wife, in his opinion, lay in the fact that the infidelity of a wife and that of a husband were unequally punished, both by law and by public opinion. Oblonsky hurriedly offered Karenin a cigar. No, I don't smoke, quietly replied Karenin. And, as if wishing to show that he was not afraid of the conversation, he turned with a cold smile to Pestsov. I imagine that the cause of the prevailing opinion lies in the very nature of things, he said, and was about to go to the drawing-room, but Turovtsin quite unexpectedly addressed him. Have you heard about Pryachnikov? Said Turovtsin, animated by the champagne he had drunk and impatient to break his silence which had long oppressed him. And with a kindly smile on his moist and rosy lips, he went on addressing himself chiefly to Karenin, the principal guest. Vasya Pryachnikov, as I was told today, has fought a duel with Kvitsky and killed him. As one always seems to knock a sore place, so that day Oblonsky felt that unfortunately the conversation kept striking Karenin's sore place. He again made an attempt to draw his brother-in-law away, but Karenin himself asked with interest, What did Pryachnikov fight about? His wife. He behaved like a brick, challenged the other and killed him. Oh, said Karenin indifferently, and raising his eyebrows he went to the drawing-room. I'm so glad you came, said Dolly with a frightened smile as she met him in the sitting-room through which he had to pass. "I must speak with you. Let us sit down here." Karenin, with the same look of indifference produced by his raised eyebrows, sat down beside her and feigned a smile. "Yes," he said, "especially as I wish to ask you to excuse me for having to go away at once. I am leaving Moscow tomorrow." Dolly was firmly convinced of Anna's innocence, and felt herself growing pale and her lips trembling from anger with this cold, unfeeling man who so calmly intended to ruin her innocent friend. "Alexei Alexandrovich," she said, looking into his eyes with desperate determination, "I asked you about Anna, and you did not give me an answer. How is she?" "I think she is well, Darya Alexandrovna," replied Karenin without looking at her. "Alexei Alexandrovich, forgive me, I have no right to... But I love Anna like a sister and respect her, and I beg, I implore you to tell me what has happened between you. What do you accuse her of?" Alexei Alexandrovich winced and, almost closing his eyes, bowed his head. "I expect your husband has told you the reasons which make me consider it necessary to change my former relations with Anna Arkadyevna," he said, without looking in her eyes, discontentedly eyeing Sherbatsky, who was passing through the sitting-room. I don't believe it, I cannot believe it," Dolly said, clasping her bony hands with an energetic movement. She rose quickly, put her hand on Karenin's sleeve, and said, "We shall be disturbed here. Come this way, please." Dolly's excitement affected Karenin. He rose and obediently followed her into the schoolroom. They sat down at the table covered with leather cloth, all cut about with penknives. "I don't believe it. I don't," she uttered, trying to catch his eyes, which avoided hers. "One can't disbelieve facts, Darya Alexandrovna," said he, emphasizing the word facts. "But what has she done?" asked Darya Alexandrovna. "What is it she has done?" "She has despised her duties and betrayed her husband. That is what she has done," he said. No, it can't be. No, for God's sake, you are mistaken," said Dolly, raising her hands to her temples and closing her eyes. Karenin smiled coldly with his lips only, wishing to prove to her and to himself the firmness of his conviction. But this passionate defence, though it did not shake him, lacerated his wound. He began speaking with more animation. "It is difficult to make a mistake when a wife herself announces to her husband that 8 years of married life and a son have all been an error, and that she wants to begin life from the beginning again," he said, crossly, sniffing. "Anna and vice? I cannot combine them. I cannot believe it. Darya Alexandrovna," he said, now looking straight at Dolly's kind, excited face and feeling his tongue involuntarily loosened, "I would give much for the possibility of doubting. While I was in doubt, it was hard, but not so hard as it is now. While I doubted, I had hope. But now there is no hope left, and all the same I doubt everything. I doubt everything so much that I hate my son, and sometimes believe he is not my son. I am very unhappy." There was no need for him to say this. Dolly had understood it as soon as he looked her in the face. She felt sorry for him, and her faith in her friend's innocence was shaken. "Oh, it is terrible, terrible. But can it be true that you have decided on a divorce?" "I have decided to take the final step. There is nothing else for me to do." "Nothing to do? Nothing to do?" she muttered, with tears in her eyes. "No, there is something else to do," she said. That is just what is so terrible in this kind of grief, that you can't do as in all other troubles, losses or deaths, just bear your cross. But here you must act, he said, as if guessing her thoughts. You must come out of the degrading position in which you are placed. It is impossible to live free together. I understand. I understand very well, said Dolly, and her head dropped. She was silent, thinking of herself and her own sorrow, and then suddenly and energetically she raised her head and folded her hands as in prayer. But wait. You are a Christian. Think of her. What will become of her if you throw her off? I have thought, Darya Alexandrovna, and have thought deeply, said Karenin. His face flushed in blotches, and his dim eyes looked straight at her. Dolly now pitied him with all her heart. I did that very thing when she herself informed me of my shame. I let everything go on as before. I gave her a chance to turn over a new leaf, and I tried to save her. With what result? She disregarded my very easy demand that she should observe the proprieties. He went on, getting heated. One may save a person who does not wish to perish, but if a nature is so spoilt and depraved that it regards ruin as salvation, what can one do? Anything but divorce, answered Dolly. But what is anything? Oh, this is too awful. She will be nobody's wife. She will be ruined. What can I do? Said Karenin, shrugging his shoulders and raising his eyebrows. The recollection of his wife's last delinquency irritated him so much that he again became as cold as he had been at the beginning of the conversation. I am very grateful for your sympathy, but it is time for me to go, he said, rising. No, wait a bit. You should not ruin her. Wait a bit. I will tell you about myself. I married, and my husband deceived me. In my anger and jealousy, I wished to abandon everything. I myself wished... But I was brought to my senses. And by whom? Anna saved me. And here I am living, my children growing, my husband returns to the family and feels his error, grows purer and better, and I live. I have forgiven, and you must forgive. Karenin listened, but her words no longer affected him. All the bitterness of the day when he decided on a divorce rose again in his soul. He gave himself a shake and began to speak in a loud and piercing voice. I cannot forgive. I don't wish to and don't think it would be right. I have done everything for that woman, and she has trampled everything in the mud which is natural to her. I am not a cruel man. I have never hated anyone, but I hate her with the whole strength of my soul, and I cannot even forgive her because I hate her so much for all the wrong she has done me, he said with tears of anger choking him. Half-house that hate you, whispered Dolly shamefacedly. Karenin smiled contemptuously. He had long known all that, but it could not apply to his case. Love them that hate you, but you can't love them whom you hate. Forgive me for having upset you. Everyone has trouble enough of his own. And having got himself under control, Karenin quietly rose, said goodbye, and went away. Chapter 13. When everybody was leaving the table, Yevin wanted to follow Kitty into the drawing-room, but was afraid she would not like it because it would make his attentions to her too obvious. So he stopped with the group of men, taking part in their conversation. But without looking through the open door at Kitty, he was conscious of her movements, her looks, and the place in the drawing-room where she sat. He began at once, and without the slightest effort, to fulfill the promise he had made her of thinking well of and always liking everybody. The conversation had turned to the question of village communes, in which Pestsov saw some special principle which he called the chorus principle. Levin did not agree either with Pestsov or with his brother Sergei, who, in a way of his own, both admitted and did not admit the importance of the Russian communal system, but he talked to them only with the idea of getting them to agree and softening their controversy. He was not at all interested in what he himself said, still less in what they were saying, and only desired one thing, that everybody should feel contented and pleased. He now knew the one thing that was important, and that one thing was at first there in the drawing-room, but afterwards began moving and paused in the doorway. Without looking round, he felt a pair of eyes and a smile directed toward him, and he could not help turning. She stood in the doorway with Sherbatsky and was looking at him. "I thought you were going to the piano," he said, moving toward her. "That is what I miss in the country. Music." "No, we were only coming to call you away." "Thank you for coming," she said, rewarding him with a smile, as with a gift. "What is the use of arguing? No one ever convinces another." "Yes, you're quite right," said Levin. "For the most part, people argue so warmly only because they cannot make out what it is that their opponent wants to prove." Levin had often noticed in arguments among the most intelligent people that after expending enormous efforts and an immense number of logical subtleties and words, the disputants at last became conscious of the fact that the thing they had been at such pains to prove to one another had long ago, from the very beginning of the controversy, been known to them, but that they liked different things and were disinclined to mention what they liked lest it should be attacked. He had experienced the fact that sometimes, in the middle of a discussion, one understands what it is that one's opponent likes, and suddenly likes it oneself and immediately agrees with him when all proofs become superfluous and unnecessary. Sometimes the reverse happens. One at last mentions the thing one likes, for the sake of which one has been devising arguments, and if this is said well and sincerely, one's opponent suddenly agrees and ceases to dispute. This was what he wanted to express. She wrinkled her forehead, trying to understand, but as soon as he began to explain, she understood. "I see. One must find out what one's opponent is contending for, what he likes, and then one can—" She had completely grasped and found the right expression for his badly expressed thought. Levin smiled joyfully. He was so struck by the change from the confused, wordy dispute with his brother and Pestsov to this laconic, clear, and almost wordless communication of a very complex idea. Sherbatsky left them, and Kitty went up to a table prepared for cards, sat down, took a piece of chalk, and began drawing concentric circles on the new green cloth of the table. They went back to the conversation at dinner about women's rights and occupations. Levin agreed with Dolly that a girl who does not get married can find woman's work in the family. He supported this view by saying that no family can dispense with a help, and that in every family, rich or poor, there are and must be nurses either paid or belonging to the family. "No," said Kitty, blushing, but looking all the more boldly at him with her truthful eyes. "The girl may be so placed that she cannot enter into a family without humiliation, while she herself—" He understood the allusion. "Oh, yes," he said. Yes, you're right. And he understood all that Pestsov at dinner had been trying to prove about the freedom of women, simply because he saw in Kitty's heart fear of the humiliation of being an old maid, and, loving her, he too felt that fear and humiliation, and at once gave up his contention. There was a pause. She still continued drawing on the table with the chalk. Her eyes shone with a soft light. Submitting to her mood, he felt in his whole being an ever-increasing stress of joy. "Oh, I have scribbled over the whole table," she said, and putting down the chalk, moved as if to get up. "How can I remain here alone, without her?" he thought, horror-struck, and took up the chalk. "Don't go," he said, and sat down at the table. "I have long wished to ask you something." He looked straight into her kind, though frightened, eyes. "Please do." "There," he said, and wrote the following letters. Capital W, Y, A, I, C, N, B, D, Y, M, T, O, N. These letters stood for, "When you answered, 'It cannot be,' did you mean then or never?" It was quite unlikely that she would be able to make out this complicated sentence, but he looked at her with an expression as if his life depended on her understanding what those letters meant. She glanced seriously at him, and then, leaning her frowning forehead on her hand, began reading. Occasionally she looked up at him, her look asking him, "Is it what I think?" "I have understood," she said with a blush. "What word is this?" he asked, pointing to the N which stood for never. "That word is never," she said, "but it is not true." He quickly rubbed out what he had written, handed her the chalk, and rose. She wrote, capital T, capital I, C, N, A, O. Dolly's sorrow caused by her talk with Karenin was quite dispelled when she saw those two figures. Kitty with the chalk in her hand looking up at Levin with a timid, happy smile, and his fine figure bending over the table with his burning eyes fixed now on the table, now on her. Suddenly his face beamed. He had understood. The letters meant, "Then I could not answer otherwise." He looked at her questioningly and timidly. "Only them?" "Yes," answered her smile. "And N? And now?" he said. "Well then, read this. I will tell you what I wish, what I very much wish." And she wrote these initial letters. Capital T, Y, M, F, A, F, W, H. This meant that you might forgive and forget what happened. He seized the chalk with nervous, trembling fingers, broke it, and wrote the initial letters of the following. I have nothing to forget or forgive. I never ceased to love you. She looked at him with a smile that remained fixed on her lips. I understand, she whispered. He sat down and wrote out a long sentence. She understood it all, and without asking if she was right, took the chalk and wrote the answer at once. For a long time he could not make out what she meant, and he often looked up in her eyes. He was dazed with happiness. He could not find the words she meant at all, but in her beautiful eyes, radiant with joy, he saw all that he wanted to know, and he wrote down 3 letters. But before he had finished writing, she read it under his hand, finished the sentence herself, and wrote the answer, yes. "Playing secretary?" said the old prince, approaching them. "Come now, we must be going, if you mean to come to the theatre." Levin rose and accompanied Kitty to the door. Everything had been said in that conversation. She had said that she loved him and would tell her father and mother, and he had said that he would call in the morning. Chapter 14. When Kitty had left and Lievin remained alone, he felt so restless without her and so impatient to live more and more quickly through the hours till morning, when he would see her again and be united to her for good, that he dreaded like death the 14 hours he would have to spend without her. In order not to be alone and to deceive time, he needed to be with and to talk to somebody. Vronsky would have been the pleasantest companion for him now, but he was going to an evening party, as he said, really to the ballet. Lievin only had time to tell him he was happy and fond of him and would never, never forget what he had done for him. Vronsky's look and smile showed Lievin that he understood him rightly. "Then it's not time to die yet," said Vronsky with feeling, pressing Lievin's hand. "No," said Lievin. Dolly, too, when saying goodbye to him, spoke as if congratulating him, saying, "I'm so glad you and Kitty have met again. We must value old friendship." Lievin did not like her remark. She did not understand how high and unattainable for her all this was, and she should not have dared to refer to it. Lievin took leave of them, but not to remain alone, he fastened on to his brother. "Where are you going?" "To a town council meeting." "Well, I'll come with you. May I?" "Why not? Let us go," answered Koznishev, smiling. "What has happened to you today?" "To me, happiness is with me," said Lievin, letting down the window of the carriage in which they were driving. "You don't mind? It is so stuffy here. Happiness is with me. Why have you never got married?" Koznishev smiled. "I am very glad. She seems a fine girl," he began. Don't speak," exclaimed Lievin, seizing the collar of his brother's fur coat and lapping it over his face. "She is a fine girl," were words so ordinary, so insignificant, so inappropriate to his feelings. Koznishev laughed merrily, a thing he rarely did. "Anyhow, I may say I am very glad." "You may say that tomorrow." "Tomorrow, but nothing more." Nothing. Silence," said Lievin, and again wrapping the collar round his brother's face, he added, "I am very fond of you. Will they really let me into the meeting?" "Of course you can come." "What are you speaking of tonight?" asked Lievin, not ceasing to smile. They arrived at the council, and Lievin listened to the secretary haltingly reading an official report which he evidently did not understand himself, but from his face Lievin saw what a nice, kind, and splendid fellow he was. That was plain from the confused and embarrassed manner in which he read the report. Then followed the discussion. They were debating the grant of some money and the laying of some pipes, and Koznishev spoke about something for a long time in a triumphant tone and stunned two of the members. Another member, having noted something on a bit of paper, started timidly, but went on to answer him very venomously and neatly. And then Sviatsky, he too was there, also said something very finely and nobly. Lievin listened to them and clearly saw that neither the sums of money nor the pipes had any real existence. There was nothing of the kind. And he saw also that they were not at all angry, but were all very kind and estimable fellows, and that it was all very good and pleasant. They were doing no one any harm, and everybody was pleased. What seemed remarkable to Lievin was that they were all perfectly transparent to him that day, and that by means of little signs which he had never noticed before, he recognized the soul of each, and clearly saw that they were all kind, and, in particular, were all extremely fond of him. That was quite evident from the way they spoke to him, and the tenderness and affection with which they all, even strangers, looked at him. "Well, are you contented?" asked Koznishev. "Quite. I never thought it would be so interesting. Fine. Splendid." Sviatsky came up and asked Lievin to come home with him and have some tea. Lievin could not at all think or remember why he had ever felt dissatisfied with Sviatsky, or what he had thought lacking in him. He was an intelligent and remarkably kind fellow. "I shall be very pleased," said Lievin, and asked about Sviatsky's wife and sister-in-law. And by a strange connection of ideas, as that sister-in-law was connected in his fancy with the idea of marriage, It appeared to him that he could not tell anybody of his happiness so appropriately as Sviatsky's wife and sister-in-law, and he was very glad to go and see them. Sviatsky questioned him about his affairs in the country, as usual, disbelieving in the possibility of devising anything that had not already been discovered in Western Europe. But now Levin did not consider this at all unpleasant. On the contrary, he felt that Sviatsky was right, and that the whole business was insignificant, and he noticed the wonderful gentleness and delicacy with which Sviatsky avoided saying that he was right. The ladies were especially nice. It seemed to Levin that they already knew all about it and sympathized with him, but did not mention it out of delicacy. He remained at the house 2 or 3 hours, talking about different matters, but thinking only of the one thing that filled his soul, and not noticing that they were dreadfully weary of him and ought long ago to have been in bed. Sviatsky, yawning, showed him to the hall, and wondered at the strange state his friend was in. It was past 1. Levin returned to the hotel, and the thought of how, with his impatience, he would spend the remaining 10 hours frightened him. The attendant on duty lighted his candle and was going away, but Levin stopped him. Igor, the attendant, of whom Levin had taken no notice heretofore, turned out to be a very intelligent, good, and, above all, very kind man. "I say, Igor, don't you find it difficult to keep awake?" "What's one to do? Our work is of that sort. It is easier in a gentleman's house, but one earns more here." It turned out that Igor had a family, 3 boys and a girl who was a seamstress and whom he wanted to marry to an assistant in a harness business. Levin took this opportunity to express to Igor his opinion that in marriage the chief thing is love, and that when there is love there will always be happiness, because happiness lies always within oneself. Igor listened very attentively and evidently quite understood Levin, but in confirmation of it remarked, quite unexpectedly to Levin, that when he was in the service of nice people he was always satisfied with his masters, and that he was satisfied with his present master, although he was a Frenchman. A wonderfully kind man, thought Levin. "And you, Igor, when you married, did you love your wife?" "How can one help it?" answered Igor. And Levin saw that Igor too was in an exultant state and wished to tell him all his most intimate feelings. "My life too was very curious. From a child he began with shining eyes, evidently infected by Levin's exultation as men get infected by others' yawning. But at that moment a bell rang. Igor went away and Levin remained alone. He had scarcely eaten anything at dinner and had refused both tea and supper at Sviatsky's, but could not think of eating. He had not slept the night before, but could not think of sleep either. The room was cool, but he felt suffocated with heat. He opened the little window and sat down on a table in front of it. Beyond a snow-covered roof he could see a gilt fretwork cross adorned with chains on the dome of a church, and above it the 3-cornered constellation of the charioteer with the bright yellow star Capella. He looked now at the cross, now at the star, and inhaled the fresh, frosty air which flowed with a regular current into the room, following, as in a dream, the images and memories that arose in his fancy. Towards 4 o'clock he heard steps in the corridor and looked out. It was the gambler Myaskin, whom he knew, returning from the club. He passed dejectedly, frowning and coughing. "Poor, unfortunate fellow," thought Levin, and tears of affection and pity for the man filled his eyes. He wished to speak to him and comfort him, but recollecting that he had nothing over his shirt, he changed his mind, and again sat down in front of the little window to bathe in the cold air and to gaze at that beautifully shaped, silent cross, full of meaning for him, and at the ascending bright yellow star. When it was past 6 o'clock he began to hear the floor polishers and the church bell ringing for service, and felt he was beginning to grow cold. He shut the little window, washed, dressed, and went out into the street. Chapter 15. The streets were still empty. Levin went to the Sherbatskys' house. The front door was locked. Everybody was still sleeping. He went back to his room in the hotel and ordered coffee. The day waiter, not Igor this time, brought it to him. Levin wished to have a talk with him, but the bell rang and the waiter went away. Levin tried to drink a little coffee and put a piece of roll into his mouth, but his mouth could do nothing with it. He took the piece out of his mouth, put on his overcoat, and went out to walk about again. It was past 9 when he reached the Sherbatskys' porch a second time. The inmates of the house were only just up, and the cook was going out to buy provisions. It would be necessary to live through another 2 hours at least. All that night and morning Levin had lived quite unconsciously and felt quite outside the conditions of material existence. He had not eaten for a whole day, had not slept for 2 nights, had spent several hours half-dressed and exposed to the frost, yet he felt not only fresher and better than ever before, but quite independent of his body. He moved without his muscles making any effort and felt capable of anything. He was sure that he could fly upwards or knock down a corner of a house were it necessary. He spent the rest of the time walking about the street, looking at his watch and gazing around. And what he then saw, he never saw again. 2 children going to school, some pigeons that flew down from the roof, and a few loaves put outside a baker's window by an invisible hand touched him particularly. These loaves, the pigeons, and the 2 boys seemed creatures not of this earth. It all happened at the same time. One of the boys ran after a pigeon and looked smilingly up at Levin. The pigeon flapped its wings and fluttered up, glittering in the sunshine amid the snow dust that trembled in the air. From the window came the scent of fresh baked bread, and the loaves were put out. All these things were so unusually beautiful that Levin laughed and cried with joy. After a long round through the Gazetny Street and the Gizlovka, he returned to the hotel, put his watch in front of him, and sat down waiting till it should be 12. In the next room they were saying something about machines and fraud and coughing, as people do of a morning. They did not realize that the watch hand was drawing nearer to 12. The hand reached 12. Levin went out into the porch. These Vorschiks evidently knew all about it. With joyful faces they surrounded Levin, disputing among themselves and offering him their services. Trying not to offend the others and promising to let them too drive him later on, he hired one and told him to drive to the Sherbatskys'. These Vorschik was charming, with the white band of his shirt showing from under his coat and clinging closely to his full, red, sturdy neck. That Izvoshchik's sledge was high and comfortable, and never after did Levin drive in one like it. And the horse was a good one too, and tried its best to trot fast, but did not seem to move. The Izvoshchik knew the Sherbatskys' house, and rounding his elbows in a manner specially respectful to his fare, called "War," and stopped at the porch. The Sherbatskys' hall porter certainly knew everything. That was evident from the smile in his eyes and the tone in which he said, "It's long since you were here last, Konstantin Dmitrich." Not only did he know everything, but he evidently rejoiced and made efforts to hide his joy. Glancing into his kind old eyes, Levin felt something new even in his happiness. "Are they up?" "Come in, sir. Won't you leave it here?" he said when Levin turned back for his cab. That meant something. "Whom shall I announce you to?" asked the footman. The footman was young, of the new-fashioned kind, and a dandy, but a very kind and good fellow, and he too understood it all. "The princess, the young lady," said Levin. The first person he met was Mamselle Lino. She was passing through the dancing hall, and her curls and her face shone. He had scarcely begun to speak to her when he heard the rustle of a dress outside the door. His eyes no longer saw Mademoiselle Lino, and the joyful terror of the nearness of his happiness seized him. Mademoiselle Lino hurriedly left him and went toward the other door. As soon as she had gone out, he heard the sound of very, very rapid, light steps on the parquet floor. And his joy, his life, his own self, the best in himself, that which he had sought and yearned for so long, advanced very, very rapidly towards him. She did not walk, but was borne toward him by some invisible force. He saw nothing but her clear, true eyes, frightened by the same joy of love which filled his own heart. Those eyes beamed nearer to him, dazzling him with their glow of love. She stopped so close that she touched him. Her arms rose and her hands dropped on his shoulders. She had done everything she could. She had run up to him and given herself entirely, shyly, and joyfully. He put his arms round her and pressed his lips to her mouth that was waiting for his kiss. She too had not slept all night and had waited for him the whole morning. Her mother and father had definitely given their consent and were happy in her happiness. She had waited for him. She had wished to be the first to announce to him his and her joy. She had prepared herself to meet him alone, and had rejoiced at the idea, yet had felt timid and bashful, and had not known what she would do. She had heard his step and his voice, and had waited behind the door for Mademoiselle Lino to go. Mademoiselle Lino had gone away, without thinking or asking herself what next. She had come to him and acted as she had. "Come to Mamma," she said, taking him by the hand. For some time he could not say anything, not so much because he feared that words might spoil the loftiness of his feelings, as because every time he wished to speak he felt that instead of words, tears of joy would come. He took her hand and kissed it. "Can it be true?" he said at last in a smothered voice. "Yeah. I cannot believe that you love me." She smiled at the word dear, and at the timid look he gave her. "Yes," she said, significantly and slowly. "I am so happy." Without letting go of his hand, she entered the drawing-room. The princess, on seeing them, breathed quickly and immediately burst into tears. Then she at once laughed and ran up to them with energy such as Levin never expected from her, and putting her arms round his head, kissed him and wetted his cheeks with her tears. "Then it's all finished. I am so glad. I love her. I am so glad. Kitty." "Well, you've settled it quickly," said the old prince, trying to be indifferent. But Levin noticed that his eyes were moist when he addressed him. I have always wished it," said the old prince, taking Levin's hand and drawing him nearer. "Even at the time when this scatterbrain intended—" "Papa!" exclaimed Kitty, and closed his mouth with her hands. Well, I won't," he said. "I am very, very oh, how stupid I am." He embraced Kitty, kissed her face, her hand, then her face again, and made the sign of the cross over her. And Levin was seized with a new feeling of affection for this man who had been strange to him before, when he saw how Kitty long and tenderly kissed his fleshy hand. Chapter 16. The princess sat in her armchair, silently smiling, and the prince seated himself beside her. Kitty stood close to her father's chair, still holding his hand. No one spoke. The princess was the first to break the silence and bring all their thoughts and feelings back to the practical side of life, and for the first moments this seemed strange and even painful to them all. When is it to be? There is the betrothal, and cards must be sent out. And when is the wedding to be? What do you think, Alexander? Your ears, said the old prince, pointing to Lievin. He is the principal person concerned. When? Said Lievin, blushing. Tomorrow. If you ask me, the betrothal today and the wedding tomorrow. Oh, don't not share. What nonsense. Well, then next week. He seems quite mad. Why not? What an idea, said the mother, with a pleased smile at his haste. And the trousseau? Is it possible that there must be a trousseau and all that sort of thing? Lievin thought, horror-struck. However, as if a trousseau and a betrothal ceremony and all that could spoil my happiness, nothing can spoil it. He looked up at Kitty and noticed that the thought of a trousseau did not in the least upset her, so he thought, "It is necessary, evidently." "Well, you see, I don't know at all. I only expressed my wish," he said, to excuse himself. "Then we will decide. We can have the betrothal and send out the cards at once. That will be all right." The princess went up to her husband, kissed him, and was about to go away, but he stopped her, embraced her, and tenderly, like a young lover, kissed her several times with a smile. The old couple seemed to have become confused for the moment and not to know whether it was they who were again in love or only their daughter. When they had gone, Lievin came up to his betrothed and took her hand. He had now mastered himself and was able to speak, and there was much he had to say to her. But what he said was not at all what he had intended. How well I knew it would happen. I never dared hope, yet in my soul I was always certain, said he. I believe it was predestined. And I, she said. Even when she stopped, and again went on, her truthful eyes looking into his face resolutely. Even when I drove my happiness from me, I always loved you only. But I was carried away. I must ask you, can you forget it? Perhaps it was all for the best. You have much to forgive me. I must tell you. He referred to one of the things he had decided to tell her. He meant to confess from the first about two matters, that he was not as pure as she, and that he was an agnostic. It was painful, but he thought he ought to tell her both these things. No, not now, later, he said. All right, later, but certainly tell me. I am afraid of nothing. I must know everything. Now it's settled. He finished the sentence. It is settled that you will have me whatever I may be. You will not reject me. Yes? Yes. Yes. Their conversation was interrupted by Mademoiselle Lino, who, with a feigned yet affectionate smile, came to congratulate her favourite pupil. Before she had gone out, the servants entered with their congratulations. Afterwards relatives arrived, and that beatific tumult began which did not cease until the day after the wedding. All that time Lievin felt uncomfortable and bored, but the stress of his joy went on increasing. All that time he felt that many things he did not know were expected of him, but he did all he was told, and it all gave him joy. He had thought that his courtship would be quite unlike any other, that the ordinary conditions of courtship would spoil his peculiar happiness. But he ended by doing what others do, and his happiness was thereby only increased, becoming more and more peculiar to him, unlike anyone else's was or is. Now we shall eat some sweets, said Mademoiselle Lino, and off went Lievin to buy sweets. I am very pleased indeed, said Sviatsky. I advise you to go to Fomin's for the flowers. Are they necessary? and off he went to Fomin's. His brother told him he ought to borrow some money because he would have a lot of expense. There would be presents. Are presents required? And off he rushed to Fulda, the jewellers. At the confectioners, florists, and jewellers he noticed that they were expecting him, that they were pleased to see him, and triumphed in his happiness just like everyone else with whom he had anything to do at that time. It was extraordinary that not only was everybody fond of him, but all the hitherto unsympathetic, cold, or indifferent persons were delighted with him, gave way to him in everything, treated his feelings with delicate consideration, and shared his own opinion that he was the happiest man on earth because his betrothed was the height of perfection. Kitty felt just the same. When the Countess Nordsten took the liberty of hinting that she had hoped for something better, Kitty got so heated and proved so convincingly that no one on earth could be better than Lievin that the Countess had to admit it, and thereafter never encountered Lievin in Kitty's presence without a smile of delight. The confession he had promised her was the one painful episode of that time. He consulted the old prince, and with his permission gave Kitty his diary, which contained facts that were tormenting him. He had written the diary with the intention of showing it to his future bride-elect. The confession of his agnosticism passed without a remark. She was religious, and had never doubted the truth of her religion, but the lack of external religion in him did not affect her at all. She knew through her love his whole soul, and saw in it what she desired, and the fact that that spiritual condition is called agnosticism was quite indifferent to her. The other confession made her weep bitterly. Lievin had not handed her the diary without an inward struggle. He knew that between him and her there could and should be nothing secret, and therefore he decided that it was his duty. But he had not considered how the confession might affect her. He had not put himself in her place. Only when he came that evening before going to the theatre and entered her room to see in her tear-stained face the misery caused by the irremediable sorrow he had brought about, did he realize from that sweet, pathetic face what an abysm separated his tainted past from her dove-like purity. And he was horror-struck at what he had done. Take those dreadful books back," she cried, pushing away the notebooks that lay on the table before her. "Why did you give me them? But no, it was best, after all," she added, pitying the despair on his face. "But it's dreadful, dreadful." His head dropped, and he remained silent, unable to speak. "You will not forgive me?" he whispered. "Yes, I have forgiven you. But it's dreadful." However, his happiness was so great that this confession did not impair it, but only gave it a new tinge. She forgave him, but after that he felt yet more unworthy of her, morally bowed still lower before her, and valued still more highly his undeserved happiness. Chapter 17. Involuntarily reviewing the impressions left on his mind by the conversations at dinner and after, Karenin returned to his solitary room. What Dolly had said about forgiveness had merely vexed him. Whether or not to apply the Christian principle to his own case was too difficult a question to be lightly discussed, and Karenin had long since answered it in the negative. Of all that had been said, the words of the silly, good-natured Turovtsin had sunk deepest into his mind. He acted like a brick, challenged the other man, and killed him. Evidently, everybody had agreed with that, though they were too polite to say so. "However, that point is settled and not worth thinking about," said Karenin to himself. and with nothing in his mind but his impending journey and his work of inspection, he went to his room and asked the doorkeeper who followed him where his valet was. The man replied that the valet had just gone out. Karenin ordered tea, sat down at a table, took up a timetable, and began planning his journey. "2 telegrams," said the valet, entering. "Excuse me, Your Excellency, I had only just gone out." Karenin took the telegrams and opened them. The first contained the news that Stremov had obtained the very appointment Karenin had been hoping for. He threw down the telegram and flushed. Rising, he began to pace the room. "Quos fult pedere dementat," he thought. Quos being those who had had a hand in making the appointment. He was vexed, not so much at having missed that post himself and at having been obviously passed over, as at the incomprehensible and surprising fact that they did not realize how much less suitable than anyone else was that voluble windbag Stremov. How was it they did not see that by giving him that post they were ruining themselves and their own prestige? Something else of the same kind, he thought bitterly as he opened the second telegram. It was from his wife, and Anna, written in blue pencil, was the first word he saw. "I am dying. I beg and entreat you, come. I shall die easier for your forgiveness," he read. Smiling contemptuously, he threw down the telegram. His first thought was that beyond doubt it was only falsehood and cunning. She would not hesitate at any deception. She was going to be confined. Perhaps that is the illness. But what can they be aiming at? To legitimize the child, compromise me, and prevent a divorce? He reflected. But there's something about dying. He reread the telegram and was suddenly struck by the direct meaning of the words. "Supposing it is true," he said to himself. "If it is true, and at the moment of suffering and approach to death she is sincerely repentant, and I, believing it to be false, refuse to come? It would not only be cruel and everybody would condemn me, but it would be stupid on my part. Pyotr, keep the carriage. I am returning to Petersburg," he told the valet. He decided to go back to Petersburg and see his wife. If the news of her illness were false, he would go away again, saying nothing. But if she were really ill and dying and wished to see him before her death, he would, should he find her still living, forgive her, and should he arrive too late, he would perform his last duty to her. While on his way, he did not again think about what he should do. With the sense of fatigue and want of cleanliness resulting from a night spent in a railway carriage, Karenin drove through the fog of a Petersburg morning along the deserted Nevsky, looking straight before him and not thinking of what awaited him. He dared not think of it, because when he imagined what would happen, he could not drive from his mind the thought that her death would at once dissolve all the difficulties of the situation. Bakers, the closed shops, night izvozchiks, and men sweeping the pavements passed before his eyes, and watching all this, he tried to stifle the thought of what lay before him and of what he dared not desire, and yet could not help desiring. The carriage stopped at the porch. A carriage with a coachman asleep on the box and an izvozchik was standing at the entrance. As he entered the hall, Karenin dragged forth his resolve, as it were, from a remote corner of his brain, and conned it over. It said, "If it is all a fraud, then calm contempt and leave again. If true, keep up appearances." The door was opened by the hall porter before Karenin had time to ring. The porter, Petrov, otherwise Kapitonich, looked strange in an old coat without a tie and in slippers. "How is your mistress?" "Safely delivered yesterday. Karenin halted and turned pale. Now he clearly realized how much he had desired her death. And her health? Cornet, wearing his morning apron, came running downstairs. "Very bad," he said. "There was a consultation yesterday, and the doctor is here now." "Take my things," said Karenin. And somewhat relieved by the news that there was still some hope of her dying, he entered the anteroom. On the hall stand was hanging a military coat, and he noticed it. "Who is here?" "The doctor, the midwife, and Count Vronsky." Karenin passed on to the inner apartments. There was no one in the drawing-room, but the midwife, with lilac ribbons in her cap, came out of Anna's boudoir. She approached Karenin, and with a familiarity bred by death's approach, took him by the hand and led him toward the bedroom. "Thank God you have come. She talks only about you, and nothing but you," said she. "Be quick and bring the ice," came the authoritative sound of the doctor's voice from the bedroom. Karenin entered the boudoir. Beside the table, sitting with his side toward the back of a low chair, was Vronsky, his hands covering his face, weeping. At the sound of the doctor's voice, he jumped up, uncovered his face, and saw Karenin. But at sight of her husband, he was filled with such confusion that he again sat down, drawing his head down between his shoulders as if trying to become invisible. Then, making an effort, he rose and said, "She is dying. The doctors say there is no hope. I am entirely in your hands. But allow me to remain here, please. However, I am in your hands. The sight of Vronsky's tears made Karenin aware of the approach of that mental perturbation which other people's visible sufferings always aroused in him, and turning away his head, he went toward the door without heeding what Vronsky was saying. Anna's voice, talking about something, came from the bedroom. It sounded cheerful and animated, and its articulation was extremely distinct. Karenin entered and went up to the bed. She lay with her face toward him. Her cheeks were rosy red, her eyes glittered, and her little white hands, from which the cuffs of her dressing jacket had been pushed back, toyed with the corner of the blanket, twisting it. She appeared not only fresh and well, but in the best of spirits. She spoke rapidly in a ringing voice with extraordinarily accurate intonations, full of feeling. "Because Alexei, I am speaking of Alexei Alexandrovich. How strange and terrible that they are both called Alexei, is it not? Alexei would not have refused me. I should have forgotten, and he would have forgiven. But why does he not come? He is kind. He himself does not know how kind he is. Oh, God, what weariness! Give me some water, quick. Oh, but it will be bad for her, for my little girl. Well, all right. Well, let her have a nurse. Well, I agree. It will be better so. He will come back, and it will pain him to see her. Take her away." "Anna Arkadyevna, he has come. Here he is," said the midwife, trying to draw Anna's attention to Alexei Alexandrovich. "Oh, what nonsense!" Anna went on, taking no notice of her husband. "But let me have her. Let me have my little girl. He has not come yet. You say he won't forgive me because you don't know him. No one knew him, only I, and even for me it has become hard. One must know his eyes. Tseretsa's are just the same. That's why I can't bear to see them. Have they given Tseretsa his dinner? Oh, don't I know that everybody will forget? He would not forget. Tseretsa must be moved into the corner room, and Mariette must be asked to sleep with him." Suddenly she recoiled, became silent and frightened, and put her arms before her face as if in expectation of a blow. She had seen her husband. "No, no," she began again. "I am not afraid of him. I am afraid of Death? Alexei, come here. I am in a hurry because I have no time. I have not long to live. I shall soon become feverish, and then I shall no longer understand anything. Now I understand everything, and see everything. Over Karenin's drawn face came a look of suffering. He took her hand and was about to say something, but could not speak. His lower jaw trembled. He struggled with his agitation, every now and then glancing at her. And every time he did so, he saw her eyes looking at him with such tender and ecstatic emotion as he had never before seen in them. "Wait a bit. You don't know. Wait. She paused, as if to collect her thoughts. "Yes," she continued. "Yes. This is what I wished to say. Don't be surprised at me. I am still the same. But there is another in me as well, and I am afraid of her. She fell in love with that other one, and I wished to hate you, but could not forget her who was before. That other is not I. Now I am the real one, all of me. I am dying now, and I am ask him. Even now I feel it. Here they are, my hands and feet and fingers. Whole 100 weights are on them. My fingers. See how enormous they are. But all this will soon end. I only want one thing. Forgive me. Forgive me completely. I am dreadfully bad, but the nurse told about the Holy Martyr. What was her name? She was worse, and I shall go to Rome. There is a wilderness there, and then I shall be in nobody's way. I shall only take Tsaritsa and the little girl. No, you cannot forgive me. I know I cannot be forgiven. No, go. You are too good. With one hot hand she held his, while with the other she pushed him away. The perturbation in Karenin's soul went on increasing and reached the point where he gave up struggling against it. Suddenly he felt that what he had taken for perturbation was, on the contrary, a blissful state of his soul, bringing him joy such as he had never before known. He was not thinking that the law of Christ, which all his life he had tried to fulfill, told him to forgive and love his enemies, but a joyous feeling of forgiveness and love for his enemies filled his soul. He knelt with his head resting on her bent arm, which burnt through its sleeve like fire, and sobbed like a child. She put her arm round his bald head, moved closer to him, and looked up with an expression of proud defiance. "Here he is. I knew. Now, goodbye to all. Goodbye." "They have come again. Why don't they go away? Oh, take these furs off me." The doctor moved her arms and carefully drew the bedclothes over her shoulders. She meekly lay down on her back and gazed with radiant eyes straight before her. "Remember that the only thing I want is your forgiveness. I wish for nothing else." "Why does he not come in?" she cried, calling to Vronsky on the other side of the door. Come. Give him your hand." Vronsky came to her bedside, and on seeing Anna, again hid his face in his hands. "Uncover your face. Look at him. He is a saint," said she, Uncover, yes, uncover your face, she went on angrily. Alexei Alexandrovich, uncover his face. I want to see him. Karenin took Vronsky's hands and moved them away from his face, terrible with its look of suffering and shame. Give him your hand. Forgive him. Karenin held out his hand without restraining the tears that were falling. God, she cried. Now everything is ready. Only stretch out my legs a little. Right. Now it's splendid. How badly those flowers are drawn, not a bit like violets. And she pointed to the wallpaper. Oh, my God! My God! When will it all come to there? Doctor, Miss Morphia. Oh, my God! My God! And she began to toss in her bed. The doctor and his colleague said it was puerperal fever, which in 99 cases out of 100 ended fatally. All day she was feverish, delirious, and unconscious. At midnight she lay insensible, with hardly any pulse. The end was expected every moment. Vronsky went away, but came again in the morning to inquire. Karenin met him in the anteroom and said, "Remain here. She may ask for you," and himself showed him into Anna's boudoir. Toward morning she had become excited and animated, and her thoughts and words flowed rapidly. But again this state lapsed into unconsciousness. On the third day she was just the same, and the doctors gave some hope. That day Karenin went out into the boudoir where Vronsky sat, and having locked the door, took a seat opposite him. "Alexei Alexandrovich," said Vronsky, feeling that an explanation was coming. "I am unable to think, unable to understand. Spare me. However painful it may be to you, believe me, it is still more terrible for me." He was about to rise, but Karenin took him by the hand and said, "I beg you to hear me. It is necessary. I must explain to you my feelings, those that have guided me and will guide me in future, so that you may not misunderstand me. You know that I resolved on a divorce and had even taken steps toward obtaining it. I will not conceal from you that when I took action, I was in a state of indecision. I suffered, and I confess that I was haunted by a desire for vengeance. On receiving the telegram, I came here with the same feelings. More than that, I wished for her death. But—" He stopped and reflected whether he should reveal his feelings or not. "But I saw her and forgave her. And the joy of forgiving has revealed my duty to me. I have wholly forgiven. I want to turn the other cheek. I want to give my cloak because my coat has been taken. I only pray God that the joy of forgiving may not be taken from me." Tears filled his eyes, and their clear, calm expression struck Vronsky. "That is my position. You may trample me in the mud, make me the laughing-stock of the world. I will not forsake her, and will never utter a word of reproach to you," continued Karenin. "My duty is clearly defined. I must and will remain with her. If she wishes to see you, I will let you know. But now I think it will be best for you to leave." He rose, and sobs broke his voice. Vronsky got up at once, and stooping before him, looked up into his face without unbending his back. He could not understand Karenin, but felt that here was something high and inaccessible to one with his outlook on life. Chapter 18. After his conversation with Karenin, Vronsky went out onto the Karenin's porch and then stopped, recalling with difficulty where he was and where he ought to go. He felt ashamed, humiliated, guilty, and deprived of the possibility of cleansing himself from his degradation. He felt himself knocked quite out of the rut along which he had hitherto trodden so proudly and so lightly. All the apparently solid habits and rules of his life suddenly seemed false and inapplicable. The deceived husband, who up till now had appeared a pitiful creature, an accidental and rather ridiculous obstacle to his happiness, suddenly recalled by her and raised to a pedestal that inspired the utmost respect, that husband in his lofty elevation turned out to be not only not cruel, false, or absurd, but kind, simple, and dignified. Vronsky could not help being conscious of this. They had suddenly exchanged roles. Vronsky felt Karenin's greatness and his own humiliation, Karenin's rightness and his own wrongdoing. He felt that the husband in his sorrow was magnanimous, while he himself was mean and trivial in his deceptions. But the consciousness of his degradation toward the man whom he had unjustly despised accounted for but a small portion of his grief. He was unspeakably miserable because his passion for Anna, which he imagined had of late begun to cool, had become even stronger now that he knew her to be lost to him forever. During her illness he had learnt to know her thoroughly, had seen into her very soul, and it seemed to him that he had never loved her before. And just now, when he knew her and loved her in the right way, he had been humiliated before her and had lost her forever, leaving her nothing but a shameful memory of himself. But most terrible of all was the ridiculous, shameful figure he had cut when Karenin was pulling his hands from before his shame-suffused face. He stood in the porch of the Karenins' house as one in a maze, and did not know what to do next. "Shall I call an izvozchik?" inquired the hall porter. "Yes, an izvozchik." Returning home after the 3 sleepless nights, Vronsky did not undress but lay down prone on a sofa with his head on his folded arms. His head was heavy. Fancies, memories, and most strange thoughts followed one another with extreme rapidity and clearness. Now he saw himself pouring out medicine for the patient and overfilling the spoon. Then he saw the midwife's white hands, or Karenin's curious pose as he knelt on the floor by her bedside. To sleep, to forget, he said to himself, with the calm certainty of a healthy man that being tired and in want of sleep he would at once fall asleep. And in fact, in a moment his thoughts grew confused, and he began to fall into the abyss of forgetfulness. The waves of the sea of unconscious life were beginning to close over his head, when all at once he felt as if he had received a violent electric shock. He started so violently that his whole body was thrown upwards on the springs of the sofa, and leaning on his hands he rose to his knees in fear. His eyes were wide open as if he had not slept at all. The heaviness of his head and the languor of his limbs, of which he had been aware a moment previously, had suddenly vanished. "You may trample me in the mud," he seemed to hear Karenin saying, and he saw Anna's feverishly flushed face and brilliant eyes gazing not at him, but at Karenin. He saw his own, as it seemed to him, stupid and ridiculous figure when Karenin was drawing his hands away from his face. He stretched out his legs and again threw himself upon the sofa in the same position as before and shut his eyes. Sleep. Sleep, he kept repeating to himself. But with his eyes closed he could see yet more distinctly Anna's face as he had seen it on that memorable evening before the race. All that is ended and never will be again, and she wishes to efface it from her memory. I can't live without it. Then how can we be reconciled? How can we be reconciled? Said he aloud, and went on unconsciously repeating those words. This reiteration prevented other images and memories which were thronging his brain from arising. But the repetition of those words did not long hinder his imagination from working. Again, following each other with great rapidity, his happiest moments rose in his fancy, and with them his recent humiliation. "Take away his hands," Anna's voice is saying. Karenin pulls away his hands, and he is conscious of the shame-suffused and stupid expression of his own face. He still lay trying to fall asleep, though he had lost all hope of succeeding, and kept repeating in a whisper random words connected with disjointed thoughts in order to prevent other images from rising. He listened and heard repeated in a strange, mad whisper the words, "Unable to value, unable to enjoy, unable to value, unable to enjoy." What is this? Am I going mad? He asked himself. Perhaps. What else makes people go mad? What makes them shoot themselves? He replied to his own thought. And opening his eyes, he was surprised to see, close to his head, an embroidered cushion worked by Varya, his brother's wife. Fingering a tassel of the cushion, he tried to think of Varya as he had last seen her. But to think of anything extraneous was painful. No, I must sleep. He moved the cushion and pressed his head against it, but his eyes would not remain closed without effort. He jumped up and sat down. That's at an end for me, he thought. I must think over what I must do. What is left me? His thoughts glided quickly over his life unconnected with his passion for Anna. Ambition, Serpukhowsky, society, the court. He could not dwell on any of these things. He rose from the sofa, took off his coat, loosened the strap, and, baring his shaggy chest to breathe more freely, walked across the room. That's how one goes mad, he said again, and how one shoots oneself so as not to be ashamed, he concluded slowly. Going up to a door, he closed it, then with fixed gaze and tightly clenched teeth approached the table, took up his revolver, examined it, turned it to a loaded chamber, and pondered. For a minute or two he stood motionless with bowed head, a strained expression of effort on his face, holding the revolver in his hand. Of course, he said to himself, as if led to a definite conclusion by a logical, continued and clear line of reasoning. In reality, that convinced "of course" was merely the outcome of the repetition of a round of fancies and recollections similar to those he had already gone over dozens of times in the last hour. They were the same memories of happiness lost forever, the same thoughts of the senselessness of all that life had in store for him, and the same consciousness of his humiliation. And they followed in the same rotation. Of course, he said again, when thought returned a third time to that point in the enchanted circle of memories and ideas. And placing the revolver against the left side of his chest, with a strong movement of his whole hand as if to clench the fist. He pulled the trigger. He did not hear the sound of a shot, but a powerful blow on the chest knocked him off his feet. He wished to steady himself by the table, dropped the revolver, reeled and sat down on the floor, looking about him in astonishment. He did not recognize his room as he looked up at the curved legs of the table and at the waste-paper basket and the tiger-skin rug. The quick step of his servant coming through the drawing-room brought him to his senses. He made an effort and understood that he was on the floor, and seeing blood on the tiger skin and on his hand, realized that he had tried to shoot himself. "Stupid. Missed," he muttered, feeling with his hand for the revolver. It was close to him, but he sought it further away. Continuing his search, he leant over to the other side, and unable to keep his balance, fell down, bleeding. The elegant servant with the whiskers, who often complained to his friends about the weakness of his nerves, was so upset when he saw his master lying on the floor that he left him to bleed to death and ran away to get help. In an hour's time, Varya arrived, and with the assistance of 3 doctors whom she had summoned from every quarter and who all arrived at the same time, she got the wounded man to bed, and then stayed in the house to nurse him. Chapter 19. The mistake Karenin had made when, preparing to see his wife, he had not considered the possibility either of her repentance being real or of her recovery, faced him in all its significance 2 months after his return from Moscow. But this mistake was not entirely caused by his omitting to consider that contingency, but also by the fact that, up to the day when he was face to face with his dying wife, he had not known his own heart. By his sick wife's bedside, he had, for the first time in his life, given rein to that feeling of tender sympathy which the suffering of others evoked in him, and which he had till then been ashamed of as of a weakness. And his pity for her, remorse at having wished for her death, and above all the joy of forgiving, in itself gave him not only relief from suffering, but inward peace such as he had never before experienced. Suddenly he felt that the very thing that had been a source of suffering to him had become a spiritual joy, and that what had seemed insoluble as long as he indulged in censure, recriminations, and hatred had become simple and clear when he forgave and loved. He forgave his wife and pitied her for her sufferings and remorse. He forgave Vronsky and pitied him, especially when reports of Vronsky's desperate action reached him. He pitied his son, too, more than he had done before, and reproached himself for not having paid more attention to him. But for the newborn little girl he had a peculiar sentiment, not of pity alone, but even of tenderness. At first, commiseration alone drew his attention to the delicate infant, not his daughter, who had been neglected during her mother's illness and would certainly have died then had it not been for his solicitude. And he himself hardly knew how he grew fond of her. Several times a day he went to the nursery and remained there so long that the nurses, who had been shy in his presence, became quite used to him. Sometimes he would sit for half an hour gazing at the saffron and red, downy, wrinkled little face of the sleeping infant, watching the movements of the frowning little forehead and the plump little hands with the bent fingers and palms that rubbed the tiny eyes and nose. At such moments especially, Karenin felt quite calm and at peace with himself, seeing nothing exceptional in his position and nothing that ought to be altered. But as time went on, he saw more and more clearly that, however natural his position might appear to him at the time, he would not be allowed to remain in it. He was conscious that, beside the good spiritual force which governed his soul, there existed a coarse power, as potent, if not more so, and that this power would not grant him the humble peace he desired. He felt that everybody looked at him with questioning surprise, without understanding him, expecting something from him, and especially he was aware of the insecurity and artificiality of his relation to his wife. When the softened mood caused by the nearness of death had passed, Karenin began to notice that Anna feared him, was oppressed by his presence, and avoided looking him straight in the eyes. It was as if she wished, yet could not make up her mind, to say something, and foreseeing that their present relation could not continue, expected something from him too. At the end of February, Anna's newborn daughter, also named Anna, happened to fall ill. Karenin had been in the nursery that morning, and having given orders to send for the doctor, had gone to the department. Toward 4 o'clock, having finished his work, he returned home. On entering the anteroom, he saw there a handsome footman in gold-braided livery with a bearskin cape, holding a cloak lined with white fur. "Who is here?" asked Karenin. "Princess Elizabeth Fedorovna Tverskaya," answered the footman with a smile, as it seemed to Karenin. All through that difficult time, Karenin noticed that all his worldly acquaintances, especially the women, displayed a particularly lively interest in him and his wife. He noticed in all these acquaintances a kind of joy which they suppressed with difficulty, like the joy he had noticed in the lawyer's eyes, and again just now in the footman's. Everybody seemed elated, as if they were giving someone in marriage. When they met him, they inquired with scarcely hidden pleasure about Anna's health. The presence of Princess Tverskaya and the memories associated with her, coupled with the fact that he had never liked her, was unpleasant to Karenin, and he went straight to the nursery. In the front nursery, Tsaritsa, lying with his chest on the table and his legs on a chair, was drawing something and chattering merrily. An English nursery governess, who since Anna's illness had replaced the French governess with the boy, sat doing some crochet work. She hurriedly rose, curtsied, and nudged Tsaritsa. Karenin passed his hand over his son's hair, answered the governess's inquiry about Anna's health, and asked what the doctor had said about baby. "The doctor says there is no danger and has ordered baths, sir." "But she is still suffering," remarked Karenin, listening to the crying child in the next room. "I think the nurse is unsuitable, sir," said the Englishwoman with decision. "Why do you think so?" he asked, stopping short. "The same thing happened in Countess Paul's case. The baby was medically treated, and then it turned out to be merely hungry and nothing more. The nurse has no milk, sir." Karenin reflected a moment and then entered the other room. The little girl lay with her head thrown back, wriggling in the wet nurse's arms, and would neither take the breast nor cease screaming despite the hushing of 2 nurses who were bending over her. "Still no better?" asked Karenin. "Very restless," said the head nurse in a whisper. "Miss Edwards says that perhaps the nurse has no milk," he said. "I think so too, Alexei Alexandrovitch." "Then why did you not say so?" "Could I speak to? Anna Arkadyevna is still ill," said the old nurse in a dissatisfied tone. The nurse was an old family servant, and in her simple words Karenin thought he noticed a hint at his position. The baby screamed louder, catching her breath and growing hoarse. The old nurse, with a gesture of vexation, came up and took her from the wet nurse and began pacing up and down, rocking the baby in her arms. "The doctor must be asked to examine the nurse," said Karenin. The healthy-looking wet nurse in her finery, evidently afraid of being dismissed, muttered something to herself as she covered her well-developed breast, and smiled contemptuously at the idea of her not having sufficient milk. In that smile also Karenin thought he saw himself and his position ridiculed. "Unfortunate child," said the nurse, hushing the baby and continuing to walk up and down with it. Karenin sat down on a chair, and with a look full of suffering and weariness watched the nurse as she paced the room. When the child was pacified and laid in her deep cot, and the nurse, after smoothing the little pillow, went away, Karenin rose, and stepping with difficulty on tiptoe, approached the infant. For a moment he stood silent, regarding the child with the same weary expression. But suddenly a smile, wrinkling the skin on his forehead and making his hair move, lit up his face, and he quietly left the room. He rang the bell in the dining room and told the servant to send for the doctor once more. He was vexed with his wife for not troubling about the charming baby, felt disinclined to go in and see her while in that frame of mind, and also disinclined to meet the Princess Betsy. But his wife might think it strange if he did not come in as usual, and so he mastered himself and went to her bedroom. Stepping on the soft carpet as he approached the door, he involuntarily overheard a conversation which he had no wish to hear. "If he had not been going away, I should understand your refusal, and his too. But your husband must be above that," Betsy was saying. "It is not for my husband's sake, but for my own that I don't wish it. Don't talk about it," answered Anna in an excited voice. "Yes, but you can't but wish to say goodbye to a man who tried to shoot himself for your sake. It's just for that reason that I don't wish it." Karenin, with a frightened and guilty face, stopped short and thought of returning unnoticed. But coming to the conclusion that this would be undignified, he turned, coughed, and went toward the bedroom door. The voices were silent, and he entered. Anna, in a grey dressing gown, with her black hair cropped short but already growing again like a thick brush over her round head, sat on a couch. As usual, when she saw her husband, all her animation vanished from her face. She bowed her head and glanced uneasily at Betsy. Betsy, dressed in the very latest fashion, her hat soaring high above her head like a little chimney coronet over a lamp, in a dove-coloured dress with very pronounced diagonal stripes going one way on the bodice and the other way on the skirt, was sitting beside Anna, her flat, tall figure very erect and her head bent. She met Karenin with an ironical smile. "Ah," she exclaimed, as if in surprise. "I am so glad you're at home. I have not seen you since Anna's illness. I have heard everything, all about your attentiveness. Yes, you are a wonderful husband," she said, with a significant and affable expression, as if she were conferring on him an order of high-mindedness for his conduct toward his wife. Karenin bowed coldly, and kissing his wife's hand, asked about her health. "I think I'm better," she said, avoiding his eyes. "But your face looks feverish," said he, emphasizing the word feverish. "We have been talking too much," said Betsy. "I know it was selfish of me, and I am going." She rose, but Anna, suddenly blushing, quickly seized her hand. "No, please stay. I must tell you, I mean," and she turned toward her husband, the colour spreading over her neck and forehead. "I don't wish to hide anything from you." Karenin cracked his fingers and bowed his head. "Betsy says Count Vronsky wanted to come and say goodbye before leaving for Tashkent." She was not looking at her husband, and evidently was in a hurry to get through what she meant to say at any cost. "I said I could not receive him." "You said, my love, that it would depend on Alexei Alexandrovitch," Betsy corrected her. "Oh no, I can't receive him, and it would lead—" She stopped suddenly and glanced inquiringly at her husband, who was not looking at her. "In a word, I don't wish—" Karenin drew nearer and was going to take her hand. Her first impulse was to draw away her hand from his moist one with the thick swelling veins that was seeking hers, but with evident effort she pressed it. "I am very grateful for your confidence, but—" he began in confusion, feeling with vexation that what he could so clearly decide within himself he was unable to discuss in the presence of the Princess Tverskaya, who appeared to him the personification of that coarse power which would rule his life in the eye of the world, and which prevented him from yielding to his feelings of love and forgiveness. He stopped and looked at the princess. "Well, goodbye, my precious," said Betsy, rising again. She kissed Anna and went out. Karenin followed her. Alexei Alexandrovich, I know you to be a really high-minded man, said Betsy, stopping short in the little sitting-room and once again pressing his hand with peculiar warmth. I am only an outsider, but am so fond of her and respect you so much that I will take the liberty of advising you. Receive him. Alexei Vronsky is honor personified, and besides, he is leaving for Tashkent. Thanks for your sympathy and advice, Princess. But the question whom my wife will and whom she will not receive, she will decide for herself. He said this from force of habit with a dignified raising of his eyebrows, but immediately remembered that whatever he might say, there could be no question of dignity in his position, and saw the confirmation of this in the suppressed, cruel and ironical smile with which Betsy glanced at him when he had spoken. Chapter 20. Karenin took leave of Betsy when they reached the dining-room and returned to his wife. She was lying down, but on hearing his step she quickly sat up in her former place and glanced at him with apprehension. He saw that she had been crying. "I am very grateful to you for your confidence," he repeated in Russian what he had said in French in Betsy's presence. When speaking Russian to her, he called her thou, and that always irritated her. "And I am very grateful for your decision. I, too, think that, as he is going away, there is no need whatever for Count Vronsky to come here. However, but I have already said so. Then why repeat it?" Anna suddenly interrupted him, with an irritation she could not repress. No need whatever, she thought, for a man to come and take leave of a woman he loves, for whose sake he wanted to die and has ruined himself, a woman who cannot live without him. No need whatever. And she pressed her lips together and lowered her glistening eyes, looking at his hands with their swollen veins, which she was slowly rubbing together. "Let us say no more about it," she added more calmly. "I left it to you to decide the matter, and am very glad to see," began Karenin, "that my wish coincides with yours." She rapidly completed his sentence, exasperated by the slowness with which he spoke, and knowing beforehand what he would say. He assented. "Yes, and Princess Tverskaya's intrusion into this most difficult family matter is entirely out of place, especially as she—" "I don't believe anything they say about her," Anna put in quickly. "I know that she is sincerely fond of me." Karenin sighed and paused. She was agitatedly toying with the tassels of her dressing gown, glancing at him with that tormenting feeling of physical repulsion for which she blamed herself, but which she could not overcome. The one thing she was longing for was to get rid of his obnoxious presence. "I have just sent for the doctor," said he. "I am quite well. Why should I need the doctor?" "Yes, but the little one keeps screaming, and they say the nurse has not enough milk." "Then why would you not let me nurse her when I entreated you to?" "She is a child, anyhow." He understood what she meant by that anyhow, "and they will kill her." She rang and ordered the baby to be brought. "I asked to be allowed to nurse her, and I wasn't, and now I am blamed." "I don't blame—" "Yes, you are blaming me. Oh, God, why did I not die?" And she began to sob. "Forgive me. I am upset. I am unjust," she went on, controlling herself. "But go." "No, it can't go on like that," he told himself with conviction after leaving his wife. Never before had his impossible situation, as the world thought it, his wife's hatred and the strength of that coarse power, which, in direct opposition to his inward mood, dominated his life and demanded fulfillment of its decrees and a change in his relation to his wife, Never before had the impossibility of his position appeared so evident. He saw clearly that the world, and also his wife, were demanding something from him. But exactly what this something was, he did not comprehend. All this was arousing a feeling of animosity in his soul, spoiling his peace of mind and depriving his achievement of all value. He considered it better for Anna to break off her relations with Vronsky. But if everyone thought this impossible, he was even ready to allow those relations to be renewed, so long as no slur was thereby cast on the children. He was not deprived of them, and his position was not altered. Bad as this would be, it would be preferable to a complete rupture which would place her in a hopeless and shameful position and deprive him of all he loved. But he felt powerless. He was aware in advance that everybody would be against him, and that he would not be allowed to do what now seemed so natural and good, that he would be obliged to do what was wrong, but what seemed to them necessary. Chapter 21. Before Betsy had passed out of the dining room, Vronsky, who had just come from Alexeyev's, where newly arrived oysters were to be had, met her in the doorway. "Ah, Princess, what a pleasure to meet you," he began, "and I've been at your house." "We meet only for a moment, as I am just going," said Betsy, smiling and putting on her glove. "Wait a little, Princess, before putting on your glove. Let me kiss your hand. There is nothing for which I am more thankful than for the revival of the old custom of hand-kissing." And he kissed Betsy's hand. "Where shall I see you again?" "You are not worth it," said Betsy, smiling. "Yes, I am well worth it, because I have become the most serious of men. I not only settle my own, but other people's family affairs," said he, with a significant glance. "Oh, I'm very glad," said Betsy, at once understanding that he referred to Anna. She returned to the dining room with him, and they stood together in a corner. "You will kill her," said Betsy in a significant whisper. "This is impossible. Impossible." "I'm very glad you think so," returned Vronsky, shaking his head with an expression of grave, woebegone commiseration. "That is why I have come to Petersburg. The whole town is talking of it," she said. "It is an impossible situation. She is fading away, fading away. He does not understand that she is one of those women who cannot play with their feelings. One of two things must happen. Either he must take her away, acting energetically, or he must divorce her. But all this is stifling her." Yes, exactly," said Vronsky, sighing. "I have come because of that. I mean, not entirely because of it. I have been made chamberlain and had to tender my thanks. But the chief thing is to get this affair settled." "Well then, may God help you," said Betsy. Having seen her down to the hall and again kissed her hand, a little above the glove, just where the pulse beat, and having told her some rubbish so daring that she did not know whether to be angry or to laugh, Vronsky went to his sister's room. He found her in tears. Though he was overflowing with high spirits, Vronsky immediately fell into a sympathetic and romantic mood suited to hers, inquired after her health, and asked how she had spent the morning. "Very, very badly. This afternoon and morning, and all other days, past and future," she replied. "I think you give way to melancholy. You should rouse yourself and look life straight in the face. I know it is hard, but I have heard it said that women love men for their very faults," Anna began suddenly. "But I hate him for his virtues. I cannot live with him. Try and realize it. Even his looks have a physical effect on me and drive me beside myself. I cannot live with him. What am I to do? I was unhappy and thought it impossible to be more so. But I could never have imagined such a terrible position as I am now in. Will you believe it? knowing that he is a kind and generous man, that I am not worth his little finger, nevertheless I hate him. I hate him for his generosity. There is nothing left for me but—" She was going to say death, but he did not let her finish. "You are ill and excited," said he. "Believe me, you're greatly exaggerating the case. There is nothing so very terrible about it." Oblonsky smiled. No one else in his place, having to deal with such despair, would have permitted himself to smile, for a smile would have appeared callous. But in his smile there was so much kindness and almost feminine tenderness that it was not offensive, but soothing and pacifying. His soft, comforting words and smiles had as soothing and calming an effect as almond oil, and Anna soon felt this. "No, Stiva," said she, "I am lost, quite lost, and even worse than lost. I am not lost yet. I cannot say all is finished. On the contrary, I feel that all is not yet finished. I am like a tightly strung cord which must break. But all is not finished, and it will end in some dreadful manner. Oh, now one can loosen the string gently. There is no situation from which there is no escape. I've been thinking and thinking. Only one—" Again he understood from her frightened face that she considered death to be the only escape, and did not let her finish. "Not at all," he replied. "Listen. You can't see your position as I can. Let me tell you my frank opinion." Again he smiled, his almond oil smile. "I will begin at the beginning. You married a man 20 years older than yourself. You married without love and without having known love. That was a mistake, I grant." "A dreadful mistake," said Anna. "But again I say that is an accomplished fact. Next, let us admit that you had the misfortune to fall in love, not with your husband. That is a misfortune, but that too is an accomplished fact. Your husband has accepted that and forgiven you." He paused between each sentence, expecting her to make objections, but she made no answer. "That is so. Now comes the question. Can you go on living with your husband? Do you wish it? Does he wish it?" "I don't know at all. But you yourself say you cannot endure him." "No, I did not say so. I take back those words. I know nothing. I understand nothing." "Yes, but let me—" "You can't understand. I feel that I am flying headlong over some precipice, but must not even try to save myself. And I can't. Never mind, we'll spread out something to catch you. I understand that you cannot take it upon yourself to express your wishes and feelings. I have no wishes at all, except that everything were at an end, and he sees that and knows it. Do you think it weighs on him less than on you? You suffer, and he suffers. What can come of that? Well, a divorce would solve the whole problem," said Oblonsky, not without difficulty expressing his main idea, and looking at her significantly. She replied only by shaking her cropped head, but by the expression of her face, suddenly illuminated with its old beauty, he saw that the only reason she did not wish for this solution was because it seemed to her an impossible happiness. "I am dreadfully sorry for you both." "How happy I should be if I could arrange it," continued Oblonsky, now smiling more boldly. Don't say a word. If only God helps me to say what I feel. I shall go to him." Anna looked at him with dreamy, shining eyes, but said nothing. Chapter 22. Oblonsky, with the same rather solemn expression with which he was wont to take the chair at council meetings, entered Karenin's study. Karenin, with his arms crossed behind him, was pacing up and down, meditating on the very subject that his wife and Oblonsky had been discussing. "I'm not disturbing you?" asked Oblonsky, experiencing at the sight of his brother-in-law a feeling of embarrassment quite unusual with him. To hide that embarrassment, he took out a cigarette case with a new kind of fastening, which he had only just bought, smelt the leather of which it was made, and took out a cigarette. "No." "Do you want anything?" Karenin answered reluctantly. "Yes. I must have a talk with you," said Oblonsky, surprised at his own unaccustomed timidity. That timidity was so unexpected and strange that Oblonsky could not believe it was his conscience telling him that what he was about to do was wrong. He made an effort and conquered it. "I hope you believe in my affection for my sister and my sincere attachment and respect for yourself," said he, flushing. Karenin stopped. He made no reply, but the expression of submissive self-sacrifice on his face struck Oblonsky. "I intended to talk to you about my sister and your mutual position," said Oblonsky, still struggling with his unwonted timidity. Karenin smiled sadly, looked at his brother-in-law, and without replying went to the table and took from it an unfinished letter which he handed to him. "I think about that subject incessantly, and this is what I have begun to write, as I think I can put it better in writing, and my presence is distasteful to her," he said, holding out the letter. Oblonsky took the letter, looked with perplexed amazement at the dull eyes fixed on him, and began reading. "I see that my presence is distasteful to you. Hard as it was for me to assure myself of this, I see that it is so, and there is no help for it. I do not blame you, and God is my witness that when I saw you ill, I resolved with my whole soul to forget everything that had come between us and to begin a new life. I do not repent, and never shall repent of what I did, as my only desire was for your welfare, the welfare of your soul. But now I see that I have not succeeded. Tell me yourself what would give you real happiness and peace of mind. I submit myself entirely to your wishes and sense of justice." Oblonsky returned the letter and went on looking at his brother-in-law with the same amazement, not knowing what to say. That silence was so disconcerting to both that Oblonsky's lips twitched painfully as he silently and fixedly gazed at Karenin's face. "That is what I wanted to tell her," said Karenin as he turned away. Yes, said Oblonsky, tears choking him and preventing his reply. Yes, I understand you," he brought out at last. "I must know what she wants," said Karenin. "I'm afraid she does not understand her position herself." "She is no judge of it," replied Oblonsky, growing more composed. "She is crushed, literally crushed, by your generosity. If she reads this letter, she will not have the strength to say anything. She will only hang her head lower than ever." "Yes, but under these circumstances, how is an explanation to be arrived at? How am I to find out what she wishes?" "If you will permit me to express my opinion, I think it is for you to say what you think should be done in order to put an end to this state of affairs." "Then you think that an end should be put to it?" Karenin interrupted him. "But how?" he added, moving his hands before his eyes in a manner unusual with him. "I don't see any possible way out." "There is a way out of every situation," said Oblonsky, rising and growing excited. There was a time when you wished to break with her. Should you be now convinced that you cannot make each other mutually happy, happiness can be defined so differently. However, I am ready to agree to anything. I want nothing at all. What way out is there in our case? If you wish to know my opinion, said Vronsky with the same soothing, almondly tender smile with which he had addressed Anna, a kindly smile so convincing that Karenin, conscious of his own weakness and yielding to it, was involuntarily ready to believe anything Vronsky should say. She would never say so, but there is one way out, one thing she might wish. It would be to terminate your relations and everything that reminds her of them. As I look at it, in your case it is necessary to clear up your newly arisen relation to one another, and this new relation can only be established when both are free. Divorce, Karenin interrupted with disgust. Yes, divorce, I think. Yes, divorce, Vronsky answered, reddening. That would be the most reasonable way from every point of view with a couple placed as you are. What is to be done if they find out that life together has become impossible, as might happen anywhere? Karenin sighed heavily and closed his eyes. There is only one thing to consider. Does either party wish to remarry? If not, it is very simple, went on Vronsky, gradually overcoming his embarrassment. Karenin, his face drawn with distress, muttered something to himself and made no reply. He had considered 1,000 times all this which appeared so simple to Vronsky, and it seemed to him not only far from simple, but altogether impossible. An action for divorce, with the details of which he was now acquainted, seemed impossible, because a feeling of self-respect and his regard for religion would not allow him to plead guilty to a fictitious act of adultery, and still less to allow the wife he had forgiven and whom he loved to be indicted and disgraced. For other and yet more important reasons also, divorce seemed out of the question. In case of a divorce, what would become of his son? To leave him with his mother was not possible. The divorced mother would have another, an illegitimate family, in which the position and education of a stepson would, in all probability, be a bad one. Should he keep him himself? He knew that would be revengeful, and he did not wish for revenge. But besides all this, what made divorce seem to Karenin more impossible than any other course was that by consenting to it he would, by that very act, ruin Anna. What Dolly had said in Moscow to the effect that in considering a divorce he was thinking of himself and not of Anna, who would then be irretrievably lost, had sunk into his heart. And having connected these words with his forgiveness and with his attachment to the children, he now understood them in his own way. To agree to a divorce, to give her her freedom, would mean, as he looked at it, to deprive himself of the only thing that bound him to life, the children he loved, and to deprive her of the last support on the path of virtue, and cast her to perdition. As a divorced wife, she would form a union with Vronsky which would be both illegal and criminal, because, according to the law of the Church, a wife may not remarry as long as her husband is living. She will form a union with him, and within a year or two he will either abandon her, or she will unite with someone else, thought Karenin. And I, by consenting to an illegal divorce, shall be the cause of her ruin. Hundreds of times he had thought it over, and had come to the conclusion that a divorce was not merely less simple than his brother-in-law considered it, but quite out of the question. He did not believe a word of what Vronsky was saying, and for all his arguments had scores of refutations ready. Yet he listened, feeling that those words expressed that coarse and mighty power which overruled his life and to which he would have to submit. The only question is, on what conditions you will agree to a divorce. Or she does not want anything, does not ask for anything, but leaves all to your generosity. Oh, God, how have I deserved this? Thought Karenin, recalling the particulars of a divorce suit in which the husband took all the blame on himself, and with the same ashamed gesture with which Vronsky had covered his face, he hid his own in his hands. "You are upset. I quite understand. But if you consider, whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if any man will take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also," thought Karenin. "Yes, yes," he cried in a shrill voice, "I will take the disgrace, and even give up my son, but had we not better let it alone? However, do as you like." And turning away so that his brother-in-law should not see his face, he sat down on a chair by the window. It was very bitter, and he felt ashamed. Yet mixed with the bitterness and the shame, he felt a sense of joy and emotion at the greatness of his own humility. Vronsky was touched. He remained silent for a while. "Alexei Alexandrovich, believe me, she will esteem your generosity," said he. "But evidently it was God's will," he added, and having said it, felt how silly it was, and could hardly help smiling at his own stupidity. Karenin would have answered, but could not for his tears. "It is a fatal disaster, and has to be faced. I regard this disaster as an accomplished fact, and am trying to help both you and her," Vronsky went on. When he left his brother-in-law's room, Vronsky was touched, but this feeling did not spoil his contentment at having successfully arranged the matter, for he was certain that Alexei Alexandrovich would not go back on his word. To his contentment was added an idea that had just occurred to him. When the affair was all settled, he would ask his wife and intimate friends a riddle. "What is the difference between me and a chemist?" Answer: "A chemist makes solutions which do not make anyone happy, but I have made a dissolution and made 3 people happy." Or, "Why am I like a chemist when... However, I will improve on it later," he said to himself with a smile. Chapter 23. Although Vronsky's wound had missed the heart, it was dangerous, and for several days he lay between life and death. When he was first able to talk again, his brother's wife, Varya, was alone with him. "Varya," he said, looking sternly at her, "it went off accidentally. Never speak of it, please, and tell everybody else that, or else it would be too stupid." Without saying a word, Varya bent over him and looked in his face with a joyful smile. His eyes were clear and no longer feverish, but their expression was stern. "Well, thank God," she exclaimed. "You are not in pain?" "A little, here," and he pointed to his chest. "Then let me change the bandage." He looked at her silently, his broad jaws set, while she bandaged him. When she had finished, he said, "I am not delirious. Please arrange so that no one shall say that I shot myself on purpose." "But no one does say so." "Only I hope you will not go letting it off accidentally any more," said she with an inquiring smile. "I expect I shan't, but it would have been better," and he smiled gloomily. Despite these words and that smile, which greatly perturbed Varya, when the inflammation left him and he became convalescent, he felt that he had rid himself entirely of one part of his grief. By his action he seemed to have washed off the shame and degradation he had previously felt. Now he could think quietly about Karenin, fully realizing his generosity without being humiliated thereby. Besides that, he got into his old rut again. He found he could look people in the face once more, and he was able to live in accord with his former habits. The one thing he could not tear out of his heart, although he continually struggled against it, was a regret bordering on despair at having lost Anna forever. That now, having atoned for his guilt toward her husband, he would be obliged to give her up and never place himself between her with her remorse and her husband, was clear to his mind. But he could not eradicate from his heart a regret for the loss of her love, could not efface from his memory the moments of happiness he had known with her, moments he had valued so lightly, but the image of which, with all their charm, pursued him still. Serpukhowskoy thought out a post for him in Tashkent, and Vronsky accepted the proposition without the least hesitation. But the nearer the hour for his departure approached, the harder seemed the sacrifice he was making to what he considered his duty. His wound was quite healed, and he went about making preparations for his journey to Tashkent. Only to see her once more, and then to bury myself, to die, he thought as he was making a round of farewell calls, and he expressed this thought to Betsy. It was with this message that Betsy went to Anna, and she brought him an answer in the negative. So much the better, thought Vronsky when he heard it. It would have been a weakness, would have taken away all the strength I have left. Next day, Betsy herself came and announced that she had received, through Oblonsky, the definite news that Karenin consented to a divorce, and that therefore Vronsky might see Anna. Without so much as taking the trouble of seeing Betsy to the door, or of asking when he could see Anna and where her husband was, Vronsky, in spite of all his resolutions, at once went to the Karenins. Without seeing anyone or anything, he ran up the stairs and entered her room with hurried steps, almost at a run. Without thinking or considering whether they were alone or not, he embraced her and covered her face, hands, and neck with kisses. Anna had prepared herself for this meeting and had thought about what she would say to him, but she had no time to say any of it, seized by his passion. She wished to calm him and herself, but it was too late. His passion communicated itself to her. Her lip trembled, so that for a long time she could not speak. Yes, you have taken possession of me, and I am yours, she brought out at last, pressing his hands to her bosom. It had to be, said he. As long as we live, it will have to be. Now I am sure of it. It is true, she said, growing paler and paler, putting her arms about his head. Still, there is something terrible in this after what has been. It will pass. It will all pass, and we shall be so happy. If our love could be stronger, there being something terrible in it would make it so, he said, raising his head with a smile that showed his fine teeth. She could not help smiling in answer, not to his words, but to his enamoured eyes. She took his hand and stroked with it her cold cheek and cropped hair. I don't know you with this short hair. You have improved so, you little boy. But how pale you are. Yes, so very weak, she said with a smile, and her lip trembled again. We shall go to Italy, and you will soon get well, said he. Is it possible that we should be like husband and wife, alone? A family? You and I? She said, looking closely into his eyes. I am only surprised that it could ever have been otherwise. Stiva says he will agree to anything, but I cannot accept his generosity, she said, dreamily, gazing past Vronsky's face. I don't want a divorce. Nothing matters to me now. Only, I don't know what to decide about Saratsa. He was quite unable to understand how she could, at the moment of their first reunion, think about her son and divorce, as if all that were not immaterial. "Don't talk and don't think about it," he said, playing with her hand and trying to draw her attention to himself. But she continued to gaze past him. "Oh, why did I not die? It would have been best," she said, the tears streaming noiselessly down her cheeks. But unwilling to pain him, she tried to smile. To refuse the flattering offer of a post at Tashkent, which was a dangerous one, would have seemed disgraceful and impossible according to Vronsky's former views. But now, without a moment's hesitation, he did refuse it, and, observing that his superiors frowned upon his action, at once resigned his commission. A month later, Karenin and his son were left alone in the house, and Anna went abroad with Vronsky. Not only without getting a divorce, but having resolutely refused it. Part 5, Chapter 1. The Princess Shtcherbatskaya at first considered it out of the question to have the wedding before Advent, to which there remained but 5 weeks, but could not help agreeing with Levin that to put it off until after the fast might involve waiting too long, for Prince Shtcherbatsky's old aunt was very ill and likely to die soon, and then the family would be in mourning and the wedding would have to be considerably deferred. Consequently, having decided to divide her daughter's trousseau into 2 parts, a lesser and a larger, the princess eventually consented to have the wedding before Advent. She decided that she would have the smaller part of the trousseau got ready at once, and would send on the larger part later, and she was very cross with Levin because he could not give her a serious answer to her question whether he agreed with this arrangement or not. This plan would be all the more convenient because the young couple intended immediately after the wedding to go to the country, where the larger part of the trousseau would not be required. Levin continued in the same condition of delirium as before, imagining that he and his joy were the chief or only purpose of all existence, and that he need not now think or bother about anything, as other people would see to everything for him. He had not even any plans or aims for the future, but left these to others to decide, quite sure that everything would turn out splendidly. His brother, Sergei Ivanitch, Oblonsky, and the princess directed his actions. He quite agreed to every proposal. His brother borrowed money for him, the princess advised him to return to the country after the wedding, and Oblonsky suggested going abroad. He agreed to everything. "Do whatever you like, whatever pleases you. I am happy, and my happiness cannot be made or marred by anything you do," he thought. When he told Kitty of Oblonsky's advice that they should go abroad, he was quite surprised at her opposition to it, and to find that she had definite ideas of her own about their future life. She knew that in the country Levin had work of which she was fond. As he saw, she not only did not understand that work, but did not wish to understand it. This, however, did not prevent her considering it very important, and besides, she knew their home would be in the country, and she wanted to go, not abroad, where they were not going to live, but to where her home would be. This decided expression of her wish surprised Levin, but, as it was quite immaterial to him, he at once begged Oblonsky to go to the house in the country, just as if it were Oblonsky's duty to go, and arrange everything there according to his own good taste. "I say," Oblonsky asked Levin one day after his return from the country, where he had made all preparations for the young couple, "have you got a certificate to show that you have received communion?" "No. Why?" "Well, they won't marry you without it." "Oh dear," exclaimed Levin. "I think it is 9 years since I went to communion. I haven't thought about it." "You are a good one," remarked Oblonsky, laughing. "And you call me a nihilist. But it won't do, you know. You must confess and receive the sacrament." "When? There are only 4 days left." But Oblonsky arranged that too. Levin began to prepare himself. To him, as an agnostic who yet respected the religious beliefs of others, It was always very trying to be present at or to take part in any religious ceremony. In his present state of mind, softened and sensitive to everything, to be obliged to pretend was not only trying, but appeared impossible. Now, in his state of triumph at the flowering time of his life, he was to be obliged to lie or blaspheme. He felt unable to do either. But question Oblonsky as he would as to whether he could not obtain a certificate without going to communion, Oblonsky declared that he must go through with it. Besides, what does it amount to? 2 days. And the priest is such a nice old man. He will draw that tooth for you so that you will scarcely feel it. Standing in church during the first service he attended, Levin tried to revive the memories of his youth and the strong religious feeling with which at the age of 16 or 17 he had been imbued. But he immediately became convinced that it was out of his power to do so. He then tried to regard it all as a meaningless, empty custom like making a round of calls, but felt equally unable to do that. In matters of religion, Levin, like most of his contemporaries, had very indefinite views. He could not believe in it, and yet was not firmly convinced that it was all false. Therefore, unable either to believe in the importance of what he was doing or to look upon it with indifference as an empty form, he, while preparing for confession, felt awkward and ashamed at doing something incomprehensible and therefore, as an inner voice told him, necessarily false and wrong. During the service he would sometimes listen to the prayers, trying to see in them a meaning which would not clash with his opinions, or, finding that he could not understand and had to disapprove of them, he would try not to listen but to occupy his mind with observation of what was going on or with recollections which passed with extraordinary clearness through his brain as he stood idly in the church. He stood through the Mass and Vespers and Evensong, and the next day, having got up earlier than usual, he went to church before breakfast to hear morning prayers and to confess. No one else was in the church except a soldier beggar, 2 old women, and the clergy. The young deacon, the 2 halves of his long back clearly distinguishable through his thin undercassock, met him, and going at once to a small table beside the wall, began reading the prayers. While he was reading, and especially during the frequent and rapid repetitions of "Lord, have mercy upon us," which sounded like Lord Mercy Punts, Levin felt as if his mind were closed and sealed up, and that, if he did make it stir now, nothing but confusion would result. Therefore, as he stood behind the deacon, he continued his own train of thought without listening or trying to comprehend what was being read. How wonderfully expressive her hand is, he thought, recalling how they had sat at the corner table the day before. As was nearly always the case just then, they had nothing to say to each other, and she had put her hand on the table and kept opening and closing it until she herself began to laugh at its motions. He remembered how he had kissed the hand and afterwards examined the converging lines on the rosy palm. Again, Lord Mercyponts, thought he, crossing himself, bowing and watching the movements of the bowing deacon's flexible back. Then she took my hand and examined the lines and said, "You have a splendid hand." And he glanced at the deacon's stumpy hand and at his own. Well, it'll soon be over now, he thought. No, I believe it is all going to begin again. And he listened to the prayer. Yes, it is coming to an end. Bare years, bowing down to the ground, that always happens just before the end. Having stealthily received a 3-ruble note into his hand under its velvet cuff, the deacon said he would put down Levin's name and went briskly into the chancel, his new boots clattering over the paved floor of the empty church. A minute later he put his head out and beckoned to Levin. The sealed-up thoughts began stirring in Levin's head, but he hastened to drive them away. It will get settled somehow, he thought, and went to the ambo. On going up the steps and turning to the right, he saw the priest. The latter, an old man with a thin, grizzled beard and kind, weary eyes, stood beside the lectern, turning over the leaves of a missal. Bowing slightly to Levin, he began at once in his stereotyped tone to read the prayers. At the end he bowed to the ground and turned to Levin. "Christ, though unseen, is here present to receive your confession," he said, pointing to a crucifix. "Do you believe in the teachings of the Holy Apostolic Church?" continued the priest, turning his eyes away and folding his hands beneath his stole. "I have doubted and still doubt everything," replied Levin in a voice unpleasant to himself, and stopped. The priest paused a few seconds to see whether Levin would say anything more, and then, closing his eyes, said rapidly with a strong provincial accent, "Doubts are natural to human weakness, but we must pray that our merciful Lord will strengthen us. What are your particular sins?" he continued, without the slightest pause, as if anxious not to waste time. "My chief sin is doubt. I doubt everything, and am in doubt nearly all the time." "Doubt is natural to human weakness," repeated the priest. "What do you doubt in particular?" "Everything. Sometimes I even doubt the existence of God," said Levin involuntarily, and was horrified at the impropriety of his words, but they seemed to have no effect on the priest. "What doubt can there be of the existence of God?" he asked with a faint smile. Levin was silent. "What doubt can you have of the Creator when you see his creation?" continued the priest in his rapid, stereotyped voice. "Who has adorned the vault of heaven with luminaries? Who has decked the earth with beauty? How could it all be without a Creator?" he asked with an inquiring glance at Levin. Levin felt that it would not be proper to enter into a philosophic discussion with a priest, and therefore merely replied to the direct questions. "I don't know." "You don't know? Then how can you doubt that God created everything?" said the priest in puzzled amazement. "I don't understand it at all," said Levin, blushing and feeling that his words were silly and that they could not but be silly. "Pray to God and entreat him. Even the Holy Fathers doubted and prayed God to strengthen their faith. The devil is very powerful and we must resist him. Pray to God," he repeated hurriedly. The priest paused a while as if in thought. "I hear you are about to enter into holy matrimony with the daughter of my parishioner and spiritual son, Prince Shtcherbatsky," he added with a smile. "A splendid young woman." "Yes," answered Levin with a blush for the priest. Why need he ask me that at confession, he thought. And as if in answer to the thought, the priest said, "You are about to enter into matrimony, and God may give you children, is it not so? Then what sort of education can you give your little ones if you do not conquer in yourself the temptations of the devil who is leading you into unbelief?" he asked in mild rebuke. "If you love your offspring, then you, as a kind father, will desire not only riches, luxury, and honors for your child, but will desire his salvation, his spiritual advancement by the light of truth. Is that not so? And when your innocent little one asks, 'Papa, who has created everything that pleases me in this world? Earth, water, sun, flowers, grass,' what will you say? Will you really say to him, 'I don't know'? Well, you cannot help knowing, since God in his great mercy has revealed it to you. Or your child may ask you, 'What awaits me beyond the tomb?' What will you tell him if you yourself know nothing? How will you answer him? Will you leave him to the temptations of the world and the devil? That is wrong." The priest ceased, and with his head on one side regarded Levin with mild, kindly eyes. This time Levin did not reply, not because he did not wish to enter upon a discussion with the priest, but because no one had ever yet put such questions to him, and also because, before his little one could begin asking such questions, there would be plenty of time to consider what the answers should be. "You are entering upon a time of life," the priest went on, and you must choose your path and keep to it. So pray that God in his goodness may help you and have mercy on you," he concluded. "May the Lord our God Jesus Christ in the goodness and bounty of his love for mankind pardon thee." And having pronounced the absolution, the priest blessed him and let him go. When he got home that day, Levin felt relieved at having done with an unpleasant episode in such a way that he had not been obliged to tell lies. Besides, he was left with a vague feeling that what the nice, kind old man had said to him was not as stupid as it had seemed at first, and that there was something in it that ought to be elucidated. Of course, not now, thought he, but later on. He felt more than ever before that there was a kind of vagueness in his soul, a want of clearness, and that with regard to religion he was in the same position that he saw so distinctly and disliked in others, and for which he found fault with his friend Sviatsky. He spent that evening with his betrothed at the Oblonskys, and was in particularly high spirits. Explaining to Oblonsky the state of elation he was in, he said he felt as pleased as a dog that was being taught to jump through a hoop, and which, having accomplished what was demanded of it, barks and wags its tail, and jumps for joy upon the tables and window-sills. Chapter 2. On his wedding day, Levin, according to custom, the princess and Dolly insisted on his strictly conforming to custom, did not see his bride, and dined at his hotel with 3 bachelors who happened to drop in. Sergei Ivanitch, Katavasov, an old fellow student of the university and now a professor of natural science, whom Levin had chanced to meet in the street and induced to come, and Chirikov, his best man, a Moscow magistrate, and a bear-hunting comrade of Levin's. The dinner was a very merry one. Sergei Ivanitch was in the best of spirits, and was tickled by Katavasov's originality. Katavasov, feeling that his originality was observed and appreciated, showed it off. Chirikov gaily and good-naturedly backed up everyone else. Now," said Katavasov with a drawl, a habit he had fallen into when lecturing, "what a talented fellow our friend Konstantin Dmitrich used to be. I am speaking of one who is not with us, because he is no more. In those days he loved science. When he left the university he had human interests. But now half his talents are bent on self-deception, and the other half toward justification of that deception. I have never come across a more decided foe of marriage than yourself," remarked Sergei Ivanitch. "No, I am no foe of marriage, but I believe in division of labor. Persons who can do nothing else must make men, and the others must help them to culture and happiness. That is how I look at it. There are hosts of aspirants who aim at mixing those 2 professions, but I am not one of them." "How delighted I shall be when I hear of your falling in love," said Levin. "Pray invite me to your wedding." "I am in love already." "Yes, with a mollusk. Do you know," said Levin, turning to his brother, "Katavasov is writing a work on nutriment, and don't confuse matters. What does it matter what I write about? The fact is, I really do love mollusks." "But they would not prevent you loving a wife." "They would not, but the wife would." "Why?" "No, you'll soon find out. Now you like farming, sport, well, you just wait and see." "You know, Arkhip came today to say that in Prudno there are lots of elk and 2 bears, said Chirikov. "Well, you'll have to get them without me." "There you are," said Sergei Ivanitch. "Goodbye to bear hunting in future. Your wife won't allow it." Levin smiled. The idea that his wife would not allow it seemed so agreeable that he was prepared to forego the pleasure of ever setting eyes on a bear again. "All the same, it's a pity that those 2 bears will be killed without you. Do you remember that time in Hapilovka? What fine sport we had," said Chirikov. Levin did not wish to deprive him of the illusion that somewhere there could be something good without her, therefore he said nothing. "This custom of taking leave of celibacy is not without its reason," said Sergei Ivanitch. However happy you may be, you can't help regretting your freedom. Now confess that you feel like the bridegroom in Bodol's play who jumped out of the window," teased Chedikov. "Of course he feels so, but won't own up," said Katavasov, and burst out laughing. "Well, the window is open. Let us be off to Tver. One is a she-bear. We can go straight for the lair. Yes, let's catch the 5 o'clock train, and leave them to do as they please here," said Chedikov, smiling. "I am ready to swear I can't find in my soul a trace of regret for my freedom," said Lievin with a smile. "Ah, but your soul is in such chaos at the present moment that you are unable to find anything there." "Wait till you settle down a bit, then you'll find it," said Katavasov. "No, I should even now have some consciousness that despite my feelings," he did not wish in Katavasov's presence to use the word love, "and my happiness, I was yet sorry to lose my freedom. But quite on the contrary, it is precisely of this loss of freedom that I am glad." "Very bad. A hopeless case," said Katavasov. "Well, let us drink to his recovery, or let us wish that at least 100th part of his dreams come true. Even that will be such a joy as was never seen on earth." Soon after dinner, the visitors left to get ready for the wedding. When he was alone, Lievin, thinking over the remarks of the 3 bachelors, once more asked himself whether there was in his soul any of that regret for his freedom that they had been speaking about. The question made him smile. Freedom? What is the good of freedom? Happiness consists only in loving and desiring, in wishing her wishes and in thinking her thoughts, which means having no freedom whatever. That is happiness. But do I know her thoughts, wishes, or feelings? A voice suddenly whispered. The smile faded from his face, and he pondered. And all at once a strange sensation came over him. He was possessed by fear and doubt of everything. Supposing she does not love me? Supposing she is only marrying me just to get married? Supposing she does not herself know what she is doing? He asked himself. She might bethink herself, and only when she is already married find out that she does not and never could love me. And strange and most evil thoughts about her came into his mind. He became jealous of Vronsky just as he had been the year before, as if it had been but yesterday that he saw her with him. He suspected that she had not told him the whole truth. Suddenly he jumped up. "No, this won't do," he said to himself despairingly. "I will go to her and tell her for the last time that we are now free, and that perhaps we had better keep so. Anything would be better than continual shame, misery, infidelity." With his heart full of despair and bitterness toward everyone, toward himself and her, he left the hotel and went to her. He found her in one of the back rooms. She was sitting on a trunk making some arrangements with one of the maids, sorting a pile of differently coloured dresses that hung over the backs of chairs or lay on the floor. "Oh!" she cried when she saw him, and her face lit up with joy. "Why have you... Well, This is a surprise, and I'm sorting my old dresses to give them away." "Ah, that is very nice," he said gloomily with a glance at the maid. "You may go, Dunyasha. I will call you," said Kitty. "What is the matter with you?" she asked as soon as the maid was gone. She had noticed his strange expression, at once excited and gloomy, and was seized with alarm. "Kitty, I am in torture. I cannot bear it alone," he cried in a despairing tone, standing before her and looking imploringly into her eyes. Already in her loving, truthful face he could read that what he was going to tell her would lead to nothing, yet he felt that he still wanted to hear her disavowal. "I have come to say that there is still time. All this business can still be put a stop to." What? I don't understand in the least. What is the matter with you? What I have said 1,000 times, and cannot help thinking that I am not worthy of you. It cannot be that you have agreed to marry me. Think it over. You have made a mistake. Think it well over. You cannot love me. You'd better tell me, he went on without looking at her. I should be unhappy, of course. Let them all say what they like. Anything is better than the misfortune. Anyhow, it would be better now, while there is still time. I don't understand, she said, thoroughly frightened. Do you mean you refused? Why stop? Yes, if you don't love me. I shouldn't have it, she exclaimed, flushing with vexation. But his face was so piteous that she suppressed her vexation, and throwing the dresses on a chair, sat down closer to him. What are you thinking about? Tell me everything. I think you cannot love me. What could you love me for? Oh, God, what can I do? She cried, and began to weep. Oh, what have I done? He exclaimed, and kneeling before her, he began kissing her hands. When the princess came in 5 minutes later, she found them quite reconciled. Kitty had not only assured him that she loved him, but had even given him, in answer to his question, the reasons why. She told him she loved him because she completely understood him, because she knew that it was necessary for him to love, and that all that he loved was good. This seemed quite clear to him. When the princess entered, they were sitting side by side on the trunk, sorting the dresses, and disputing because Kitty wanted to give Dunyasha the brown dress she had worn when Levin proposed to her, while he insisted that that dress should not be given to anyone, and that she should give Dunyasha a blue one instead. How is it you don't understand? She is dark, and it won't suit her. I have considered it all. When the princess heard why he had come, she grew angry, half in fun and half in earnest, and told him to go home and dress, and not to delay Kitty, whose hair had to be done by the hairdresser, due to arrive immediately. She has scarcely eaten anything all these days, and has grown quite plain, and here you come and upset her with your nonsense, said she. Be off, my dear. Guilty and ashamed, but comforted, Levin returned to his hotel. His brother, Dolly, and Oblonsky, all in evening dress, were waiting to bless him with the icon. Dolly had to return home to fetch her son, who, his hair oiled and curled, was to drive in the bride's carriage and hold an icon. Then a carriage had to be sent to fetch the groomsman, and another was to take Sergei Ivanitch and return again. Altogether, there were many complicated arrangements to consider. One thing was certain. There was no time to be lost, for it was already 6:30. The blessing was not a success. Oblonsky, standing in a comically solemn attitude beside his wife, took the icon and told Levin to bow to the ground. Then he blessed him, smiling a kindly, amused smile, and kissed him 3 times. Dolly did the same. Then she hurried away, and again became confused about the arrangements for the carriages. Then this is what we must do. You go and fetch him in our carriage, and Sergei Ivanitch, if you will be so kind, will go first, and will send the carriage back. Of course, I shall be very pleased. And we will follow immediately with him. Have your trunks been sent off? Inquired Oblonsky. Yes, they have, replied Levin, and told Kuzma to get his things out that he might dress. Chapter 3. A crowd of people, mostly women, had assembled outside the church, which was brightly lit up for the wedding. Those who had arrived too late to get into the middle of the throng pressed round the windows, pushing and disputing and trying to peer in between the bars. More than 20 carriages had already been ranged along the street by the mounted police. A police officer, unmindful of the frost, stood at the entrance looking brilliant in his blue uniform. More carriages kept driving up, And now ladies with flowers in their hair got out, holding up their trains, or men appeared who doffed their military caps or black hats as they entered the church. Inside the building, the candles in both chandeliers were already lit, as well as all the candles in front of the icons. The golden glitter on the crimson background of the iconostasis, the gilt ornaments of the icons, the silver of the chandeliers and candlesticks, the flagstones of the floor, the mats, the banners above the choir, the steps of the ambo, the ancient books black with age, the cassocks and surplices were all inundated with light. On the right of the well-heated church, a staid, though animated conversation was going on amidst the swallow-tailed coats, white ties, uniforms, brocades, velvets and satins, hair, flowers, bare shoulders and arms, and long gloves, the sound of which re-echoed strangely from the high dome above. Every time the door creaked, everyone turned round, expecting to see the bride and bridegroom enter. But the door had opened more than 10 times, and each time it turned out to be a guest who had been detained and now joined the crowd on the right, or a spectator who had managed to deceive or soften the heart of the police officer and who joined the throng of strangers on the left. And both relatives and spectators had passed through every phase of anticipation. At first they expected the bride and bridegroom to enter at any moment and attached no importance to the delay. Then they turned more and more often toward the door, wondering whether anything had happened. At length the delay became awkward, and the friends and relatives tried to look as if they were not thinking about the bride and bridegroom but were absorbed in their conversations. The archdeacon, as if to draw attention to the value of his time, coughed impatiently, making the windows vibrate. From the choir, growing weary of waiting, came the sound of voices being tried and the blowing of noses. The priest continually sent a chanter or deacon to see whether the bridegroom had arrived, and he himself, in his purple surplice with the embroidered girdle, went with increasing frequency to the side door in expectation of the bridegroom. At last one of the ladies looked at her watch and said, "Well, this is strange." And then all the guests became restless and expressed their surprise and dissatisfaction aloud. The best man went to find out what had occurred. All this while Kitty, long since ready in her white dress, long veil, and crown of orange blossoms, stood with an old lady who was to accompany her and her sister, the Princess Lvova, at a window of the ballroom at the Shtcherbatskys, for the last half-hour, vainly expecting her best man to come and announce that the bridegroom had reached the church. Lievin, meanwhile, in trousers but without coat or waistcoat, was pacing up and down his room, perpetually putting his head out of the door and glancing up the corridor. But in the corridor there was nobody, and in despair he returned and addressed Oblonsky, who was quietly smoking. "Was ever a man in such a terribly idiotic position?" he demanded. "Yes, it is stupid," Oblonsky concurred with a soothing smile. "But don't worry, it'll be here in a minute." "Oh, how can I help it?" said Lievin with suppressed fury. "And these idiotic open waistcoats, it's impossible." He glanced at his crumpled shirt front. "And suppose the things have already gone to the station?" he exclaimed in despair. "Then you'll have to wear mine. I ought to have done that long ago. It is better not to look ridiculous. Wait, it will all shape itself." The fact of the matter was that when Lievin told his old servant Kutsma to get his things ready, Kutsma had duly brought his dress coat, waistcoat, and what else he considered necessary. "But the shirt?" Lievin exclaimed. "You've got it on," Kutsma replied with a quiet smile. He had not thought of leaving out a clean shirt, and having been told to pack everything and send it to the Shtcherbatskys whence they were to start that evening, he had done so, and had left out only the dress suit. The shirt Lievin had been wearing since the morning was crumpled and quite unfit to wear with the fashionable low-cut waistcoat. It was too far to send to the Shtcherbatskys, so they sent out to buy one. That as it was Sunday, all the shops had closed early. They sent for one of Oblonsky's, but it was much too wide and too short. They were obliged to send to the Shtcherbatskys after all, and the things had to be unpacked. Meantime, in the church, everyone was waiting for the bridegroom. While he was pacing up and down like a caged beast, looking despairingly along the corridor, remembering all he had said to Kitty, and wondering what she must be thinking now. At last, the guilty Kutsma, quite out of breath, rushed in with the shirt. "Only just in time. They were hoisting the trunk into the cart," he gasped. 3 minutes later, Levin, not looking at the clock to avoid upsetting himself still more, ran as fast as he could down the corridor. "That won't help matters," remarked Vronsky, smiling and following without haste. "It will all shape itself, all shape itself, I assure you." Chapter 4. "Here they are. There he is. Which one? Is it the younger one? Oh, look at her, poor dear. More dead than alive," people in the crowd were saying as Levin met his bride at the door and entered the church with her. Vronsky told his wife the reason of the delay, and the guests smiled and whispered to one another. Levin saw no one and nothing. He did not take his eyes off his bride. Everyone said she had grown plainer during the last few days, and in her bridal dress was nothing like so pretty as usual. But Levin thought otherwise. He looked at her hair dressed high beneath the long veil and white flowers, at the high frill that covered her long neck at the sides and showed it in front in a particularly maidenly way, and at her strikingly slender waist. He thought she was prettier than ever. Not that those flowers, the veil, or the dress ordered from Paris enhanced her beauty in any way, but because, despite all the carefully planned richness of her attire, the look on her sweet face and lips was still that look of innocent truthfulness. "I thought you meant to run away," she said, smiling at him. "It was such a stupid thing that happened. I'm ashamed to tell it," he said with a blush, and was obliged to turn round to the approaching Sergei Ivanitch. "Nice story, that, about your shirt," said Sergei Ivanitch with a smile and shake of the head. Yes, yes," answered Levin, unable to understand what was being said. "Now then, Kostya," said Vronsky, feigning consternation, "you've got to decide an important point, and you're in exactly the right frame of mind to appreciate its importance. I have been asked whether you will have new candles or used ones to hold. The difference is 10 roubles, he added, puckering his lips into a smile. "I have settled it, but perhaps you will not be satisfied." Though he knew it was a joke, Levin could not smile. "Well then, is it to be fresh candles or used ones? That is the question." Yes, fresh ones." "Well, I'm very glad that question is settled," said Vronsky with a smile. "How stupid people do become under these circumstances," he went on, turning to Chirikov, when Levin, with an absent-minded glance at him, moved off toward his bride. "Kitty, mind you step first upon the mat," said Countess Nordston, coming up to them. "You are a fine fellow," she added, addressing Levin. "Aren't you frightened?" asked Kitty's old aunt, Maria Dmitrievna. "Are you cold? You look pale. Wait a moment, put your head down," said Kitty's sister, Princess Lvova, and raising her plump, beautiful arms, she adjusted the flowers on Kitty's head. Dolly advanced and was about to say something, but could not speak and began crying and laughing in an unnatural manner. Kitty gazed at everybody with a look as absent-minded as Levin's. Meanwhile, the clergy put on their vestments, and the priest and deacon came forward to the lectern that stood near the entrance doors. The priest turned to Levin and said something that Levin did not hear. "Take the bride's hand and lead her," said the best man. For a long time Levin could not be made to understand what he had to do, and they were a long while trying to set him right. Just as they were going to give it up, because he would either use the wrong hand or else take her by the wrong one, he at last comprehended that he, with his right hand, without changing his position, must take her by her right hand. When at last he had taken her hand properly, the priest went a few steps in front of them and halted at the lectern. The crowd of friends and relatives, their voices buzzing and the ladies' trains rustling, moved after them. Someone stooped down to arrange the bride's veil. The church became so quiet that the drops of wax were heard falling from the candles. The old priest, with his sacerdotal headgear and his locks of grey hair glistening like silver combed back behind his ears, drew his small old hands out from beneath his vestments of heavy silver cloth with a large gold cross on the back, and began turning over some pages on the lectern. Vronsky stepped up cautiously, whispered something to him, made a sign to Levin, and stepped back again. The priest lit 2 wax candles decorated with flowers, and holding them askew in his left hand so that the wax kept slowly dripping, turned to the young couple. It was the same priest who had heard Levin's confession. He looked wearily and sadly at the bride and bridegroom, sighed, and disengaging his right hand from the vestments, held it up in blessing over the bridegroom and then over the bride. Only in his manner when he placed his fingers on Kitty's bowed head there was a shade of tenderness. Then he gave them the candles, took the censer, and slowly stepped away from them. "Is it really true?" thought Levin, and glanced round at his bride. He could see her profile slightly from above, and by the just perceptible movements of her lips and eyelashes he knew she was aware of his look. She did not turn, but her high frilled collar moved, rising to her pink little ear. He saw that a sigh had been suppressed within her breast, and that the little hand in its long glove holding the candle trembled. All the worry about his shirt, his lateness, the conversation of their relatives, their displeasure at his ridiculous mishap, suddenly vanished from his mind, and he felt happy, though scared. The handsome, tall senior deacon in a silver cloth alb, his curled hair parted down the middle, came briskly forward, lifting his stole with a practised movement of 2 fingers, and stopped opposite the priest. "Bless us, Lord." Slowly succeeding one another and vibratingly resonant came the solemn tones. "Blessed be our God, now and hereafter, forever and ever," replied the old priest meekly in a sing-song voice, continuing to turn something over on the lectern. Then, harmoniously filling the whole church from windows to vaulted roof, a full chord sung by the invisible choir rose, swelled, hung for a moment, and softly died away. There were prayers as usual for the world above, for salvation, for the synod, for the emperor, and also for the servants of God that day wedded, Constantine and Catherine. "Let us pray to the Lord that he may send them perfect love, peace, and help." The whole church seemed to breathe with the senior deacon's voice. Levin listened to the words and was struck by them. How did they find out that it is help, exactly help, that I need? He wondered, remembering his late fears and doubts. What do I know? What can I do in this awful matter without help? Help is exactly what I need now. When the deacon had finished the prayer for the imperial family, the priest, holding a book, turned to the bride and bridegroom. "Eternal God, who joinest them that were separate," he read in his mild, sing-song voice, "and hast ordained for them an indissoluble union in love. Thou who didst bless Isaac and Rebekah, and hast kept thy promise to their heirs, bless these thy servants, Constantine and Catherine, and lead them on the path of righteousness. Most merciful God, lover of man, we praise thee. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost, now and hereafter, and forever and ever." Amen from the invisible choir again floated through the air. Joinest them that were separate. What a depth of meaning is in those words, and how well they fit in with what I am feeling at this moment, thought Levin. Does she feel the same? Looking round, he met her eyes. From the expression in them, he concluded that she understood them as he did. But this was not so. She understood hardly anything of the service and was not even listening to the words of the ceremony. She could neither listen nor understand. So deep was the one feeling that filled her soul and became ever stronger and stronger. It was a feeling of joy at the fruition of what had been for the last month and a half going on in her soul, of that which for those 6 weeks had gladdened and tortured her. On the day when, in the ballroom of the house in Arbat Street, she in her brown dress had gone up to him and silently plighted herself to him, on that day, and in that hour, a complete rupture seemed to have taken place within her soul between her former life and this other, new and entirely unknown life, although in fact the old life still went on. Those 6 weeks had been the most blissful and at the same time the most trying of her life. The whole of her life, all her desires and hopes, were concentrated on this one man, still incomprehensible to her, to whom she was bound by a feeling even more incomprehensible than the man himself, which now attracted and now repelled her. Meantime, she went on living under the conditions of her old life and was horrified at herself, at her utter and unconquerable indifference to all her past, the things, habits, and people who had loved and still loved her, to her mother, who was hurt by her indifference, to her dear, affectionate father, whom she had previously loved more than anyone else on earth. At one moment, she was horrified at this indifference, and the next moment rejoiced at that which caused her indifference. She could not think of or desire anything but life with this man, but as that life had not yet begun, she could not even clearly picture it to herself. There was only anticipation, fear, and joy at something new and unknown. And now, at any moment, the anticipation and uncertainty and the remorse at repudiating her former life would all come to an end and something new would begin. This new life could not help being terrible in consequence of its incertitude. But terrible or not, it was already an accomplished fact within her soul 6 weeks ago, and was now only being sanctified. Again turning to the reading desk, the priest with some difficulty picked up Kitty's little ring, and asking Levin for his hand, put the ring on the tip of his finger. The servant of God, Constantine, is betrothed to the servant of God, Catherine. And having put a big ring on Kitty's slender, rosy finger, pathetic in its weakness, the priest repeated the same words. Several times the couple tried to guess what was expected of them, and blundered each time, the priest prompting them in whispers. When what was necessary had at length been complied with, he made the sign of the cross over them with the rings, and again gave the larger one to Kitty and the little one to Levin. And again they blundered and passed the rings twice backwards and forwards without doing what was necessary. Dolly, Chilikov, and Oblonsky came forward to help them. The result was some confusion, whispering, and smiles, but the expression of solemn emotion on the young couple's faces did not change. On the contrary, while they fumbled with their hands, they looked even more solemn and serious than before, and the smile with which Oblonsky whispered to them to put on their rings involuntarily died on his lips. He felt that any kind of smile would hurt their feelings. "Thou hast from the beginning created them male and female," read the priest when they had exchanged rings. "Through thee the wife is knit to the husband for a helpmeet and to procreate the human race. Therefore, O God our Lord, who sentest down thy truth upon thy heritage, and gavest thy promises to our fathers from generation to generation of thy chosen people, look down upon thy servant Constantine and thy servant Catherine, and strengthen them in their union with faith and concord in truth and love." Levin felt more and more that his ideas of marriage and his dreams of how he would arrange his life had been but childishness, and that this was something he had never understood, and was now still further from understanding, although it was happening to him. and in his breast a tremor rose, higher and higher, and the unruly tears came to his eyes. Chapter 5. All Moscow, including both relatives and friends, had congregated in the church. During the marriage ceremony, in the brilliantly illuminated building, among the crowd of elegantly dressed women and girls and men in evening dress with white ties or in uniform, conversation in the low tones required by propriety never flagged. It was usually started by the men, for the women were absorbed in watching every detail of the service, which always fascinates them. In the circle nearest the bride were her two sisters, Dolly, the elder, and the calm and beautiful Princess Lvova, who had come from abroad. "Why is Marie in lilac? It's almost as unsuitable at a wedding as black," remarked Mrs. Korsunskaya. "With her complexion, it's her only salvation," replied Princess Drubetskaya. "I wonder they are having the wedding in the evening, like tradespeople. It is more showy. I was married in the evening, too," answered Mrs. Korsunskaya, and sighed as she remembered how sweet she had looked that day, how funnily enamoured her husband then was, and how different things were now. "They say that one who has been best man more than 10 times never marries, and I wanted to be one for the 10th time to make myself safe, but was too late," Count Sinyavin was saying to the pretty young Princess Charskaya, who had designs on him. She answered only with a smile. She was looking at Kitty and thinking of the time when she would be standing there beside Count Sinyavin, just as Kitty now stood, and how she would then remind him of his joke. Young Sherbatsky told the old maid of honor, Nikolayeva, that he intended to put the crown on Kitty's chignon to make her happy. "One ought not to wear a chignon," replied the maid of honor, who had long ago made up her mind that if the old widower for whom she was angling ever married her, their wedding should be of the simplest. Koznishev was talking to Dolly, jokingly assuring her that the custom of going away after the wedding was spreading because newly married couples always felt rather uncomfortable. "Your brother has a right to feel proud. She is wonderfully sweet. You must be feeling envious." "I am past all that, Darya Alexandrovna," he answered, and his face became unexpectedly sad and serious. Oblonsky was telling his sister-in-law the pun he had made about dissolving marriages. "I must put her wreath straight," she replied without listening. "What a pity she has grown so much plainer," remarked Countess Nordston to the Princess Lvova. "All the same, he is not worth her little finger. Don't you agree?" "No, I like him very much, and not just because he will be my brother-in-law," answered the princess. "How well he behaves. And it is so difficult to behave well under these circumstances and not be ridiculous, and he is not ridiculous or stiff, and is evidently touched. I suppose you quite expected this?" "Almost. She always liked him." "Well, let us see which of them will step first on the mat. I have given Kitty my advice." "It does not matter," replied Princess Lvova. "We are all submissive wives. It is in our nature." "Well, I stepped on the mat before Vasily." "And you, Dolly?" Dolly, who was standing near, heard but did not reply. Her eyes were moist, and she could not have spoken without bursting into tears. She rejoiced at the sight of Kitty and Lievin, but going back to the past, she thought of her own wedding, kept glancing at the beaming Oblonsky, and, forgetting the present, recollected nothing but her own young and innocent love. She remembered not herself only, but all the women with whom she was intimate or acquainted, thought of them as they had been at that most solemn moment of their lives when, like Kitty, they had stood beneath the nuptial crown with love, hope, and fear in their hearts, renouncing the past and entering upon the mystic future. Among the brides that came to her mind was her dear Anna, about whose impending divorce she had heard a while ago. She too had once stood with veiled head, pure and crowned with orange blossom. And now? How strange, she murmured. All the details of the ceremony were followed not only by the two sisters, the friends and relatives, but also by women onlookers who were quite strangers and who, breathless with excitement and afraid of missing anything, even a single movement or expression of the bride's or bridegroom's face, and annoyed by the indifference of the men, did not answer, and indeed often did not hear the latter when they jested or made irrelevant remarks. Why is her face so tear-stained, she being married against her will? Canst thou will indeed to such a fine fellow? Is he a prince? And is that her sister in white satin? Now, hear how the deacon will roar, "Wives, obey your husbands." Is it the Chodovsky choir? No, the synods. I asked the footman. It seems he will take her to his estate, straight off. He is dreadfully rich, they say. That's why they have given her to him. Oh, no, they're a very nice couple. There now, Maria Vassilievna, you were maintaining that crinolines were being worn fuller at the back. Just look at that one in the Buse dress, an ambassador's wife, they say. See how it's draped this way and back again. What a darling the bride is, like a lamb decked for the slaughter. But, whatever you may say, one does feel sorry for a girl. So chattered the crowd of women who had managed to get inside the church. Chapter 6. When the first part of the ceremony was over, a verger spread out a piece of pink silk cloth in front of the lectern. The choir began singing a psalm to some elaborate and complicated melody in which the bass and tenor continually repeated each other, and the priest, turning round, motioned the couple to the piece of pink silk. Often as they had heard the saying that the one who stepped first on the mat would be head of the household, neither Lievin nor Kitty could think of that as they took those few steps, nor did they hear the loud remarks and disputes of those who maintained that he was first, and of others who said that they did it both together. After the usual questions of whether they wished to be married and whether they had promised themselves to others, and their answers, which sounded strange to themselves, the second part of the service began. Kitty listened to the words of the prayer, tried to comprehend their meaning, but unable to do so. Triumph and radiant joy filled her heart more and more as the ceremony proceeded, and made it impossible for her to be attentive. They prayed that they may live in chastity for the good of the fruits of the womb, and find joy in their sons and daughters. It was declared that God had created woman from Adam's rib, and that, "For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and cleave unto his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh," and that this is a great mystery. They prayed that God should make them fruitful and bless them as he blessed Isaac and Rebekah, Joseph, Moses and Zipporah, and that they should see their children's children. It is all very beautiful, thought Kitty as she heard these words. That could not be different. And a smile of joy, which involuntarily communicated itself to all who regarded her, shone on her radiant face. "Put it quite on," came the words of advice when the priest had put crowns on their heads, and Sherbatsky, his hand in its three-buttoned glove, trembling, held the crown high above Kitty's head. "Put it on," she whispered, smiling. Lievin glanced round at her, was struck by the joyous radiance of her face, and was involuntarily infected by her feeling. He felt bright and joyous as she did. With light hearts they heard the epistle read, and the roll of the senior deacon's voice in the last verse, for which the outsiders present had been waiting impatiently. With light hearts they drank the warm wine and water from the shallow cup, and their spirits rose still higher when the priest, throwing back his vestments, took their hands in his and led them round the lectern while a bass voice sang, "Rejoice, O Isaiah." Young Shcherbatsky and Chirikov, who were supporting the crowns and getting entangled in the bride's train, smiled too, and were pleased without knowing why, when they chanced to lag behind or jostle the young couple if the priest happened to stop. The spark of joy that was glowing in Kitty's heart seemed to have spread to everyone in the church. Lievin fancied that the priest and deacon wanted to smile just as he did. Having lifted the crowns from their heads, the priest read the last prayer and congratulated the married couple. Lievin glanced at Kitty and thought he had never seen her like that before, so enchanting with the new light of happiness irradiating her face. He wished to speak to her, but did not know whether it was all over yet. The priest helped him out of the difficulty, saying softly, with a smile on his kindly mouth, "Kiss your wife, and you kiss your husband." He took the candles from their hands. Lievin kissed her carefully on her smiling lips, offered his arm, and with a feeling of strange closeness led her out of the church. He could not believe it was all true, and only realized it when their surprised and timid glances met, and he felt that they were already one. After supper that same night, the young couple left for the country. Chapter 7. Vronsky and Anna had already been travelling together in Europe for 3 months. They had visited Venice, Rome, and Naples, and had only just reached a small Italian town where they meant to make a longer stay. A handsome head waiter, his thick hair greased with pomatum and parted from the nape upward, dressed in a swallow-tail coat with a wide lawn shirt front and a bundle of charms dangling on his rotund stomach, with his hands in his pockets, his eyes screwed up contemptuously, was answering a bystander's questions in a severe tone. Hearing steps ascending the stairs at the other side of the entrance, the waiter turned and recognized the Russian count who occupied the best rooms in the hotel. He respectfully took his hands out of his pockets, bowed, and said that the courier had been, and that the business of renting the palazzo was settled. The steward was ready to sign the contract. "Ah, I am very glad," said Vronsky. "And is the lady in?" "The lady has been for a walk, but has now returned," replied the waiter. Vronsky took off his soft, broad-brimmed hat and wiped his perspiring forehead and his hair, which he had allowed to grow halfway down his ears and wore brushed back so as to hide his bald patch. After an absent-minded glance at the man who was still standing there watching him, he was about to go in. "This gentleman is a Russian and was asking about you," said the head waiter. With a mixture of vexation at the impossibility of evading his acquaintances anywhere and of desire to find something to distract the monotony of his life, Vronsky looked round again at the man, who had first moved away and then halted, and at the same moment the eyes of both brightened. "Golenishev! Vronsky!" It was really Golenishev, his fellow student in the corps d'épage. In the corps, Golenishev had been a liberal, had left the corps a civilian, and had never served. On leaving the corps, the two friends had separated, and had met but once since then. On that occasion, Vronsky found that Golenishev had chosen some high-flown liberal activity, and therefore felt he must despise Vronsky's profession and activities. Consequently, Vronsky had then treated him with the cold, proud aloofness of which he was master, which meant, "You may like or dislike my way of life. It is a matter of absolute indifference to me. But if you wish to know me, you must respect me." And Golenishev had remained contemptuously indifferent to Vronsky's attitude, so that meeting ought to have separated them still further. Yet now they brightened up and exclaimed with pleasure at recognizing one another. Vronsky would never have thought he could be so pleased to see Golenishev, but probably he was himself unaware how bored he was. He forgot the unpleasant impression left by their last encounter, and with an open and joyful countenance held out his hand to his old schoolfellow. A similar expression of pleasure replaced the former anxious look on Golenishev's face. "How pleased I am to see you," said Vronsky. a friendly smile disclosing his fine white teeth. "I heard the name of Vronsky, but I did not know which Vronsky. I am very, very pleased." "Come in." "Well, and what are you doing?" "Oh, I have been here over a year. I am working." "Ah?" said Vronsky in an interested tone. "Well, come in." And according to the usual way with Russians, instead of saying what he wanted to hide from the servants in Russian, he began speaking French. "You know Madame Karenina? We are travelling together. I am now going to her," he said in French, attentively watching Golenishtchev's expression. "Ah, I did not know," Golenishtchev replied in a tone of indifference, so he was quite aware of it. "Been here long?" he added. "I? 3 days," answered Vronsky, still attentively scrutinizing his friend's face. "Yes, he is a decent fellow and looks at the matter in the right way," said Vronsky to himself, understanding the meaning of the other's look and the change of subject. "I can introduce him to Anna as he sees the matter rightly." During the 3 months he had spent abroad with Anna, Vronsky, when coming across new people, had always asked himself how the new person would be likely to regard his relations with Anna, and in most cases he had found that the men he met understood it in the right way. But had he, and those who understood the matter in the right way, been asked what this understanding amounted to, they would have been much puzzled how to reply. At bottom, those who, in Vronsky's opinion, understood it the right way did not understand it in any special way, but behaved in general as well-bred persons do with regard to all the complicated and unanswerable problems which surround life on every side. They conducted themselves properly, avoiding insinuations and inconvenient questions. They pretended to understand completely the significance and meaning of the situation, to countenance and even approve of it, but to consider it out of place and unnecessary to explain all this. Vronsky at once guessed that Golenishtchev was one of that sort, and therefore doubly pleased to have met him. And Golenishtchev behaved to Anna, when he had been introduced, as well as Vronsky could have wished. Evidently he avoided, without the least effort, everything in conversation that might have sounded awkward. He had never met Anna before, and was struck by her beauty, and still more by the simplicity with which she accepted her position. She blushed when Vronsky showed Golenishtchev in, and the childlike flush that suffused her open and handsome face pleased him exceedingly. But what pleased him most was that at once, and apparently intentionally to prevent any possibility of misapprehension in the stranger's mind, she called Vronsky simply Alexei, and said that they were about to move into a house of their own called a palazzo, which they had just taken. This straightforward and simple attitude toward her own position pleased Golenishtchev. Noticing Anna's good-natured, bright and energetic manner, he thought that, knowing both Karenin and Vronsky as he did, he quite understood her. He thought he understood what she herself was quite unable to understand, how, though she was the cause of her husband's unhappiness and had abandoned him and her son and lost her own good name, she could feel energetic, cheerful and happy. "It is mentioned in the guidebook," said Golenishtchev, referring to the palazzo Vronsky was taking. "There is a fine Tintoretto there, one of his later period." "I say, the weather is glorious. Let us go and have another look at it," said Vronsky to Anna. "I should like to very much. I'll just come put on my hat. You say it's hot?" she asked, stopping at the door, and looking inquiringly at Vronsky, while a bright flush again suffused her face. From her look, Vronsky understood that she did not yet know what attitude he wished to adopt toward Golenishtchev, and was afraid she might not have behaved suitably. He answered with a long and tender look. "No, not very hot," he said. She thought she had understood him completely, and above all that he was satisfied with her. She gave him a smile and went out with rapid steps. The two friends looked at each other, and in both faces appeared an embarrassed expression, as if Golenishtchev, who obviously admired her, tried but failed to hit on the right thing to say about her, and as if Vronsky both feared and wished that he should succeed. "Well, and so you've settled down here?" said Vronsky, in order to begin a conversation. "You are still busy at the same thing?" he went on, recollecting that he had heard the other was writing something. "Yes, I am writing the second part of 2 Principles," said Golenishtchev, flushing with pleasure at the question. To be quite exact, I'm not yet writing, but am collecting the materials. The book will be much fuller and will deal with almost all the questions. We in Russia are slow to realize that we are the inheritors of Byzantium." And he began a long and heated explanation. At first, Vronsky felt uncomfortable because he did not know even the first part of two principles which the author mentioned as if it were well known. But later on, when Golenischev began expounding his view and Vronsky was able to follow him, even though he was ignorant of two principles, he listened with interest, for the man talked well. Yet Vronsky was surprised at and sorry to see the irritable excitement with which Golenischev spoke on the subject that interested him. The longer he talked, the more his eyes flashed, the more hastily he retorted on imaginary opponents, and the more agitated and offended became his face. Remembering him as a thin, active, good-natured and noble boy, always at the head of his class, Vronsky could not understand the cause of the agitation, nor approve of it. What most displeased him was that Golenischev, a man belonging to good society, should put himself on the same level with certain scribblers who irritated him and made him angry. Was it worthwhile? He did not like this, but nevertheless he felt that Golenischev was not happy and he was sorry for him. Signs of distress, of insanity almost, were apparent in his mobile and rather good-natured face when, without even observing that Anna had re-entered the room, he continued expressing his views with haste and warmth. When Anna returned with her hat and mantle on, and stood beside him toying with her sunshade with quick motions of her beautiful hand, Vronsky, with a feeling of relief, turned from Golenischev's eyes which were fixed on him plaintively. With renewed love he glanced to his charming companion, so full of vitality and joy. With an effort Golenischev recollected himself, but he was at first dejected and morose. Anna, however, who at that time was amiably disposed to everyone, soon revived him by her simple and cheerful behaviour. After trying several topics of conversation, she led him on to the subject of art, about which he talked very well, and listened to him with attention. They walked to the house they had taken and looked over it. "I am very pleased about one thing," said Anna to Golenischev when they had returned to the hotel. "Alexei will have a nice studio. You must certainly have that room, Alexei," she added, having understood that Golenischev was to be on an intimate footing with them, and that there was no need to pretend in his presence.